Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1, Creating Manga of One Piece in Pirates World become my ultimate goal. Welcome to the network of interesting dreams. Here, your dream can come true. Click here to participate in the survey. While Rob was surfing the internet on another boring evening, an interesting advertisement popped up on his browser. Hey, dreams can come true. What a funny joke. Rob's expression remained cold even though he thought the intriguing ad was a funny joke. But it's really interesting because it's the first time he's come across such an advertisement, so he actually went in to have a look. He wasn't afraid of data-sucking viruses or anything else, because he himself was a high-level hacker without pride. His computer is secure to the max and he's also not just an easy target. He was after all one of the lords of the darknet. The real interesting thing about this ad that provoked Rob is that no ad could appear on his computer because he had already taken care of this issue long ago. So how can an electronic advertisement breach all its security walls and appear in front of his face? This is really interesting. The moment Rob clicked the ad link, his computer screen turned red and many childish questions appeared in his eyes, but he knows that answering these questions will make his servers analyze this virus faster and eventually finish it. Welcome to the survey from Network of Interesting Dreams. Get excited. Because today is your lucky day. Oh, he said today is my lucky day. Damn you. 1. Which anime or manga world would you like to live in? Please record your answer here. Rob answered without hesitation. One Piece. White heavy checkmark. 2. What is the most interesting thing you can do in this world? Disclaimer, if your goal is not interesting enough, your survey will not be accepted and you will be disqualified. Think carefully before scoring your goal. Please record your answer here. Rob thought, well, what could he do in the world of One Piece that would be so interesting to this damn virus? To be a pirate's king? No, it's too tacky. To be a Yonko? No, too corny. Well then, what about the fleet admiral? No, very frequent idea. How about being a revolutionary? No, too corny. It will be a celestial dragon then. Rob's enthusiasm slid down again as he searched One Piece fanfic stories in web novel via his phone. Unfortunately, the celestial dragon was a frequent idea too. What the hell, nothing is interesting here. Rob is starting to lose his temper because he hasn't really found any interesting idea of his goal in the world of One Piece. What about the harem king? No, it's the most fucking idea. Only the Sea Kings have not been desecrated by the damn transmigrators. Rob continued scrolling through the fanfic's ranks in his browser until particular fanfic caught his attention. This is it. I will become the king of mangakas. Finally, Rob found something interesting that might be accepted into the survey. He hesitated a bit but eventually scored it. Create One Piece manga in One Piece world and let the world of pirates enjoy the future. Let the great age of pirates become more chaotic. White heavy checkmark. Rob breathed a sigh of relief when his goal was accepted and continued answering the survey questions. 3. Do you want to be strong from the start or weak to strong, or just a weak man in the background? I want to be strong so that I don't worry about my safety. White heavy checkmark. 4. Do you want a random or specific reincarnation? Let it be random but I want to be handsome. White heavy checkmark. 5. To what era do you want to move? After the God Valley event, see calendar 1493. White heavy checkmark. If you could wish for 4 abilities that could help you with your goal, what would you wish for? 1. Photographic memory. 2. Devil fruit without any side effects can freely create, edit, and modify the paper according to the user's imagination. 3. A high-level system can help me spread my art all over the world, and it is better if available within a dimension store that sells items from the modern Earth that can be bought with reading points or something. 4. High-level drawing talent. White heavy checkmark. Your survey has been accepted. Thank you for your interesting idea, and have a nice trip. Huh. What's going on? Rob noticed that the red light emitted by the computer screen was getting so bright that he couldn't open his eyes at all. After a while, clarity returned to his sight and he was able to open his eyes again, but when he saw the scene in front of him, he was shocked by its absurdity. The blue sea was covering his entire field of vision. In Rob's mind, an incredible idea appeared. Could the survey be real? Too ridiculous. Looking at his surroundings, Rob noticed that he was on a wooden ship and was standing at the stern watching the ship's movement. Ah. My head. Shit. Rob's head started hurting like hell as so many strange memories flowed into his head like squeezing billions of data into a small storage memory. After a few seconds, the headache that nearly split his head subsided until it disappeared completely. Rob's eyes widened as he discovered an astonishing truth from the strange memories that filled his head. He has truly moved into the world of One Piece. Interesting Dream Network congratulates you on your successful cosmic transition. Promised benefits will be dispatched shortly. Please find a quiet place and stay away from any disturbance. A mysterious aura surrounded Rob as if he had been separated from the world. All that was going on in Rob's mind at the moment was fuck. Because he really hadn't comprehended anything from his current situation until now, his so-called genius had become just dust in front of this miraculous confrontation. Even the voice that was repeating in his head like a roar of thunder was something so mysterious that he didn't even know if it could be called a voice in the first place. You have been sent to the world of One Piece. Completed. You have got a special title, Beginner Mangaka. Completed. Beginner Mangaka, from now on rich thoughts will fall on you like rain. At this moment, Rob felt as if he had entered a kind of enlightenment state, just like the state of thoughts flowing like a river when the mangaka creativity begins to manifest itself in a great story. You have got the immortal body that does not die. Completed. After the mysterious state of enlightenment, he felt a cold feeling flowing through his entire body and a majestic thought filled with grandeur appeared in his mind. Immortal and never die. Even after he turns to ashes he can come back in his full body. Even after he's crushed in a meat pie, he can rise again in his full body. This was so horrible. No, this is terrifying by millions of miles. You have got the body of a random man named Rob also and handsome also. Completed. The picture of a man with a height of 260 centimeters with a fairly handsome face with a sharp stature and weary eyes bearing the temperament of a man with great responsibility appeared, with short black hair, yellow pupils, and a slightly muscular body. This was the guy who got Rob his body. It really seemed like a random character but Rob had a vague feeling saying the exact opposite. This guy is not any ordinary random character. The appropriate schedule was determined according to the desire of the participant in the survey, the current year 1493. Completed. A photographic memory has been obtained that can retrieve all the memories of the survey participant and record them in high-quality mental data. Completed. Once again, Rob felt his mind split into many layers, and memories that were buried deep in his mind began to return one by one. Whether it was earthly Rob's memories or Rob from the pirate's world, everything was restored from the first moment of both people in their worlds. At this moment, something mysterious happened within Rob's soul, as if two people were merging into one. Rob's soul became brighter as if her level had risen to better than just an ordinary soul. The photographic memory brought back all the memories that had disappeared over time from both people and kept repeating themselves in Rob's consciousness until each of those multiple memories was organized into a very large mental library. At this moment Rob was crying silently. All his buried memories were recovered, good or bad. For Earth Rob his most terrible hidden memory was the accident in which his parents died and he survived when he was 9 years old and was moved to live in the orphanage since that time. And for Rob from the world of pirates, his worst memories were when pirates attacked his peaceful village and his parents were killed in front of his eyes by fierce pirates, and by chance, he was also 9 years old at that time. The weeping face turned into a happy smile when earthly Rob remembered the happiest moment of his life that was buried deep in the river of history when he got a computer for the first time from the kind uncle who was donating to the orphanage at the time when he was 11 years old. As for Rob from the pirate's world, the happiest moment in his life was when he married the love of his life and his adventure partner. Rob froze as he recalled the memories of the men who had possessed his body. His body completely stiff, unable to believe that this woman was his wife right now. You have obtained a paramecia-type devil fruit and without any side effects, paper no me, can create and modify paper according to the desire and imagination of the user, also has the properties of logia where the user's body can be transformed into mere paper, it has unlimited possibilities. Completed. Rob's thoughts were interrupted at this moment as he felt a heaviness in his right hand and saw a white, pear-shaped fruit with swirls and spiral patterns out of nowhere. This was definitely a devil fruit. Rob didn't hesitate to eat it in one bite. It tasted very good like any ripe pear. In fact, it was a devil fruit without any side effects really. Even that disgusting taste has been removed. After Rob ate the devil fruit, he felt a mysterious feeling enveloping his body as if he had become very light and could scatter in a stack of paper if he wished. Rob pressed this sudden urge into his mind, because it was not the time to try anything. There are still other benefits to be received. You have got an art publishing system attached to a dimensional store. Completed. Ding. The art publishing system is being prepared. The system is ready. Preparing a dimensional store connected to the modern Earth. Connected successfully. This time, a window like a computer screen appeared in front of Rob, and several notifications rang in his ear, like automated notifications, different from the majestic and divine voice that had been echoing in his mind until now. What is the art publishing system? Rob asked the most important question before he got into anything else. Art's publishing system is a system that has one goal and that is to make its host a universal artist known to all beings in the world. And how does it work? You've got a very high-level drawing talent. Completed. Before he could receive any response from the system, the majestic voice reverberated in Rob's mind like a thunder blast and by the end, he felt his five senses being enriched by a kind of excellent talent. His hand felt itchy in order to drawing. His heart felt a passion in order to drawing. His eyes were fascinated by the sight of the beautiful blue sea and the fishes jumping from time to time behind the ship's track. He wanted to paint this amazing scenery as quickly as possible. His nose felt that the fresh and pure air of this world could be expressed in drawing too. He felt that the sound of waves and seabirds high in the sky, the gentle wind pushing the sail of the ship, and the feet moving from time to time on the deck, all these sounds could be expressed through painting. He felt his mind receiving a professional and high-level drawing ability. All his senses were filled with this talent. For the first time, Rob knew that any feeling could be expressed through drawing just like in real life. All your circumstances were fulfilled by the Divine Network. Since the Divine Network gave you everything, we can remove everything easily. You can live your life however you want, but you have to follow the interesting target that was included in the survey to the end. If you don't meet it, you will be doomed to die and wipe your soul out of existence. Once again, we thank you for participating in our survey, and we hope to see interesting events that will result from your work in this world. Rob did not dare to think about opposing the owner of that terrifying voice. He nodded his head over and over until the voice completely disappeared from his head. Well, he had to become a mangaka from now on and paint a One Piece manga in the One Piece world as his ultimate goal. That's it all. Chapter 2, A Familiar Wife. After the frightening voice finally disappeared from his head once and for all, Rob emerged from the mysterious state he was in and automatically regained a sense of his surroundings just like a living human. He looked around curiously and made sure that he was indeed on a wooden ship that used the sail and wind thrust to sail. Unbelievable, I have truly crossed into the world of One Piece. I am not in that closed world anymore. I won't have to hide in that dark and cold room anymore. I won't have to fear being tracked down by Interpol anymore. I got deliverance. That damn survey was real. Fuck. 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 I was finally got the justice by the damned gods. Rob wanted to scream with all his frustration and explosive enthusiasm at this moment, but had to control his voice and shout in a low voice so as not to attract any unwanted attention from the people on the ship. He had a surreal feeling that he could feel everyone on the ship right now, but he didn't try to focus on that feeling any deeper. As for Rob from the Earth, or what might be called his previous life in its current context, he was a very mysterious figure in his previous society, as he was one of the emperors of the Darknet and had criminal precedents in the internet world where he had previously hacked confidential data from many countries, including the United States. That is why he was designated a dangerous wanted by Interpol. In his previous life, he was nicknamed GhostNet. He has never been tracked before. He was 32 years old and living alone. The computer was his only friend and anime was his favorite world. His interactions with the real society were low, but that didn't matter to him at all because he had found his true comfort in everything he was doing. But now that life is gone, and he has a new life. A life where he already has a family, he has completely fused with the soul of the previous owner of the body and obtained all his memories, the essence of his existence, his emotions, and his desires, from the darkest buried memories to the best and most unforgettable memories. Everything was fused into Rob's earthly soul. In short, Rob is better than he was before. No, he's a lot better. The current Rob is very powerful because he got the previous Rob's body. The former Rob, who was shy even though he was already married, that character has gone unheeded, because the current Rob is not shy at all. The Emperor of the Darknet can't be shy in any way. He is a real demon who can do whatever suits his benefits. To be shy does not suit him at all. Rob discovered that the owner of this body was amazingly a member of the Roger Pirates. From the memories he got, this man had met his wife, who also boarded Roger's ship only a few years ago and had to leave Roger's ship and follow his one love of his life after she finished her role on the ship of his former captain. Of course, this was with the consent of his captain and all his crewmates. Just recalling that kind of warm memory made Rob's eyes wet. After all, he had inherited his ancestors' warm emotions as well. If it was the previous Rob, his expression would have been as cold as ice. Rob continued to delve into the memories retrieved by photographic memory and stow them into accumulated, meticulous data. Rob finally finds out why his predecessor broke up with the Roger Pirates. In addition to love, he had an extremely rare and fatal disease that was diagnosed by the ship's doctor, Crocus himself. When the former Rob knew he would die in a few years, he decided to leave the crew and live a life without regrets, and since his wife loved him too, she decided to devote herself to him in archaeology and help him live his final years without regrets. He was going to die 2 years from now, but Rob caused him to die 2 years early. Rob knew that he could not die under any circumstances because he had obtained a true immortal body from the higher being or beings who had incarnated him in this world, so he was not worried at all. Death was his last concern at the moment. He probably wouldn't die once, never again. The life of former Rob was difficult at first, but since joining Roger Pirates he has found unparalleled joy and freedom. Just remembering it all brought a pure smile on his handsome face. Rob knew from the stored memories that his current body was proficient in 2 types of hockey, armament, and observation, and had a respectable level in both, as well as mastering in swordsmanship. The previous owner of his body was really strong and worthy of the title of a former member of Roger Pirates. His strength could be compared to a powerful vice admiral of the Navy. his talents were very good and admittedly and praised by Roger himself. If it wasn't for the deadly disease he was suffering which made his strength drop and his training made he stagnated, he would have become a strength of the admiral level. After getting to know the owner of his former body well, Rob sighed and thanked him inwardly from the bottom of his heart for giving him a lifetime opportunity that he had previously wished for, but he had not really dreamed of. The former Rob may have already died, but all his legacy has been left to the current Rob. My dear, are you contemplating the meaning of life alone again? Rob felt two warm hands embracing his being and pulling him into a warm embrace. As he was immersed in the memories, he didn't feel anyone sneaking up behind him discreetly. When he was to respond violently, the woman's familiar warmth had already invaded his being and made his stiff limbs loosen once more. He already knew who the woman hugging from behind at the moment was. She was his wife. Someone who never thought he'd meet her in his life, let alone as his wife. Not really knowing how to act or what to answer at the moment, he was starting to panic. But before he panicked, even more, a warm feeling penetrated his soul and cancelled out every negative feeling that was building up in his heart, and he became calm again. That feeling allowed him to obtain an image that could not be changed from now on. Now he was the real Rob, whether Rob from the pirate's world or Rob from Earth, they became one. This is a fact that cannot be changed. No, I've already found the meaning of life, I don't need to meditate on it anymore. Rob turned towards the beautiful woman with silvery white hair and bright blue eyes and smiled gently before giving an answer that made the woman's heart beat. The meaning of life cannot be found just by thinking about it. A person must live life with all its events until he reaches his own understanding of life, and this does not mean that it may be the correct answer, but no matter how wrong it is, the essence of the matter that he concluded himself is the important thing. Before she could even ask, Rob put his finger on the woman's lips and answered her as if he already knew her question before she even asked it. The white-haired woman was completely amazed at how positive change which comes from her husband at this moment. She can swear that she felt such an immense life force enveloping her husband that she could even revive the dead. Suddenly she had the feeling that she was standing before the king of all living things and not her husband himself. It seemed as if the current Rob was not the previous Rob at all. When will we get to your home, my dear? Rob removed his finger from her lips before asking curiously. The woman pressed the surging amazement in her heart and answered obediently. She knew that her husband was very powerful, but only today her impression of his power has changed to different heights. There's not much left. We'll be in O'Hara in 2 days. The group of guys is excited to be back home after all those travels full of knowledge. The woman inside his arms was releasing the mood of an unfathomable scholar at this moment. Yes, his wife was Nico Alvia herself. It seems that he will be the father of Nico Robin. Just thinking about it left his mind blank. My dear. My dear. He had already drowned in his endless chaotic thoughts. Chapter 3, Art's Publishing System. After sending Alvia away, Rob returns to check what he's got from the creepy voice. The first thing he wanted to understand and fully grasp his functions was the system he had obtained. Whether he will live well or die a miserable death, he will return to the efficiency of this unknown system so far. After all, if Rob doesn't manage to compose and publish the entire One Piece manga in this world, he will die at the hands of the creepy voice. And about the end of the One Piece manga that he's still far from really thinking about, at that time he can only formulate an ending of his own authorship, and he won't need to worry about that. Whether the ending is true or false, Rob won't care at all, because he will basically contribute to changing the future through the manga, and his very existence is going to change a very big plot in the story. For example, will he allow O'Hara to be destroyed as in the original? No way. Will he allow the death of his wife? What a joke, he was madly in love with her, if she died he would practically die, so also impossible. Will he allow his dear daughter to become hunted down by the world government and live the life of a homeless tramp? No way. Since all of this won't happen, Robin may not even be able to become one of the Straw Hats in the future. And according to all of the above, Rob assumed that creating his own ending for the manga according to what the story's path reached until the end of 2021 in the modern world would be the most appropriate solution. After all, he wasn't just an amateur fan of One Piece's but an insatiable lover of everything about One Piece, be it manga, Viver cards, the Deep Blue Book, or even hypotheses about a possible ending and storyline. He had it all in his photographic memory. He was qualified enough to infer his own end. Okay, now let's see what this art system is. System, tell me what are your functions, what can you do for me? The system can create a dimensional store called Art Store anywhere the host wants to set up. The art stores will be controlled by the system and the art produced by the host will be sold in the dimensional art stores safely and smoothly. The art stores are safe selling points, they cannot be destroyed or looted under any circumstances, even impossible to destabilize. The moment the host decides a suitable place to open the art store will become apparent to every intelligent being in the area. The art store looks smaller on the outside but is very spacious on the inside, and the host can design it however he wants. The art store will sell its services for the price, berry, extol, or other currency, set by the host. The host and the people selected by the host can teleport from one art store to another easily. For every successful sale of the host's art through the art store, the host will receive the corresponding amount of art points. Art points are the only currency that a host can use in the dimensional shop connected to the system. Your art system at level 1. You can create the art stores at level 1, 0/2. You can create a one art store in one region in level 1, level 2, level 3. You can raise the level of the art system with the EXP gained from the public's passion for your art. The more people like your art and buy it, the more EXP you get. The current, EXP 0/100. With one question the system gave him everything he needed to know at once. What could he say? This system was simple, very simple yet very cool. Simply the system will help him sell his art and attract people to his store. Within his dimensional art store, he would be invincible, just like a god. Everyone would be equal whether it was an ordinary person or a Yonko, it didn't matter. He can upgrade the system and get more dimensional art stores, thus getting more points of sale, more customers, more berry, and more art points. And don't forget that he can display drinks, sweets, and other modern items from Earth in his tavern inside his dimensional art store for people who want to use his secure dimensional art store as an internet cafe. In return, he will get the art points and berry, which is like hitting two birds with one stone. Let's not forget that he can also create other manga and display them in his stores. After all, he's not limited to One Piece manga alone. Of course, he will die if he doesn't complete the One Piece manga, but he won't die if he doesn't complete the other manga. That's the difference. All this made Rob really excited. His newly acquired artistic sensibilities came back to interact with his excited state. He wanted to start drawing so badly. He has the papers that he can modify as he pleases in any color, shape, and any size he desires. Just with some practice he can create the perfect volumes of manga, all thanks to the unfathomable paper devil fruit. And he has a photographic memory that records everything he saw about One Piece, whether in the manga or the anime, in boring details, and this is his real capital and what he will rely on to get fame and glory and save his life. And also a high-level talent for drawing, which will be a cherry on the cake. After all, he was a skilled painter in his previous life only in drawing by computer, but if he wanted to use his hands to draw, he couldn't do that at all. With this talent he can embody everything in his memory perfectly. He was really happy with his smart and perfect choices in the survey. It's good that he chose well and didn't miss the chance. That was because he really loves One Piece, or else he would have made stupid choices in the survey and caused a disaster for himself. The thing that really made him speechless was the immortal body that does not die. How the hell did he get this body? He didn't ask for this at all. No, it's better to say he didn't dare push his luck too far. All he asked was for him to be strong enough to protect himself and live a good life. This situation reminded him of a satirical novel he had read in his past life in which the protagonist had attained an ultimate and indomitable buff ability called immortality. Almost the same thing happened to him. The immortal body he obtained is no different from the immortality that Lin Fan obtained at all. The only difference is that he is under the threat of death if he doesn't fully achieve his interesting target and if he did not delight the higher beings who sent him here. Chapter 4, Paper Devil Fruit. It would be ridiculous if he said that he wasn't happy with his immortal body. He was destined to become an indomitable god in this world and possibly other worlds later. He has an immortal body, what more could he ask for? The more he thought about it, the more he felt his cells ignite with sheer enthusiasm. That feeling. That's adrenaline. It was the same feeling he had when he succeeded in penetrating the protection of the servers of the most powerful nations of his previous world and learning the secrets hidden away from the eyes of ordinary humans. Yes, he felt like a peerless being, as if he had gone back to the old days when he was nicknamed Net's Ghost. In the past, he was hiding in the dark like a sewer rat and not daring to stay outside for long. But now everything will be different. Rob looked at the warm sunshine on his face and felt satisfied. This world was so real. It looked more amazing than the real world. The sky was bluer than the sky above the earth and full of lining clouds on which other life forms might live, and the sea was bluer and full of rich sea life. It seemed as if the color of the water was really blue and not colorless. All this just shows how clean it is, this world, compared to his previous world that was already waiting for death, unfortunately. When he saw Alvia before and compared her to the beauty of the models in his memory, she seemed like an improved and more refined version of them, just like that perfect 3D he was once making. His wife was really beautiful. She was so beautiful that he felt so happy to have such a wife just by crossing into this world. He made a promise to himself that he would protect her forever and not let her suffer that miserable fate in the original story. After all, it was decided that he would not die in this timeline. Rob looked at his hands that had turned into rows of interlocking white paper with an analytical look. This was the first time he had used this paper devil fruit's abilities. He had tried making the paper he created from his hands become sharp and hard and had succeeded in doing so with some relative difficulty. As for Rob, he chose this devil fruit in order to use it to create manga volumes, not for use in combat. As for what he would use in combat from now on, it would of course be his sword until he found other fighting methods. After all, he was a powerful swordsman who mastered 2 types of hockey and could rival a powerful vice admiral of the Navy. Not only that, but he had a famous sword of a supreme grade and one of the 12 best swords that ever existed, Surigiri. A/N. Since the 12 swords haven't come out in full yet, I just created one of my imagination and added it to the story, that's a fanfic after all. Suragiri was a famous sword that was said to be able to slash the sky itself if its owner was strong enough, and this powerful sword followed the former Rob for many years even before he joined the Roger Pirates when Rob was just a lone wolf who gained the kindness of Roger and Rayleigh and joined him into the crew by force. It was because of the sword that he was able to catch the attention of someone of Roger level anyway. Rob came back from his ideas and used his rich imagination to create different shapes of papers. Getting used to the devil fruit was a difficult task at first, but with time Rob was able to adapt to creating paper and manipulating it somewhat skillfully. With his immortal body, he had infinite stamina. The problem that all devil fruit eaters had of rapidly depleting their stamina was never applicable to him. An immortal body had cells regenerating every second, his stamina was active all the time, he had an inexhaustible life force, it was an impossible existence embodied in human form that simple. As he continued to practice summoning paper and shaping it into different geometric shapes, different sizes, different thicknesses, and even different colors, the day flew very quickly. Rob spent the whole day in the stern of the ship, which was a place far from the eyes of others, and with the help of his observation hockey which he could use easily Rob avoided any attempts to investigate his situation but he didn't ignore Alvia's coming to check on him from time to time. And at night she came with a dish of delicious dinner in her hand. Rob quickly finished a dish and he went back to training. When she learned that he ate a devil fruit she was surprised but she didn't think much, between herself and her husband there weren't secrets, she loved him and he loved her. So she knew that he wouldn't hide anything from her. If there was one thing that really amazed her today was his energetic and abnormal state for which she had no explanation yet. After all, she knew that he would die in a few years and she was already ready to catch up with him in her heart, which was why he had been depressed the whole time since parting with Roger's crew and follow her, but now it was just the opposite as if he wasn't going to die. While she was thinking how good it would be for her gentle husband to live with her forever, she fell asleep with tired eyes and heavy thinking as she watched him train hard to summon and control the powers of the devil fruit. When Rob noticed that Alvia was sleeping on the cool wooden deck of the ship, he stopped training and quickly took her in his arms. She was like a sleeping angel in his eye. He sighed a little pity and walked towards their room on the lower deck of the ship. He knew that it was carrying deep sorrow over his previous fate, but he hadn't yet found a logical way to tell her that he would not die. Rob took it all in his heart and went down the stairs towards the basement of the ship. The ship was as big as a merchant ship, it had so many rooms that there were many partners on the ship, all of whom were archaeologists from his wife's team. To these archaeologists, Rob was a wonderful man who protected them from many pirates and dangers all the way to the West Blue, but his former shy nature prevented him from merging with them so deeply and for that reason he always went to the stern of the ship in order to question for the meaning of life. Rob was really wondering how this guy could confess his love for Alvia. When he came back to examine the memories, he almost fell from shock. Alvia was brave enough to admit to him. What a truly brave woman she was. Chapter 5, Arrival to O'Hara. Rob left Alvia on the bed and combed over her white and soft hair for some time. Although her hair was a little short, it was absolutely gorgeous. As if sensing his warm touch, Alvia smiled happily and sank deeper into a warm sleep. Rob exited the room and returned to the stern of the ship in order to train more and more on the abilities of the devil fruit. While turning his body parts into paper, remembering a female character from the anime of Naruto, she had the same ability that he currently has. Yes, Conan can use paper in a very good way even in combat. Through his photographic memory, he retrieved everything about Conan from the anime and manga and found that he could even fly with his devil fruit power, which was a pretty cool surprise. With one idea, a lot of black paper accumulated on his right side and formed a large black wing, and unlike this black wing, on his left side many white papers formed in a white wing, but it does not differ in size and precision from the black wing. Everything is different about them is the color. Rob looked like a half-angel and a half-fallen angel at this moment. His body was semi-papery as if he could really rising from the ship by relying on the force of the wind. He started flapping his paper wings and only rose slightly from the deck but fell back. Flying now was really difficult and needed a lot of training and skill. The most important thing Rob concluded was that it was possible. Only this was good enough. The more he trained, the more he discovered that this ability had truly unlimited potential. His immortal body helped him to develop the ability and raise its efficiency extremely quickly. In one day he raised his ability mastery level by at least 2 levels. He was sure that he could fly freely in 2 days at most if he continued to train with the same force. Rob didn't sleep all night and didn't feel like he needed it, so the morning sun shone on his face and he's still creating and scraping paper constantly. When he noticed that it was already morning, he had finally stopped training and rested a bit. After all, they would be in O'Hara at the end of this day, and he would start his revolution against the pirates' world as soon as he reached that island. Rob sat on his usual seat at the stern of the ship and drew the sword that had been hanging around his waist the whole time in a well-designed red metal sheath. Leaving the scabbard on the side, he looked toward the sword with the shiny black blade and the white patterns at the bottom of the blade. The sword was similar to the Zoro Shusue sword, but it was longer and looked stronger. The aura surrounding the sword was sharp as if it could cut anything just by getting close enough to it. Armament. Relying on his mental and even muscular memories, Rob tried to use his armament hockey to encase the sword. As expected, his hand turned ink black with a faint purple aura and began to cover the sword little by little. The sword didn't resist him and succeeded in completely enveloping the hockey. A sharp and indomitable power gathered in the sword, and with the swordsmanship skill that engraved in his bones, he directed the attack towards the sea. Boom. It happened so quickly as an air-cut energy blade shot its way, splitting the sea for 50 meters before the attack dispersed. This show was so amazing it caused everyone who was still asleep to wake up. The cut water rose by over 10 meters and caused a small rainbow to appear. This little experiment caused the ship to vibrate repeatedly with the waves. What's happening here? Is it a sea monster? Is a sea monster trying to sink the ship? Don't worry, we have Mr. Rob with us. Even if he is a sea king, he will be cut to pieces. Rob's experience really freaked out the crew, especially the people who woke up because of the commotion. Don't be afraid, it was me guys, I'm sorry, my training this time was too troublesome. What? Is there something on my face, you guys? Rob was surprised by the shocked looks from a group of archaeologists at this moment. Ah, Mr. Rob, then the previous commotion was because of your training. There is no need to apologize for something so simple. A man who seemed to be of particular stature among these scholars stepped forward and gently patted Rob on the shoulder as he spoke. Then I really appreciate your kindness. Rob wasn't one to deny the kindness of others, so he responded politely. Really strange, Mr. Rob, we have been at sea for a month now from New World to the West Blue, but this is the first time you have spoken to us so fluently without being shy and away. The group of archaeologists was made up of 5 women and 5 men, all partners. His wife was the leader of this team, but she was celibate before she met him when her team boarded the ship of Roger last year. They got close to each other on Roger's ship and even celebrated their wedding in a simple way on Roger's ship too. Those memories were among the happiest memories of former Rob. But the former Rob had a problem where he couldn't communicate well with people he didn't have a deep emotional connection with. The archaeologists from his wife's team were from the people he couldn't communicate with them very well. Every time he tried to communicate with them, he would get into an awkward situation where he would forget everything he wanted to say. This was a rare emotional disorder that former Rob suffered. For Roger's crew like Roger and Rayleigh and those naughty Shanks and Buggy and other strongmen like Bullet, Gabon, and the ship's Dr. Crocus, Rob had no problem communicating with them normally because they were his crewmates with whom he fought alongside and lived with for years. And Alvia was a special case because she was the woman who stirred the feelings of love within his heart, so he got over his emotional turmoil and was able to communicate with her smoothly with the help of the power of love. But this does not apply to other archaeologists who were also on Roger's ship. After thinking deeply about it, understanding why these men and women were surprised because they had been accustomed to the shy Rob for so long now. In their eyes now, that Rob who spoke with them so easily is not Rob they are used to. Don't worry guys, you can think I'm used to your presence, don't think about it too much. The men who patted his shoulder and the other scholars were speechless at this moment. If Mr. Rob has really gotten used to us, that's something to celebrate, isn't it, guys? The man's wife stepped forward and removed the mysterious atmosphere with her persuasive words. Yes, you're right, my dear. This really is an event worth celebrating. Alvia was also woken up by the commotion, although she was later than the others, but when she went up to the deck, she was surprised to see her husband talking freely and fluently with the members of her crew of archaeologists. She was also aware of her husband's psychological problems due to tragic events he had experienced in the past, and she was also aware of the difficulty of communicating with others for him. A sight like this made her feel really happy. The flight time kept running out, and this time Rob didn't practice perfecting his paper craft because he had already learned everything he needed but spent the rest of the time beside Alvia. Rob couldn't hide his huge change in personality from anyone else. After all, he wasn't Rob who was having emotional problems. He was Rob who really understood the meaning of life very deeply. Since he couldn't hide his shining and bright personality that was being suppressed in his previous world, he only unleashed it and left everyone else wondering what had happened in the world. Alvia became happier because her husband was much braver and more romantic than he was before, and she didn't care about anything else. After all, this was her husband and he was trying to please her right now. Why should she even think of anything else? At the end of the day, an island appeared, in its middle a huge tree, and was so tall that its branches touched the clouds and the EYES of the passengers of the ship. This was the Tree of Knowledge and the symbol of O'Hara Island. They were finally home. Chapter 6, The System Shop. O'Hara was a small island inhabited mostly by archaeologists. From the information he obtained from Alvia while he walking with her around the island's shore, the island's population was about 20,000. Most of them are concentrated in the city of O'Hara, located behind the Tree of Knowledge, and the rest are scattered around the few villages on the island. The island was self-sufficient and rich in arable land and rich forests with wildlife, which provided sources of sustenance for hunters. As well as the sea fishing is very good thanks to the warm sea currents surrounding the island, which brings an abundant amount of fish towards the areas around O'Hara. All this contributed to the fact that O'Hara Island is self-sufficient in terms of living and is dedicated to exploring the mysteries of unknown history. The return of the team of archaeologists from their trip this time was good news for the rest of the archaeologists in O'Hara, most notably Clover, who was a professor and director of the O'Hara Library and a leading authority on archaeology. All the colleagues of the profession at the Great Library of O'Hara were reunited within the Tree of Knowledge and were very happy that Alvia and the rest had returned safely from the New World. Regarding this, everyone was introduced to the person who helped get all the archaeologists back from their mission safe and unharmed, which was Rob, of course. At first, Alvia and her crew were worried that Rob would find it difficult to communicate with Clover and the others, but they were stunned when they saw Rob talking to them without problems. It was a truly amazing event. When they learned that he had become Alvia's husband, they fell silent for a moment in an utter stupor as they burst into cheers of amazement and happiness, and even Professor Clover was thrilled to see his student who was a long-time single finally she gets a husband. Even Alvia was embarrassed by their reaction, but Rob grabbed her hand and laughed at these archaeologists' wit. A Sleepless Night's title was a celebration of the newlyweds at O'Hara's Great Library. The next morning, Rob walks out of Alvia's house, which is now also his home since he is her husband. Yesterday, they drank a lot, and when they came back from O'Hara's library, they intertwined on a tumultuous night whose title was Making Love with All Their Ability. A/N, I don't see anything, see no evil monkey. Maybe last night will be the one that will produce little Robin. Rob's face was red right now. After all, this was their first night. They had never had any sexual contact before because they only got married a month ago and were at sea all the time, and they didn't really have the time to enjoy a real marriage, and this was also contributed to by even the former Rob, who was very shy. This means that the former Rob did not really marry Alvia, and it was the current Rob who consummated this marriage as it should be. Okay, well, forget it now, you can think about it later, Rob. Now it's time to start it all. Rob pulled himself out of his wild thoughts with difficulty. After all, his photographic memory had recorded every moment of yesterday's hot events. Needless to say, despite his enjoyment last night, he was not satisfied too much, because he had endless energy, and unlike him, his wife was very weak. Perhaps he should make her immortal somehow. Not thinking about it was as hard as climbing the layers of hell. Alvia's house is located in Knowledge Village, near the Tree of Knowledge. Rob was really puzzled about where he would open his art store. Will he open it near the Tree of Knowledge or go to the city and open it there? On the one side, he wanted to connect his dimensional store to one of the big icons in the story of One Piece, and on the other hand, he wanted to acquire customers faster. After all, most of O'Hara's residents live in the city. Rob stopped and sat on a public bench along the road to town, still within the Knowledge Village where the Knowledge Tree was. He wanted to ask the system about the art store so he could decide where to open it later. System. Does the location of the dimensional store inside the island matter? No, it doesn't matter. Why is it not important? When the dimensional store opens, everyone in the area will know about its existence. I assure you, everyone will be curious about it. Well, how do I open the dimensional store? A/N, dimensional store equals art store. The garden behind Rob was a lonely place to open his art store, as it would be adjacent to the knowledge library at that time. Look at where you want to open your art store and think about building a dimensional store. Before that, do I have any gift for beginners or something? Rob had forgotten about the matter, so he hadn't asked yet. The host already has a small gift. You have earned 10,000 art points. You can use them to shop in the system shop. Actually, Rob wasn't expecting anything but was surprised to get 10,000 art points. This was better than nothing. Rob looked toward the status window, which was very simple. Where it contains System Level, Level 1, 0/100. Art Store, 0, 0/2 Usable. System Shop, 10,000 art coins. He pressed the system store and saw a lot of modern items in every field being sold in the system store connected to the ground, but the most important thing Rob searched for and unfortunately did not find is the manga folders and anime discs. It seems as if the system does not have any loophole, anything it has to do with manga and anime, and is not available in the system shop, which means that he has to create all of this himself and without relying on external sources. Regardless, Rob was really happy with this kind of shop. He could even buy a commercial plane if he wanted to, and he had enough art points. Although the number of art points needed to buy a plane is in the millions, it's still a fair deal for Rob. At least a Mercedes-Benz can be bought for tens of thousands of art points. The more Rob saw the items available in the system shop, the more and more excited he was. Even the satellites were available. It was truly beyond imagination. Chapter 7, Opening the Dimensional Art Store. Rob had 2 art stores that he could open at level 1 of the system, but he believed that number would double at advanced levels. The world of pirates is so huge that Rob dreams of covering it completely so that every intelligent being in the world can enjoy the manga that the immortal Rob will compose from now on. In the future, Rob will have 2 main jobs to do. The first is to draw manga and the second is to take care of his family. Just thinking about what kind of fun life he's going to have from now on makes him feel so happy. Especially after thinking about how he would have a very cute daughter like little Robin. Just thinking about it made his heart flutter with happiness. Robin will definitely be his weak point in the future. Through the system shop he can even turn the pirate's world into a modern world with Earth specifications if he wants to. Rob returned to reality and finally decided to open his own store in the garden next to the Tree of Knowledge. It was now early morning when the sun had not yet risen. Southwest the place was empty as he was the only person in the garden. The moment Rob decided to open the dimensional art store, a strange phenomenon occurred where the space in the garden space began to distort, shrink and expand and a huge building began to form out of nowhere. Little by little the appearance of the building began to be completed until the distortions in space disappeared. The building in front of Rob looked very modern, exceeding even the specifications of the modern Earth, like a building from most advanced civilization even than the civilization of the Earth. It looked like a cinema building but more interesting. In the sky above the building, a luminous and three-dimensional advertising facade appeared, like a lighthouse, written on it in bold. Dimensional Art Store. Below it is a wide whiteboard, which obviously needs Rob to fill it. Ding. The owner can think of a single image to advertise in the storefront and an interesting sentence too. Soon Rob thought of a picture of the crew of Straw Hats gathering at the beginning of their journey in East Blue with the well-known title, One Piece, and the same image was magically imprinted in his mind in the huge advertising beacon hanging in the sky. Also a great marketing words also appeared under the name of the store. Dimensional Art Store. Where you can enjoy by the future of the world. This was totally miraculous. Rob was sure that only the blind couldn't see this on O'Hara Island, even ships in the distance could see the lighthouse-like Dimensional Art Store sign but with futuristic technology. Rob was stunned and speechless by the store's design, which seemed sophisticated, stunning, and impossible at the same time. The ad banner began hanging in the air and defying gravity as if gravity didn't exist at all. No matter how hard he tried, Rob didn't understand how this could work. The art store on the floor had the same advertisement but the store door was locked waiting for the owner to open it. Congratulations on opening your first art store. Available art stores, 1/2. The path to conquering realms through the art starts here. You've got a new title, Art Seller. Art Seller, from now on your words will have a certain level of persuasion to customers. Characteristics of the Dimensional Art Store at Level 1. Indestructible. The owner inside the art store is invincible. Customers inside the store can only be harmed by the owner. Teleportation between other dimensional art stores. Artistic items sold by the art store cannot be destroyed. The store can sell on its own without the need for the owner to be present. The Dimensional Art Store can evolve and get new features as the system level gets higher. Rob was absolutely stunned by the characteristics of the Dimensional Art Store, it was just too illogical. Items sold from this store cannot be destroyed. This means that whoever wants to destroy their manga-like world government is doomed to fail before they even try. Rob walked into the Dimensional Art Store and was amazed at the all-white space of the store and the vast interior that looked the size of a football field. The owner can modify the Dimensional Art Store as he likes. A mini-map of the Dimensional Art Store appeared on the window of the system, in which he could modify everything in the inner building with his thoughts. Rob didn't hesitate and divided the vast building into 3 sections. The first section, like a supermarket, has rows of shelves where hundreds of thousands of manga volumes will be placed for sale. The second section will be like an internet cafe where those who want to stay in the art store can choose their own soundproofed room so that they can immerse themselves in reading manga without disturbance, or in the trendy tavern in this section. And the third section will be his personal place, where he will create manga folders and use it for his personal convenience and teleportation between dimensional art stores. This section will be prohibited for customers to enter. Rob didn't forget to add the sanitary facilities such as the modern toilet, etc. in addition to the coffee machines and food vending machines that he bought from the system shop, and he spread them in the inner building between all the 3 sections. After all, these little guys will return him the art points he bought them within a short period of time once that the obsession with culture begins to spread among people in this world. Rob's art store may become safe rest points for pirates in this world. Well, Rob won't treat them harshly as long as they don't cause him trouble and give him art points. Rob imagined images of the Straw Hat Pirates in the saga of East Blue, the first part of the manga One Piece, where the images combine Luffy, Zoro, Nami, Sanji, and Usopp on the Going Merry ship, and decorated the walls of his store with many group and individual photos of the crew at the beginning of their journey, such as advertising on the external interface of the art store. These murals will change with each new arc. The interior space wasn't white anymore, it looked like a real 5-star manga store at that. After that, he didn't forget to put a list of strict laws in front of the door of the store to ensure that everything is organized without problems, and he didn't forget to put his full name as the owner of the store in the list, so as not to confuse anyone and think that this place has no owner. His full name was Roods D. Rob. Yes, the former Rob was a member of the D clan too. Regarding the laws in the Dimensional Art Store, it was like a heavenly will whereby the people who violated it will be dealt with by the Dimensional Art Store itself. Whether it is expulsion, ban, temporary punishment, or doubling the price will vary from law to law according to the seriousness of the laws that have been violated. Of course, there will be warnings before harsh punishment such as the final ban. There were many laws, but the most notable one it boils down to not causing trouble. Since the store itself was indestructible, these laws were basically just a formality to give the store a more formal character. In terms of working time, Rob decided to open the store during the day, 10 working hours in day. Ding. Would you like to apply the current design to all of your dimensional art stores? Yes or no? Yes. Rob didn't hesitate and decided that every art store he would open later would be like this as an initial design that, and he could change anything about later if he didn't like it. Chapter 8, The East Blue Saga, Romance Dawn. A/N, hope you all enjoy. Come on, I need more motivation, this fanfic is going to be a real masterpiece here. Paragraph. The appearance of the Dimensional Art Store caused a huge commotion minutes after its appearance, as it was especially eye-catching by the huge banner hanging in the sky inviting people to take a look at what was going on here. Those simple people who woke up early in the morning either for work or shopping were immediately attracted to their attention. After all, the location of the art store was close to the Tree of Knowledge and not far from the city, which was more densely populated. What amazed these people and confused archaeologists is how this huge building appeared out of thin air. Yesterday it was not present at all. Outside, people gathered every moment in front of the store to form a group of people wondering what is happening in the world. But inside, Rob was drowning in his own works, was drawing the first folder of the One Piece manga, Romance Dawn. The method of drawing was rather simple, but in Rob's hands, his work seemed fantastic to any artist, as he reimagined the events of the chapters he had read in the past in the volume he created with the power of the devil fruit. Before that, Rob had bought all his drawing supplies except paper with the art points he got as a starter gift. After buying all that plus the coffee machines and food vending machines he had previously bought, he only had 4,000 art points left. High-level drawing talent and photographic memory plus the title of beginner mangaka was the best combination ever, as it all resulted in chapter after chapter with precision beyond even the original by many levels, and the most important thing is that Rob used his devil fruit ability to give colors and sound effects to the drawings. Drawn by hand, this makes the manga much more lively and fun. Although Rob can simply embody what is in his memory with the ability of the devil fruit, it would take a superhuman mental strength that he, unfortunately, does not possess now. After all, manga chapters contain a lot of meticulous work, where a world is personified through drawing, which is not something he can embody as it is in his memory. Rob preferred to use his talent for drawing to keep things simple. With all these miraculous abilities, Rob took an hour to paint the entire first volume, which consists of 7 chapters from chapter 1 to chapter 7. This was the first arc of the East Blue Saga called the Romance Dawn. This arc sums up to show the story of how the protagonist Monkey D. Luffy acquired the abilities of the devil fruit. And also about the latter's desire and dream of becoming the pirate's king. Then Luffy sailed when he reached the age of 17 and met a boy named Kobe and helped him escape from a female pirate named Alvida. Finally, Luffy tries to convince pirate hunter, Roronoa Zoro, to join his crew while facing the tyrannical Navy captain Axehand Morgan. Rob recreated the first volume of manga One Piece in a very cool way. The drawing was very new and not as old as the original, and using the paper devil fruit, Rob really succeeded in giving life to the legendary manga. Rob was thrilled with the successful start of production and was very anticipating how the people of this world would react to this manga. Now that he's finished with the drawing already, the rest of the work won't be difficult at all. This time, too, it would depend on the devil fruit's ability to copy the original volume he had drawn into thousands of other volumes. Since he had drawn the first 7 chapters already, he could copy it with the devil fruit ability quite easily. So it took him another hour to transcribe more than 10,000 entire volumes of 7 chapters. Rob didn't feel physically exhausted because he was immortal, and he didn't feel mentally exhausted either because he was a strong person. He can't be tired just to use devil fruit abilities for 2 hours. Copying is much easier than embodiment after all thing. The copy method was much simpler as he could copy anything drawn in the created paper to his ability by simply coming into contact with the paper he had previously created. In this way, he made thousands of volumes and actually put them on shelves where they would be sold from now on. Seeing the earlier empty shelves filled with manga volumes, Rob felt a sense of accomplishment enveloping his being. After careful consideration of the average financial condition of the O'Hara people, Rob decided the price for 1,000 berry per volume. In addition, this price was the minimum allowed by the system. For archaeologists and well-to-do citizens, this price was really just a symbolic price, and for the poor also they could afford it in various ways. All Rob really cares about is art points. As long as he gets more art points he'll be fine. Berry is just an extra bonus for him. He will get art points from the customer's satisfaction. If the customer is satisfied with reading the manga and has a desire for more, he will get more art points in addition to the EXP that will be the important factor to raise the level of the system. Now is the time for the important moment. Rob walked steadily to the store's reception counter, which is in the front of the interior space right near the door, here where he could receive customers and start the official sale. Open. The moment he finished speaking, the golden-colored shop gate opened wide, welcoming the first batch of customers. Outside, the crowd of dozens of men and women noticed the gate of the mysterious store slowly opening. They were finally ready to explore what was inside this divine building. What kind of art could be found behind those golden gates? And what kind of art where you can enjoy with it by the future of the world? The world froze at this moment as if Pandora's box was being to opening at this moment. No one felt the laws of the world that seemed to tremble right now. Especially the law of fate. Paragraph. Chapter 9, Reading the First Volume of One Piece. Paragraph. My dear. How can you create a profitable business like this without even telling me? Alvia stood beside Rob and grumbled nonstop since she was drawn to the mysterious building that had opened near their house and came to take a look to discover that her husband had opened an art store without even telling her. She felt wronged as any other wife who is not told of her husband's plans. All the shyness she had been feeling about last night's hot events had disappeared, but, unfortunately, the pain from her lower area hadn't gone away yet. Rob was speechless because he discovered a new side of his wife today, how scary she was when she got angry. Even Rob felt threatened and hurried to put out the fire before it caught on. Not like that, it's not at all. This is the power of my devil fruit. I was just discovering its potential and I didn't mean to create this building in the first place. After accidentally creating it, I had this interesting idea for manga drawing. Rob had thought about this matter well before. Anything abnormal could only be explained by something abnormal like the devil fruit. As expected, Alvia didn't suspect it at all because after all, this building had appeared out of thin air. Its only explanation was the ability of a devil fruit. Isn't your ability to make paper only? No, I found out that it is much more than that. Hearing this, Alvia didn't want to push the matter too much and turned her attention to the many people who walked in and out of the store with beaming faces, carrying what her husband called manga volumes with them. There were a lot of children with their parents and the young men too, male or female. Everyone who could read and could afford the price of a manga book was here. Besides, this place gave them a feeling of absolute safety. It was a strange and inexplicable feeling, but for some reason, they were sure that as long as they were here they would not die at all and the god of death could only wait outside. In addition, this place had strange delicacies such as hamburgers, pizza, cans of Coke in those refrigerator-like vending machines, and cups of coffee that had never been seen before in this world. The taste of canned coffee was especially intoxicating. Once they tasted it they felt addictive, so they would not be able to go back to their usual coffee anymore. In fact, the appeal of these products has even surpassed the manga volumes themselves. After all, these people wouldn't be drawn into the story so quickly because they needed to read it first. Director Clover. Director Clover. What? Why all this disturbance, Zadie? Clover was busy studying the latest research on the Punglifs that Alvia's mission delegation had returned when he annoyed by his annoying student. Something big has happened outside. Look at this here. This is called a manga volume that is being sold in a mysterious building called the art store that has opened next to the library. By the way, the person who opened this store is Mr. Rob, Alvia-san's husband. Enough. I see, stop and give me this. This Zadie was incredibly chatty. From the moment he started talking it didn't end until Clover stopped him. Clover took an interesting comic book from Zadie and the first thing that really surprised him was the title of this book. One Piece. Isn't this the legendary treasure on the final island? Only from the title did someone like Clover who put his heart and soul into the study of history immediately became interested. After all, this man was one of the few people can be counted them all on the fingers of one hand, who knew some of the secrets buried around the Old Kingdom and the One Piece. So Clover opened the first page of this book unaware of the huge change this book would bring to this world and also unaware that hundreds of O'Hara people just like him had just opened Pandora's box. Clover's eyes gleamed with vague excitement as she fell upon the art depicted in a very exquisite manner. Isn't that the great pirate Gold Roger? Why do they say here that he is the Pirate King? Wait. Execute him. Wealth, fame, and power, the men who owned everything in this world, King of the Pirates, Gold Roger. The last words he said before his execution inspired people across the world to set out to sea. Roger, my treasures. If you want them, I'll give them to you, look for them. I left them all in that place. Men are now chasing their dreams heading toward the Grand Line. The world is now entering the great age of pirates. Clover felt a kind of excitement he had never felt before throbbing in his heart after seeing this page. He couldn't think of anything else anymore and continued reading the volume. The more he reads the more he loves everything about this book, from the child protagonist Luffy who ate a devil fruit as dessert to the red-haired Shanks, and his adorable attitude when he told that brigand he could pour drinks on him, throw food at him and even spit at him. Maybe he will laugh at it and pass it on, but whether the reason is good or not, no one can hurt a friend to him. This sentence was very inspiring to Clover as he felt it carried a lot of emotion, which was embodied in the clip of Shanks sacrificing his arm for Luffy. No matter how Clover tried to think, he didn't remember the existence of a young, benevolent, and most importantly so strong pirate that he could scare a sea monster with just one look in this world. With this, Clover made sure that this story was fictional only for the sake of entertainment, and he did not connect it to the future at all, not only him but everyone else who read this volume. Since they thought these characters were fictional, they liked the heroes of the story like Luffy, Zoro, Shanks and his crew, and even minor characters like Kobe, Makino, and the good people of Fusha Village. but they felt some negative feelings towards the evil characters like Higuma, Alvida, Axehand Morgan, and his son Helmeppo, all of which only showed how attached they were to the entertaining story from the start. Ding. Plus 10 art points from Lundolf. Ding. Plus 15 art points from Maya. Ding. Plus 22 art points from Christoph. Ding. Plus 100 art points from Clover. Ding. Plus 95 art points from Nico Alvia. Ding. Plus 6,034 art points from 100 other people. Rob turned off the annoying sound of system notifications and glanced at the amazing amount of art points that started pouring down on him like rain and still going on. Rob noticed something interesting is that the names of ordinary people were less bright on the front of the system, but the names of well-known characters like Clover and his wife Alvia were brighter, and not only that, they provided much more art points than ordinary people. There were even regular people who gave 1 art point, no comparison with Clover and Alvia who gave 195 respectively. And yet Rob has understood little of how this complex reward system works. Ding. Plus 100 people have completed reading the first volume, plus 100 EXP. System upgraded, 100/100. Level 2 of the system, 0/1000. Paragraph. A/N. What do you think of the progress of the story so far? You can give me your ideas for developing the story in the comments, I will take it seriously. And I hope you'll leave a review for the novel and more power stones. Thank you all. Chapter 10, Alvia is pregnant. Paragraph. Level 2 of the system, 0/1000. Available art stores, 1 out of 5. Inventory feature added to art store. From now on the owner can use the interior space of a specific room of the art store as a portable inventory. Rob was happy when he finally leveled up the system, but he was even happier with the new feature he got. The inventory was very useful after all. I see that you are very happy as you smile for no reason, my dear. Alvia, who has just finished reading her husband's intriguing story, returns to her surprise to see her husband smiling strangely. Previously when she was reading the One Piece manga, she knew Shanks, that little boy on Captain Roger's ship, with a glimpse and was sure that her husband had really come up with his future looks and qualities, but she was confused as to why her husband gave his captain such a cruel fate as execution. Although he made him the king of the pirates in the story. Anyway, she was willing to ask Author-san about all this. Ah. Why can't I be happy when I have a beautiful lady like you by my side? Rob pulled Alvia into his arms, and the beautiful lady shivered like a cat whose tail was being pressed. Since her husband is changed, her usual bravery had become like dust. He had always teased her like this until now, but in fact, she secretly liked it. This was the kind of relationship to have wanted to live. There are people looking at us, you know. Aren't you a respectable store owner? Act like one. Alvia's face, that a bit brown, was redder with each passing second. So what? We are husband and wife. I'm just flirting with my wife here. Besides, I'm the god here, and you are the god's wife. Don't care about humans. Alvia was stunned by his words at this moment. Rob paused for a moment when he discovered something that left his mind blank and then continued speaking after emerging from his stupor. Alvia, you don't have to worry and fear constantly. I will never die. How can I die and leaving my wife behind me and this little baby who's starting to form here? Rob touched Alvia's belly and spoke very gently. He had already decided to remove Alvia's constant anxiety and tell her the truth. Alvia shivered so hard that tears began to fall from her eyes. You. What did you just say? Upon thinking, Rob and Alvia disappeared from the reception desk and moved into a 5-star hotel design room, which Rob created in his personal section. Alvia didn't even feel like they had moved, but she still felt the soft bed underneath. But none of that matters at the moment because all her focus is on what she heard from Rob. The devil fruit I ate is very powerful. Even now I don't know its name. It was the reason for destroying the disease I was suffering from, so I won't die. No need to think about this again. Rob felt remorse for lying to his wife, but as soon as he saw her stunning smile at this moment, his regret flew out the window. I'm happy. I'm very happy. This is the best news I've ever heard in my entire life. I think Captain Roger and your crew comrades will be happy too. She hugged him tightly as she spoke non-stop, happiness evident on her pretty face. Yeah, I think so too. But the most important thing now is this. Rob pointed to his wife's belly, laughing happily. Didn't you hear my previous words? We're going to be parents. Here, I can feel a little life taking shape in your womb, my dear. That means you're pregnant. Huh. I'm pregnant. Alvia was shocked and didn't know how to respond at all. Even Rob at the moment was above the clouds, since he was so busy before that he didn't focus his senses well around his wife, only when she got close enough to him to notice the little life aura in her stomach via the observation hockey. Rob was already expecting his wife to get pregnant soon, but he didn't really think it would be so fast. Yes, you are pregnant. I found this out with my hockey. You and I are going to be parents in the near future. Alvia couldn't believe that life would give her 2 big surprises in one day. Rob hugged Olvia and they fell onto the king-sized bed. He was so excited he wanted nothing more than to hug her and sleep beside her for as long as possible. Let's forget everything else. Today we celebrate the first day of our little girl in her mother's womb. Rob was sure that the little seed in his wife's womb was Robin. Our little girl. Do you already know the gender of the baby? Even Olvia marveled at this. The gender of the baby can't be determined yet, but I have a feeling it will be female. Olvia smiled happily when she saw the look of longing on her husband's face and decided to believe his words. Well, I believe in you. Rob hugged Olvia deeper into his embrace and began to whisper in her ear. Robin. Our baby's name will be Robin. Paragraph. Chapter 11, Immortal Drop of Blood. Paragraph. A whole day has passed, as the husband and his wife have disappeared from the sight of the people of O'Hara Island who begin to come to the art store in droves. No one knew that the husband and his wife celebrated the arrival of their beloved child in a very wild way, which boiled down to playing hot games all night long. After all, the bed beneath their bodies were too soft, it would have been a waste not to put it to good use on such a joyous occasion. Thus Rob's third day passed on the island of O'Hara. He was too exhilarated to ask for more, for it would damage his immortal heart. Yesterday the EXP and art points kept accumulating on Rob, but it started to slow down eventually. After all O'Hara residents can't buy his manga within a day. So to speed up his plans, Rob thought of taking a trip to important places in the pirates' world and setting up art stores in their areas. Rob was pleased with the teleportation ability of his art store so that he wouldn't be late for his wife and could return the moment the art store building was successfully erected. Rob. What's up, my sweetie? Rob came out of his thoughts and looked at his sexy wife in his arms, her naked body glued to his, not wanting to get away at all, just cramping in her husband's arms like this gives her an indescribable feeling of safety. You're not going back to the pirates of Captain Roger, are you? Olvia wasn't really worried about this matter, because after all, she would follow her husband even to hell if he decided to go to him, but she still had such a bond with O'Hara that it was hard for her to leave without feeling pain. I really didn't think about it before, but since you already mentioned it, I will answer it. If he was the former Rob he would probably really return to his crew after he healed, but the current Rob, despite having the affections of his former body owner, is not the same person after all. Rob now has a manga to draw, he doesn't have time to go back to Roger's pirates. Besides, he has a family to take care of and a baby girl to raise. Where will he find time to pirate it? I'm not going back. My trip on Roger's pirate's ship has already ended. Since life has given me a new chance because I really understood its meaning, I will live it with you and Robin. Are you really? You're not doing this for me? Isn't someone as strong as you whose true place is in the sea? Although Olvia is secretly happy with her husband's decision, she still does not want to destroy his dreams just because of her selfish thoughts. What if he cancels his dreams for her? She will feel very sad if this is really the case. Haha, just because I decided to stay with my family doesn't mean I'll cancel my dreams and live a normal life, my sweetie. I will be the mangaka king. After all, this path is much more dangerous than even the path of the pirate's king. Even without going to the sea I will make him come to me. I am the one who should ask you, Olvia, the future will be dangerous by my side. Are you sure you will stay with me? Olvia didn't really understand what her foolish husband was telling her at the moment, but she would understand these words in the future, though she wouldn't regret her decision, neither now nor in the future. She hugged him tightly and stole his lips in a deep kiss, while she moaning with pleasure. Whatever you mean, I will be with you forever and I will not regret it. I have decided that you will be my husband. I will not be a real woman if you leave your footsteps in this life just for its small challenges. The correct answer. Rob bit his tongue before kissing Olvia by the mouth and allowing a little of his blood to slide straight down her throat. When she was enjoying his kiss she felt a strange but not bad taste slithering down her throat, and seconds later she felt the blood in her body boiling hot, but it didn't cause her any trouble. Her current feeling was the same as the phoenix's feeling when doing nirvana. Just like the feeling of rebirth. This feeling. Don't worry, I activated my devil fruit power on you. From now on you will remain young and you won't get old. Your life force will also rise a lot and it will be difficult for you to die in the future even under the bombardment of hundreds of cannons. He had no choice but to lie, right now because he didn't want his wife to feel anything wrong. The devil fruit was the best candidate to save him from this situation. Before he did, Rob asked the system about his physical condition and discovered that his blood could make a person semi-mortal, meaning that Olvia, as long as she wasn't beaten to death, would live forever. Even the color of his blood was surrounded by a mysterious golden glow. Rob wasn't too surprised after all. His blood was immortal. A single drop of it could bring people back from the door of death, let alone give false immortality. It was the least he could do for his wife at the moment. After all, it wasn't a god to make her completely immortal like him, but it was fine. He'd make sure to protect her so that she wouldn't get hurt. Is this real? Any woman who was calm and sober, if she heard that she would be forever young and beautiful, couldn't remain calm any longer. Her reaction was so amazing even though Rob didn't tell her the real benefit she got and only told her the side effects. He doesn't know what her reaction will be when she learns that she has become semi-mortal and can live forever. I am the man who will become the Pirate King. Ha ha ha, you have to defeat a sea monster first, or do you think you are Luffy-san? Of course, I will defeat even a sea king if he appears in front of me. Ha 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 ha, what? Do you think now that you are Shanks-san, seriously? Rob walked the streets of O'Hara City hearing the kids playing and role-playing at their favorite manga characters. Just seeing the happiness of these little kids talking about their favorite characters made Rob happy. He decided today to release the next arc from the manga, can't wait to draw that. Oh look, it's Rob-san. What? Rob-san. Where? He's there. It really is. Divine Store Owner-san, please release the next chapter. We want to know where Luffy and Zoro will go after Shell's Town. It wasn't just the kids who gathered around him, even the adults. After all, Rob has become a celebrity in O'Hara. His mystery, his power, and his artistry, it have been taken captive the simple inhabitants of O'Hara by it all. Rob has become like Professor Clover in their hearts, in the span of a day. That was the scary thing about culture, it can spread like wildfire, downing ideas and contributing to the rising of other ideas. Don't worry, today I'm releasing the second volume. I've already put the release times announcement on the store list, you can check it out. Rob disappeared from the scene very quickly, leaving the silhouette of his picture behind him as soon as he finished speaking because he noticed so many WOMN looking at him with love in the crowd. Rob didn't want his wife to see him in a dangerous situation like that. Paragraph. Chapter 12, The Mangaka King. The world government's #1 enemy. Paragraph. That was a bit exhausting. After 5 hours of work, Rob had finally finished transcribing about 100,000 copies of the first volume. By now that number was enough to strewing it on the 4 seas in his near plans. Yes, Rob decided to establish at least one art store in the 4 seas, and spread the manga culture little by little in the 4 seas. After all, who would care about the story of the adventure of some child pirates, being sold on the 4 seas? Well, maybe no one, yet. At first, Rob was eager to wreak havoc on the entire world, and not to think of anything else. That was his nature. Rob was a natural evil and chaotic person. In his past life he would steal celebrity private information and throw it in the open just for fun. He was a devil who wanted to see the world on fire. These were his thoughts even before yesterday. From the moment he felt little Robin in Alvia's belly, the thunder seemed to explode in his head at that moment, as if cold water had been poured on him. His sinister enthusiasm was instantly suppressed and he began to think carefully about the consequences of his actions. Rob was sure that he would become the #1 enemy of the world government in the future. Yes, it will be the first. Neither the Pirates King nor the leader of the revolutionaries. The Mangaka King will be the #1 thorn in the world government's throat that they have to remove at any cost. Someone who can drawing the future and present it to the world as if he was selling cabbage. What the hell is this? Even the heavens would want to destroy such a person, not to mention the rulers of the world. The more he thought, the colder his body became. Although he was immortal, and although his wife and child could be guaranteed to be protected from the world government at any cost, he couldn't protect his clients if the world government chose to start a global massacre and terrorize people from buying his stories. If that really happened, he would die at the hands of the divine platform without even the world government interfering. This was extremely terrifying. Only now did he know that this game wasn't as easy as he had initially thought at all. If he didn't raise the level of the system quickly and quietly and without attracting much attention, he would die a miserable death. The system and its functions were his only hope against the world government and not just his immortal body. With this, Rob decided to raise the level of the system in the 4 seas first so that he could obtain powerful functions from the system at its advanced levels, and then at that time he could head to the Grand Line and let his art really spread all over the world. If it wasn't for Robin he would have gone to the Sabaody archipelago in order to open the art store, then his cover would explode with lightning speed. He would have done a really stupid thing, he would regret it very much. Rob was grateful for his little Robin even before she was even born. Rob rearranged all his cards again and really started planning what he should do from now on. Only now did he know that the divine platform that sent him here wanted to watch something interesting and not just a stupid man walking where his stupid actions lead him. The death of such people would be quick. In fact, if the divine platform hadn't told him that he would die if he hadn't finished his goal, he would have been just like those idiots. So he was glad that the divine platform gave him real stimulation. Rob was currently in his own section of the art store. Before, he had modified a room so spacious that it could accommodate dozens of ships inside, and chose it as his inventory space. This room had no doors, no nidos, he could only access it through his system, which was really what was called inventory. The new functionality of the system was really cool, the main point being that he could choose an inventory from other art stores and incorporate it into his inventory so he could always expand it. Subsequently, Rob placed all 100,000 copies of the first volume in the inventory. All the new functions had to do with art stores, and Rob put his hope in the kind of functions he'd meet at level 3, level 4, and the advanced level. His fate will depend on them after all. His third day on the island was still far from over. Rob noticed that the manga volumes were decreasing at dizzying rates in just 2 days. He created 10,000 volumes, but only 7,600 volumes remain, which means that 2,400 manga volumes were sold in 2 days, and this number is still rising. Since the store could sell on its own, Rob didn't really care about the sale, but he still went back to the store window in the system to keep track of the sale statuses. All this can be displayed in his system. If the customer doesn't pay 1,000 berry, he can't get the folder off the shelves, no matter how hard he tried to pull it off, but once he leaves the money on the shelf where the folder is, he can pull it off at that time. The money then teleports to the store locker and is seamlessly organized into Barry's papers for Rob to pick up. The same with food vending machines and silent rooms rental. If the customer doesn't leave the corresponding money, he will not benefit from these services no matter how hard he tries. So Rob doesn't even have to take care of the store, he can just rest at home and draw manga. The system was truly divine. He could even withdraw his money from the system as if he was withdrawing it from the bank. It was really convenient. He will never lack money that way. After noticing the art store, which is still very lively and full of people who are accustomed to its delicious coffee in the trendy tavern, Rob finally decided to leave O'Hara, and this time his destination was another sea of the 4 seas. South Blue. Once he said goodbye to Olvia, Rob ran away from Professor Clover and his group of pesky archaeologists who desperately wanted more One Piece volumes. Under the laughter sounds of Olvia and the females archaeologists, Rob spread his angelic wings and flew far, to south. Leaves fell behind his path and gradually crumbled into nothingness. Everyone who saw his flight scene froze in his beauty. His black and white wings were large after all. Paragraph. A/N, come on, more power stones and more reviews, for more chapters. Chapter 13, Bait-Rilla Island. Paragraph. This is really amazing. The feeling of flying for the first time was simply wonderful for Rob, who was able to experience thanks to his well-developed devil fruit. Looking at the huge red continent getting closer to seeing him more and more, Rob felt in awe. Without hesitation he started soaring more and more towards the sky, like a bird that no obstacle could block its way in the sky. Rob pierced the clouds, and finally saw the end of the red continent. For a moment Rob thought he had traveled to Mars. Everything was red and desolate on the horizon. In the end, Rob crossed the red line and officially entered the South Sea. Before Rob left O'Hara, he had taken with him a map of the 4 seas. After all, the great library of O'Hara had plenty of them. He also took a magnetic compass showing south from north and east from west, so as not to get lost. After all, this compass still works well in the 4 seas as long as he does not enter the turbulent Grand Line. Well, which place would I choose now? In front of Rob, the scene of the blue sea stretched endlessly. This world was really big, as despite flying at a relatively fast speed it took him an entire day of non-stop flying or rest to get out from the West Blue and enter the South Blue. He even started thinking about buying a fighter plane from the system shop that can break the sound barrier and practice driving it so that he can travel quickly in this world. Just thinking that he has been away from his beloved wife for a whole day now and is still away makes him feel pain. Okay, it's decided, I'll go to Bait-Rilla. Bait-Rilla was the home of Porges de Rouge, his captain's wife. Well, this isn't the first time Rob has been to Bait-Rilla. Not the current Rob, but the former Rob, and Roger pirates came here a lot. Perhaps if this island didn't exist, Roger would have become a pirate's king in a much shorter period of time than the original. The deeper Rob digs into his predecessor's memories the bigger his smile becomes, but when he remembered the cruel fate of the captain's gentle wife in the future, Rob felt a sharp pain tearing his heart out. Rob didn't choose Bait-Rilla Island in vain but chose it for 2 reasons, the first to meet his crewmates again, and the second to save Porges de Rouge from her miserable fate. Rob took the map of the South Blue and the compass from his inventory and examined the map well, before choosing the appropriate route towards Bait-Rilla Island. Although he had been to South Blue and Bait-Rilla Island in particular, but he wasn't the crew's navigator, wouldn't have bothered to remember the way back. Armament hockey covered his paper wings, turning completely black, and the immortal blood inside his body erupted in a berserk state before sprinting at breakneck speed in a single line, leaving a black path behind him. If he hit someone at his current speed, only dust would remain. The weather on Bait-Rilla Island was as calm today as it has been on other days. As long as those pesky pirates didn't come to this island again, it would naturally be calm. But the calm atmosphere that these simple residents enjoy is about to be shattered from this day forward. A human meteor fell from the sky in a black arc without being able to stop then. Boom. On the beach of Bait-Rilla Island, the sand was scattered and the earth was torn apart, as a man in tattered clothes came out the deep hole that had formed in the shore with a satisfied smile. Although I can't handle the breaks well, it's still a good way to travel long distances. Well, only an immortal like me can use such a very consumptive method of hockey and stamina. Rob was laughing at the sharpness of his wits at this moment until he saw a group of villagers pointing their fingers at him with terrified expressions as they chanted the words, "A strange beast, how can such a tallness size exist in the world? Why did he even fall from the sky without turning into meat paste? I told you he was a beast but you guys don't believe me, comma." Only now does Rob realize that his clothes and the last memory of his former body owner have been torn apart by the missile flight since he didn't protect them with hockey. With lightning speed, Rob returned to the hole he came out of. And he bought a very high-end, Gucci clothing set from the system shop. After confirming that he had turned into a real masterpiece, he finally came out of his hole again. This time the villagers' expressions changed from fear to stunned. For now, Rob looked like a model, needing only applause to complete his perfect entry scene. As he wanders through this familiar town, Rob feels nostalgic. After all, whether he likes it or hates it, memories of his predecessor still leave their stamp on him. But he really didn't feel any rejection towards his ancestors' memories. Since coming to this world, he had considered his predecessor like his lost half who had all the qualities he didn't have in his previous life. So above all from his predecessor with pleasure. Within Rob's soul now coexist good and evil, shyness and courage, strength and weakness, love and hate, boredom and enthusiasm. He have become a complete human being in this life. Under the scorching glasses of the townspeople of Beit Rilla, Rob walked towards the center of town, where he would open his new art store. Not at all interested in people looking at him. After all, those people would be his dear customers later and get used to his majestic presence. Little did Rob know that it was his amazing and trendy clothes that attracted these people. It was their only thought at this moment. What a great shot! Where did this man come from? Is he really from outside of this world, as those who saw him fall from the sky say? Paragraph. Chapter 14, Level 3 of the system, and opening the second art store. Paragraph. Ding. Plus 1000 EXP. The system has been upgraded. Level 3 of the system, 0/5000. Plus 8-dimensional art store. Art stores available to use, January 13th. The compatibility feature has been added to the art store. From now on any living creature can harmonize with your store and its items, no matter how its size, a big giant or small dwarf, even a blind person can regain their sight in your store. The moment a giant or dwarf approaches the art store will become a normal human size, the items he buys in the store will be proportional to his size when he exits the art store as well. With the attribute of compatibility, even gods can transform into mere mortals in your store. What an amazing feature! As I expected, the higher the level of the system, the more and more authoritarian the features of the art store became. Even a blind man can temporarily restore his sight inside the art store under the influence of the compatibility attribute. This was simply too much. Rob was satisfied with the new feature, that even giants and dwarves of this world could become his clients. The hell, even huge sea kings could enter his stores if they wanted to. Rob was currently in a bar in downtown Beit Rilla and had already decided to set up his store nearby. But before that he must first contact the mayor of this town and buy the plot of land legally. After all, he is not a pirate anymore, he can only take what doesn't belong to him without caring for anyone. This will only damage his image as a seasoned investor, and will be of little use to him. Regarding his first art store in O'Hara, that public garden where he opened his art store originally belonged to the Great Library, but Professor Clover didn't even want to accept his money for that piece of land. In Clover's eyes, as long as Rob was drawing more of one piece, he wouldn't even care if he took another plot of land. After obtaining information about the mayor's house from the female owner of the bar who was fascinated by his charm, Rob hastily left, unwilling to mingle with these people any longer. Beit Rilla Island had a temperate tropical climate, it was really great to live in. Along the way, Rob consulted the locals about the mayor's house and was soon led there. Rob then makes a deal with the mayor, who is a cheerful old man. After learning why Rob came looking for him, he was surprised at first but quickly became happy. He was welcoming a young investor like Rob after all. As planned, Rob bought the plot of land from the mayor for 5 million berries in the contract the two parties signed. And now, it's time for magic. Under the gazes of a small crowd of townspeople, Rob waved his hand and the void began to shrink and expand rapidly until it turned into an art store identical to the one in O'Hara by all accounts. Gosh! What just happened? How did such a building appear out of thin air? All the people who were on the street were deeply surprised by the change that occurred in their surroundings. After all, it is not every day that they witness such a magical event. Even the old man the mayor was dumbfounded. You boy, you are a user of the devil fruit ability, right? Rob looked toward the mayor with a smile and only gave a nod of approval. Ding! Congratulations on opening your second art store. Do you want to keep or modify the original design? No, I leave it as is. Want to buy the same items that are in your first store? Food vending machines, coffee makers, alcoholic beverages, etc. Buy. Do you want to fill your store shelves with manga items or not? Put 10,000 volumes on the shelves and leave the rest in inventory. Rob used the store window system for some simple settings, before turning around to the crowd of townspeople that was getting bigger and bigger. As the storefront beacon was like magic, it could attract anyone. Under the new compatibility feature boost, even the blind people, they would be attracted here this time. Like a moth to a flame. Hello everyone, I'm Rob, a new investor in Beit Rilla town. Don't worry, you can consider me your new neighbor from now on, because I've already bought my own plot of land from Mr. Mayor. Rob entered the gentleman's mode and he started throwing the nonsense here and there, the main point being that his nonsense was like heavenly music in the ears of these simple people at this moment. What is their fault if they are listening to a high-level marketer from the 21st century, and not only that but someone who had shares worth billions in big companies, under false names of course. He was such a person, he would even shine among the rocks, not to mention ordinary humans in South Blue. Rob talks about what he will sell them from now on, manga and various other items in such a highly marketable way that stars are literally forming in the eyes of these simple residents. They were excited to come in and experience the kind of art this divine store sold. They didn't at all doubt the veracity of what the owner had said. After all, the shape of the divine store was something they had never seen before. His attraction was too great after all. Paragraph. Chapter 15, The East Blue Saga, Orange Town Arc. Paragraph. Ding. Plus 16 art points from the merchant Haney. Ding. Plus 11 art points from the tavern owner, Miss Marison. Ding. Plus 20 art points from the child Ollie. Ding. Plus 35 art points from Mayor Ludd. Rob has turned off the notification sounds again and he is back to taking care of the important work at his hand now. Yes. He was drawing the second volume of One Piece manga at the moment. Exactly the same way he created the first volume, he was excited to finish the second volume. It's already been half a day since Rob successfully opened his second art store here in Bait Rilla. Just like in O'Hara, the scene was packed with enthusiastic people in the art store here in Bait Rilla. It's good that the store's interior was large enough to accommodate them all. For the people of Bait Rilla town, this place was simply divine. The new food they have to pay its price to get out of those refrigerator-like machines. And the chocolatey coffee mugs that those long-nosed machines can take out with a simple push of a button. All this was new and interesting for the Bait Rilla people who were accustomed to the life of the villagers. Even the O'Hara people were more modern than them. In fact, what intrigued those people who had no real entertainment in Bait Rilla was the manga volumes that the store sold, their shelves stretching in long rows along an entire section of the divine store, which seemed miraculously larger on the inside. The owner, Rob, really didn't give this place its right when he described it previously. This was what was on the minds of those people who flocked to the store happily. Everyone with the money bought at least one manga book. In the span of half a day, the art points and EXP increased dramatically thanks to these wonderful customers. Going back to Rob, he keeps drawing up the second volume with an enthusiasm. The new folder consists of 14 chapters, extending from chapter 8 to chapter 21. The folder's name is the Orange Town Arc, or as it is also referred to as the Buggy Clown Arc. Of course, those who don't know the legendary Buggy should retire from following One Piece. The summary of this part of the story is the arrival of Luffy and Zoro to the next island, Orange Town, after the difficulties of sailing without a navigator which they somehow overcome, meeting the future crew navigator Nami, and then fighting the clown pirates Buggy-sama, who is Luffy's first real opponent in the story. After a very comical farce, the crew, Luffy, Zoro, and Nami, succeeded in defeating the Buggy pirates, Buggy, Kabeji, Moji, and his lion Richie. After Nami bound Buggy's split body with the Chop Chop Devil Fruit ability and Luffy succeeded in sending his head fused with just his legs and hands shave apart the Alvida way. In the end, they succeeded in liberating Orange Town from the tyranny of Buggy pirates, and the arc ended with the escape of the trio of angry townspeople when they learned that they were pirates. Under Luffy's laughter, they succeeded in escaping from them thanks to the intervention of the dog Chucho that beloved in this arc. The arc's final moments show Mayor Boodle's true gratitude to Luffy and his crew. Finally, Rob succeeded in drawing the arc in all its details and didn't even forget to add the elements that the studio added in the anime and was not present in the manga. Rob has been waiting on pins and needles to see how both Shanks and Buggy, who are currently still on Roger's ship, will react to this art. Maybe they would consider their older brother to have gone crazy or something, but Rob doesn't care about that. That was the kind of thinking he wanted them to think of him. Rob wishes even the people of the world government would consider him a fart right now. Rob mentions both Shanks and Buggy because the volume contains a small memory of Buggy's tragic past which happened some time ago now. Even the former Rob has attended. When Buggy accidentally eats a devil fruit because of Shanks, who suddenly terrified him, Shanks has since become Buggy's nemesis, who has ruined his dreams of finding his great treasure buried deep in the sea because he can't swim anymore. Rob asks how Buggy will feel when he sees this event in the manga. Maybe he thinks his older brother Rob is making fun of him too. The more Rob thought about it, the more he wanted to laugh so hard. At the end of the day, Rob had made 20,000 copies of the second volume under the title The Orange Town Arc. He left 10,000 copies in the art store Bait Rilla and sent 10,000 copies through the system to the shelves of the art store O'Hara. It all happened magically. Since it was already night, the doors of the art stores were closed. Only tomorrow copies of the second volume would be sold in both stores. Rob was excited about the kind of reaction about the second volume of the story for people who liked Luffy's story so far. Buggy will be hated in their hearts a little. Maybe his little brother Buggy will get angry with him for that. Well, it doesn't matter. Now it's time to go back to my wife. Ah. How I miss her. Rob walked into the teleportation room, and with a quick flash, the teleportation function was activated. Available destinations: 1. Do you want going to O'Hara's art store? Hell, yeah. So Rob disappeared from Bait Rilla, South Blue, and appeared in O'Hara, West Blue. That was in less than a second. Paragraph. Chapter 16, Nami is the darling of the masses. Paragraph. Chapter 8, The Thief Nami. A/N, Manga Chapter. Luffy, ha. I am hungry. Zoro. Zoro, you really don't have navigation skills. Luffy, why? In my life, I have only sailed for wandering. Luffy, you're just like me because you go after pirates and wanted men. Zoro, I never said I was a pirate hunter. Zoro, I was just looking for a man in the sea. But I lost the way back to my village. Zoro, I had no choice, I became a pirate hunter to get some money, which I spent on life supplies. Luffy, really? So you were lost? Zoro, shut up. Now the lost is you. Ha 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 ha, these kids are so funny. Zoro is right, I've also never seen a pirate who can't navigate before. Haha, that boy Zoro really became a pirate hunter because he couldn't go home, so embarrassing. Professor Clover and his group of archaeologists like Zadie, Roche, Bushiri, and others were enjoying the first chapters of the much-awaited second book of manga One Piece. This morning, the moment the art store opened its doors, hundreds of people poured in like waves, and why? Of course, because it is the promised day of the release of the second volume under the title of the Orange Town Arc. Today, those archaeologists who have spent their lives studying the history of the pirates' world have confirmed that the events of the One Piece manga take place in their world, exactly in the East Blue. They had already confirmed that Fuchsia Village in the Dawn Island, Shell's Town in the Yotsuba Island region, and Orange Town in Organ Islands archipelago, all these places were in East Blue. After all, Fuchsia Village is famous for being the home of marine hero Monkey D. Garp. The protagonist of the One Piece story is the supposed grandson of Monkey D. Garp. This was really interesting for these archaeologists who really deserve their title. After all, they are the only ones so far who have been able to spot these important points at the beginning of the story. And this applies to all the people of O'Hara and Bait Rilla. After all, it was not only O'Hara's people who were enjoying One Piece's story in the meantime but Bait Rilla people as well. While Rob was asleep at home while cuddling his wife in a warm, romantic embrace, system notifications kept ringing, bringing with them so many art points that had already accumulated in the tens of thousands. Even the system level was close to being upgraded already. This was great news for Rob, who turned off the notification sounds and went back to enjoying sleep while cuddling his wife's naked body. On the islands of Bait Rilla and O'Hara, the dominant theme these days, which is constantly recurring, is One Piece manga. It's been 5 days since the last art store update and the next update was already approaching. The audience was waiting. The popularity of the manga One Piece has reached a really frightening level. It even got out of range of the two islands and started to spread around the neighboring islands due to visitors from the other islands somehow. The attraction of the art store is great after all. Many of its miraculous properties have already been recognized and have surprised many people, such as restoring the blind man's sight inside the art store. This was a divine thing for those blind people who could see again, although it is only a temporary condition. In the past few days, Rob has known dozens of blind people on both islands who don't walk away from the art store no matter how hard he tries to drive them away. At night they sleep in front of the store doors and during the day they are the first to enter the store. Rob was speechless about them, so he let them do whatever they wanted. Regarding the current trend again, even the places mentioned in the manga like Fuchsia Village, Shell's Town, and Orange Town have become so famous that many avid kids dream of visiting them one day. There are even adults who want to take a trip to East Blue just to find Nami, even though they know it doesn't actually exist. After all, as soon as she first appeared, Nami became the prime idol in the hearts of these modern proponents of culture. The goddess had become the thief who stole their hearts. Even after seeing how Nami had deceived those pirates at sea, they still wished they were in the place of these damned pirates so that they could be deceived as well. Seeing how she could bear Luffy's stupidity and talk to him even though it made her so angry that she wanted to break his head, they raised their thumbs to Nami and raised her appreciation in their hearts to the utmost. Luffy was stupid beyond words, after all, only someone like Zoro could understand him. Hell, even that scary clown with devil fruit ability was played by their Nami and became just a head and 2 feet. After reading the fun arc, many questions started to pile up in the minds of why did Nami hate pirates so much? And what is the fate of the small buggy and his divided body? And what does the clown buggy have to do with a great pirate like Shanks? And where will Luffy crew go from now on? All this made One Piece fans expect more. They have already fallen in love with this story and desperately want to know how it will continue. Ding. Plus 136 art points from Clover. Ding. Plus 50 art points from Zadie. Ding. Plus 43 art point from Roche. Ding. Plus 63 art points from Nico Oren. Ding. Plus 123 art points from Nico Alvia. Rob's attention was caught by the familiar name. Nico Oren, isn't this person his brother-in-law? But as soon as he remembered how his daughter Robin was treated by this scum's wife, he suppressed the urge to ask his wife about him in the depths of his mind. Ha 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 ha, dear, this book is fun. I'm really excited to see how Buggy and Shanks will deal with your mockery of them. Ha ha ha, especially Buggy, that manga will make him hate you. Alvia drops the manga volume on her bountiful origins while laughing about this comedy arc. It's good that you liked it, sweetie. Come here. Ah. You're taking advantage of my low guard again. I won't let you go this time. She quickly escaped from his demonic claws and tried to get dressed to get out of the room, but before she could do so, she felt a paper handcuff restricting her and pulling her toward the lust monster once more. I prefer you without clothes, my sweetie. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? It's still early morning, you know. Rob's warm whisper in her ear was like a demon's voice that removed all her defenses once more and allowed herself to sink into his arms without being able to resist. This little girl Nami is really very pretty, and looks smarter for her age. Why did you create such a character? Would she really be the navigator of Luffy's crew? Alvia was really interested in this One Piece story in which Rob uses both fiction and reality. Do you want me to spoil the events on you, my love? Rob was really in a good mood to flirt. Alvia shrugged off Rob, who was busy playing with her origins without the slightest bit of shame, and rechecked the manga in her hands. Everything about this book was so interesting to her. After all, she's probably the only one at the moment who knows that Shanks and Buggy aren't fictional characters as everyone thinks. Ding. Plus 270 art points from Porgas D. Rouge. Or maybe she's not the only one now. Paragraph. Chapter 17, Porgas D. Rouge worried. Paragraph. Ding. Plus 270 art points from Porgas D. Rouge. Sigh. This day has finally come. Rob inwardly sighed and stopped drowning in his wife's soft breasts before getting out of bed. Rob can anticipate what kind of reaction his captain's wife will have after seeing the One Piece manga. And what kind of reaction would it be? Definitely worry and fear that everything she saw is real. Who the hell in the world would she want to see her husband's execution even if it was just a pictorial? Isn't that just a bad omen? In fact, Rob is at a loss as to how to explain this to his captain's wife. Undoubtedly, he will be reprimanded, right? My dear. What happened? Why do you look worried? Rob got out of his thoughts and turned around to see his wife's charming body fill his eyes again. Well, I was thinking about how Miss Rouge would react to seeing her husband executed in the manga. What do you think it would be? Rob posed this question to Alvia, in order to relieve the tension in his heart. Miss Rouge. Ah, isn't that woman Captain Roger's wife? I think she'd be really angry. That's a bad omen drawn by my dear. I also wondered about that when I saw him. What kind of grudge do you have with Captain Roger for killing him in Chapter 1? My dear. Alvia was surprised when she saw the color from her husband's face disappear after hearing her words. Ah, that's it, then you really have no grudge against him. It's just a script for creating the greatest story in history, as you say. Well, I believe in you, my dear, no matter what. Rob took a while to create some gentle nonsense and try to convince his wife and himself of it. After all, he can't tell her that execution scene is the future and exactly what will happen 7 years from now. His wife will think he is an idiot or something, and that's the scary thing about it. He doesn't know what to do if his wife starts to suspect him and loses her faith in him. This world was very real. Here a person's feelings couldn't be controlled. Any simple slip could destroy a lot of things. When living in this world, Rob knew that everything he had read so far in those harem novels whose protagonists win the hearts of females and it is like buying cabbage here and there, they are nothing but nonsense, complete nonsense, polluting the minds and defying common sense. Hell, a woman's heart is the most mysterious thing in existence. Even if it is a 2D woman, she is still a woman. If you are not careful, you will not have a chance to defend yourself, let alone live a happy married life. Then now, will you help me convince Miss Rouge of this, my dear? Sure, if I don't help my husband, how can I call myself your wife? Alvia, you really are the best. Rob hugged Alvia in another warm embrace, showing his true gratitude. Then, when are we leaving for Southern Blue? Alvia was asking about it to get ready for the trip. After all, it would be a long trip. Why are you smiling like that? Ha ha ha, I have a surprise for you. We can get to Bait Rilla in an instant, my dear. Ha. In a simple but colorful wooden house. The house is located among palm trees and bananas, the fruits of which fall from time to time over the simple house. There sat a beautiful woman with pale blonde hair adorned with a red flower with 6 petals on the left side and some cute freckles on her face. She seemed to be in her late 20s. She was a young and beautiful woman by all accounts. But this beautiful woman right now was in a very anxious banter. As she had been living alone in a house far from the relatively prosperous town of Bait Rilla, she was late to see the great changes that had taken place on Bait Rilla Island in the span of a few days. She had already seen the mystery store debut when it opened and had been watching that shining beacon in the sky all day, but since she had been living a cautious life the whole time, lest her connection to the great pirate, Gold Roger, be discovered, she was trying not to move around too much. But when the necessities of life ran out since her last shopping, Rouge needed to go out shopping normally. After she finished shopping, she couldn't contain the woman's curiosity, which was only increasing and not diminishing the more she heard about the divine store from the townspeople. So curiosity killed the cat this time too. Rouge gained the courage to enter the divine store, and it didn't really disappoint her, because this store was truly divine. Everything in it made her gasp in shock, even though her pretty face didn't show any kind of expression. Rouge quickly bought 2 manga books, volumes 1 and 2, and came home to see the kind of amazing art the townspeople had been singing about all the time. From the moment she opened the first book, she was so dumbfounded that she couldn't switch to the next page. That tall, majestic figure, those sharp eyes, that amazing mustache, that red jacket she had made for him. Isn't that her husband, Roger? What is he doing here? Sigh. After she finished reading the 2 books, Rouge let out a heavy sigh. From the moment she saw Roger smile on the execution stage, she felt an indescribable feeling in her heart. She knew that smile well. It was the same smile that conquered her and made her, the only daughter of the Porgas family hidden from the world, fall in blind love and flee from her clan with this man. Now she had an extremely dangerous feeling rising in her heart every second. And this feeling tells her that this book is not simple at all. Just who in the world is the person who drew this? Paragraph. Chapter 18, The Meeting. And clarify the confusion. Paragraph. Unbelievable, we really went from West Blue to South Blue in an instant. Although she's never been here before, Olvia still knows that they've moved to another island the moment she sees the different people in the art store. If she hadn't seen people different from the O'Hara people, walking around in her husband's store with the same smiles and happy expressions on the O'Hara people, she wouldn't have thought they had moved to another island at all, because the art store was the same. Ignoring the scorching looks of Bait Rilla Island customers who were apparently ordering a new volume, Rob walked out of the store with Olvia. His target today in Bait Rilla was to visit a certain person, who lived on the other side of town. So you came here when you left for Southern Blue in order to open your second store. Olvia's white hair was blowing in the warm Bait Rilla breeze, and her charm in the trendy clothes Rob had bought her from his system shop was beyond words. Yes, I forgot to tell you because I was busy composing One Piece chapters, you know. Already in the past 5 days, Rob has been drawing the advanced volumes of One Piece, and he has already accumulated some of them, and this has left him plenty of leisure time to enjoy with his beautiful wife. When the weekly publication day arrives, he will only put up what he has for sale. After all, his inventory is filled with copious amounts of volumes, including new and ready-to-publish volumes. Also, all these days he was thinking about what he would choose between North Blue and East Blue to create his third art store. In the end, he decided North Blue first as his nearest destination and decided to leave East Blue for last. This was to avoid early troubles. After all, the Eastern Blue is the source of all evil in this world, and this is no joke at all. Along the way to the other side of Bait Rilla Island, Olvia and Rob discussed how to talk to Rouge about everything and how they would interpret the event of Roger's execution to remove all the confusion and negative feelings that could form, since they are not very familiar with the other side and especially Olvia. First they have to build the perfect mood for serious talk. In the wooden house that was accustomed only to solitude and nature, today there were unexpected visitors. The moment Rouge saw Rob at her front door, she was amazed and thought her husband was here too. After all, Roger used to visit her with a few of his crew at every time. Rouge knew every one of them, and Rob was no stranger to her. But she was slightly disappointed when she found out that only Rob and his wife visited her this time, but she quickly cleared these thoughts from her mind. After all, this man was her husband's mate. It is not good to show signs of her disappointment to her guests. That would be disrespect for the kindness of the other party who visited her. In the simple guest room, Rob saw the first volume book of One Piece on the table, open to its front page. Its same part as Roger's execution. Rouge brought tea to Rob and Olvia, who accepted him with a smile. Rouge sighed inwardly. It was a good thing that she had been shopping recently, or else she wouldn't be able to bring any tea. So you broke up with the crew to live a happy married life. I'm really jealous of Sister Olvia for her luck. If only we had the same luck. Haha, excuse my manners, don't take my words seriously. After all, Captain Roger's responsibility cannot be compared to that of a crew member. No need to apologize, Rouge-san. I understand how you feel and I think my wife will too. Before Rob could continue to speak, Olvia nodded with a gentle smile at Rouge, showing her complete understanding. After all, she herself would be jealous if the scales were turned. She was a woman, after all. What woman in the world wouldn't want to live with the men she loved? To dedicate everything to her. In the case of Porgas de Rouge, it was really pathetic, to live alone in such a house so far from the world, and all her concern was when her husband would return again from the sea, knowing that each visit stretched from months to years. It was really tormenting. Now that Alvia has tasted the sweetness of love and happy married life, she cannot imagine living without it for long periods, though she can also be patient if she is forced to, but her innate desire to live a happy life still cannot be erased. In fact, I also was forced to leave the crew. After all, I was diagnosed with a fatal illness at the time. I didn't have much time to continue the pleasant journey with the captain. Rob smiled, a smile so captivating even in the eyes of a married woman like Rouge, before continuing to speak. Alvia was that missing light from my life without which my life would not be perfect, so I chose to live the little time I had left with her. Alvia squeezed Rob's hand hard, showing the worry that was redigging in her heart. You. Rouge was shocked, but before she could show her deepest regret, Rob interrupted her. Don't worry, I found a cure for my condition recently, so I'm already cured, but the crew doesn't know that, except for me and Alvia. You're the third person to know this. It's really reassuring, Rob-san. It's good to hear that you're doing well. You've really relieved me. I'm so happy for you. Thank you, Rouge-san. To think that your real personality is so much fun is really so surprising. After all, you were as shy as a kid last time. Ha 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 ha, his character is very good, isn't he, Sister Rouge? Even Alvia was laughing happily at this moment. Ha ha ha, yes, it reminds me a bit of my husband. The pleasant conversation between the trio continued to take a turn for the better. As the feelings of affection deepened between the trio, it could be said that they became good friends. Rob-san, I didn't expect you to be the one who wrote this. I mean, I saw the name of the owner of that art store but I didn't associate it with you at all. That's a really big surprise. Rob and Alvia could see the light dimmed a little in Rouge's eyes, after hearing Rob's explanation of it all. That dim light was a mixture of feelings of confusion, fear, anxiety, and even curiosity. Yes, Rouge-san, we will be good neighbors from now on. Since you had no friends before, then I think my wife here would be happy to become that friend you need, right, my dear? Rob gave Alvia the green light to intervene at this moment. Yes, darling, we have become really good friends, don't you see? Alvia approached Rouge and sat next to her before lovingly hugging her like a true friend. As Rob said before, he wishes for a better future than the one he paints in the depths of his heart. I believe he intends no harm to your husband deep down, even. Ha 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 ha, do you guys think I'm mad at something as trivial as this? Even Roger himself, when he sees this book, I'm sure he'll laughing with his usual laugh, and he forget about it as if it doesn't matter. He won't even need to ask you about this, Rob-san, because he trusts his comrades more than himself. Or do you not know this better than me? That you have already traveled with Captain Roger on the same ship. I can hear your true thoughts, Rob-san. I know you don't hate the captain and wish him a bright future in your heart. No need to try to justify your actions to me. Rob and Alvia, who willing to take the consequences all this time, are surprised by the dramatic change in Rouge's mood. It seemed as if it had switched from the night to the day. But what Rob and Alvia didn't notice was that Rouge was shivering inwardly at the confirmation of the horrific truth she had now, due to her innate ability, the voice of all things. Paragraph. Chapter 19, Soul-Crushing Heavy Voices. Paragraph. Ever since he came to this world as Nico Alvia's husband and Nico Robin's father, Rob has been living in real confusion. Although he hides it well, his aura has been chaotic the whole time. Had it not been for the photographic memory that collects billions of thoughts in his head and keeps everything balanced, he would have collapsed long ago. This cannot be hidden from a user of the voice of all things like Porgas de Rouge. The moment she activated her ability on Rob, she collided with mountains of tormenting thoughts that nearly made her mind explode. Voices like, just thinking about what kind of fateful fate he was going to draw that would touch even his family members, made him anxious the entire time. In fact, he began to regret setting such a heavy goal in this world. Yes, he had taken an extremely heavy goal on his shoulders, and he didn't know how big it was until this moment. Drawing the story of the world of One Piece that didn't end even in his previous world, Rob was literally courting death. When he sleeps next to his wife and gets into a stark argument with himself about whether to continue what he's doing and live a tortured life, or stop it and wait for the gods' punishment. So far, all is well. After all, the Straw Hat Crew's journey to wreak havoc on the world is still in its infancy. They haven't entered the Grand Line yet. Everything is still just fun. They have not yet entered the stage of telling the facts of the world. But Rob still felt heavy emotions restricting his soul. If only he had chosen a specific embodiment at the time, why did he have to ask for a random embodiment? If he was alone, he would be a real demon who doesn't care about anyone. He can draw manga and sell them like vegetables cheaply and let the world know the future. Why the hell would he care about anything else if he's alone? But it seemed that the gods who sent him here didn't want to create a demon that would only destroy the balance of the world. Well, although the gods wanted you to enjoy a different and intertwined scenario, they didn't want to create unresolved chaos in this world. A world that is probably only one of the millions of parallel worlds out there. They probably wouldn't care if one of these infinite worlds was destroyed, just as they wouldn't care about specks of dust. But their prestige as deities would be lost if that were to happen. So for the sake of balance, let this little demon know the feeling of love he never felt before. This will just do the trick. After Rob and Alvia left, Rouge fell to the ground, panting and perspiring profusely, her breathing becoming heavy. Her strong forehead that she had been forcibly making in front of Rob and Alvia had now completely collapsed. Just who is this person in the world? Why does he seem to have the history, present, and future of the world on his back? Rouge's mastery of the voice of all things ability was not as advanced as Roger, although it was really powerful, it was still weaker than Roger. The moment she used her ability to figure out what kind of person the real Rob was, she was shocked by billions of thoughts, like heavy mountains. If she hadn't had a strong will she would have collapsed in front of the duo. Just remembering those thoughts that each of them seemed like a world on their own made her shiver. She had never heard such voices before in her life, they sounded like forbidden voices that could not be heard, because it was against the laws of the world. All she could understand was that Rob really had no hatred for herself or her husband, but he was sure that their future fate would not be good, even her unborn child would be doomed. And is there a fate worse than death? Whenever Rouge remembered the choppy parts she picked up from those forbidden voices, she felt blood freeze in her body in terror. This can't be real. But why is his wife's fate not different from mine? Why would he want to write such a terrible future? Why does it look like he has no choice? And why does he want to protect me from that fate? Rob, did you notice that? Yes, she can't hide it well after all. Then do we need to go back to check on her? Don't worry, it looks like she's only slightly traumatized. Rob and Alvia were on their way back to the art store in order to move to O'Hara. They were talking about Rouge's condition, which seemed shaky at the end of their meeting. Rob knew it would be difficult for her to accept him, but internally he hoped that this would help her come to terms with her future husband's death. In fact, Rob can save Roger from death by giving him a drop of his immortal blood, but he is sure Roger will refuse. It's all because of the truth buried on the final island. The truth that Roger should paving to it by his death. No matter how Rob tries to convince Roger not to die, Roger will still want to die the same way in the manga. So Rob didn't even think to try. Because, what Rob knows about this world, no one else knows. This was the fate the mangaka king had to endure. Ding! Plus 5,000 EXP. Congratulations on upgrading the system. Level 4 of the system. Now, you can create a 2-art store in one region, level 4, level 5, level 6. Paragraph. Chapter 20, Flevence Island. Paragraph. The city entrance fee is 100 berry for the week, sir, you can pay at the place there. Rob stopped in front of the city gates that were forbidden by the guards, followed the guard's signal, and paid 100 berry before he got information on how to obtain permanent residence papers in this place from the accounting. The accountant told him that the direct method was to pay 10 million berry to the royal family, and the indirect method, if he was a merchant who could become an official citizen if he worked with the royal family for 5 years. We wish you a pleasant stay, sir. Rob shook his head while thinking about these people's greed and entered the White City, or what is known as the fantasy city out of a snowy country in a fairy tale. Rob wandered in Flevence for a few hours before finally deciding his next course of action. If he didn't know the reality of this place, he would have fallen in love with it too, just like any new tourist here. Outwardly, this place really was like a white paradise. The city was completely paved with white marble. The city looked like a pure paradise. The people of this city were dressed in the best clothes with happy and carefree smiles on their faces. This was an extremely wealthy city. There are no poor people here, and the reason was that the city contained endless treasures within it. These treasures were lead amber. Rob shook his head again while remembering the tragic fate of this place. Yes, this was the home of Trafalgar Law. The future worst generation. Rob was at the moment sitting in the best restaurant here in Flevence. Since he came to this place, it's okay to taste the kind of food they have. Well, even if it was polluted with amber lead, Rob won't care at all. After eating, Rob went to a government facility in the city and applied to meet the royal family. Since he was going to set up his art store here and he would do whatever it takes, he could pay 10 million berry to get residency papers and buy property here too. He was rich after all. Wherever the rich are, they will be treated so well. The moment the civil servant heard that this man wanted to buy residency papers from the royal family, his arrogant demeanor changed at first to a very humble one, as if he had turned from an old father to a young son. Very quickly the royal family was informed and an appointment was arranged with them the next day. Rob spent another day away from his wife and an entire night alone in the best hostel in the kingdom. The next morning, Rob met a member of the royal family and paid 10 million berry before signing the residency papers. He could live here forever if he wanted to. After that, it was not difficult for him to buy a commercial property in Flevence from the royal family. Now everything was ready to create his third art store. He chose this place because in his opinion there was northwest other place in the northern blue suitable for setting up an art store than this kingdom. Even if he didn't want to enter the Grand Line anytime soon, he still wanted his manga to spread to the 4 seas. This island is the most famous in the northern blue where people come from everywhere. More than 500,000 citizens live in the White City alone, regardless of the surrounding towns and villages, and it also receives many tourists annually. And since people here are rich, they are more apt to get attached to new and interesting things like his art store. The new feature that he got from the system, from the leveling up previously, also contributed to Rob regaining many of the previously lost courage. Protection field. From now on, the land where the art store is located will be protected by an indestructible protection field. With this feature, Rob is no longer worried that the world government will use the Buster Call to intimidate him. They could try to destroy something the system said it was indestructible, he wouldn't resist at all. That was the kind of features he had been desperately waiting for. Now it's time for magic. Northwest One on the street cared about Rob at this moment, because everyone was paying attention to them works, but the moment the void began to distort and the art store building appeared out of thin air, the people who were in a hurry stopped by surprise as they watched the strange building but the modern appears from the void. Absolute stupor was the only term that could be used to describe their current state. Even the people who were in their homes and shops came out to see the strange phenomenon happening next to them. More and more people gathered around the art store. They were not only residents of Flevence but also various tourists from other places in the northern blue or other seas. After all, the fame of Flevence was attracting people from all over the world. Hello dear residents of Flevence, I'm Rob, a new resident of your thriving kingdom and owner of this new store. You can count me as an investor. What I'm selling is art. Rob began his usual speech, and without any surprise succeeded in presenting himself and his project in the best way to these 6 sheep. The eyes of the people listening to Rob's speech gleamed. The more they heard, the more they wanted to enter the store. His miraculous appearance was enough to make them believe every word Rob said. Now that Rob had chosen this place as the base for his shop, he would not have the same fate anymore. It could be said that these people, just like the O'Hara people, don't yet know what kind of existence was sent to save them from a very bad fate. Among the crowd that happily entered the store, Rob didn't notice 2 familiar figures, husband and wife still dressed as doctor and nurse. Paragraph. Chapter 21, The Trafalgar Family's Interaction with the One Piece Manga. Paragraph. Fun laughs, gasps of bewilderment, and excitement resounded in the crowded atmosphere of the trendy bar of the newly opened art store in Flevence. Just like O'Hara and Bait Rilla, Rob has already put up volumes 1 and 2 in large quantities, but to his surprise, it seems that the batch he puts in has been greatly reduced. It looks like he will have to put up another batch soon, even although he imposed the law of the one folder, so that a single person could buy 1 volume of the same type, but it still reduces the wealth and enthusiasm of these people from Flevence. Even members of the royal family came to visit his art store, given the great fame he achieved in one day. The miraculous art store, which was indestructible and that allowed even the blind to regain his sight, became the hot topic everywhere within the White City walls. Regardless of the story of One Piece that made everyone who read it feel interesting, regardless of who he is, whether he was a normal person or a pirate, whether he was evil and malicious or a good person, everyone gathered on the same idea: the story of One Piece was interesting, and they all looked forward to more, which will be tomorrow, where the 3rd volume will be released according to the list of store updates. The other things being sold in the store like food were very appetizing. The city of Flevence became even more lively with the advent of the art store. Even the members of the royal family were satisfied with the young investor who chose their city to open his store, although they had their own ideas about what kind of ability he had that would allow him to create powerful buildings out of thin air. Was a truly enviable ability. Rob didn't know that he had come into the eyes of the royal family as a potential enemy, but even if he knew, he wouldn't care. As long as he had already succeeded in opening his art store here, he had practically become like a god on this island. In a hospital, like the appearance of a giant townhouse with iron-wrought gates for the fencing walls. As with many other buildings of the city, the hospital was white due to the amber lead. Patient is stable now. Dr. Chris, you can go home. You're married now, although your wife Mary is a nurse too, but a happy married life is made at home, not in the hospital. You're too much of a chatter today, Lori. Well, thanks for that. I'm really tired today. I'll give it back to you. Ha ha ha, what do you say? You are the first doctor here. I am just an assistant in the background. Sigh, that's subject again. After Trafalgar D. Chris returns home and hears his wife's hesitant laughter throughout the house. He remembered the 2 books they had bought this morning at the new store, took the 2 volumes out of his wallet, and put his eyeglasses before he started browsing. Luffy, wow. What a wonderful nap. Luffy, ha 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 ha, looks like I was saved. I thought I was going to die. Alvida Pirates. Luffy, huh. Who are you? Alvida Pirates, but who are you? Why would someone come out of a wine barrel? Kobe. Hey Luffy, why are you sailing? Luffy, because I want to become the pirate's king. Kobe, Wah. What? Kobe, pirate's king, this is the title of the one who owns everything in this world. Kobe, do you want to tell me that you are looking for the greatest treasure in the world, the One Piece? Kobe, do you want to die or what? All the pirates in the world are looking for this treasure. Luffy, well, so am I, shishishi. Kobe, no. No. No way. Absolutely impossible, absolutely impossible. Kobe, to be the pirate king in the great age of pirates, you don't have a chance. Absolutely impossible. Why did you hit me? Luffy, because I can't hear you. Kobe, anyway. I'm used to hitting, heh, heh, heh. Luffy, I'm not afraid of death. Kobe, huh? Luffy, because that's my dream, I wouldn't mind if I died for it. Luffy, plus, I guess I can do it, I mean, it might be hard. Kobe. I never thought about it before. Kobe, can I fulfill my dream too, if I'm ready to die? Luffy, What? Kobe, will I be able to become a member of the Navy? After some time he closes the last page of the second volume and shows disappointment that no more pages anymore. He didn't even feel the time while reading this book. Dream, huh? Sigh. Can a dream cure people? I really wish I had the same mood as Luffy. What would life look like to me at that time? But is the Pirate's King really a dream worth pursuing? What could the author of this book mean? Honey, don't think too much, didn't you see how Nami manipulated all these pirates, PFT? Ha 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 ha, what a really fun and brave girl. Ding. Plus 122 art points from Trafalgar D. Chris. Ding. Plus 99 art points from Mary. Ding. Plus 87 art points from CP5 member Flint. Ops, CP5. Looks like trouble is here, finally. Rob, who was wrestling with Alvia in a tug-of-war on the bed, was stopped at the last moment. Where did this curse come from? At least, let him release his shot firstly. Fuck. On. Baby, why did you stop? Come on, I'm close to my limit. Paragraph. Chapter 22, Cipher Pole Entry on the Line. Paragraph. In an unknown inn within the city's outer circle in the White City of the Flevens Kingdom. A tall man in a white tuxedo was browsing through the manga folder One Piece with heavy eyes and a very interesting expression. After he finished browsing through the 2 available volumes, he took out a small den mushi from communication type and called his boss in a hurry. Gotcha. The secret code, long live Chief Spandine forever. Good, Flint, you just have to lower your tone of voice a bit until the phrase is perfect, so what do you have to tell me? As you wish, Chief, I will lower my voice next time, I have something interesting this time. Something interesting? Is the royal family of Flevens showing signs of wanting to flee their kingdom at last? No, Chief, it's not like that. So what? Tell me. This morning a store appeared out of nowhere in Flevens. It is a very advanced building and has an irresistible charm. It is called the Art Store, and the royal family seems to agree with it already. Even the blind can regain his sight after entering this store. The building components are very solid, untouchable. But the issue isn't here. What this store sells is the real deal. Flint, do you want to die? Why the hell don't you go on and spit out what you know, or do you want to make me get excited and then finally destroy everything down? Didn't I tell you to say it all at once? The den mushi in Flint's hand showed Spandine's angry face at this moment. I'm sorry, Chief, I had to drink some water, I almost died of thirst. Go ahead, speak, tell me what this mysterious store sells. Yeah, he's selling a comic book titled, One Piece. One Piece. Wait, did you say One Piece? Are you sure about that? Yes, Chief, I'm pretty sure of this. In the comic, called the manga, the great pirate Roger is depicted as a pirate's king and he's already found the treasure of One Piece. Before he was executed by the Navy he confirmed the fact that One Piece existed in the Grand Line, which created a sensation in this fantasy tale. This is what has been depicted in the story so far in only 2 books, and perhaps tomorrow a 3rd book will be published. This is really interesting. Fax the 2 books to me by den mushi of the fax type, and keep me updated on this store until I give you my next orders. Yes, Chief. Gotcha. Rob was currently roaming in Flevens City while using his observation hockey to cover the entire city. He was looking for the CP5 member here. He was hoping to find him before any information about him was leaked. Though internally he knows that this is just false hope, he knows very well how the Cipher Pole agency operates. After all, they can't afford to overlook important information to their superiors the moment they find it. Rob had never thought that it would be a world government spy here. This was really his bad luck. Okay, I found you. In Rob's perception, a lot of bright spots appeared and disappeared. His mastery of observation hockey was already at an advanced level, as he had only recently broken through when he merged with the remnants of the original Rob Soul. He can cover the entire island with his observation hockey if he wants to. The bright spots appearing in his visualization and disappearing were the people he had already screened and made sure they weren't CP5. Rob, who had an impression of CP5 in the anime, could spot their member at a glance. And as he expected, he had already found him in one of the outer hotels near the White City walls. It was a relatively far distance from his present location, but that was no problem at all. In an instant, Rob shot like a mirage towards his target. The inn was just as white as the rest of the buildings in the city. It was a good thing that it was relatively empty. After all, the outside hotels are only used by people with special intentions. Rob stopped at CP5's window like an assassin, and the latter didn't feel it at all. Looks like it's already too late. Rob sighed, seeing Den Mushy the fax type had already sent copies of the 2 volumes to this person's chief. This person, cause disrupted my precious and enjoyable time with my wife, leaked my information to the world government. If I didn't kill him I wouldn't be human anymore. Rob's eyes lit up with anger as he looked at the insect that had caused him so many losses today. The moment his killing intent nearly exploded, he was completely suppressed by force. If this bug was killed now, that would only alert the world government about it and they would take direct action at that time. Perhaps at the moment, they will find it interesting just because of the name of the One Piece, which means that they won't even bother with an all-out attack. Rob isn't afraid of the world government, but he still doesn't want to appear in public so quickly. After all, he hasn't finished his grand scheme in the 4 seas yet. You have to thank your really lucky stars, Flint. You're the first to slip through my claws after causing me trouble. You're really lucky beyond words, but that doesn't mean I won't kill you later. Rob let out a cold snort before disappearing from the dark floor balcony. When Rob gets angry, he becomes a real demon who won't rest until his madness is cured, and it seems that his nature has even followed him into his new life. Why did I feel creeping goosebumps a moment ago? Flint awoke with his back cold and drenched in sweat, but he didn't know why yet. Strange, why do I feel as if I have escaped certain death? Paragraph. Chapter 23, World Government Attention. Paragraph. This is really the most interesting thing I have seen in all my years. In a dimly lit hall, an old man with the scar on the left side of his face, a hat over gray braids, and a walking stick. Through the 3rd volume of One Piece manga next to the 1st and 2nd volumes he had previously finished. The quality of these folders was inferior to the original because they were printed on plain paper by Den Mushy fax type, other than the original folders made with the ability of a devil fruit. To think that there is someone in this world who wastes their time drawing nonsense and selling it to people is really interesting. Another old man spoke with obvious disdain. His figure was slim and tall and he had a long white beard. At least he deserves some praise for drawing that bastard Roger being executed by our navy. One day it will be done and justice will prevail. This time the man who talks is a man who looks younger than the old man, has blonde hair and a short beard and wears a formal suit with a tie. Didn't you notice that these comic books contain real places? It seems that the author of this story is not just an amateur. But well, what is really interesting is knowing what kind of devil fruit this man by the name of Rudes D. Rob is using. A bald man with large patches of birthmarks on his forehead and a large white mustache was browsing the encyclopedia of devil fruits intently. It seemed as if he was searching for some kind of devil fruit that could create buildings out of thin air. The Cursed D clan again. This Rob can't be without a past. We have to get his info first before doing anything about him. I feel something is wrong about this guy and what he's doing. The last one among the group of 5 is the oldest in age. He's bald, he wears white glasses. He also carries a samurai sword with him. He is the only one of the 5 who doesn't wear a black suit or tie, and the only one without facial hair. He also seems to be the only one of the 5 who takes the manga's issue seriously. These people were the world rulers and the pinnacles of all existences in this world, the heads of the world government, the 5 elders. Yesterday they received an urgent report from the head of CP5 Spandine about the mystery store selling comic books under the title One Piece, and today they received 3 copies of the books released so far from the story, under the titles Romance Dawn, Orange Town, and Ark Village Syrup. It was such an unprecedented thing for them. Even the 5 elders found this man's story interesting, but they still hated him promoting piracy ideas so well without any right to do so. If this man really continues to decorate the image of a pirate like this, they will punish him well. They are not unreasonable. They also admire the new and interesting kind of art that this man has created, but he should draw the ideas they want him to paint or it is better for him to stop. After a lengthy discussion regarding this matter, the 5 elders agreed to find out the man's origin first before making any kind of decision about him. They called the Navy and ordered them to search for the record of this man who is a relic of the cursed clan and send it to them as soon as possible. Ding. Plus 1,500 art points from Gorosei. Ding. Plus 1,650 art points from Gorosei. Ding. Plus 2,000 art points from Gorosei. Rob was already expecting it, so he wasn't nervous or worried at all. Well, since they already found out, he has no worries now. He can do whatever he wants and go to hell the world government. On this day, Rob moved among the 3 shop from O'Hara to Bait Rilla and from Bait Rilla to Flevens constantly, because today is a very special day. Today was the desired day for One Piece fans. The 3rd volume of the series, under the title Ark Village Syrup, was released as well as a secondary arc before this main arc. The secondary arc was the story of the boxman Gaiman, which the crew encounters on a deserted island inhabited by strange animals. This strange man had been trapped in the box for 20 years due to his greed for treasures. In the end, with Luffy's help, it was found that this man's treasure boxes above the mountain were empty, but Luffy didn't tell him this devastating truth. The boxman Gaiman became the title of misfortune for One Piece fans in the 3 islands. His luck was so bad that they became less greedy for treasures just because of him. Even pirates and villains who read One Piece were saddened by Gaiman's story. The main arc is where the 4th member of the Straw Hat Pirates, the god Usopp, joins. Leader of the 8 million pirates, the terrifying and future pirates emperor. The mere fact of him being the son of Yasopp as a member of Shank's crew was great enough for followers to accept Usopp in their hearts as a respected member of the Straw Hat Pirates. At the moment of his appearance, he caused a great wave of laughter on the 3 islands. His cheerful and energetic personality was a great factor that made the colors of the comic story more vivid. In this arc, the crew also got their own ship, Going Merry, the ship that will make these fans heartache in the future. Also in this arc, the Straw Hat crew defeated the second pirates crew after the Clown Buggy Pirates, the Black Cat Pirates crew, and their captain Kuro. Followers especially liked the cute girl Kaya. She was so beautiful and gentle that they would want to protect her, and they also wished for her to join the crew as a doctor, but the author, unfortunately, broke the fans' wish. Paragraph. Chapter 24, The Interacting of Fans with the New Volume. Paragraph. Usopp, Tamanji. Are these the pirates you spoke of? Tamanji, that's right, look at that pirate logo. Beeman, they don't look terrifying. Ninjin, yes. Usopp. Zoro, it's been so long since I've stood on a steady ground. Luffy, it's because you were asleep the whole time. Zoro, anyway, I just noticed. Zoro, what are those people doing over there? Beeman, Ninjin, Tamanji, Waya. They discovered us. Usopp, you. Don't run away. Usopp. Usopp, I am the great pirate, captain of the fleet Usopp-sama, the secretly charge of this village, and they also know me as Captain Leader Usopp. Usopp, you better not try to attack this village, because my 80 million men won't forgive you. Nami, you're lying. Usopp, wah. You revealed me. Nami, see, you said it yourself. Usopp, Aya. Did I say that? Bad layout. Bad layout for sure. Luffy, ahahahaha. That's so funny. Usopp, don't underestimate me. Usopp, I'm a man with an esteemed personality, and everyone calls me the noble Usopp. Ha 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 ha, this Usopp is really funny. Lying has become a habit, but he's such a fun character that I like that, and he's also very good, from the way he tells fairy tales to Kaya to relieve her depression. No matter how hard Professor Clover tried not to laugh, he was still defeated once again by this new character, Usopp. Professor Clover had set a special time for archaeologists at the Great Library to analyze One Piece manga, and made it official. Since everyone agrees to love One Piece, they made it a part of their job as well. This was the highest honor the manga has received so far. Their job all along was to study historical records. It wouldn't be a problem if they added another work they liked. Other archaeologists, both male and female, agreed on Professor Clover's words. Usopp was a very good character even though he was under the influence of his rather cruel past. He was a miserable child, forced to live without a father, and he also watched his mother die when he was just a child. Although such fates are as common in the pirates' world as the stars in the sky, compassionate human nature cannot be erased no matter what kind of world there is. Wherever there is a human being will exist human emotions. In Baitrilla, Rouge has just returned from the town's art store after buying the new volume of the manga. Since meeting Rob and reading his manga, she feels like the world is becoming a stranger to her day by day. Since she was a member of the Porgas family hidden from the world, she knew a lot about the One Piece and the Empty Horn, which not even the archaeologists in O'Hara know about. This made her more interested in the One Piece manga, which is still in the inherited will stage. In her heart, Rouge knew that Luffy, the protagonist of the story, was the man who inherited her husband's will. Rouge herself didn't choose Roger to be her husband out of vain, but chose him because he was the man who carried the will inherited from the ancient kingdom. In her heart, she was sure that Roger was the intended person in the prophecy of her clan, the man who will fulfill the dreams of thousands of men before him. But this One Piece manga that Rouge doesn't simply deal with, that other fans deal with, has a different opinion. While reading the third volume, Rouge's eyes were blank, as if she had lost her light. As if she lost a bet of some kind. In Flevent's National Hospital, Trafalgar D. Water, Chris was very busy, he going from patient to patient. For the past years the health conditions of the people of Flevent's were getting worse, but under the influence of the royal family the truth remained hidden from the public eye. Chris was among the few people in the country who knew the horrific truth hidden beneath the surface of beauty and wealth. He knew that the average life expectancy in Flevent's people has fallen from the record average over time, from generation to generation for the past 100 years now. He knows that at some point in the near future everything will come to an end in this land, but he refuses and still searches tirelessly for a cure for the toxic effects of amber lead. For him, there is nothing in the world that has no cure, only if he can find it will Flevent's become a true paradise. This was his responsibility as a doctor. Recently, the only thing that entertains him a bit and removes the pressure of mental and physical work from him regardless of his wife Mary, is the manga One Piece. This interesting book has the kind of magic that will make anyone who watches it really enjoy it. After finishing his chore today, he took his free time to read the new volume of One Piece. In the end, it didn't disappoint him, and that enthusiasm that was exist in the book before is still present, but it rose more and more. The question on his mind now was, what kind of pirate would these gentle kids be in the future? Will they turn into cruel villains under the influence of a rotting world? Or will they change the world for the better with their bright colors? Is Monkey D. Luffy that person from his old clan records? The inherited will owner. Rudes D. Rob. This is the person who is really worth asking about because he is the author of this book. Paragraph. Chapter 25, Konomi Islands. Paragraph. After the release of the third volume that caused a new wave of art points, Rob's art points reached an impressive amount. System Shop, 630.456 art points. With this amount Rob can finally buy something useful in the shop. After all he used to buy in the past weeks was things like modern cleaning supplies, modern cooking ingredients, and even modern clothes, and most of them if not all of them is a women's clothes. Ever since Alvia learned of his ability to create amazing items such as fashionable clothes with the power of the devil fruit, female instincts engraved in her genes or perhaps immortal blood have awakened her and become more motivated to do new things other than research on history. Rob couldn't refuse her, so he spent a lot of points on women's clothes and cosmetics. At least she made herself prettier for him, so Rob was internally happy to pamper his wife. The important thing now is, Rob is getting ready to buy a boat of modern specifications, even though the best and most expensive exist in the shop by the millions. However, there is something cheaper and very good too. After all, a modern boat made of metal and with motors is much better than a wooden ship that sails using the wind. Maritime Transport List. Christensen Yacht, 50M 500,000 art points. Blohm plus Voss Yacht, 100M 1 million art points. Amel's Yacht, 60 meters 750,000 art points. The list was so long that Rob needed to flip over more than once to finish. There were even yachts on the list priced at hundreds of millions of art points. This was simply terrifying, but this type of yacht was rare even in his former world. Rob bought a Christensen yacht and 500,000 art points went just like that, but Rob didn't regret it at all. As soon as the yacht appeared in the sea in front of him, Rob was very happy to lead this beautiful lady. After all, this was not the first time that he owned a yacht. He was a very wealthy person in his previous life. Even if he was a wanted man, it doesn't mean that he was not enjoying his life and always confined at home. The best places to hide for him were the sea, where he was spending a lot of time at sea in the best types of yachts that contain all his needs. Even the internet was provided to him via a certain satellite that was under his control at the time. Rob's previous life wasn't really bad, he was the bad guy. The moment he boarded his new yacht, he felt a kind of feeling of familiarity build up in his chest as if he had returned to Earth once more. Let's go. Rob got out of his nostalgia and went to the cockpit. This time his target was the Sea of Wonders, the East Blue. It's time to get the manga of One Piece into a more serious phase. The white yacht stopped in front of the Reverse Mountain entrance. Rob chose to use the Reverse Mountain channel to reach the East Blue from the West Blue. He bought the yacht and made sure to sail just for the experience of passing from this place. Excited to live the experience, Rob allowed his yacht to drift in the fast, gravity-defying current but made sure to avoid hitting the red walls so that his yacht would not be destroyed at that point. Rob reached the top of the Reverse Mountain after a pleasant experience. The paths scattered in this place where the four seas meet. In the middle exists a terrifying whirlpool like a bottomless abyss. Whoever falls there will die a miserable death. Rob made sure to keep his little yacht away from the terrifying whirlpool, and he took the path to East Blue. But this time he made sure to run the engine at full power because if he didn't it would force him to follow the strong current and enter the Grand Line. Under the thrust of the motors the yacht Rob reached the end of the East Blue Road, but the boat could not enter the channel due to the strong reverse current, so Rob had to send his small yacht to his inventory and spread his paper wings and flew into the sky. He will complete the rest of the journey by air. Rob felt half a face getting hot as if he had received a hard slap in the face from this world. The powerful technology from his previous world that he was trusting like a blind man couldn't go against the sea current in this world. No, it was he who subconsciously underestimated the strength of the reverse current. Next time he will make sure to buy a helicopter instead of a yacht. Konomi Islands is an archipelago located in the northwest region of East Blue made up of 20 small islands. This was the place he chose to create his fourth art store. Exactly Kokoyashi Village, Nami Village. Rob was excited about the kind of reaction these villagers would have when they see their village in his manga. That would be interesting, right? Rob wanted to enter this small village as best he could, so he made his white wings glow with a sacred yellow light by playing with colors, making his wingspan larger so that one wing appeared to be 4 meters long. Rob's mastery of the devil fruit was advancing at an amazing speed because he used the fruit's abilities almost at every moment. At this moment, Rob seemed like a holy angel descending from heaven to those simple villagers who were sunk in an utter stupor. From the sky Rob saw many people gathered in one place which looked like a popular market where people buy their necessities, so he chose an area near him to go down. After all, these people would be his valuable customers. If they saw him as an angel, wouldn't they buy so many volumes from him? Would they not tell the inhabitants of the other islands that an angel descended from heaven and sold the best heavenly things? This is the point. Good entry plays an important role in deciding the success of the project from its failure. Normal people would choose to deal with angels over buying from a normal human. But the devils always got the end of the stick. The golden leaves fell like flowers petals from his wings, causing the villagers to flock to catch them. They believed that they were now living miraculous moments. But in the midst of the crowd was a woman with long red hair, a sharp expression, dressed in a navy uniform, staring at the supposed angel in the sky with a cautious expression. Could he be someone with a devil fruit ability? These were Belmir's thoughts at this moment. Paragraph. A/N. Hope you enjoy. Chapter 26, Belmir, Teenage and Naughty. Paragraph. The void distorted, and then a building with an astonishing shape that seemed out of this world appeared before the eyes of the villagers huddled near the Mr. Angel. Ding. Congratulations on the opening of your 4th art store. System level 4, 6890/10,000 for next upgrade. Plus 16-dimensional art store. Art stores available to use, April 29th. What in the world is this? Is Mr. Angel creating another miracle? What is this building that appeared out of nowhere? Several gasps and chattering sounds erupted from the crowd of villagers at this moment. Mr. Rob, can you explain to us what this thing is, and why you chose our small village to create it? The man who spoke was a young man who seemed to be 20 years old or younger. When Rob stared closely at this young man, he was a little surprised. Are you Genzo? Yes, sir. Huh? How do you know my name? I don't remember knowing you before. Young Genzo was surprised that this esteemed angel knew his name. Even the chatter of the crowd had gone up some degrees due to this situation. I am a heavenly angel. Of course, nothing such a simple thing would be hidden from me. Rob had really thick skin. Since he presented himself to these villagers as an angel, he would continue to do so. After all, when they saw their future selves in Arlong Park Arc, they would truly believe that he was an angel who came to save them from an ominous future. Young Genzo froze and didn't know what to say. He too had been feeling suspicious about this person the whole time. Could he really be an angel? He was the son of the former mayor. And he is the current mayor of the village. After his father's death last year, he was forced to succeed him in the affairs of the village, so he made sure to do his job well so as not to waste his father's work. That was why he dared to converse with this person claiming to be an angel. After all, even if he was not an angel, it had better not be a demon. He didn't think that a person who could fly would be simple after all. You're worried that I might be a bad guy who brings misfortune to your village, aren't you, young mayor? Rob took the pose of a wise man when he stroked his non-existent beard by his hand. Genzo and the other villagers were surprised when they heard Rob's words. Can this person read his mind or what? Genzo was puzzled. Rob advanced and patted Genzo's shoulder as he sighed gently. Don't worry, man, I'm just an angel investor. I came to this place of destiny to open my art store, that's all. Rob continued to speak after seeing the villagers' expressions change. What I'm selling is an art that will change your lives. Look at that banner hanging in the sky over there. The twinkling lights surrounding the cover of the Straw Hat Pirates lit up just the moment Rob wanted it. Only now did the villagers realize that there was a strange lighthouse-like object hanging in the sky above their head the whole time. Welcome to the art store, where you can enjoy the future of the world. You're obviously just a fake angel. No, it's more correct to say you're just a cowardly chicken, dressed as an angel. At this moment, a teenage girl's voice sounded from the crowd, making the atmosphere silent. Immediately after he finished his speech and convinced Genzo and the other villagers that he didn't intend any harm to them or the village, a little girl came out who looked 14 or 15 years old, had long red hair, and was dressed in navy clothes that looked older than her and didn't fit her body, which obviously it is still maturing. Rob froze completely as if he couldn't believe that in this world there was someone who would dare to insult him. In his previous world, when people mentioned him, then they used the word the Great for fear of being targeted by him. Only his name intimidated many. But now there's a random girl called him the cowardly chicken in an angel outfit. Belmir. This is a disrespect for the esteemed angel. Genzo said. What is this troublesome brat doing here? Come on, apologies to Mr. Angel now, you brat. Mr. Angel, Rob, please don't bother with this brat girl, and forgive her. She is like this to all strangers, since her father, who was a Navy captain, died, and she is like this. Yes, Mr. Angel, don't be mad at her. As you see, she always wears her father's Navy outfit and yells that she's going to be a captain and bring honor to the village. She's not a bad kid though. Please forgive her, sir. Please forgive her, sir. Please forgive her, sir. You all. The teenage girl, Belmir, watched all this with palpable anger. Just how could they trust this strange man? Which is clearly taking advantage of their stupidity and inexperience. Humph. You all can trust him all you want, we'll see later who's wrong about this. Bye. She turned around after letting out her last words like Tsundere in a rage. Rob's anger is gone after he gets to know this naughty chick. Isn't this Belmir, the adopted mother of Nami and Nojiko? He never expected that she would have this kind of personality in her adolescence. Hey. Little girl, don't insult other people everywhere, it will make you die single and never find a husband in the future. Rob said, suppressing his laughter when he saw the look of shock on her little face that turned into a blush of embarrassment and anger. You are the kid. Damn you chicken. Who wants to get married? I'm going to be a Navy admiral. As soon as she left her words she ran away like the wind. Ha 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 ha, what a cute little girl. When the villagers saw Rob laughing just at that, they sighed and laughed at the last shot as well. Paragraph. A/N, hope you enjoy. Chapter 27, Manga. This is a fishy story, but it's still very interesting. Paragraph. Uncle Nako. Who do you call uncle, brat girl? Call me big brother. A man in black glasses who appeared to be in his 40s walked out of his house. He had a mustache and a small beard and dressed as a doctor, even his house looked like a clinic of some sort. Ah. Yeah, big brother Nako, AHM. I need some money, can you lend me? Teenage Belmere spoke with some embarrassment in her tone. What? Do you need money? Didn't I give you the weekly living quota that your father left for you, just 2 days ago? Uncle Nako was the village doctor and a true friend of the late father of Belmere, so he was the one to take care of her for the time being until she came of age. She was a lonely girl after all. It's finished. What? It's finished. It was 20,000 berries, did it all expire in 2 days? What did you do with the money, brat girl? Uncle Nako wasn't really angry, but he still needed to right the daughter of his late brother before she could become an adult. I finally got my money from that impudent old man. She put 3,000 berry into the pocket of her navy coat and walked to her house that a little farther from the homes of the other villagers. Belmere was very nervous these days, since the opening of the mysterious store 2 days before by that pedantic angel. Everyone in her village and even other villages was different from the usual. Even that lunatic Mayor Genzo became addicted to the so-called manga book. She even heard him tell the village guys that his favorite character is Nami. Who the hell is this Nami? They were talking all the time about terms like, Luffy did this and he did that. Zoro cut this and he cut that. Nami tied this and she stole from that. Usopp lied on this, and deceived that. Shanks. Makino. Fusha Village. Kobe. Alvida. Clown Buggy. The Boxman. Kaya. Kolo Hader who later became Captain Kuro. Going merry. Belmere had almost gone mad at all this, everyone seemed to be having fun without her. As soon as they walked into the damn store they were completely different from the dear villagers she knew. Manga. That just sounds very suspicious to me. No, I won't allow that evil angel to pollute my people's minds anymore. I have to first find out what's in those manga volumes that look so interesting. Well, now it's time to investigate. Returning to the house in front of which there was a small garden of haven't grown up yet tangerine trees, Belmere took a quick shower and changed into feminine clothes, and then used a piece of cloth and she put it on her head to hide the already visible features of her face. Excellent. Belmere looked in the mirror but she found no mistake, she was completely disguised as no one could recognize her. Or at least that's what she thinks. After leaving the house, Belmere crept into the art store, which was filled with people from all villages. The people of Kokoyashi village in the art store looked at her with strange and pensive looks that soon turned into happy smiles. Belmere was horrified the moment she entered the store, it seemed as if she had entered another world. How the hell could the inside of this store be so big unlike it looks from the outside? Even if she had a bit of knowledge about devil fruits from her late father, it didn't mean that she could absorb such a thing, which wasn't even because of a devil fruit in the first place. Had it not been for the omnipresent directional signs, Belmere would have been lost in this big department store. Belmere went to the manga sales section, which has hundreds of tall shelves, and bought 3 volumes of One Piece manga, which has been the reason for everything that has happened to her people so far. Before that, she had wanted to take the volumes without paying, but she couldn't withdraw them no matter how hard she tried, only when she left the money on the shelves with an unwilling expression that she was finally able to withdraw them. A/N, for those wondering where did Nami learn theft. Once she had bought what she wanted, she ran like a rabbit from the store and didn't stop until she got home. After resting for some time, she took the first volume and embarked on the journey of addiction that will completely change her life. Belmere didn't know or did not feel that at this moment the laws of fate around her shivered and began to vibrate, turning into nothingness. This. Where's the next chapter? Who is the author of this? I have to sue him for making me yearn so badly. Belmere didn't know what to say after reading the manga volumes, she didn't even feel it, but she was smiling, laughing, crying, and reacting with all her emotions to the story the whole time while reading the 3 volumes, just like any teenager her age who read One Piece manga for the first time. Although her dream is to become a navy just like Kobe, this doesn't mean that she didn't like pirates like the Straw Hats, she loved them very much. But why do I have the feeling that this Nami looks so much like me? Belmere was really confused. Nami was very similar not only in terms of looks but also in terms of behavior and nature. She wasn't the only one who noticed this but almost all the Kokoyashi villagers who had read the manga. Well, it's fishy but that's really fun, I want more of this. So you want more of my book, brat little girl. Who are you? It's you. Belmir's little heart almost stopped by fright because of Rob. You terrified me. What are you doing in my garden? How do you know where my house is in the first place? Although Belmir no longer hates Rob as much as she did the first time, she is still wary of him. He was a stranger with great powers. After all, her late father had instructed her to be wary of abnormal people in this world. And Rob was one of those abnormal people her father had warned her about them. Why are you so wary of me, little girl? You needn't to be so careful of me. I'm a married man and my woman is already 1 month pregnant, so I wouldn't covet a little girl like you. I don't want to be the FBI on my tail again after I finally manage to escape from them. Teenage Belmir looked at Rob in utter confusion because she didn't understand anything he said. What is the FBI? And did he mean her in his words when he said she was a little girl? Who is a little girl? She's 16 already. Her boobs have grown so much that she secretly feels excited for herself. Fuck him. Well. Forget what I said earlier. Rob's eyelashes twitched as he saw the weeping Tsundere expression. This island is not the only one where I have an art store. I came here to work and to make people happy, that's all. Rob's goal was to make this little girl consider him her older brother and remove all mistrust between them. So he was really speaking from his heart. Rob had always liked the female characters of One Piece in his past life, especially the characters with tragic fates like Belmir. If he had the ability he would definitely save them all. Belmir looked at Rob with a stern expression, but then her former expression vanished. Rob's words already affected her. She herself knew that she was just so suspicious. This man was only here to sell his books. I'm sorry about insulting you earlier. Belmir took all her courage to offer up this small apology. After all, her Tsundere character doesn't allow her to apologize to anyone. If Rob wasn't the author-san, he wouldn't have received such an unprecedented honor. If the villagers saw this scene, their eyeballs would explode in shock. They will wonder what in the world happened. Ha ha ha, no need to apologize. I didn't think of that as an insult in the first place. So you're married and your wife is pregnant. That's going to be exciting news for these One Piece fan club. Paragraph A/N. Hope you enjoy. Chapter 28, Barity Arc. Nami breaks fans' hearts. Paragraph. For the first time, One Piece readers from the 4 seas are discovering that time is very slow while waiting for the next update from the manga. But even so, the much-anticipated day finally came. A week after the publication of the Syrup Village arc, the Straw Hat crew has finally reached their next destination, the Barity arc. As soon as the 4th volume came out, the red light in the art store beacon turned green, which was Rob's way of announcing the release of the new update. And without any surprises, the 4 stores were packed with hundreds of people addicted to One Piece, minutes after the update signal was issued. It was still morning, so Rob was in bed with his pregnant wife and he was controlling everything on the storefront of the system, from issuing the new update in reasonable quantities to announcing it by the green light. The system was really cool. Even he doesn't need to go into his stores in order to make money. Rob himself doesn't want to see the messy situation right now inside his stores. He already knows how bad the situation there is. It is good that his store is so solid that no harm can be done to him, or he will need to waste time teaching these uncivilized people the culture of human ranks and waiting outside for their turn. Now all he had to do was hug his sleeping wife more deeply and wait for the rain of art points and the EXP that would come from the 4 seas. As for Alvia, she had already read Barity Arc the day before it came out. She had a deal with Rob about this some time ago. Rob couldn't refuse her when she asked him for the update of the chapters before he put it in his stores. She was his beloved wife. How could he refuse her? Since she was a pregnant woman, she was too emotional. Seeing Nami have to betray the crew made her feel too hurt. When he saw her reaction to something so simple, he didn't know how she would react when she saw Robin's past in the future chapters. Rob felt his heart pound in terror at the thought of that. It wasn't only Alvia who felt pain over Nami's betrayal of the crew, but all One Piece readers who had already read the new update. Everything in Barity Arc was perfect, except for this point, where they wanted to strangle the author. Why not just let her travel with them in peace? Apparently, she wants it too. All their hope was now on Luffy, who didn't lose his confidence and determination to get Nami back. Since Luffy wants to get her back, they are confident that will happen, but they are still worried that the damn author will have another opinion. The first emergence of a big boss like Shichibukai and the best swordsman in the world, Drackle Mihawk, was like a nuclear bomb that blows events away and blows the minds of readers. His fight with Zoro, who couldn't even be called a fight but rather bullying, made the ardent blood of the fans cold. The author came back to remind them of the cruelty of the world and that their dreams are still far. Too far, that it seems impossible to reach them. However, it was the end of the fight in which Zoro didn't die, and Zoro's promise, and Mihawk respect, and his choice of Zoro as a potential opponent were among the good points that released the depression of the readers. Mihawk, I'm Dracula Mihawk. Mihawk, it's too early for you to die. Mihawk, get to know yourself. Usopp, hurry up. Rapidly. Put medicine on the wounds. Mihawk, know your world. Mihawk, and be the strongest, Roronoa. Mihawk, no matter how many months and years pass, I'll still be standing here on top of the world waiting for you. Mihawk, so make your way with this terrible determination and try to defeat my sword. Mihawk, try to outsmart me, Roronoa. Zoro, L. Luffy, C, can you hear me? Luffy, yes. Sanji. Zoro, I apologize for worried you. I know that if I don't become the most strongest swordsman in the world, this will embarrass you. Zoro, Ak. Yasako, brother. Please don't talk. Zoro, I swear. Zoro, I won't lose again. Zoro, until the day I fight him and win. Zoro, I swear. Mihawk, smile. Luffy, smile. Zoro, I won't lose again. Zoro, do you have a problem with this, Pirate King? Luffy, hee 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 hee. Never. This passage in particular made readers explode with awe. Some even thought that Mihawk is actually the best swordsman in the world right now. After all, the inhabitants of the Four Seas were largely ignorant of what was happening in the Grand Line. They can no longer differentiate between what is real and what is not. The Black Sword Yoru, used by Mihawk, is already recognized as one of the 12 supreme swords, just as Rob drew it is indeed real, but its whereabouts are unknown. The last time it appeared was 50 years ago. Only a few people in a spot in the world had seen the Black Sword yet because at this very moment Mihawk, who was still 14 years old, began the journey of reaching the best swordsman in the world. Rob was wondering how young Mihawk would react when he saw that his dream had already been fulfilled in the manga. It's going to be kind of interesting. Even the appearance of new crew member Sanji didn't forget the audience in the disappointment of Nami's escape and her theft of the ship. But unsentimental audience like Clover and his crew of archaeologists from O'Hara. Trafalgar D. Water Chris of Flevens. Porgas D. Rogue of Bait Rilla. And the 5 elders of the world government. They were most interested in Sanji and Zeph's dream of finding the All Blue. This was something they hadn't heard of for the first time. All Blue is the legendary sea that caused everything in the past. The reason for the appearance of One Piece itself. Those people who read One Piece manga in order to smell information about One Piece itself are more interested in the manga than ever. The 5 elders of the world government became like a cat whose tail had been poked at this moment. Not only that, but how the Shichibukai plan was discovered, which only they themselves know about. For a moment the 5 elders doubted that there was a spy among them, but this impossible assumption quickly vanished. The Shichibukai plan, just a forced idea, they weren't even planning to use it right now. It was a trump card they were planning to use if the pirates became too much and spread into the sea like the epidemic, as has happened several times in the past until now. This person knows about All Blue. This means that the name of One Piece is not just a coincidence. Now the world government has officially become interested in this book. In a dark hall in the middle of a large red throne surrounded by a large number of swords. A tall and dark figure opened its eyes that were like waves of blood, the void shaking as soon as the figure opened its eyes. An interested smile appeared on his or her face. In his hand was an open book on the page of Sanji's declaration of his dream. Paragraph. A/N, hope you enjoy. Chapter 29, Activate the Big Plan. The famous Straw Hat Pirates across the 4 seas. Paragraph. The residents of the Konomi Islands and the neighboring islands where Rob has set up his art stores are actually surprised by the fact that this story was filmed in their East Sea. This made them feel a lot of pride. Even the Pirate King in the story and the Great Pirate in reality, Gold Roger, was a person from their Eastern Sea. Especially the people of Fusha Village who saw themselves and their homes in the manga. It was so shocking that they hadn't woken up from shock yet. In a wooden house, the voices of a newborn baby sounded. The mother has died, I'm sorry. The doctor and midwife came out with sad expressions, leaving the green-haired girl who was still crying in the shocked man's arms. I've decided. Since fate willed it, your name will be Makino, my sweet little girl. You will be the inheritor of the daddy's business in the future. You must be strong. Daddy is apologizing because it doesn't look like I'm going to live with you long after your mommy is gone too. The men seemed to be several years old in moments, as he turned his gaze away from the corpse of the green-haired woman and looked at his child who had just been born. Next to the woman who had just died was a manga book open to a page in which a beautiful young woman appeared who seemed to be an exact copy of the woman who had just died. This was the birthing moment of a character from the manga, which unfortunately Rob didn't attend it because he was busy as hell. What the residents of East Blue didn't know until now is that manga of One Piece has become popular in the other 3 seas as well, not just their East Sea. But they will soon know when East Blue begins to receive people from the 4 seas who were affected by the story of One Piece and wanted to see up close the places where the protagonists of their story went. And these things have already begun, but they are on a small, unobservable scale so far. In less than 2 months since Rob started creating One Piece manga, the Straw Hat Pirates have become famous in the 4 seas. Even the Navy branches of the 4 seas are beginning to learn about the ubiquitous mystery stores that sell manga books and allow the blind to regain their sight within the walls of the store. The pirates' ideas promoted in this fantasy book were causing them some inconvenience. After all, Rob has begun to implement his grandiose plan to conquer the four seas with the manga. Within a week he had opened a large number of art stores on many islands across the four seas. For him, navigating among four seas was as easy as wandering in his back garden. The art stores that he opened in West Blue are: the art store O'Hara, which serves as its main base in West Blue. The art store Frisia. Frisia Island is an island adjacent to O'Hara located in the far northeast of O'Hara. This was the island that Robin first arrived at after escaping the Navy in future events. The art store Elysia. The Kingdom of Elysia is a kingdom belonging to the world government, and Rob decided to put the art store in it because it is one of the largest and most populous kingdoms in West Blue. Rob had to use violence and intimidate the king of the kingdom in order to open his store here. The royal family was too arrogant. The art store Ballywood. Ballywood Kingdom is also a kingdom under the world government. Rob decided to open his store here for the same reason. Here, too, he had to show his strength and make the king shrink from fear. The art store Kano. The Kano country is the home of the Chinjo family, which is why Rob opened his art store here. He didn't find it difficult to open the store here because the Chinjo family was currently in the Grand Line. The art stores that he opened in South Blue. The art store Baitrilla, Rob's main base in South Blue also. The art store Sorbet. Sorbet's kingdom is a kingdom under the world government. Rob decided to open his art store here because its current king is Bartholomew Kuma. Young Kuma was an art lover, so he immediately accepted Rob's proposal to set up his art store when he visited his kingdom, and even he prepared a banquet for Rob which Rob was pleased to take part in. The art store Torino, an island ruled by indigenous peoples with primitive looks. Rob chose this island not only because it appeared in the manga but because he wanted to have these skilled doctors on his side, so he made his store items completely free for these people who look like the Mayan people. The art store Karate Island. Rob opened his art store here only because it's a popular spot in South Blue. The art stores that he opened in East Blue. The art store Kokoyasi. Kokoyasi village is only one of the 20 small islands within the Konomi archipelago, and this art store is the main base of Rob in East Blue. The art store Fuchsia. Rob finally got the courage to open his art store on Dawn Island, because the most powerful person in the world had already discovered his manga, so he had no qualms about going forward and making the world ablaze even more. He's already completely on the world government's radar now, including the hidden big boss him. The art store Grey Terminal, the second store that Rob opened on the Dawn Island. Because of the poverty of this place, he decided to sell manga for free in this store. When he first appeared here he was like a god to these homeless poor. Because of his benevolent nature he decided to leave one food vending machine for free use for them. For this reason, Rob was so respected in the hearts of these poor people. The art store Syrup. Syrup Village is one of the 13 small islands within the Gecko archipelago. Rob was surprised to see the young Yasop and also Usopp's young mother in the crowd who gathered at his store after he opened it for the first time here. He also got to know Kaya's parents who were the richest people on this island. The art store Logue Town, the big town on Polestar Island. Rob chose this place due to its dense population. The art store Shimatsuki. Rob decided to open his store here because he wanted to save Kuina from death. The art store Oikote. The reason Rob opened the art store here is that this is the place where Nojiko and Nami are found out in the open by Belmere. Rob was afraid to cause them to die because he deviated from the path of the future, so he would personally make sure to take them to Belmere. The art stores that he opened in North Blue. The art store Flevens. That art store is Rob's main base in North Blue. The art store Kun Village, a very poor village, but it still hasn't reached the point of famine it will be in the future due to drought. The moment Rob appeared in this place he felt pity for the residents and made free food and even manga volumes for free. Since Rob here, he would make sure to save Baby 5 from the fate of being abandoned in the forest. The art store Ulvneil. Ulvneil Kingdom is the home of the famous Mont Blanc Noland. Rob decided to open his art store here to show the truth about this great man and teach the royal family a lesson in how to draw comics. Rob noticed the remnants of the Mont Blanc family who marginalized in this kingdom as well, through the notices of art points gained later on getting to know the name of the young Mont Blanc cricket. The art store Germa. The kingdom of Germa where it is still fixed in the northern blue and has not officially been transferred to the Wandering Sciences Kingdom. From the information that Rob has obtained, the throne of the kingdom and the title of patriarch of the family has just been transferred a few months ago to the young Vinsmoke judge from his late father. Rob decided to set up his store here to teach this amateur kingdom how to unite the northern blue in more peaceful ways. The truth is he only wanted to take over the Germa kingdom and save Vinsmoke Sora. The art store Spider Miles. In the Fallen Noble Island, it's a large and developed island that contains a city full of processing factories, ruled by a kingdom under the world government. Rob opened his art store here because of the Don Flamingo family that moved down from Mary Geos a few months ago. Ding! Congratulations on opening your 21st art store. System Level 6, 50876/100000 for the next upgrade. Plus 64 Dimensional Art Store. Art stores available to use, 21/93. Unlocked feature at level 5, Customer Entitlement. Customer Entitlement, anything purchased from the art store will belong to the customer only, if stolen it will automatically return to the customer. Unlocked feature at level 6, Video Projection. Video projection, from now on the host can use one of the art store beacon properties as a live TV. Any place that has an art store will act as a TV station itself, you can display whatever you want through a huge hologram screen that everyone in the place can see. That's so fucking amazing. Looking at the backlog of system updates that he hadn't had time to see until now, Rob cried out in awe. From the moment he received this notice and was insanely busy, he had to start his plan early just because of him. In the space of a week, Rob traveled from island to island and set a record that no one in this world could achieve, all thanks to the teleportation from art stores that made it easier that to him. This was the damned notification. Ding. Plus 10.000 art points from the World King Im. Paragraph. Chapter 30, Saving the Tragic Don Quixote Family. Paragraph. The Rob observation hockey was covering all of Fallen Noble Island at the moment. Although he opened his store here, unusually, it didn't attract as much attention at first as the rest of the other islands, because this kingdom contains many factories and work facilities in which the inhabitants of this island work. That's why Rob went out for a little wandering in this place that was the source of everything from the story of Heavenly Yachtcha Doflamingo. He was not surprised when he noticed the Don Quixote family being bullied all the time by everyone who sees them. They were, after all, celestial dragons who had waived their rights. It's really good that they're alive so far. Who were the celestial dragons? They were the creatures most hated by the inhabitants of this world. Hate was so great that it became an innate feeling that developed in human genes through generations and became human nature. Yes, hating and loathing celestial dragons had become human nature in this world. This is normal, given that celestial dragons consider humans even less than cattle. Now that he is here, he will find a solution to remove these pests from this world. The days continued to go by as the suffering of the Don Quixote family continued to grow more violent, as at first, the angry civilians were reticent as they tested the waters. They still had a fear of the admiral appearing and killing them all. But with time this fear eased and the suffering of the Don Quixote family increased. Rob watched all this from afar. He was waiting for the right time to act, as he had already decided to save the Don Quixote family. Only when he noticed that Doflamingo's mother was already getting sick and was going to die if she didn't get treatment, did he finally decide to intervene. Bastards of celestial dragons, today I will return all the humiliation my daughter suffered until her death to you. I swear I will make your lives like hell. Me too, I will avenge my son. My child was just a little child. Why did you take him from me? Why? My sister didn't do anything wrong other than to breathe without asking the celestial dragon. Why did she have to die because of that? I will kill you, I will kill the celestial dragon today. People continued to scream out their grievances to the Don Quixote family, who are already being beaten and kicked. Please, just hit me, they're just kids, and she's just a weak woman. Please. Don Quixote homing was already at the end of his thoughts, though in great pain he still wanted to take all the beating for his children and his wife. Will he say he doesn't regret his decision to get off Mary Geos now? Of course, he regretted it a lot. If he had the chance he would have wanted to return, but he knows that it is already too late for regret. Tears kept falling from his eyes like a torrent as he watched his wife, the dearest to him, and his children being violently beaten and protecting her two children despite the severe pain she was feeling, even though she was very sick. Please, I beg you, have mercy on my family, have mercy on my family, you can kill me if you want, just have mercy on my family. Little Doflamingo, who was crying in pain, stared at his father with hateful looks as he heard his pleading like a bitch. Just why do I have a father like this? Little Rosinante hugged his mother and cried non-stop. Don't be afraid. Cough. Cough. Mama is here, no one will harm you. Cough. The health status of Don Quixote matriarch, Doflamingo's mother, was getting worse after a lot of beatings. Please. Someone. Save us. Don Quixote homing couldn't stand seeing his family being abused anymore and screamed for help. No one can save you. Just go to hell. Who would want to save demons like you? If someone else comes here, it will be because he wanted to participate in your hit, scum of the celestial dragons. That's enough. Only when the Don Quixote family lost all hope and allowed these human beasts to beat them to death. A powerful voice resounded in the area like a sledgehammer, shattering the arrogance of the angry civilians and making their hot blood turn cold. Hiding and harming children and weak women, are you even human? The breath of voice came back with even more terrifying force than before. There was clearly anger lurking within that voice. Out of the clouds, a 1,000-meter-long eastern dragon emerged, glaring at the crowd with a look that made people's legs soft. The majestic dragon was just a paper dragon, but it looked like a real dragon. Its color was azure, the dragon's mustaches and the dragon's horns looked more magnificent than anything else. It looked like a fleeing dragon from the Xianxia novel. Above the paper dragon's head, Rob stood with an angry look on his face as he looked at the innocent family that had been severely beaten. His anger almost turned into a tangible and stifling force. The true celestial dragon has come. Paragraph. Chapter 31, Awakening the Conqueror Haki and Getting a Disciple. Paragraph. Who are you? Why do you want to defend the scum of the celestial dragons? We are not afraid of you. Yes, we will definitely take our revenge. Silence. I am the king here, no one has the right to speak in my presence. As soon as he said that, a tyrannical aura scattered from Rob, but its scope didn't reach the ground, which was why the people present didn't faint. Once he confessed his qualifications as king, Rob officially awakened the Conqueror Haki. This was a great harvest for him, but he was in no mood to celebrate. If he didn't appear to these people that they were wrong, he would have wasted his great entry for nothing. Although his royal haki didn't faint them because it didn't hit them, the mere effect of his haki made them shiver in fear and not dare to speak again. This person riding that giant, legendary dragon-like beast was so frightening. He made them powerless to do anything just by his presence. When the beatings finally stopped crushing their bodies, the Don Quixote family could finally breathe, and they finally saw the face of the person who had saved them. Thank you. Thank you, generous benefactor, for saving my family. Don Quixote Homing spoke with extremely sincere gratitude at this moment. He himself had not expected any rescue when he screamed out for help. Young Doflamingo and Rosinante stopped crying and looked in awe at the man standing on the dragon. The pathetic woman was also able to take a break and look at the person who had intervened to save her family at their worst. Don Quixote matriarch was deeply grateful to this man. How are you different from the scum of celestial dragons in this case? Can you take a look back at the people you've been beating up all along? Because of their fear of this man, they were listening to his words instinctively. Two young children no more than 10 years old, a weak woman suffering from disease, a weak and decrepit man trying to protect his family very hard. This was the picture in front of them. The emotional men and women among the crowd felt some remorse at this moment. But there are those who feel nothing but more hatred. I only see the scum of celestial dragons. What the hell do you want to show us? Aren't the celestial dragons are the celestial dragons? They are from the same clan as my innocent daughter's killers. I will never forgive the celestial dragons. The crowd's angry cries rose again, and this time even Rob was puzzled about how to make these people feel remorse. Homing and the matriarch both felt despair at this moment, only now did they know how impossible their previous thoughts were. Coexisting with humans that had been suppressed by celestial dragons for generations was not something that could be done easily. Although they were celestial dragons, this family is not really like other celestial dragons. They are peaceful and friendly and free from any sense of arrogance and contempt towards you. You guys punish the wrong people. I am not telling you to leave your hatred for the celestial dragons, but do not leave your human conscience. Who are you to say that they are not like other celestial dragons? The men with a deep hatred for celestial dragons walked out of the crowd and asked Rob boldly. I am something too big for a mob character like you to know. Rob's stare made the blood in the brave man's body cool. The men felt the air around him become as sharp as swords. One movement from him and he would just become slices. Do you all want to know who I am? Yes. We want to know. Tell us. I am just a new investor in this kingdom. Now you all can get out of front of me. The Eastern Dragon disappeared from the bottom of Rob's feet and transformed into two huge wings on his back. Rob began to descend downwards near the Don Quixote family. The first person to run away was the men who had been threatened under the sharp sword intent. But the others didn't want to go. They still wanted to teach the celestial dragons a lesson, so Rob couldn't take them anymore and sent them flying with an attack like a paper river. He didn't kill them, but he hurt them like hell so that they no longer had the courage to come back. Thank you very much, benefactor, for saving my family. I don't know how to return this favor. Please accept my humble bow. Cough. Thank you, for saving my children. Please accept my humble bow as well. Cough. Rob didn't stop them from expressing their gratitude but still came forward to examine the sick woman in front of him. You need urgent treatment. Your condition is very bad. No problem. I am not a person who tolerates injustice. Although I hate celestial dragons, it is clear that you do not resemble celestial dragons in any way. Homing and Matriarch were delighted that they had finally met someone who didn't hate them and understood them and was willing to save them. After a long conversation with the spouses about the health of the sick woman, Rob notices little Doflamingo, who looks at him with a burning look, and little Rosinante, who looks at him with a shy look while hiding behind his mother's leg. Hey kids, don't worry, from now on I'll make sure none of you get hurt. Rob was planning to take them to O'Hara. The potential of a character like Doflamingo was very strong. It would be a valuable asset if he succeeded in making him be grateful for him and work for him. How did you get this strong? I want to be strong too. Doffy. Don't ask the benefactor such questions. You shut up. The young Doflamingo shouted at his father in a loud voice, evidently holding great resentment towards him. Dinquixote Homing froze and felt sad knowing that he had lost his son's trust. His son hated him. Don't worry, sir, that's not a problem for me. Rob approached little Doflamingo and bowed slightly. What's your name, boy? Dinquixote Doflamingo. Why do you want strength? So that I would not be subjected to the same humiliation that I suffered today, and crush anyone who dares to hurt me or my mother and my little brother. A powerful aura of conqueror haki shot out from the kid Doflamingo as soon as he finished answering. His answer was full of willpower. The mother, the father, and little Rosinante fainted because of Doflamingo's conqueror haki. Rob is surprised by the strength of Doflamingo's will that has been able to motivate the awakening of the conqueror haki. Paper condensed into a giant hand and picked up the father, mother, and child who had passed out before falling to the ground. Good, I will teach you how to be strong, will you follow me, boy? Doflamingo is surprised to see his family fall unconscious but is even more surprised by the fact that the other party has offered to teach him. Would you cure my mother if I followed you? Well, I can do that. I agree. Good, can you wait here with your family? I won't be late, I'll just clean up some trash. Paragraph. A/N. Chapter 32, First Blood. A/N. Paragraph. Damn it. Where did that bastard come from, Nana? Our plans are in vain, where are we going to find a candidate like this kid now? A group of 3 people and 1 kid were observing the situation from afar. They had watched everything that had happened up until now, and had not expected such an undesirable shift in their plans. These people were the officers of the Don Quixote pirates in the original story, Treble, Diamante, Pica, and Virgo, but they had the misfortune to run into Rob in this timeline and it caused their plans and dreams to be sabotaged. Treble is the mastermind of everything that has happened to the Doflamingo family so far and Rob has known this the whole time. Was it fun watching from afar for you guys? Rob appeared behind the 4 who were hiding in an alley. You are. Who are you, nah? Don't play the fool in front of me, I already know you were the one playing the strings from the start. Rob was so calm that his calmness makes this little gang fear him even more than they really are. Huh? What do you mean? I don't understand anything of what you're saying. My time is too precious to waste on you. Rob Suragiri took out and sent out an ordinary chopping blow that split an entire row of abandoned houses in this neighborhood. Boom. More than 10 houses were divided in such a smooth manner that the eyeballs of the gang almost fell from this scene. Wah. What do you want, nah? Only now Treble realized that his meager strength would not work with this person who was clearly on another level altogether. I want the Ito Ito no Mi fruit, I won't repeat myself, I'm a busy person, I already know it's with you. If you don't take it out now, you will die. I don't give second chances. Treble and Diamante froze in shock when they heard Rob's words. How does he know about the Ito Ito no Mi fruit? Only they both know this secret. This is unreasonable. Ito Ito no Mi. It seems you're wrong, sir. We really don't have such a thing N. Treble didn't even finish his words and saw the last scene of his life. The last thing he saw was the ground approaching in his sight at great speed before his head rolled into the ground. Treble. Big brother. You killed my big brother, Pica. The kid Virgo froze in horror at the scene. Treble's body fell to the ground with a bloody spurt from his severed neck. I already told you I'm not giving you a second chance. Now it's your turn, will you tell me where the devil fruit is or will you die? Rob pointed his sword at Diamante this time. As soon as he saw the frightening black blade heading towards him, Diamante's back became cold from sweat. I'll tell you. I'll tell you, please remove your sword. Now. Go move. Rob is back at the Don Quixote family again. I see you guys are awake. Since you are awake already that's well, okay, follow me. Rob already had the Ito Ito no Mi fruit in his inventory at this moment. As for Diamante, Pica, and Virgo, he sent them away. After all, Virgo and Pica were just kids, he would never kill kids. As for Diamante, there was no point in killing him or not, so he let him go. You have come, benefactor. We don't know your name yet. Homing and his wife were embarrassed because they hadn't asked for the name of their savior earlier. You can call me Rob, I am your son Daffy's teacher. Since you have nowhere to live I will take you to a suitable place, but you have to keep your identity as celestial dragons a secret, okay? Yes, Mr. Rob, we are so grateful for your generosity, I really can't find enough words to express my great gratitude to you. Don Quixote Homing was feeling immensely happy right now. Even his wife returned a little color to her pale face because of her happiness. Little Doflamingo's expression was still as stiff as it had been. Rob had always been curious about what kind of eyes were hiding behind the glasses, but he would satisfy his curiosity later. Unlike Doflamingo, Rosinante was very happy but nevertheless didn't gain the courage to speak out due to his shyness. The group arrived at the art store building, which was crowded with people outside. Rob wasn't surprised by this, but to the Don Quixote family it was a really big surprise. Even a frozen Doflamingo was dumbfounded for a moment. "Why are you standing there? Come on, this is my shop." The people nearby gave way to Rob and his group as soon as he saw him. They recognized the legendary store owner after all, as he did his usual speech to these people when the store opened earlier. The real shock was waiting for the Don Quixote family inside the store. Paragraph A/N. If the novel's Power Stones continue to rise this week as well, there will be many advanced chapters. Chapter 33, Cure Disease of Don Quixote Matriarch. A/N. Paragraph. Since they were celestial dragons in the past and had lived in domain of the gods in Mary Geos, seeing the wonderful building didn't really have much effect on them. Especially Don Quixote homing, he was more familiar with the wonders of this world. It was not surprising that there were powers that could make the space inside a building very spacious compared to the actual size of the building, so he wasn't much affected by this fact despite his admiration for the design of the art store. But what really caught the attention of the Don Quixote family were the murals of the Straw Hat Pirates that adorned every place in the store, as well as what was being sold in this store. "Mom, can I have those books too?" For the first time, Rob heard Rosinante's voice. "We don't have the money. Cough. For that. I'll get them for you later." Before the father could speak, Rob interrupted them. "I'll give them to you for free." Rob waved his hand and the 4 volumes of One Piece flew to Rosinante, who quickly picked them up. When Rob saw the angry expression on Doflamingo, he gave him the One Piece volumes too. "Save them for later, now follow me, it's time to leave this place." Rob moved with the Don Quixote family to his personal section of the store, exactly the teleportation room. The couple and their 2 children felt the world was getting too bright before everything was back to normal. "We have arrived, let's go." The group followed behind Rob in a state of confusion. Where did they arrive? Obviously, they are still in the same room. The real surprise was when they walked out of the art store and saw the green world around them. They were absolutely stunned. "Welcome to O'Hara, in the West Blue. Sweetheart, did you miss me?" Rob was currently at home with his wife. "Yes, I missed you so much." Of course, she'll miss him. He's been away from her for about a week. This week made her realize how in love she was to him. She missed his pampering, his warm cuddles, his safe scent, and most of all, those wild nights she was already addicted to. "Me too, my love, I really had no choice, I was busy as hell." For Rob, last week was the worst he's ever been through in this world. The non-stop commuting from island to island was really stressful. But now he can finally take a break and enjoy his last sexual session with his wife before the pause. After all, today was the end of the first month of pregnancy and tomorrow was the beginning of the second month. Rob and Alvia had to stop so they wouldn't harm the baby. And so the couple had a date with a more tumultuous night than usual. The next morning, Rob reunited with the Don Quixote family. The family was having a very fun day on O'Hara Island. Yesterday when he told them that they had been teleported from one sea to another by the ability of a devil fruit, they easily accepted the truth. After all, they were more familiar with devil fruits than ordinary people. Rob doesn't know how they'd react if they knew they weren't teleported by a space ability devil fruit. Rob bought a house in Knowledge Village from Professor Clover and gave it to the family to live in, and this made the family many times more grateful to Rob. Their gratitude was really too great, even Doflamingo felt warmth from his teacher's generosity. Alvia and Matriarch become friends after Rob introduces them to each other. The Don Quixote family was surprised by the fact that their benefactor was a married man, but that was fine. Perhaps the 2 families would become related in future generations. Alvia was happy after learning that her husband had saved Matriarch's family. She felt proud to have such a good husband. Matriarch was also taken to the hospital in O'Hara town, but there was no improvement in her health. That's why Rob promised them yesterday to take them to the right place for the Matriarch cure. "Are you ready? The round trip will be easy, but you may need to stay for a while if the health of the Miss Matriarch is more serious." "Yes, Mr. Rob, we are already ready." Don Quixote homing was the most excited now. After all, he cared most about his wife's illness. If she were to recover, it would be the happiest event of his life. Even Doflamingo was happy, but he is very good at hiding his feelings. The group moved from the O'Hara art store to the Torino art store in South Blue. Senior Rob is back. What? It's really Senior Rob? The great store owner and a strange group of guests. As soon as Rob and the group appeared, they were surrounded by a group of people who appeared almost naked. All they were wearing was clothes that concealed their lower areas and chests in the case of women. They were a group of indigenous people on this secluded island. "Yes, guys, I'm back because I need your urgent help." "Of course, we will help Senior Rob. Just tell us what you want and we'll do it for you." The old chief of the tribe stepped forward and gave the initiative to accept Rob's favor even before he asked for it. After all, it was Rob who helped them get rid of the huge birds problem, and not only that, but he opened his divine store here where he introduced a new world to these closed people. In their hearts, Rob was equal to the status of a divine being, so they called him Senior Rob. Thank you guys, my friend Matriarch is sick and needs urgent treatment, so I brought her to you. You have come to the right place, since she is from the people of Senior Rob, we will definitely cure her. Paragraph. A/N, if the novel's Power Stones continue to rise this week as well, there will be many advanced chapters. Chapter 34, The Negative Effect. The piracy is a way of life. A/N. Paragraph. Rob left the Don Quixote family under the care of the Torino people and he returned to O'Hara. He knew very well those people's medicine skills, so he wasn't worried too much. Perhaps in this world, only Dr. Curiha can surpass them. Even his comrade in the crew, Crocus, he can't compare to them. This was the kind of confidence he had in these primitive people. Meanwhile, the art points kept raining Rob from everywhere within the 4 seas, but a special notice really piqued Rob's interest. Ding! Plus 1000 art point from issue. In the art store Elysia, located in the kingdom of Elysia within the Western Blue. Inside the store's trendy tavern was a young man who looked the same age as Rob, who was enjoying the 4th volume of Manga One Piece while drinking his favorite caramel-flavored coffee. The man had 2 scars running across both of his eyes which caused him to lose his sight. But the strange thing is that his eyes, which used to darkness after he blinding themselves 5 years ago, miraculously regain their light now. This blind youth was Issue, the future Admiral Fujitora. Ho ho ho, to think that Sanji he would be that weak in front of women, what a shame, what a shame. Huh, but Nami is a really seductive demon, this talented cook has met his weak point. I'm really interested in seeing this Don Krieg who his subordinate says is the strongest of the seas. Could he be stronger than me? I'm really interested. It turns out he's just a prankster, what a joke, just from the looks of him he looks so weak. Oh, Nami-san, why are you betraying the crew, my heart can't handle it, This is called strong. This Mihawk I admit is worthy of the title of the strongest swordsman. Oh, Zoro is really pathetic, but his will is strong, Ganbare, keep working hard, I believe you will get where you want. At first, when Issue, who came to West Blue, heard that there were mysterious buildings called Art Store that allowed the person who entered them to regain their sight, he felt it was just a joke. But when he kept hearing the same thing over and over again he got suspicious of it. At first he came here to find a fun gamble but he didn't expect to meet something like this. Since he blinded himself 5 years ago he wasn't used to it yet. If he didn't have a strong talent for observation hockey and this talent continued to climb stronger and stronger, he would have lived a life so difficult for him that it would be impossible for him to live a normal life. If there was a place where he could regain his sight even temporarily, he would definitely visit. Who doesn't want to see the light again? He was just a human. He blinded his eyes off because he didn't want to see the injustice of the world. But he still wanted his eyesight back if it would allow him to see a wonderful world like the one he's living in now. Issue's face had been showing joy the entire time since he entered this amazing place. This place was better than any casino or bar he'd been to before. This was his true paradise. The matter of him getting his sight back now was just a small matter when compared to the real deal. What this divine store was selling was the real deal that caught Issue's entire attention. Issue was disappointed when he had no chapters left to read. This place really is a paradise for someone like me. Issue has seen people like him who can't see with smiles on their faces eating food bought from vending machines or reading manga books. The smile on the young man's face became even larger. I really want to see the person who created this place before I leave so I can thank him for letting me see the light again. And also to ask him when the next book will be released. Across the 4 seas, many little pirates who look like the Straw Hats have appeared, causing a lot of trouble to the branches of the Navy. Although they only play the role of pirates and are not far from their homes, this still causes trouble for the Navy. The problem is that even adults are friendly with this kind of pseudo-pirate. Piracy has become a way of life in the 4 seas. The 4 seas are burning with enthusiasm to go to sea and explore the One Piece. And there are even those who have had a lot of courage to try to gather a real crew and leave for the Grand Line in order to find the One Piece. These were people who had devil fruit abilities or some strength. Of course, what is happening in the 4 seas wasn't hidden from the eyes of the headquarter. Fuck. Fleet Admiral Kong turned off Den Den Mushy's phone and hit his desk hard. What is happening in the 4 seas caused him a great headache. It's all because of those damn stores. Where the hell did that person come from? Rudes D. Rob. The second swordsman in Roger's Pirates, a bounty of 450 million berry, what's his point in going to the 4 seas? Is he really quitting piracy? Fleet Admiral Kong was reading the collected file on Rob when the 5 elders requested him. This man was the most silent of the Roger pirates, not as visible as the rest of the crew, so it turns out he's been building a trading empire in the 4 seas all this time and has been promoting pirate ideas through his books. Damn you. What a complex and difficult subject to solve. The ubiquitous art stores, most of which had yet to be identified, were torturing the world government. Paragraph. A/N. If the novel's power stones continue to rise this week as well, there will be many advanced chapters. Chapter 35, What's Scary About the Grand Line? I came into this world to make it blaze. A/N. Paragraph. Marine Ford. Degree. The problem is not here. The real problem was that the 5 elders ordered him to never interfere in this matter. Just let him do whatever he wants as long as he doesn't enter the Grand Line. This was the order of the 5 elders when he called to inform them of the disturbing situation the 4 Seas was experiencing. Well, he couldn't disobey the orders of the 5 elders anyway, so he could just swallow the grievances and sit idly by. Strange, why would the 5 elders not want to interfere in this matter? Isn't talking about One Piece a taboo for them? This guy is not only talking about One Piece, he is publicly promoting it. Allowing him to continue with this is no different than giving a gun to a child. That's really weird. On the desk of the Fleet Admiral was the 4th volume of the manga One Piece open to the last page. When Sanji, who chose to sail with Luffy, cries while bidding farewell to the owner, Zeph, and his comrades cooks. Even a Fleet Admiral known for his stern temper couldn't say he didn't like this book. But that doesn't mean he can't smell danger from him. Yo, Fleet Admiral-san. Sniff. Sniff. I smell something delicious here. Garp. You bastard. Who let you in here? Didn't you say you were going to see your village today? In O'Hara's art store, Rob would spend most of his time composing new volumes, and the pleasure he found in this work was so great, although it cannot be compared to the pleasure of sleeping with his wife, it is still a close second. Since he received the system's notification that issue, Fleet Admiral Kong, and some other characters had read his manga, he became even more excited to draw more. He has even started composing another manga, but he won't be publishing them anytime soon. But this manga has to wait until he makes his next bold move. Rob was not so stupid for to spread his stores on the 4 Seas like a virus for no reason. From the moment he received notice, he not only felt scared but also excited. So many art points meant one thing. He's got a huge fan. Big shot as a fan. What does this mean? This means that the other party is interested in the manga and wants to read more. If the king of this world wants to read more manga, he will give him more. Rob didn't care about the reason of to related with his manga, whether he was bored of life or something else. For Rob it didn't matter. What really matters to Rob is that this means that he will get a free period of protection, as long as orders the 5 elders not to interfere in his affairs. This was what gave Rob the courage to go far in his plans. The current wave he had caused in the 4 Seas was known to a few people on the Grand Line, including the Navy and the world government. After all, nothing can be hidden from their eyes. If he can't hide anything, he will only let them see everything. Why does he need to be afraid? He needs more EXP points to level up the system. He was even planning something so explosive that what he had done before would be so small and insignificant. What's so scary about the Grand Line? I came to this world to make it blaze. Since the king of this world wants to read my manga, I will bring him closer to it than ever. And I don't need any thanks. Rob was really planning to blow it up this time. He will go so far that it is unimaginable what he intends to do at the moment. But if his bold move succeeds, the benefits will also be unimaginable. Since he had a lot of stores to update in, the work he had to do increased, but his paper fruit level had become so good that the production speed couldn't be compared to theirs in the beginning. He can now copy 10,000 manga volumes in 5 minutes. Thanks to this speed, he was able to keep up with the mass production he had to produce and spread it among the many stores across the 4 Seas. An hour ago he had already done the weekly update for One Piece manga. He had published over 20,000 volumes for each of his 21 stores. He published the arc that made readers across the 4 Seas explode with all kinds of emotions. For the first time, readers felt a kind of emotion they hadn't felt before in One Piece. Absolute sadness. The hatred. And an adrenaline rush. It was the 5th volume of the manga One Piece. Arlong Park arc. Within an hour, manga sales soared through the roof, breaking the 100,000 mark for the first time in this world. The system level has risen again as well. The system was now at level 7. Rob was excited to see what kind of advantage he would get at this level. After all, the previous feature made him excited to start turning the One Piece manga into an anime. Congratulations on upgrading the system. Level 7 of the system, 1000/500,000 for the next upgrade. Plus 9-dimensional art store, 100 art store is the upper limit in the first 10 levels. Art stores available to use, 21/100. Unlocked feature at level 7, Divine Protection. Divine Protection, a true fan of the host's art can get protection from the art store he purchases from. When he is in life-threatening danger because of the host's art, he will be teleported to the art store, no matter where he is. This is it. That's what I'm talking about. What a great advantage. Rob almost screams out of excitement. Paragraph. A/N. If the novel's power stones continue to rise this week as well, there will be many advanced chapters. Which manga do you want me to publish in the world of One Piece? Naruto. Bleach. Gintama. HXH. Attack on Titan. Chapter 36, Arlong Park arc causing a stir. Roger's crew in Bait Rilla. A/N. Paragraph. Chapter 81, Tears. The chapter is in the manga, not the novel. Genzo, get out of our way, Nami. Nami. Ginzo, let's all go. Although we cannot win, we will show them our pride. Flashback. Arlong, shahahahaha. Nami, Arlong. 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 Nami. Nami, Luffy. Nami, what now? You don't know anything. Luffy, no, I don't know anything. Nami, that's none of your business. Nami, I've told you to get out of this island. Sigh. Luffy, yes, you did. Nami, Luffy. Help me. Luffy, I will definitely help. Flashback. Luffy, don't touch my hat. Nami, Lu. Luffy. Luffy, let's go. Zoro/Sanji/Usopp, yes. Boom. Luffy, which one of you? Arlong. Arlong. This is my name. And who are you? Luffy, I'm Luffy, a pirate. Arlong, so what would a pirate want from me? Punch. Boom. Luffy, don't you dare make my navigator cry. All the grievances that have accumulated in the hearts of readers thus far throughout this arc have been deflated with this punch. The readers felt their blood boil at this moment. This scene was more than words can describe. The greatest ever. This arc was really bad for the reputation of the fishmen and the Navy. It could be said that they were simply destroyed. Even the readers themselves didn't know why they hated the Navy and the race of fishmen. But if you ask a random person from the Four Seas, he will tell you that they caused pain to their beloved Nami. The full Nami past was shown, and this had a particularly great effect on the people of Kokoyashi Village. The effect was so great that the people of Kokoyashi Village were horrified if this would happen to them in the future. Will the Arlong pirates come to their village in the future? It was something written by the angel himself. It's not fun anymore. They appeared in the book after all. They were directly related to the Straw Hat Pirates in the book. Nami was one of the residents of Kokoyashi Village. Not only that, but she had to become a pirate to liberate their village. She was stealing from pirates to free their village from the Arlong pirates. Phew. Now they know why Nami hates pirates, so that's why. No, they were the reason. In a wooden house far from the homes of the other villagers. The sounds of crying continued to echo in this small house. Young Belmere was crying heartily as her waterfall-like tears fell on the manga folder, but the volume book didn't get it wet or hurt at all. Ever since she started reading this book, she can't stop crying no matter how hard she tries. She had seen her entire future after all, only now did she know why she was feeling such an unusual intimacy with Nami. That was her future daughter. The daughter who was raised by herself. Arlong. I swear that if you appear in front of me in this life, I will kill you with everything I have before I die. It seemed as if Belmere she was possessed by some kind of rabid spirit at this moment. Her hatred for the fishmen and the marine escalated and went over the roof. Everything she saw in the manga was real. She had no idea that this was just a fantasy at all. Just like everyone else in her village, they now really believed in the angel story Rob had told them before. In Belmere's eyes, Rob was truly an angel from heaven who had come to tell them the future. In the case of Belmere, her future was very tragic. Belmere's eyes were red from the many tears that had fallen from her eyes this day. Maybe I should accept the kindness of the store owner and become his younger sister. Perhaps if she becomes a friend of that person, she can survive her bleak future. She didn't really know how to describe her inner feeling at the moment, but she wanted to find someone to dump her grievances on, and Rob was the closest person she could think of. Her feelings and thoughts were in a chaotic state. This chapter made her mature by several years from her boyish state. She watched her dream of becoming a naval admiral turn into a joke in the future, as she didn't even reach the rank of her late father. What is worse is that she didn't have the necessary strength to protect her village in a time of real crisis. What was devastating to her dream and literally made her feel cold water pouring over her was how the Navy colluded with the pirates and took the money of her daughter who had been working hard to collect them. Her faith was broken at that very moment. Not only that, but she was murdered by Arlong, and her daughter Nami was used to become a member of his pirates by force in order to draw him the maps. It was a very bad future for her. She doesn't want it. She doesn't want it. If this is the future she has to live, she will fight fate to change it. No, I have to find him. Only he can help me. Belmere removed her navy clothes and threw them away as if she didn't care about that dream anymore. She put on feminine clothes and walked out of the house. Her destination was the art store. Along the way, the villagers gave her sad looks as if her future was touching them as well, but no one could come forward to talk to her at this moment except for one person. Belmir-chan. Don't worry, I will protect you in the future. Protect yourself first so that your body will not be disfigured by our long. Belmir continued walking without even looking back, but she stopped abruptly. But thank you for your kindness, Genzo. I really appreciate it, both in the present and in the future. Belmir smiled before continuing on her way to look for Rob. Young Genzo stood freezing in place, his feelings were mixed at the moment. On the same day when the 5th volume was released, which caused an emotional storm across the 4 seas, a majestic ship approached the island of Bait-Rilla. The appearance of this ship caused everyone who saw its flag to urinate on themselves with pure terror. The unlucky pirates who came across this ship madly ran away so as not to die a miserable death, and the people on the merchant ships who came across this ship on their journey froze in fear. Oro Jackson has sailed with unparalleled prestige across the South Sea. It made its way from the New World, through the Calm Belt, and finally into the depths of Southern Blue. For those people on this ship were a short trip. This was the ship of the most famous pirates crew in the world right now, the Roger Pirates. Wahahaha, see how terrified these pirates were when they saw our ship, Rayleigh. For a moment I thought their ships got legs and started running away. BFT. Ha 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 ha, you almost killed me you bastard, can't you see I'm drinking sake here? The laughter continued to rise from Roger's ship as it drew closer and closer to Bait-Rilla Island. After a few days, Oro Jackson has finally arrived in Bait-Rilla. Paragraph. A/N, if the novel's power stones continue to rise this week as well, there will be many advanced chapters. Chapter 37, opening the first art store in the Grand Line. Paragraph. Belmir has arrived at the art store but finds Rob nowhere, so she sits down at the bar and she starts to wait for him to come back. No matter how long she has to wait, she'll sit here obediently until he comes. While sitting in the bar, which was without any waitress or waiter, she had a genius idea. Yes, that could work. Logetown, East Blue. Rob was walking around Logetown at this moment. Every time he updated the manga, he'd wander through his art stores and associated towns or villages. It was a chore to see his audience's reaction to the new volume firsthand. And that didn't disappoint at all, people were really enjoying his work. The story of One Piece has restored a kind of feelings for these people that may have been lost even from their genes. This world that many in the modern world dreamed of crossing into was so cruel to ordinary people, it could be said that it was devoid of any colors of life. Although there are wonderful fairy tale-like islands and more wonderful seas to visit, and amazing types of life to see, a mysterious history to enjoy exploring it, and all kinds of interesting things in this really big world. However, for the ordinary people who make up 99% of this world can't even think about it, all they want is to live a safe life away from the cruel hands of the world. This is the reality of this world that is hidden behind the gentle facade of the anime. In this real world, the simplest wish of ordinary people is to live well. The extremely inexpensive and entertaining manga Rob was a new world and a way of life that Rob had brought into the bleak world of these ordinary people that no one had thought of before. Even the fierce pirates have become meeker after getting to know the One Piece manga. Rob had been receiving a lot of art points notifications from the many ferocious pirates of the 4 seas throughout the previous days. Because the art stores punished some of these pirate rioters, the number of rioters has decreased. After all, no one wants to be deprived of the One Piece manga. Since Rob was the only person selling manga, he took control of everything about it. From the money to the good audience opinions, and controlling public opinion, he was the boss of the new market he invented. No one could compete with him in this regard, only if the world government wanted to create its own manga story as well, maybe they could compete with him a little bit. This time Rob had another purpose in coming to Logetown, also known as East Blue's endpoint. He was planning to visit the Grand Line. It's okay if his entry into the Grand Line is not detected by the world government, is it? Since it's okay, he'll do it. After he was done wandering around the fun town because of the art store, Rob flew into the sky and his destination was the Reverse Mountain. The entrance to the Grand Line. Rob soared into the sky and turned almost invisible, as he used a color that matches the color of the sky with his paper body and flew haughtily. No one would be able to see him unless it explored the sky with its observing haki. Rob kept flying and quickly crossed the Reverse Mountain and entered the Grand Line. Rob felt a tangible change in the atmosphere around him. For a moment he thought as if he had entered another world. Rob saw Laboon, which started to look like a big whale bitly without any scars on its head. After all, Crocus has yet to return to tell him the shocking truth about the death of the Rumber Pirates. He knows about Laboon from his memories in the manga and also from the previous Rob. After all, Crocus travels on the ship with them because he wants to find the remains of the Rumber Pirates, all in order to stop this cute whale's rampage. Although Crocus had never told him about Laboon, but he once accidentally overheard him asking Rayleigh about the Rumber Pirates, and then told Rayleigh and Roger about the story of the loyal whale, who is loyal to his friends and is still waiting for their return. Rob sighed and continued his journey toward the front. Rob doesn't really want to get too involved in the plot, so that keeps a few key events intact. Unfortunately, Rob doesn't know that in the near future he will get in a lot of trouble because of this whale. Rob continued his journey following the log pose he had bought from Log Town, the destination of the log pose being the first island on the Grand Line. Whiskey Peak. But of course, Rob won't open his secret art store in an environment full of bounty hunters. It wouldn't be called a secret store anymore if he did. In that place, he will find his way to the next island where his true target will be. Time passed and Rob could finally see the features of Whiskey Peak Island. He was still in the sky as he used the observation hockey to find out where someone selling log poses was in that place. In the end, he manages to locate this and does some disguise by fiddling with the papers before heading to the person selling the log poses. Rob wanted a very rare and eternal log pose, which would lead to Little Garden Island. Unfortunately, he didn't find it at this seller but got information about it after he offered 1 million berries as commission. After a little trouble, he managed to get it from one of the bounty hunters on the island, although it was done by force, but he succeeded anyway. After obtaining the eternal log pose, Rob didn't put time on Whiskey Peak anymore and flew to the next island. Little Garden. This was a semi-island cut off from the world. After all, it could only be reached by luck if an eternal log pose wasn't available to record its coordinates. After hours of flying fast, Rob made it to the Little Garden Island, which looked like an ancient land from the primeval times of the world. Rob has always been curious about this island and why everything around this island is so late for the world. The reason Rob decided to open an art store here was to build a good relationship with the giant race and also create a secret burrow to escape if one day he needed to. Even before he descends on the island, notice the two giants fighting each other in devastating combat. Apparently, I've arrived at the wrong time. Paragraph. A/N. If the novel's power stones continue to rise this week as well, there will be many advanced chapters. Chapter 38, Broggy and Dory Amazement. Paragraph. Gegiajayagya. You're so fun, little human, to think that you can even withstand that attack without you get unharmed. Rob smiled as he listened to Giant Dory's praise. When Rob came to Little Garden for the first time, he stayed hidden in the sky near the battlefield of the giants. He was really impressed by the intensity of their fight. A slash full of swordsman's strength eventually flew out and Rob noticed it too late. Its size was too big to be unavoidable, so he had to defend himself and reveal himself in the process. The blue slash struck the Suragiri sword and sparks flew everywhere. This incident on the side of their battlefield attracted the attention of Dory and Broggy, who stopped fighting and watched intently as the little human sliced Dory's powerful attack in two half. They were so startled by this incident that they started to applaud the little friend's skill. Rob then has got to know Broggy and Dory and becomes their friend, as he is currently taking part in a feast of eating the roasted dinosaur meat Dory had picked up. Rob bought tons of vodka from the system shop which made the happy mood for both Broggy and Dory and become happier. This was the best kind of wine they had ever drunk. Of course, it will be the best, as it is a modern wine treated with the latest technologies in the field of winemaking, unlike the backward wine of the world of One Piece. Rob quickly devoured the delicious dinosaur meat before getting up and entering the savvy investor mode again. You guys, today I came to this island to set up my art store. Rob explained everything he needed to explain to these giants simply so that they could understand him. He told them that they would be his customers from now on, as he would sell them the entertainment manga for a nominal price, but before that, he gave them a detailed explanation of the manga. As for the source of the money, after all, Broggy and Dory had a lot of hidden treasures on this island left by pirates and people who have been stuck here for 73 years since they came here, so they won't have a problem with the lack of money. He also told them that what he would sell them would be entertainment and much better than their usual fight. The more Broggy and Dory listen, the more excited they become. Who doesn't want to be the size of a normal human and enjoy a new kind of entertainment? They are tired of their monotonous lives for the 7 decades they have lived here. Although 7 decades does not mean much to the giants, it is still a long period. After telling them everything they needed to know, Rob set up his new art store on a flat grassy plain between the two houses of the giants. After he finished making minor adjustments to the store, Rob summoned Dory and Broggy to enter. As soon as Broggy and Dory approached the perimeter of the art store, their bodies began to shrink to the size of a normal human. Everything was surreal to the giants. After all, they were so used to their gigantic size, and suddenly even the trees that were like grass to them before seemed even bigger than them. Gabba-babba-ba. This feeling is amazing. I never thought that there would come a day when I could transform into a little human. Broggy laughed happily while trying to regain his balance as he nearly fell due to his mind not yet being accustomed to the shrinkage process. Gegiajayagya. I also hadn't thought of this before. What do you think, Broggy, that we fight in this case, such a small size? I think I'll still be the best. Gegiajia. When Rob saw that the two were really going to get into a fight, he quickly intervened to stop them. After all, he didn't have all the time to see another endless fight. You guys can fight later, your strength is still the same, only your size has shrunk, the effect of your fight will be devastating to the store. Do you want to destroy your dream store? Rob lied about destroying the store until he managed to convince them not to fight, and as expected when they heard it they stopped right away. Rob spent the rest of the day enjoying Dory and Broggy's changing expressions and reactions while reading the One Piece manga volumes. The giants' enthusiasm for the story far outstripped even humans. They were a freedom-loving race after all. At the end of the day, Rob became a close friend of the giants and promised to visit them from time to time before using the art store's teleportation room to return to East Blue. Exactly, the Kokoyashi Village art store. After all, the volume he published was the Arlong Park arc, most of which took place in Kokoyashi Village. Rob was sure that the people of Kokoyashi Village didn't think of the One Piece story as a fantasy anymore. Just like the residents of Fuchsia Village, Orange Town, and Syrup Village. The people who had seen themselves so far in the manga One Piece had a subconscious warning in their subconscious that what they saw in this book was what it would actually be like. Just like the unnatural feeling of déjà vu. They all had the same feeling without exception. Even the side characters who represented the villagers and mobs that appeared once had the same feeling. The feeling was telling them that this is what they will be in the future. I went through a lot of examples where the manga book predicted something and it did. For example, in Fuchsia Village, the news of the birth of the beautiful innkeeper Makino had spread like wildfire throughout Dawn Island. Even the people of Goa Kingdom knew that Makino had already been born. Baby Makino became like a treasure to the villagers of Fuchsia Village, and this greatly eased the father's grief at the separation of his wife and made a little desire to live for the sake of his daughter to return to him. The story of little Makino, which she showered with love by the villagers, will keep waiting for another day. The main reason Rob was sure that the people of Kokoyashi Village would no longer consider the One Piece story as a fairy tale is that the art points given to him by those people who came to believe in the realism of the One Piece manga were much more than the points they provided before they believed in it. For example, the art points that came from Belmere were over 500. Previously, it had barely reached the 100 mark. The same goes for all the residents of Kokoyashi Village and some of the neighboring villages in the Konomi archipelago who are mentioned in the arc. Paragraph A/N. If the novel's Power Stones continue to rise this week as well, there will be many advanced chapters. Chapter 39, Belmere, gives up her dream in order to become a waitress. Creating manga of One Piece in Pirates World become my ultimate goal. For more advanced chapters, https://www.patreon.com/blackstar_bh. Paragraph. Why my little Belmere so sad? Rob came near Belmere's table and noticed that she was so engrossed in sad contemplation that she didn't even feel his arrival. Rob, already he knew why she was so sad. He wasn't blind to not see the manga folder on the table. That book was more than just a book. The real future would have been if Rob wasn't in this world. What was depicted in that book is what was really going to happen. Belmere woke up from her stupor and went back to reality after seeing the person she had been waiting for all day had finally arrived. Belmere couldn't stand the turbulent feelings in her heart any longer and hugged Rob, crying heartily and talking almost incomprehensibly. She was like a child who needed to calm down. And that's exactly what Rob did as he calmed her down and gently patted her back. Rob wasn't surprised by this. After all, she was now just a teenage girl of 15 or 16 years old. Seeing her bleak future made her feel very sad. Rob expected that he will be living such moments very much in the future. There will come a day when he will have to comfort his wife, his child, and perhaps all the inhabitants of O'Hara when they see the horrific fate they have suffered in the future. Don't worry, that future won't happen as long as I here. They're just a bunch of homeless fish. Even if they come, I'll cut them all down. The future I'm writing is just around the corner from turning into the past. The real future, I will be the one who writes it, but not with a pen this time but with my own strength. Belmere felt a warmth she had never felt before invade her being as she heard these powerful words. She stopped crying and looked at Rob with her red eyes before starting to list all her grievances like a child in a fit of rage. Rob listens to her grievances seriously. Maybe he'll have a nice little sister today. Belmere had never imagined she had such an ability to speak at such lengthy and non-stop. She told him about all the bad things she had gone through since her father died and left her alone in this world. Rob listened intently because after all, what Belmere was saying at the moment is something not recorded in the manga. He even didn't know the fact that Belmere had only seen her mother in pictures before, as she had died in the process of giving birth. Because of her father's upbringing, she didn't know how to act as a female. She acted like men sometimes. She wasn't originally from the Konomi Islands as she and her father, who had received a promotion in the Navy, moved to live here near the base of the Navy branch. Rob also had a lot of information about Belmere's life before this moment. If Rob could describe Belmere's past in one word, he'd say it's frustrated. Since Rob has a photographic memory, he records everything he lived and heard in his memory library. Now Belmere's file in his mind library is completely complete. He knew everything about her. When Belmere has done talking about her frustrating past, she has moved to the part of the future that has yet to come. She has showered Rob with grievances about Arlong and his pirates, the Navy who betrayed her faith, and her two poor daughters, Nami and Nojiko, who lived in agony after her death. I really don't want such a bleak future, Rob-san. I see that you don't have any staff to take care of your tavern here. Will you let me work with you here? I would be a great waitress if you would let me work with you. Belmir's mood changed 180 degrees from a cloudy one to a sunny one, as if she had never been sad before. Rob was surprised by her sudden request. He didn't think she'd want to work in his store. After some thought, Rob understood it a bit. It seemed that she no longer felt an inner safe, only close to him she could get some safety. Rob sighed and asked a question. What about your dream of becoming a Marine Admiral? Would you give up on it? When she heard this, her little body trembled slightly, but immediately after that she regained her confidence and said with great determination. My previous faith has already been shattered. I am too weak to be a Marine Admiral. That's not what I want to hear from you, girl. You're weaker than you were here. Rob pointed to the open folder on a picture of Arlong killing Belmir with bullets. Belmir didn't know what to say at this moment. She had already become weaker in terms of fighting will. A terrifying opponent who was the same fate made her lose the confidence she had. In fact, that's what everyone who knows their future will be like. Rob was not surprised by this much. He certainly wouldn't interfere with Belmir's decision if she wanted to work in his store, and he would be happy about it. But this will not be at the expense of her cowardice, but rather he wants her to be completely convinced of her decision. In the end, after a long discussion between the two, Belmir's confidence came back stronger than it was before, and she thanked Rob profusely for changing her view of reality. However, she still wanted to be a waitress in his store, but this time Rob didn't reject her but rather bought her the latest seductive maid's clothes from the system shop and appointed her as a waitress in all his 21 shops except for the art store in Little Garden, which was a secret store. When Belmir saw the maid's clothes set that Rob had taken out of nowhere, she was so embarrassed and absolutely sure that her boss was a pervert. Pick which one you want. That's your working uniform from now on. I don't want to see you work in my shop in a Navy captain's clothes, okay? Rob looked at her with a look that said, choose the bunny dress. Belmir's face turned tomato red when she took the maid dress from his hand while she cursing him inwardly with everything she had, the bastard, the pervert, the punk. How can I wear this? Where's the FBI? But even so, she was glad that Rob thought of her as one of his people now, because the moment she was accepted as a waitress by him, the blue window of the system appeared in her vision, welcoming her as a member of the art store. Rob opened for her a few access commands related to the trendy tavern in every art store. From now on she can act as she wants, and adjust all she wants according to the tavern. Of course, that will be based on the approval of Rob, the big boss. When Belmir wore the Japanese maid's clothes, Rob's passion buried deep in his heart began to erupt at this moment. Yes, in his previous life, Rob had an uncommon kind of fetish, the maid fetish. But he kept it under control now because even so, he wasn't a lolicon. All he can show at this moment is admiration and praise. But as he was recalling the memories of his precious fetish, a notice came from the system and interrupted his colorful fantasies. Ding. Plus 6,000 art points from Gold, Roger. Ding. Plus 3,000 art points from Silver's Rayleigh. Ding. Plus 1,000 art points from Scopper Gabon. Ding. Plus 700 art points from Crocus. Ding. Plus 800 art points from Buggy. Ding. Plus 1,000 art points from Shanks. Now Rob knew that his crew had finally arrived at Baitrilla. Baitrilla Island. In the house of Porgas de Rouge. Roger, please don't die. How can I live without you? In this small house, the voice of a young woman crying embracing a burly man with a distinctive mustache, and he'd wearing a long red jacket and a typical pirate hat spread. Oh. Stop crying, my sweet. Who said I'm going to die? He's fantasizing about nonsense for sure. I won't die, at least until I get there. Roger whispered the last words almost inaudibly. I heard you. Do you think I'm deaf? Don't go there. I don't want to fulfill that tortured promise. Please, let's live like a real family, Roger. Paragraph. Chapter 40, Amazement of Roger. Intriacts of Roger's Pirates crew with One Piece manga. Creating manga of One Piece in Pirates World become my ultimate goal. For more advanced chapters. https://www.patreon.com/blackstar_bh. The much-awaited chapter has finally arrived. Enjoy. Backhand index pointing down, backhand index pointing down. Paragraph. He's your crewmate, Rob, in a somehow he knows the future, and not only that, he's creating it and spreading it to the world. Huh. Rob did that. Yes, here, see for yourself. Rouge took out all the manga folders in her possession from Book 1 to Book 5 and she gave them to Roger. At the same moment Roger's crew, they were attracted by the interesting beacon in the sky over the middle of the island, had just entered the art store with stunned expressions on their faces. After all, they had never seen a building like this before. Even the people of Baitrilla town didn't care this time, as if they were just ordinary pirates wanting to enter the art store. After all, it became common to use art stores as resting points for pirates in the four seas. Douglas Bullet felt little interest in the material of the building in particular, as it seemed so solid, this interest became even greater when he tested the rigidity of the store's walls with a punch reinforced with hockey. He felt like hitting a rock with an egg. So that it is not possible to cause any harm to it. For a moment, he felt greedy for obtaining this building with his devil fruit ability, but he temporarily cancelled that idea when he noticed that the building on the inside was very spacious compared to the outside. This building was created with the devil fruit's ability somewhat similar to his devil fruits. That's what he concluded from seeing this. It is better not to cause trouble before finding out the tale of the owner of this building. Everyone, they've bought the 5 volumes of One Piece manga that interested them and started reading the manga from the first volume. One Piece was the focus of their trip after all. How could this title not make them feel interested? The moment they saw the front page, they all scream out in astonishment. Isn't that Captain Roger? Pirate King. This suits the captain more. What? Why is he being executed? Isn't this Logetown the city of Captain? Damn the Marines, they must be drawing this nonsense. They couldn't actually beat us and they resorted to fantasy. Just dream all you want. Douglas Bullet tried to tear up the first volume, but he couldn't, no matter how hard he tried. For a moment he felt very embarrassed, but when he noticed that no one had seen him, he let out a sigh of relief and went back to reading the book silently this time. Of all the crew, only Rayleigh and Gabon read the book in silence and somewhat heavy expressions. They felt that this book was not as simple as it seemed. Roger's laughter, his words, his facial expressions, and his actions in the book, made them feel that this was their leader who had surely fulfilled his dream. What did we find on the final island to make you choose such a dead-end path, Roger? Is your inherited will insufficient? Or is something unknown? A/N, note from the author, Roger hasn't detected his illness yet or may not have begun to weaken it yet. Rayleigh was feeling an unprecedented emotional pain that no one could notice. This. Did Rob draw this? Wahahaha, that boy really knows me better than I do. How is he? Did he come here to see you? Roger was trying to calm the crashing waves in his heart for the time being and asked Rouge, who was looking at him with red eyes. Obviously she's still crying. Roger, stop pretending you're fine please, you know this book isn't simple. I heard him, his inner voice wasn't lying. Our future is not good. You have to do something, Roger, to save us. Rouge kept trying to get her husband to stop piracy. She no longer wanted him to burden him with something that clearly wouldn't be the one to achieve it. Roger regained his solemn temperament and embraced his wife in an even tighter embrace. My dear, I don't do this because I'm bound to follow promises. I want to be free. My will doesn't let me stop in the middle of the road. I have to go there. If I don't go to that place, then there will be no future to talk about. When I get there I won't care whether this future punishes me or rewards me, but I won't let you be hurt by my selfishness. Rouge, since Rob is here I trust he will protect you. Roger, I want you to protect me. He's a stranger to me. Rouge screamed loudly as she cried non-stop. Her love for Roger was too strong to be underestimated. From the moment she found out some future parts of Rob, she couldn't live a normal life. I guess you've noticed that already. Even if I don't meet him again I think he's a much bigger person than fate itself. If I can't protect you he certainly can. Roger was sure of that, although he still felt a lot of mystery about the matter, but he already understood the gist of the matter. His voice of all things was so powerful that he could understand everything without needing Rouge to say a word. What the hell? Did Rob paint me like that? Ha 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 ha, I didn't think Rob would like to tell such high-ranking jokes, red-nosed. BTF. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. The annoying sound of laughter continued to echo in Batarilla's art store, as the young Shanks and the rest of the crew laughed loudly at the futuristic buggy. After the sadness and anger that the first chapter left in their hearts, they discover that their crew friend is the author of this book. At first they decide to search for him to teach him a harsh lesson because of the master omen that he cast on his captain's head, but their anger is greatly eased when they remember again that Rob, he is one of the most loyal people to the crew, and he will never offend his captain. But when they got past the first chapter and saw the future Shanks and then the future buggy, the atmosphere became more lively. Shanks, who was still a 13-year-old kid, felt pride rising in his heart from the way his older brother had painted him. But Buggy felt anger and hatred rising in his heart. This was a blatant prejudice carried out by cursed Big Brother. Although he was very well drawn and handsome too, why did he make him the bad guy who got beaten up by a group of kids? This is unforgivable. He was an honorable member of the Roger Pirates, even though he was just an apprentice. So that damn Rob was there when this father's dream was destroyed and he didn't step in to save me. Oh, I'll never forgive him. Buggy had squeezed the pain rising in his heart when he thought of betraying his older brother, who not only saved him from the fate of eating a devil fruit but also made him a world joke. Look guys, this kid here doesn't the legend Buggy the Clown. What? A red nose, a blue hair, a clown-worthy face, and a natural aura of laughter. This person will become the great bastard in the future. Wait, doesn't the kid next to him look like future Shanks? That hat. Oh my god, the straw hat, it's definitely the straw hat. It's real. Please sign to me, oh, you great Shanks. Please sign to me, oh, you great clown Buggy. The Bait-Rilla people in the store from all over gathered around Buggy and Shanks, who were terrified at what the hell was happening here. When they sensed the situation getting worse, they ran away from the crowd that chased after them with all their might. The Roger pirates laughed when they saw this scene. Paragraph. Chapter 41, Reunion with Roger's crew. Creating manga of One Piece in Pirates World become my ultimate goal. For more advanced chapters, https://www.patreon.com/blackstar_bh. The much-awaited chapter has finally arrived. Enjoy. Backhand index pointing down. Backhand index pointing down. Paragraph. The teleportation glow disappeared and Rob appeared in the Bait-Rilla art store's teleport room. Rob was ready to meet his former crew again. Rob, who had completely fused with the emotions and thoughts of his predecessor, came to consider Roger's crew truly his own and had special respect for Roger and Rayleigh. For Rob, even before he merged with their crew member and when he considered them mere just cartoonish and imaginary creatures, he respected these two people, let alone now. Rob has exited his personal section of the store and sees Roger's crew of pirates gathered in the store's trendy tavern. Unsurprisingly, they were discussing about the One Piece manga. When Rob had arrived, his powerful aura had been noticed by the powerful people in the crew such as Rayleigh, Gabon, Bullet, and others. It's the shy boy Rob. How did he come here without us noticing his presence? Has he been here the whole time? You seem to have gotten stronger in the short period you were away from us. Boy, that is interesting. Rob was seated among the group of his old friends, after the initial happy welcome. And he let his old self who buried in the depths of his soul come out today when he once lived among the same comrades he met today. It was subconsciously after he saw the crew group familiar to him. It's just a little stronger, brother Rayleigh, I am still far from your level. Rob didn't want to become too presumptuous himself, although he was already an immortal, his combat power at the moment could barely match a low-level admiral. Although your sword intent has become sharper, I didn't mean your swordsmanship level, there is something else different about you boy, others can't notice but I can. Rayleigh was speaking in a low voice so that others would not hear him. Your aura has become similar to that of a captain, has it awakened? Rob only nodded in confirmation of Rayleigh's words, not knowing how the other party could see that he had awakened the Conqueror Haki with just a look, but he didn't think much. Rayleigh was very mysterious even to Rob, who had spent so many years on the crew with him. Even in the future not much of Rayleigh's life story came to light. And what about the death aura that has completely disappeared? Did you find a cure? Why didn't you return to the crew then? Yes, I ate a devil fruit that helped me cure my cancerous tumor, and as for returning to the crew, my wife is pregnant, I think you understand what I mean. The crew was silent as they heard the second part of Rob's words very clearly this time. Then an exciting explosion occurred. What? The shy Rob was able to impregnate his wife. Where in this world did it go wrong? It's not fair, boy, you've already made a family and I'm the one who'd be old without one. I've never even slept with a woman before. Gabon grabbed Rob's neck as if he was going to choke him out of anger, but his mood quickly turned into a man who throws a tantrum like a kid. Rob was embarrassed by the commotion caused by his comrades, which attracted the attention of the residents of Bait-Rilla town, who listened carefully to the manga author's life story, which will surely be promoted among fans' clubs later. You won the grand prize, you are the one who can be called lucky, man, I'm happy for you, About the getting back to the crew, don't care anymore, but don't forget that you'll be our forever companion. Rob felt warmth from Rayleigh's words at this moment. He hoped that this great crew would not break up and continue to exist, but unfortunately, the end of any crew that finds One Piece, in the end, will be separation. Rob, you bastard. Why did you make me such a global laughingstock? You have to fix my reputation in your book, or I will make you regret it. At this moment an angry young Buggy who managed to run from the fans group came, and when he saw Rob he seemed to have seen the killer and the savior at the same time. Oh, Buggy. You came here also, BFT, ha ha ha. Rob tried not to laugh at Buggy's angry facial expression, but it was unsuccessful. Rob, you bastard, you weren't making fun of me before. What has changed? He will surely make fun of you. After all, Rob isn't shy anymore. We're the ones who are shy now. Yeah, sure, we are the shy guys now. Now tell us, boy, what is the story of this book? Why did you make the Navy execute the captain? If your answer was not convincing, I wouldn't mind teaching you a lesson. The hot-headed Douglas Bullet broke out of his silence and interrupted the fun with a question the others on the crew had always tried not to ask. But when it was actually brought up they returned to their stern expressions and looked at Rob with interest, waiting for his answer. Rob felt pressure from the looks that surrounded him. You guys. Oh. Rob here. It's been so long, boy, you've got a really cool store. When Rob nearly got himself into trouble due to a random answer, the savior came at this moment. The savior was his own captain. GOLD, Roger. Paragraph. The titles of the next 3 chapters. Fire spoiler fire. Chapter 42, this is not an art store, anymore. It is an impenetrable defensive fortress. Chapter 43, Rob vs. Zephyr. Chapter 44, the cockroach that does not die. Chapter 42, this is not an art store, anymore. It is an impenetrable defensive fortress. Creating manga of One Piece in Pirates World become my ultimate goal. For more advanced chapters. https://www.patreon.com/blackstar_bh. Paragraph. One day after the world government received the 5th update from the manga of One Piece. Well, that bastard gave us a murderous and blunt attack on our Navy's reputation. What do you guys think of this? The mustachioed Gorosei with birthmarks on his forehead spoke in a clear tone of anger. Well, with this his points drop again. If it wasn't for the Lord's order he would have died by now. His destruction of our Navy's reputation is very obvious. I don't know what kind of hidden message he wanted to pass on in this volume issue, but I'm sure he managed to pass the message in a way that even made me admire. The one talking this time is a younger, blonde-looking Gorosei. Should we wait any longer to intervene? Isn't it too dangerous? From the news reports that have arrived from the 4 seas, our branches of the Navy there are feeling a tangible hatred in the people's looks at them. Even pirates are looking down on our Navy, which is unforgivable. The tall, slender, bearded Gorosei, with long white hair, exclaimed in burning anger. I also agree, we have to take action on this very soon, so we need to see our Lord again and consult him on this matter. The Gorosei with scars on the left side of his head and wearing a hat over braids of grey hair was more conspicuous with their Lord's consultation point. We needn't bother the Lord with this little matter. He has already told us not to bother the author of the book so much and let him draw more until he gets bored of him, and he will tell us to get rid of him afterward. Since the Lord said we shouldn't bother him too much, it's okay to disturb him a little, right? The bald Gorosei was the angriest because of this matter that had already crossed their bounds, but what would they do? They can never disobey the orders of their Lord, this is a taboo. Yes, you're right, we can't bother the Lord with this little matter, but it wouldn't be a problem if we sent our people to check the news of those art shops. The fact that the store building is indestructible even by the strength of a vice admiral is really interesting, and the restoration of the blind sight inside the building is even more interesting. What kind of unregistered devil fruit appeared this time? I'm really interested. Maybe we can benefit from this. Even Vegapunk is very interested in this subject and is following the latest information on it seriously. Yes, if we hadn't stopped him, he would have personally gone to the 4 seas to check. Even though the world government put themselves in a difficult embarrassment to deal with Rob, the trouble will surely come from their side. After all, he slapped them in the face disrespectfully in the latest update. Old friend Zephyr, I have a troublesome mission for you. Yes, Fleet Admiral, what task do I have to do? Admiral Zephyr was recalled by the Fleet Admiral this morning before he had even finished his breakfast. He was upset, but as a seasoned admiral, he was used to it. You are going to visit Northern Blue, specifically the Kingdom of Ulvneil. There has appeared a kind of famous store, which has caused great inconvenience to the economy of the kingdom. We have received many and frequent complaints regarding this matter from the ruling family, and since they are under the world government, we have decided to fulfill their demands. So what should I do? Zephyr asked intently. It's a simple thing, I want you to destroy the store building. A strange expression appeared on Zephyr's face when he heard this. Fleet Admiral Kong, are you kidding me? Sending an admiral for such a small matter, isn't it too much? Zephyr was really angry, but he didn't show it. He felt as if the Fleet Admiral was making fun of him. No, how can I make fun of you on this matter, old friend? Look at this mission document so that you understand. Fleet Admiral Kong handed Zephyr the document of the mission. This. What kind of building can even a vice admiral from the branch can't destroy it? Discredit our Navy. This is unforgivable. Okay, since this store belongs to the Roger Pirates member who has ruined the reputation of the Navy, I will accept this mission. When Zephyr absorbed all the information in the document, his anger disappeared and he became more interested in the task. Just the fact that the store belonged to a Roger Pirates member with a bounty of 450 million berry on his head was enough to make the admiral move. That's good, Zephyr. I hope the good news comes back from you. By the way, there will be people from CP0, just let them do whatever they want. Okay. Zephyr left the Fleet Admiral's office and returned to prepare for his journey towards North Blue. After Zephyr left, Kong showed an interested smile. Looks like the 5 elders have finally decided to explore the murky waters. There is nothing better than an admiral to do an exploration. Well, that's fine too. After all, that bastard has caused irreversible damage to our Navy. At the same time, Rob was meeting up with members of his former crew. Admiral Zephyr had already arrived in the Kingdom of Ulvneil, under a warm welcome from the royal family who believed that the world government had acquiesced to their demands. Zephyr went to the art store wanting to do his mission, but he didn't think that the simple mission was actually hell-level difficult. He couldn't even convince people to leave the store building. They thought he was joking with them, and the moment the Navy wanted to use violence to get these people out of the art store, they were forcibly evicted by the will of the store. Even the admiral was fired. Damn, this building was definitely created with the ability of a devil fruit. Zephyr was a kind person and didn't want to harm civilians, so after that, he tried in every way to get the civilians out of the store, but it didn't work. One Piece fans didn't care about the Navy's words at all. So Zephyr had to wait until nightfall, when the store closed its doors and was finally empty. A suffocating purple and black aura surrounded Zephyr's muscular arm, and tremendous power gathered in his black arm. This was a strength of the admiral level. I've been waiting for this moment all day, now I can finally destroy this damned building. Boom. Zephyr attacked with all his might but felt his power bounce as if he had attacked something indestructible. His powerful punch that could tear down a mountain and crush it into dust, literally, couldn't even scratch this building. The strong bounce returned, sending an exhale flying away. This is not just an art store anymore, it is a defensive fortress that is impossible to penetrate. These were Zephyr's thoughts at this moment. Paragraph. The titles of the next 3 chapters. Fire spoiler fire. Chapter 43, Rob vs. Zephyr. Chapter 44, The Cockroach That Does Not Die. Chapter 45, Paper Devil Fruit Awakening. Chapter 43, Rob vs. Zephyr. Creating manga of One Piece in Pirates World become my ultimate goal. For more advanced chapters. https://www.patreon.com/blackstar_bh. Paragraph. The moment the Navy tried to fire the clients of the art store Unveil, Rob has found out about them. But he didn't bother about them. If they could do something for the art store, they could. The most important thing for Rob at the moment is, you have changed, my friend. Roger looked with his usual smile straight into Rob's eyes, making the latter shiver subconsciously. Going through death and rebirth made me change, Captain, but my core is still the same. Rob didn't mean he has reincarnated at this point, but his treatment of his fatal illness is like a rebirth. I know, boy, you have become more reliable, you even started walking the path of kings. That's the best thing that has changed about you, but be careful, the path of kings is full of bumps. Don't worry, Captain Roger. Before Rob could finish his sentence, Roger interrupted him with a very serious expression. I wasn't sure before, but I'm sure of it now. Your way is even more difficult than mine. The whole world will be against you. You scatter the leaves of the world like this. Not everything will be as it should be anymore. Are you confident to continue in this path? This is what I have to do. Roger patted Rob on the shoulder before he spoke one last time and went on his way. I don't know what kind of divine experiences you've had, boy, but I believe in you. Let me see a great future before I disappear from this world, and I hope you take care of my family to avoid that bad fate. Rob stood frozen as he saw Roger's back disappear from view. His feelings were complicated at the moment. He knew that hiding something from Roger was a joke. Roger was so powerful, he deserved the title of the Pirate King who built an entire era. The Kingdom of Unveil. Rob appeared in the teleportation room of the Unveil art store at this moment. It was nighttime at the moment, as the art store was already closed. But the Navy is still camped outside the art store, unwilling to turn away. They tried every possible way to destroy it. They even used a huge amount of dynamite and blew up the entire place. It didn't affect the store building, but the surrounding ground became real chaos. This made Rob so angry that he could no longer stand the annoyances of the Navy. Even if the Admiral was present, he wouldn't be allowed to go away. The Navy was intent on destroying the building in any way, but nothing worked. They even used seawater and wet the entire building, but nothing happened. Zephyr was expecting the building to be melted by the seawater because he was sure that the building was caused by the ability of a devil fruit. But nothing happened, and this made him rethink a terrifying assumption. Could it be that this building isn't a devil fruit's ability? Zephyr was embarrassed that he couldn't complete this task, which he considered a joke and an underestimation of his abilities before. His embarrassment turned into hatred, and he made sure to prevent anyone from entering this place the next morning. If he can't destroy it, he can block it. When he was immersed in his thoughts about his next steps, suddenly, the golden doors of the building opened wide, and a young man filled with the aura of true strength came out from inside. Huh. I didn't expect that someone had been inside this whole time. Zephyr moved by sorrow like a ghost at an incredible speed and stopped in front of Rob. Why are you trying to destroy my store? Isn't that too arbitrary of you, Navy? I have a license and a law for this store. You are Roger Pirate's crew member, Sky Sword, Rob. 450 million berry bounty, right? What right does a pirate have for a license and a law? You'll surely get them at the Impel Down. Zephyr said sarcastically after getting to know the other party. Since he couldn't destroy his store building, he will drag the owner to prison. Sky Sword. Even I forgot about that title. You want to catch me? Hee hee, show me if you can, old man. Who do you call old man, you bastard? I'm still a young man. Zephyr was a 47-year-old man at the moment. He couldn't be considered old yet, but Rob only wanted to piss him off. Before CP0's undercover agents could intervene and prevent the conflict, a frightening battle had already broken out. Boom. A powerful shockwave spread from the collision of Zephyr's intense black arm and Rob's black sword. Not bad, that's to be expected of a powerful pirate under that bastard Roger. A powerful admiral-level aura spurted out from Zephyr's body at this moment. The Marine soldiers, whether they were from the branch or the headquarter, moved away from the battlefield, and only the vice-admirals who remained watched the battle from somewhat nearby. In the first clash, Rob lost and fell back a bit. This was his first fight in this world as Rob from Earth. He would lie if he said he wasn't excited. For the first time, he would fight an admiral-level power. This was his first encounter with the Navy. It will allow them to see that what they are facing is not just shrimp. It is a real force that they have to think about well before they think about crossing it. Admiral Zephyr disappeared from his spot once more and appeared very quickly in front of Rob, who had already figured this out with the hockey of observation. Boom. The hockey-coated sword and fist strength gathered at the spot of the collision and spread out again in another shock wave. Suragiri was shimmering with a purple-like light that enveloped Zephyr's black fist. Supreme sword, Suragiri, worthy of having it, boy, but you are a pirate nonetheless. Just stop resisting and surrender obediently. I will not kill you. I was really wondering what kind of mindset a person of your strength had that made your future so tragic, but I don't wonder anymore. You are like that useless. You will definitely have a tragic future. Rob said ruthlessly. His eyes carried a heavy glint as if he was seeing through the other party's future. In his eye all that existed was the bad fate of a useless person. Huh? Are you insulting me? Anger appeared on Admiral Zephyr's expression. He knew that the pirates were unscrupulous bastards, but no one dared to insult him before. Even great pirates like Roger, Whitebeard, and Golden Lion had never insulted him before, and now he was humiliated by a pirate less valuable than these great pirates, for the first time in his life. If you really focus on my words, you'll know I didn't mean any offense, but you can think of whatever you want. I don't care, just take your soldiers and walk out of my store. Zephyr didn't want to talk anymore. He was going to teach this bastard a lesson in manners. If he didn't want to follow him to the impel down obediently, he would break his legs and drag him at that time. Paragraph. The titles of the next 3 chapters. Fire spoiler fire. Chapter 44, The Cockroach That Does Not Die. Chapter 45, Paper Devil Fruit Awakening. Chapter 46, The Dilemma of the World Government. Chapter 44, The Cockroach That Doesn't Die. Creating manga of One Piece in Pirates World become my ultimate goal. For more advanced chapters. https://www.patreon.com/blackstar_bh. Paragraph. Boom. Boom. The intense fight between 2 admiral-level forces definitely disrupted the kingdom's calm. The residents hid in their homes, terrified by the horrific sounds of thunder exploding from the Western Plain. A/N, the Western Plain is a lowland region in the Kingdom of Linville, exactly where the art store is located. Even the royal family was terrified by the kind of force that lived in their kingdom and could fight an admiral. When they confirmed the fact that it was the store owner Rob, whom they hated so much, they had a sleepless night. The king's wish was for Admiral Zephyr to succeed in killing or capturing Rob. An enemy of this level for them is death itself. The area near the art store became a war zone that suffered from sword energy shredding and being destroyed by the power of the fists. The 2 purple auras continued to clash with each other fiercely. But Rob had been on his back foot the entire time, completely overshadowed by Zephyr's brutal power. Zephyr Admiral was a veteran at the peak of his strength right now. Although weaker compared to Admiral Sengoku and Vice Admiral Garp, he is so powerful that he is considered to be an elite of his level. Rob, who was just a great swordsman, couldn't achieve an overwhelming attack power that would make him balance the battle. Even if he could be considered a low admiral-level strength after all the improvements he had obtained since coming to this world, that was true of his devil fruit strength that he hadn't used yet. Your sword strength is really sharp, but that isn't even enough to scratch me. Why don't you just surrender? You can't win and you can't escape. Just surrender. You didn't even make me serious. I'm also not serious yet. I've been warming up. After all, I haven't had a good fight in a long time. When the distant Marines heard their words, they unconsciously swallowed their saliva. These monsters weren't serious yet, so wouldn't they destroy this kingdom if they got serious, is not it? The art store stood tall on the battlefield like an unshakable mountain. Everything in the vast plain around it was destroyed but not damaged at all. If Rob wanted, he could easily end this battle with the divine abilities of the art store. But he wanted to fight and absorb his true level to improve in the future. After all, he will be chased by the world government and the Navy a lot in the future. If he's not strong enough, how will he protect his family and his business? The aura surrounding Rob changed and the sword intent surrounding him became berserk as if he was going to make a powerful move. An illusory sword intent formed in the purple shadow of a fallen angel who had 4 black wings behind Rob. Rob regained his combat memories bit by bit, and the sword intent that had been instilled into the former Rob's soul began to fuse with Rob completely. In the past, before he came to this world, the former Rob had used this attack as his soul aura was forming into a fallen angel with only 2 wings. But now it has 4 wings. This meant that his swordsmanship level had risen to a full level from his predecessor. Zephyr sensed the ominous aura of Rob's powerful sword intent and showed an interesting expression for the first time. He made sure to defend with all his might against this attack, or he would lose part of his body if he wasn't careful. Death Angel style. The swordsman's spiritual strength in the Suragiri sword condensed very quickly. The density of the sword energy was extremely large this time. As soon as he said the familiar name of the attack, the fallen angel sped up behind him and followed the air-cutting attack on its way toward Zephyr. His aura was overwhelming and terrifying. If this attack hit a vice admiral from the headquarters, only 2 halves of his body would be left. The aura of Conqueror Haki spread out from the attack and affected Zephyr's will, slightly causing him to lose his balance. Zephyr was dumbfounded for a moment. His observation Haki had locked onto the incoming sword attack the entire time. But the moment the Conqueror Haki exploded and his soul was being washed away by an extremely heavy strength, a moment lasted for less than a second, but in that short time, the sword attack hit him so violently that he even spat blood. Arg! You bastard! He roared violently as he spat out blood and suffered a long bloody wound to his chest. As the fallen angel composed of Rob's soul faded, he showed a smirk to Zephyr which made the latter roar angrily. The slashing attack this time was painful as hell. Hee, didn't you say that my sword's strength is insufficient to injure you, Honorable Admiral? I see that it is sufficient to at least make you spit blood. You have Conqueror Haki also. What's wrong with this Roger crew? Even the cabbage had a Conqueror Haki. I'm afraid that your crew pirate going to be another Rock's crew in this sea. Zephyr's heart was trembling at this moment. Do you call me a cabbage? Remember, this cabbage here will make you the Navy suffer more in the future than the Rock's pirates or whatever. Rob felt insulted this time. He is the venerable mangaka king. Did he become called a cabbage? How not to get angry? Just because you have the Haki of the kings, that shouldn't make you become so arrogant, boy. Now it's time to pay for this wound here. Zephyr pointed to his bloody wound with an angry expression, and at the same time, veins appeared in his legs, as if he was going to explode in the next moment. Soru. Zephyr disappeared so quickly, that not even Rob could track him down with the observation Haki. Shogun. Rob felt a very sharp stab right in the stomach. Non-stop blood flowed from the hole that appeared in his stomach. Before he could comprehend the situation, he felt another stab in his kidney. This time even his internal organs were affected. The frightening pain of tearing his flesh made him shiver. Tekai. This time, a punch with iron body skill and the armament Haki hit him right in the chest. Rob was sent flying like a broken doll and smashed into the walls of his store before falling to the ground like a dead man. I told you I wasn't serious. Now, if you could stand on your feet after this, I wouldn't call myself an admiral anymore. Admiral Zephyr turned and walked away as if he had finished the fight and called his subordinates to handcuff the dangerous pirate and take him to the ship's prison. Holy shit. This is bad. It was a fatal attack. The 5 elders will kill us if Rob dies here. The masked CP0, who appears to be the leader among the group, shouted. He was about to intervene on the battlefield to try to save Rob, but was then shocked beyond words. Then don't call yourself an admiral from now on, if you are someone who respects your words. Zephyr's expression froze when he heard Rob's voice, devoid of any kind of weakness or heavy breathing. Zephyr turned to see Rob standing and looking at him with a provocative smile. Had it not been for his thick blood staining his clothes, he would not have thought that this person had been fatally attacked by him moments earlier. You. Are you an undying cockroach or what? I ripped your vital areas with that finger for sure. I also smashed your rib cage with my last punch. How the hell can you stand? You're definitely pretending. Even if you don't die from it, at least half of your life will be gone. Admiral Zephyr was not the only one who was shocked at this moment, but the CP0 agents and all the Navy people and non-Navy people who witnessed the Admiral's violent attack on his opponent were so shocked by the scene that they were no longer wary of anything else. They all thought the fight was already over at this point. Admiral Zephyr, I admit that I am inferior to you at this moment and cannot beat you no matter how hard I try, but you in turn will not be able to kill me or harm me no matter how hard you try. No, even if all your Navy admirals and all the forces of the world government gather to try, you will never be able to kill me. Zehahaha. I'm sorry, I got a little excited. Zephyr froze due to Rob's evil laugh, which made him shiver with an unknown ominous feeling. What do you mean? Before Zephyr finished speaking, he felt the ground beneath him become as smooth as paper. He jumped into the sky before he drowned because his observational Haki had already alerted him of danger. Unfortunately, he couldn't alert his subordinates and got irritated by hearing their screams when they drowned into the papery ground that appeared out of thin nowhere. Paragraph. The titles of the next 3 chapters. Fire Spoiler Fire. Chapter 45, Paper Devil Fruit Awakening. Chapter 46, The Dilemma of the World Government. Chapter 47, Reviving the Legend of the Sky Sword. Chapter 45, Paper Devil Fruit Awakening. Creating manga of One Piece in Pirates World become my ultimate goal. For more advanced chapters, https://www.patreon.com/blackstar_bh. Paragraph. I will make you pay for this pain, Admiral, even if I cannot defeat you, I will definitely make you pay. Rob wasn't really angry, he was just pretending, but the pain he felt was real. Devil Fruit Awakening. As soon as Rob said that word, the aura around him changed from berserk to soft. Rob pressed the ground with his hand and it seemed as if the nature of the rocky ground was beginning to change towards a different nature. Very quickly the ground turned into waves of white paper coated with an extremely dangerous purple light. A scene similar to Doflamingo's string Devil Fruit Awakening in his fight with Luffy occurred in Dressrosa. The entire western plain has turned into paper. Before Admiral Zephyr could react to the matter and warn his subordinates, he had already heard their cries as they pleaded for help. Hundreds of soldiers from the Navy and even high-ranking officers and Vice Admiral from the Northern Blue Branch Division were dragged into the depths of the paper earth without the ability to resist. Only Vice Admiral from Headquarter and Admiral Zephyr were able to leap in time and floated in midair by Jeppo. This is Devil Fruit Awakening. You bastard pirate, you've been hiding your strength this whole time. Let my subordinates go. Ha 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 ha, where is the previous arrogance of Admiral? Paper thorns. Tens of thousands of paper thorns gathered together and formed many sharp paper cones that were coated with hockey with a purple glow. The moment Rob said the name of the attack, hundreds of sharp thorns shot toward the two people in the sky with murderous intent enveloping the air. Damn it. Vice Admiral Shirigane defended with all your might. A/N, he's OC and a mob character, don't care. Yes, Admiral Zephyr, I am not that weak. Boom. Zephyr hit the dense paper spines with a powerful punch until sparks began to spread from the meeting point of the attacks. The Vice Admiral used his sword to block the attack, but it wasn't as easy for him as Admiral Zephyr. He had to retreat in the face of this fearsome attack. Rob's vitality and stamina were endless, so his hockey was also endless. If he wanted he could fight forever. If he could keep the Admiral here, he would definitely kill him, because the Admiral would eventually get exhaustion, but unlike him, he would never get exhaustion. Rob kept sending paper thorns to the Admiral and Vice Admiral, wanting to bring them down. From afar the people of Loneville could see an amazing sight. In the darkness of the night, the huge white thorns encased in the glow of purple hockey became a natural light illuminating the whole island. The fight was absolutely amazing in the eyes of the spectators, something like this that the inhabitants of the Four Seas would never see in their entire lives. Fighting like this is usually seen only in the New World. Here even devil fruits are considered a legend. But now the eyes of the simple inhabitants of the kingdom of Loneville were open to the truth of the world. In this world, there are real monsters. A monster that can turn soft paper into a deadly hell. He's reached this level of mastery in devil fruit because of drawing manga all the time. Do you want to take back your people, Admiral? You can dream. Well, I can think of it, if you leave your damned life in return. Boom. Everything around Rob turned from buildings to trees and roads to huge paper swords wrapped in hockey except for the art store, which still stands tall in the storm. Thousands of paper swords gathered into a 10-kilometer-sized paper sword, and the scary thing was that the crushing sword was encased in hockey. Something like this had never been seen or heard before. Zephyr and the Vice Admiral next to him shivered from the horror of the scene in front of them. The giant paper sword stopped in the sky like the judgment sword waiting for the signal to fall. How? How can you use this astronomical amount of hockey? Are you a giant sea king incarnate in a human? Where did you get this stamina enough to withstand this astronomical consumption? Zephyr couldn't comprehend this. The human, no matter how strong it, couldn't use such a large amount of hockey in a single attack. If Rob's mastery of armament hockey was at a similar level to his mastery, he would surely have died by this attack. No, he wouldn't even survive him to dust. Shirigane, run now, you will die under it. Zephyr looked at his subordinate and urged him to run away and save his life. This attack is not something a Vice Admiral can stand up to. The Vice Admiral swallowed his saliva nervously. He was terrified by this scene in front of him. His instincts had been warning him to escape a long time ago. He would definitely die if he tried to defend against it. It's just like a mantis trying to stop a cart. No difference. Boy, cancel your attack, we'll retreat from here, how about that? I won't bother you again. If you launch this attack you will destroy the entire island. Is that what you want? Finally, Zephyr couldn't pretend anymore and had to hold back. Zephyr had a very soft side. He couldn't cause his subordinates and innocent people to die if he could back off. And that's exactly what Rob was waiting for. He used his identity as an evil pirate to push the Admiral into a corner. He knew Zephyr's character very well, especially right now, as he still hasn't lost his family because of the pirates. His life is still very good. Zephyr never killed a pirate before. Only this fact is enough to show how kind this person is. Rob doesn't really hate this Admiral, but he doesn't like him either. If he could take advantage of the other party's nature to make him retreat and demonstrate his strength to the world government, he would have killed two birds with one stone. Next to the battlefield, a door in the sky opened and the heads of 5 masked people emerged. These people were CP0 agents. They were using a small, den mushy, to record the events taking place here. But they didn't dare to appear on the battlefield. Not a single person of the admiral level was among them, they were all agents with the power of a vice admiral at most. This Rob, not really simple, to think that he could push Admiral Zephyr back, what a frightening power. We don't have to step in to tell the admiral not to kill him anymore. Paramecia paper fruit, perfect level of awakening, I'm really envious, very powerful ability. But how the hell can he use such a large amount of hockey? If we hit that sword hanging in the sky, we are surely doomed. Do you just now want to retreat, Admiral Zephyr? Rob didn't want to launch this attack in the first place because he would definitely sink the island into the sea because of it. He wanted to push Zephyr to back off with this, and he succeeded. Do you want to kill hundreds of thousands of lives out of anger? Well, I will harm myself in the same places where I hurt you as an atonement. As soon as he said that, Zephyr tore 2 holes in his body as blood splattered everywhere. Admiral Zephyr. What are you doing? This is dangerous for your life. The Vice Admiral hurried to support Zephyr at this moment. Does this satisfy you, boy? Rob was so taken aback by the Admiral's determination that he began to like the Admiral a little. Your determination is really impressive, Admiral. Well, since you have shown your intent to retreat, I would be a bad guy if I pushed you into a corner too much. You can go. Oh, and before that, I will give you valuable advice that can change your life in the future if you apply it. Protect your family well and be careful not to lower your guard about them from now on or you will regret it very much. Before he could answer, he felt an abnormal gravitational force pulling him from his place. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself just outside the island aboard his warship. The Marines who had previously been swallowed by the paper ground also scattered beside him. This. Rob has used the Art Store feature, Protection Field. The moment this feature is activated, Rob can kick everyone he wants from inside the shield to outside the Art Store domain. He expelled all of the Marines, whether from the branch or headquarters, and also expelled the CP0 rats who were hiding in space. A golden shield appeared that enveloped the entire island. No one unauthorized by Rob would be able to cross this energy shield no matter how hard he tried. Even if him himself came here he wouldn't be able to. Paragraph. The titles of the next 3 chapters. Fire spoiler fire. Chapter 46, The Dilemma of the World Government. Chapter 47, Reviving the Legend of the Sky Sword. Chapter 48, East Blue Saga, Lobetown Arc. Chapter 46, The Dilemma of the World Government. Creating manga of One Piece in Pirates World become my ultimate goal. For more advanced chapters. https://www.patreon.com/blackstar_bh. Paragraph. Interesting. I personally like Luffy and his crew. I wish all pirates were like these kids. Unfortunately, these kids only share the title with pirates. Real pirates are not like that. Admiral Zephyr's battleship was sailing back to Marineford. Zephyr threw the 5 volumes of manga he had just finished reading aside and went back to smoking his cigarette. But this didn't stop him from thinking about the meaning of all this. He was thinking about the events of last night. Zephyr's shape at this moment was pathetic, as his body was heavily bandaged. The injuries he inflicted on himself were really harsh and caused him to lose a lot of blood. He didn't really understand how Rob could get back on his feet after suffering the same injuries. Yesterday, before going into battle with Rob, he had bought all the manga books for One Piece because he wanted to know how Rob had slandered the Navy, but he postponed their review for later. Frankly, Zephyr also knows that a Navy like Nizumi is already in the ranks of the Navy. Their absence is basically impossible. He hated this type of Navy, and because of this manga his hatred for them increased by several degrees. After returning to headquarters he will make sure to try to reduce their number by any means possible way. And when he remembered Rob's last advice about the need to protect his family, he felt a kind of ominous warning about the matter. So Zephyr's interest on Rob became much greater than it was before. Rude's D. Rob. A really powerful and mysterious character. When Rob finally finished taking care of the Marines' matter, he abolished the Judgment Sword and Devil Fruit Awakening ability. That night he expelled the arrogant royal family from the kingdom of Linville and forbade them to come back again. This was the price they had to pay for provoking him over and over and trying to sabotage his business. He appointed a president instead of a king. Of course, all of this was done in public. After all, everyone on Linville knows that art store owner Rob protects their country with the Golden Shield. Everyone also watched his amazing fight against the naval admiral. The new president he appointed for the country was a member of the Mont Blanc family who was the father of Mont Blanc cricket. Rob drew on his memories of the land to come up with a flawless presidential and government system and taught it to the Mont Blanc Harry for the past week, eventually tasking him with forming a coherent government and cutting off the relationship with the world government. Rob did all this bravely to slap the world government once more and make them think twice before deciding to meddle in his affairs, and he would do the same if this situation were to be repeated. Unforgivable. Too much. Very bold. Very despicable. This is irreparable. This is an outright interference with the power of the world government. The five elders were having a tantrum again because of Rob. Since this bastard appeared, they hadn't known rest. They had just received the decision of the Luneville Kingdom, now turned into the Luneville Nation, to separate from the world government and never pay the celestial dragons tribute again. Of course, if it was before, they wouldn't care about a small matter like this. They would let the pirates destroy this small kingdom and watch with arrogance from the side rows. But now they know the truth. Rob has fired the Luneville royal family and installed a president who, in turn, installed a government work team under a new system of government they'd never heard of. The system itself made them dumbfounded. What is the elections process? Wait, what is Parliament? Why should they divide the government into many political parties? And what are political parties in the first place? Is the Prime Minister the king? They were a world government too. Does this mean that their Lord Im is the president of the government? Why does their powerful global government seem so lacking in comparison to this system of government? Of course, Rob didn't hide the fact of the new government that he set up in the state of Luneville, but rather let the spies of the world government know about it on purpose, and this is to make them know the meaning of the real government. And that their world government is just an empty shell that has only a name. Such a dictatorial government will generate the explosion that will destroy it in the end. And as he expected, Rob succeeded in making the five elders enter into deep thinking and many discussions about this new system of government. He got them in deep trouble. Hey, Kong, raise the bounty of Rudesty Rob to 800 million berries, and make the notice below, only alive, we don't want him to die. But sir, he's a power of the level of an admiral. Who can capture him alive? Kong, are you questioning our orders? Just do as I tell you. Yes, Gorosei-sama, I'm sorry, I will do as you ordered. Gotcha. Kong's eyes trembled at this moment. The Gorosei almost got angry about him. This was a really unwise move. It could be recorded in his clean record and it would destroy everything he worked for up until now. Damn. Fleet Admiral-san, it is unwise to oppose the Gorosei on such simple matters. Shut up, Sengoku. How can an admiral-level force be captured alive? Even if 3 of the same level gather against him, they won't be able to achieve such a feat. I know that, but don't forget that the world government is in deep trouble. For some reason they need this man Rob alive, and I think that's why. Sengoku referred to the manga volumes that Zephyr returned it from his trip last time. Paragraph. The titles of the next 3 chapters. Fire Spoiler Fire. Chapter 47, Reviving the Legend of the Sky Sword. Chapter 48, East Blue Saga, Lobetown Arc. Chapter 49, Garp and Dragon excitedly looking for Luffy's mother. Chapter 47, Reviving the Legend of the Sky Sword. Creating manga of One Piece in Pirates World become my ultimate goal. For more advanced chapters. https://www.patreon.com/blackstar_bh. Paragraph. Gururara. 800 million berry, and only alive. What did this brat under Roger do to anger the world government? It's more than just stopping the admiral. A majestic man with long blonde hair and a white crescent-shaped mustache was enjoying drinking sake while looking forward to the latest news around the world as well as a new wanted poster. It was very rare right now for an equivalent of this bounty to appear in the Now Sea. Even the bounties of great people like him, Roger, and Shiki do not exceed 1 billion berries on this date. This shows how terrifying an 800 million berry bounty was on this date. Oyaji, isn't this Rob the second best swordsman in the Roger Pirates? Did the Roger Pirates participate in a secret war against the world government? The person speaking this time was a young man who seemed to be around 16 years old who had a pineapple-like hairstyle. No, Marco, the world government wants this boy alive. A swordsman who can injure an admiral to this degree and succeed in making the Marines retreat. That's too powerful. When can I reach this level of swordsmanship too? The person who spoke was also a young man who looked 18 years old, was a little dark in complexion, had 2 swords on his back, and wore a hat. Gururera, you can do it, Vista. You are my son. After all, one day you will even surpass Sky Sword Rob. Maybe even the Dark King really didn't compete with you in swordsmanship. Oyaji, you are raising his hopes too high. He is the Dark King we are talking about. This time a beautiful blue-haired young woman spoke up. Did I really exaggerated it, Whitey? Gururara. Maybe getting to Rayleigh's level hard something. But with determination, everything is possible, son. Edward Newgate, or now known as Whitebeard, was very proud of his dear and ambitious group of sons to publish their names in the sea. This was the family he had always wanted to create in the past. Only after the Rock's crew fell 7 years ago and was finally freed from the curse of Rock's Zebek did he succeed in achieving his dream of building the family he loves and they love him. This group of kids, each with his own story and destiny, gathered around him like sons in need of shelter, and he gladly accepted them all. Vista was embarrassed by his father's high expectations, while young Jozu, Marco, Thatch, and others laughed. With this lively atmosphere, Moby Dick continued to sail without even the wind daring to stop its path. Mama. They are Roger Pirates again. I also have my dear sons who will make me the pirate queen, mama. Isn't it, katakuri, Mont d'Or, brulee, daifuku, pirospiro, cracker, oven. In a semi-dark room on Whole Cake Island, Charlotte Lean began calling her beloved children once again. Our big mom pirates will rule the sea one day, mama. Sure, mama, I will make you the pirate queen. A tall young man who looked 19 years old came out and spoke with great confidence. Mama, I trust you will, my dear son Katakuri. Neither Roger, not the Dark King, not the Sky Sword will stand in our way. The only person who could do that finally died on that day 7 years ago. Charlotte Lean was 41 years old at this moment, still rather young. The signs of a mature and glamorous woman emanated from every part of her curvaceous body. Typical MILF. Mama, we got secret information that the Sky Sword has established a trading empire in the 4 seas and is selling some amusing stories, but the most important thing is that it sells some food and sweets that can only be found in his stores. He is the only one who sells them, Pererin. The person who spoke was Pirospiro, like Katakuri and the others he was still a young man. Food. Sweets. Really? Is that delicious? Yes, it is said to be very tasty and addictive. Mama. Let's go to the 4 seas then. Woorororo. 800 million berries and only alive. What interesting things did Roger Pirates and the world government come up with this time too? Will it be like the God Valley event? I don't think so. The grandeur of that event cannot be replicated. This world is so boring. The only person who can kill me has disappeared from this world. Who can stop my domination of the seas now? Woorororo. King. Queen. Haven't you found a little brother worthy of the position of calamity yet? In Onigashima, next to the peaceful country of Wano, Kaido's annoying laughter continued to echo across the sky. Somewhere in the sky, on a floating island. The voices of laughter continued to echo. On the floating island, a huge number of ferocious pirates were everywhere moving towards their business. These seemingly mighty pirates were affiliated with the famous Golden Lion Pirates group across the seas. Only the name of the Golden Lion could make the sea tremble. It was one of the 3 great pirates. Jihahaha. Looks like the Roger Pirates are still making trouble again despite everything. If Roger and his crew join me, who can prevent us from ruling the sea at that time? The Golden Lion was daydreaming. Just like this, Rob's new bounty and the events of his fight against Admiral Zephyr spread across the world, and shook the world. Although the hype centered on the new world which was very chaotic at the moment. Just one member of Roger's pirates was enough to make the Navy suffer such a loss. This was a great event for the pirates. But no one yet knows that Rob is not a pirate anymore, he's just a regular store owner. Except for the Roger Pirates who have already left Baitrilla Island and returned to continue their journey towards finding the One Piece. The Roger Pirates also heard the news, but their reaction wasn't too big. They knew that their fellow had become really powerful, but what baffled them was why the world government was unwilling to kill him. After all, the damage he had caused to them is very dangerous, at least in the 4 seas. Paragraph. The titles of the next 3 chapters. Fire Spoiler Fire. Chapter 48, East Blue Saga, Lobetown Arc. Chapter 49, Garp and Dragon excitedly looking for Luffy's mother. Chapter 50, The Trade Emperor. Skypiea Island. Chapter 48, East Blue Saga, Lobetown Arc. Creating manga of One Piece in Pirates World become my ultimate goal. For more advanced chapters. https://www.patreon.com/blackstar_bh. Paragraph. While the Grand Line was afire in the latest events about Rob's battle with the Admiral that had somehow been leaked, the 4 seas were more afire and excited, as this day was the promised day. After Rob's return from the Luvial Nation, he has been busy with recently, Rob has focused on his manga work again. He also enjoyed a happy married life with his pregnant wife, Alvia, who was somewhat busy studying the secrets of the poneglyphs at the O'Hara Grand Library. Concerning the poneglyphs, before they were mentioned in his manga, Rob was already willing to visit the poneglyphs locations he knew and give them to Alvia as a gift. This wasn't the first time he had thought of this, he had thought of putting them all together for the sake of his unborn child Robin. But he decided to give them to Alvia first because the locations of some of them would already be leaked in the manga at that time. When he told Alvia about this matter the last time, she was very happy. She didn't even ask him where he knew this information from but wanted to go to their place at once. Now Rob knew where Robin's future passion for poneglyphs came from. Rob was already planning to get the secrets that would appear in the manga before someone would search for them. Such as devil fruits, poneglyphs, treasures, and others. He also met Don Quixote's family, who they had returned from Torino Island, with the help of his kind waitress, Belmere, who he instructed her to return them in advance. The good news was that Don Quixote matriarch's health had become quite stable after 2 weeks of recovery on Medicine Island. Now Rob has completely succeeded in obtaining endless gratitude from the Don Quixote family. He succeeded in fulfilling his promise to Doflamingo, so he became his official teacher and had already given him the string fruit in his first training session. Once Doflamingo had eaten the string fruit, his future potential was already on the right track. With a Rob-level teacher, he would be much stronger than his future version. Doflamingo was now just a kid, so Rob didn't want to be too hard on him in his training, so he sent him to school as part of his training. Although Doflamingo was not willing at first, after being intimidated that he wouldn't sell the manga to him again, he had to go to school with his little brother Rosinante, who was happy to go to school. The family succeeded in completely integrating with the residents of the Knowledge Village, and the two sons, Doflamingo and Rosinante, went to school with the kids of O'Hara. Their lives were more peaceful than they expected when they wanted to get off Mary Gios. Don Quixote Homing and his wife got the life they always wanted to live here in the beautiful and peaceful village of O'Hara. Although the peaceful and serene life is disturbed every week by the passionate readers of One Piece who are scattered everywhere besides the art store where they read the new One Piece chapters with unending passion, this was more than acceptable to the family that had previously been subjected to the infernal assault. This huge gathering of One Piece fans produces endless noises early in the morning. But the people of Knowledge Village are already used to it. Sunday has become one of the busiest days in O'Hara. No, in all four seas. Today was the much-anticipated Sunday. On an island. Shanks, Hawkeye. That's a surprise, I'm not in a good mood today, but... Did you come to fight me? My Hawk, humph. I gave up fighting a man with one arm a long time ago. My Hawk, fate intersected me with special pirates, and I remembered that story you told me some time ago, a story about a special boy from a village. Shanks, whoa. Do you mean? Shanks, so you've finally appeared, Luffy. Luffy, I'm sorry, let me go now. Buggy, who will let you go? Alvida, will the man I like finally die? Buggy, do you have any last words? There are a lot of people watching you now. Luffy. Buggy, anyway, it doesn't matter if you have last words or not, no one will care what you say. Luffy, I'm the man who. Luffy, will become the Pirate King. Luffy, Zoro. Sanji. Usopp. Nami. Luffy, sorry but it looks like I'm going to die. Shishishi. Zoro, what? Sanji, don't you say that, you idiot. Smoker, he smiled. Thunderstorm, Thunderbolt, Thunderstorm. Fire, ignition of the execution platform, fire. Luffy, nah ha ha ha, looks like I survived. How lucky I am. The ones that can't be stopped. The inherited will. Men dreams. And the flow of time. As long as the man continues to search for the answer towards freedom. These things will never stop. Words of the Pirate King Roger. Monkey D. Dragon, Pirate. This is also good. Luffy, Goma Goma no pistol. Luffy, huh. Smoker, are you really worth 30 million berries? Luffy, ack. Oof. Smoker, it looks like your luck has come to an end. Dragon, or maybe not. Smoker. You. Luffy, what? Who's there? Smoker, the entire world government is looking for you, you know. Dragon, the world is waiting for our answer. Smoker, why did you help him escape? Dragon. Dragon, what right do you have to prevent a man from sailing? Sanji, so we've come to the Grand Line, right? So we'll call this a celebration. Sanji, to find the All Blue. Luffy, to become the Pirate King. Zoro, to become the greatest swordsman. Nami, to draw the map of the world. Usopp, to become a brave sea warrior. Crushed. Towards the Grand Line, our destination. Boom. More chapters, store owner. Give me more, please. These were the words of most of the people who had finished reading the new volume. This arc was a good conclusion to the events of East Blue already. Mysterious characters appear one after another. And a lot of information was mentioned about the Pirate King Roger. Luffy and Roger, why do they look like each other on the execution platform? They are almost the same, why are they laughing in the face of death? Such questions were repeat on the minds of many, only a few smart people could figure out why. This arc was the true beginning of the legend. South Blue, in Bait Rilla. Rouge's tender body trembled and the manga book fell to the ground as if life had lost all meaning to her. If Rob had understood the meaning of life, then to Porgus D. Rouge she had lost this meaning at this moment. Why? Why do you keep drawing my husband dead? Dead? How could Roger die? That's a lie, that's definitely a lie. I won't forgive you if Roger really dies, I swear I won't forgive you. Her tears fell incessantly at this point. This was the day Rouge cried the most in her life. Rob didn't know the crushing psychological effects he had on Rouge at this moment. Paragraph. The titles of the next 3 chapters. Fire spoiler fire. Chapter 49, Garp and Dragon excitedly looking for Luffy's mother. Chapter 50, The Trade Emperor. Skypea Island. Chapter 51, 3 months pregnant. Alvia wants to be a great waitress for the husband. Chapter 49, Garp and Dragon excitedly looking for Luffy's mother. Creating manga of One Piece in Pirates World become my ultimate goal. For more advanced chapters, https://www.patreon.com/blackstar_bh. Paragraph. Ding. Plus 200 art points from Fusha Village Mayor, Whoop Slap. Ding. Plus 6,000 art points from Vice Admiral Monkey D, Garp. Ding. Plus 3,000 art points from Navy Captain Monkey D, Dragon. Lately, Rob has received so many notifications that his art points have already crossed the million mark. But when he saw these notifications he was surprised. He didn't think that both Luffy's grandfather and Luffy's father would read his manga at the same time. This means that they are both in Fusha Village at present. Well, it doesn't matter. I hope you enjoy your son's future. Ha ha ha, I wonder how Dragon will react to seeing his future shape. I think he'll just be a young man at 26 or so at this moment. Husband, I heard you wondering about Dragon. Is he the same Dragon that appeared in the One Piece new book? Is he another real character in your story? Rob forgot that Alvia was clinging to him like a monkey clinging to a tree right now when he was gossiping to himself. Ah. In fact, the characters in the One Piece manga are all real. Ah. What did you say? East Blue, Fusha Village. Unbelievable. Is that really me? Who cares about you? Look at my cute future grandson, he survived a disaster. Bwahahaha, as expected from my grandson. The bastard clown. When I hunt down Roger Pirates again, I'll make sure I kill him first. Buggy, who was having a boring time in Oro Jackson, suddenly shivered as if his fate had already been decided. Back in Garp, he was wondering about a lot of things. But why does he have to become a pirate? Didn't I raise my grandson well, or was my grandson me so affected by the sacrifice of a random pirate that he became a pirate because of it? All I see is an elaborate plan from that red-haired bastard of Roger too. Well, I've decided, I'll kill him too when I go after the Roger Pirates next time. Shanks, who was next to the stunned Buggy, once again felt a suffocating shiver that made his blood cold. Back in Fusha Village, Dragon shouted loudly at his father. Obviously I saved him, old man. He's my son after all. Since he is your son, who is the mother? Garp asked as he put his finger in his nose in search of raw minerals. I'm still single. And don't throw your nose bullshit at me. Get up, let's find Luffy's mother. I want a grandson now. Ah. What are you doing, old man? Leave me, I don't know any women at this moment. Garp grabbed Dragon and dragged him like a bag of air. I don't care, Makino was already born, so mathematically Luffy will be born 12 years from now. That's too long. I want my grandson to see the light now, hurry up. I told you, I don't want any romance relationship at this time, old man. Ha. Do you want to taste my love fist? Garp stared at Dragon with a murderous look which made the latter shrink like a kid. Although he didn't want to have children now, but he didn't want to be flattened by an iron punch also. Dragon was in a real dilemma because of the manga. Ever since Garp read the One Piece manga and is obsessed with his grandson Luffy, he's been 100% sure that Luffy is his grandson. Why? Because he had already intended to give his male grandson the name Luffy a long time ago. Luffy's looks, laughter, temperament, and mentality are all exactly like Garp's in his youth. Even his movements were the same. The environment in which Luffy grew up in the story with real people who exist now, like his friend the mayor and others, also confirms this fact. Regardless of all of the above, in this world where the future can even be seeing, the presence of irrational devil fruits is enough to make Garp believe that Monkey D. Luffy is his grandson. Even Dragon had subconsciously believed in this shocking truth, not to mention Garp. Boy, what do you think of this book? Garp let Dragon fall to the ground and asked him a puzzling question. I think this book portends a chaotic world, but I don't know why this person chose to put my family on the interface. You don't know, but I know. A mysterious glint appeared in Garp's eyes before disappearing. Then tell me what you know. No, you have to find Luffy's mother first. When you find her and bring her to me, I will tell you everything, as you are not strong enough to know that. This person can't appear here so early. Garp pointed to the manga book page when Dragon stopped Smoker from arresting Luffy. Dragon was completely confused now. Now let's continue searching for your wife. Since she is Luffy's mother and my daughter-in-law, she will be a very special person. It will be easy to find her among random people. And if we can't, we'll go up to that boy on Roger's crew and force him to spit out who Luffy's mother is if necessary. If Rob heard Garp's words at this moment, he would tell him. Stay away from me. I also don't know who Luffy's mother is, you old monkey. What's my fault if Oda was so obsessed with stretching that even the gods couldn't wait any longer and sent me to do his work? Another issue of this book, our Navy losing in it. And this time, a Navy captain from headquarters has lost, and on top of that he has a Logia devil fruit. It's disappointing, this family of monkeys is really disappointing. Should we summon Garp and his son and stop them trying to have children? That would be a bit harsh. Maybe we shouldn't take this story seriously, as long as it doesn't reveal the secrets of our world government. Yes, I think the risk of this book is still low for now. But guys, it is interesting how Dragon appeared in this arc. Will Monkey D. Dragon be like this in the future? That tattoo on his face is a bit ominous. And why did Smoker say our world government was looking for Dragon? Did he become a criminal in the story? This is really interesting. Yes, the laughs of the Lord previously showing his excitement, and how much it enjoyed this book, while it reading the new volume was filled with boundless excitement. Lord has never been so excited before. Remember, we must keep the Lord's happiness before anything else, but we must not forget our duty to protect the Lord's secrets. And what about the Drowning Dragons Island in the East Blue? We already have historical records about it, it's real. In the previous issue, Rob added the Ark of Worship Island, the story of Dragon's Island that's sunken under the sea, which appears once every 100 years as a secondary story, and he also added a cooking competition in which Sanji participated in Logue Town, so the 6th volume was long and interesting for readers, in which they discovered new things that they did not know about East Blue. Yes, it's almost time for them to appear again. Should we catch some green dragons this time as well? Ha 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 ha, interesting, this book is interesting. I don't know what ability of Sky Sword Rob has to see the future, but it gives us a lot of benefits by publishing it. The group of 5 Gorosei was also enthusiastically discussing the new volume. This had become a weekly habit for them. They had never imagined that their boring discussions would become as fun as this. The horrific manga culture was covering their minds little by little without them even realizing it. Paragraph. The titles of the next 3 chapters. Fire Spoiler Fire. Chapter 50, The Trade Emperor. Skypiea Island. Chapter 51, 3 months pregnant. Alvia wants to be a great waitress for the husband. Chapter 52, What a dilemma it is to have a pregnant wife. Dracule Mihawk interacted with the manga. Chapter 50, The Trade Emperor. Skypiea Island. Creating manga of One Piece in Pirates World become my ultimate goal. For more advanced chapters. https://www.patreon.com/blackstar_bh. Paragraph. This time Rob literally ascended to the sky. No longer content with the earth, he wanted to ascend to the sky, where he could impose his commercial tyranny on every cloud, and dominate the sky market as he dominated the earth's market. The blue sea was no longer enough for Rob's ambition. Rob became so rich after all, it took him less than 4 months to become one of the richest people in this world. Although this wealth is not even a small part of his wealth in his previous world, Rob can be called a millionaire in this world, where his fortune approached the 1 billion berry barrier. Although this billion berry is nothing but a meager fish to the celestial dragons who control everything in this world, Rob doesn't really care. As long as he kept selling for years, he would rival even celestial dragons in riches. Not only was Rob emptying the pockets of civilians, but he also created plenty of job opportunities on every island where he set up his art store. For example, he hired people as gardeners to decorate and take care of the ground near art stores. And also cleaners to clean the roads adjacent to the store and to clean the surroundings of the store. In the domain of gardeners and cleaners alone, Rob has already employed hundreds of people. Not to mention that he built schools, hospitals, and shops for fashionable clothes and modern foods, and even built large markets for this purpose, where he promotes some items from the earth that do not exist in this world. He even sells bikes and motorbikes in these markets, but he doesn't sell cars. He doesn't have enough art points for that, and he doesn't want to leak Earth's vital technology to this world so that the world government won't benefit from it. All this made him employ thousands of people from the 4 seas and contributed to raising the income of the residents of the 4 seas in an extremely unimaginable way. Rob had become an unparalleled merchant emperor of the 4 seas. There is even a group calling him Saint Rob. Most of them are from One Piece fan club groups who are united by the love of One Piece manga. Like the archaeologists in O'Hara led by Clover. And the Medicine Association of Flevance led by Trafalgar Chris and his wife, Mary. And the group of Grey Station vagrants in the Kingdom of Goa. And even the Little Makino fan group in Fuchsia Village. And many other One Piece fans around the 4 seas. Rob came to Skypiea 2 days ago and set up an art store on Angel Island and another in the upper yard. When he first appeared on the Angel Island, the current god of Skypiea Gonfal himself came with his knights to receive him. This is because the appearance of a person on the back of a huge dragon is not something that is always seen. Only Rob's presence at that moment made Gonfal and his knights feel in awe. But Rob wasn't a very exploitative person, so he bought a cloud from Gonfal before setting up his art store. Gonfal had no choice but to accept it. This person in front of him was so powerful, he couldn't refuse. When Rob opened his art store on a thriving street in Angel Island, the islanders' attention was captured almost immediately. When enough gathered near the cloud of the majestic store, Rob began his usual speech, but this time he tried to stimulate the Skypian race's craving for freedom. After all, they knew almost nothing of the world below. The fact that the store in front of them sells interesting stories taking place in the blue sea is what caught their attention from Rob's words. And of course, the smart people and analysts like Gonfal, they noticed the strange anomaly about the store and in particular the banner hanging in the air that said the future is here. Even Gonfal felt a bit interested in this One Piece manga. Rob let the crowd enjoy the new world he had brought them and left silently towards Upper Yard beside Angel Island. At the moment Roger pirates have not yet come to Skypiea, so Rob took this opportunity to go to where the poneglyph is below the Golden Bell. He will come here later with his wife Alvia, but to make her see this poneglyph. He wouldn't take him from here because he had already opened a secret art store here near the poneglyph, so even if someone tried to reach him they would block him, even if it was the world government. After leaving words of welcome on the poneglyph in the language of the Old Kingdom, Rob returns to the art store. Yes, Rob learned the ancient language of the poneglyph easily after being taught by Alvia. Someone like him with a photographic memory would be stupidity to not take advantage of it for learning. As for the message he left for Roger, it will remain a mystery until Roger and his crew comes here a few years later. Mr. Gonfal, I have a deal for you. If you succeed in obtaining this fruit for me, I will open a lot of commercial store branches here on Sky Island, and I can also open a safe travel channel between Blue Sea and Sky Island. The benefits of that will be very great for you. Rob took out an image of a blue devil fruit he had obtained from the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia and gave it to Gonfal. Are you really going to do that? Gonfal was very dumbfounded after hearing the benefits he would get. Rob introduced himself as a great blue sea trading investor, so the first thing these types of traders would think of is the benefits. Sure, you have my word, I'm someone who never does go back on his word. Rob was really serious. If he could get at fruit, he would definitely do what he said. Search in Burka Island. Okay. Paragraph. The titles of the next 3 chapters. Fire spoiler fire. Chapter 51, 3 months pregnant. Alvia wants to be a great waitress for the husband. Chapter 52, what a dilemma it is to have a pregnant wife. Dracule Mihawk interacted with the manga. Chapter 53, the bravery of an immortal man is not for nothing. Chapter 51, 3 months pregnant. Alvia wants to be a great waitress for the husband. Creating manga of One Piece in Pirates World become my ultimate goal. For more advanced chapters. https://www.patreon.com/blackstar_bh. Paragraph. Let me hear a little. Could it be that little Robin is really starting to move? Rob approached his wife Alvia's belly and placed his head on her stomach, which began to swell a little, showing signs of a pregnancy that had come out of its early stages. Today when she was working in the Great Library, Alvia felt some kind of movement from the baby in her womb, and because she was so excited about it, she left everything in her hand and at once came home to wait for her husband like an obedient wife. When Rob returned a little tired from his trip to Sky Island, this was the first news he heard. Now reminded that he's going to be a dad, after another 6 months, he's going to be a dad. Yes, it has been 3 full months of pregnancy. I guess it's just a normal baby forming event. Little Robin hasn't reached full maturity to be able to move on her own. My love, you excited me for nothing. No, I'm just kidding. This is our Robin. She's sending her compliments to Mama and Papa for sure. When he raised his head and saw Alvia's weeping face, as she was surely going to burst into tears, he changed his words to what Alvia immediately wanted to hear. I'm sorry, science, in this world of One Piece you have to be subjected to all kinds of torture and break your bones. The bones of science is the logic. Rob apologized internally to the science of medicine and all sciences in general. Yay. See, I said that. Dear, our little Robin knows there is Daddy and Mommy who really loves her and wants her to be born sooner. Alvia hugged Rob excitedly and they fell on the bed together. Rob allowed himself for Alvia to hug him as she wanted. If he has to regret one thing he's done so far, when he make her know about his system shop. Since she got to know about it, in addition to the chaotic hormones of the pregnant woman, this formed an unknown chemical reaction, causing a huge change to Alvia's personality. Perhaps even the immortal blood affected her slightly. She has become a quarrelsome woman and a naughty, of the first degree. If he doesn't give her what she wants, he will not sleep in his bed and in the cuddle of his wife for sure. Pregnant woman was a big headache. Since she was introduced to the amazing female items he could pull out of nowhere, his art points became Alvia's property. Dear, are we going to have more kids after Robin? Alvia asked a question she had already asked dozens of times, and she was doing this because she loved hearing Rob's answer every time. Rob moved as if he was already used to it, and kissed her cherry lips with unparalleled passion before slipping down her milky neck and giving her an addictive lick. On. We will definitely have more. In the future this father's children will conquer the entire seas world. We are immortal, my love. Babies manufacture in the future will be our only entertainment. Ha 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 ha. Don't tickle me in there, ha ha ha. Rob made her again know what it meant to laugh to death. When Rob felt that was enough, he stopped tickling her. You are cruel, my dear, this is just torture. Well, don't you like it? Not that. Well, I love it, stop looking at me with that disappointed look. You said that you want to flood this world with children. I love your idea, but this I will decide after experiencing the pain of childbirth. If it is too painful to bear, you must cancel this great plan. Olvia looked at Rob with a meaningful look. In fact, she would have liked to give Rob thousands of children if that was what he wished for, but when she was talking to her friend Matriarch and some other women who had already experienced the pain of childbirth, they told her that the worst pain in life is the pain of childbirth. Just thinking about experiencing the pain of childbirth 1,000 times made her spine tremble. Rob's eyebrow raised in surprise when he heard that. Her answer this time was different. The pain of childbirth is really hard, but for someone with a semi-immortal body like you wouldn't cause you much pain. Don't compare yourself to ordinary mortals, my sweet. Rob was sure of this matter. Really? I said I'd think about it after giving birth. Ah. Don't lick that place now, I haven't showered today yet, it's disgusting, stop, ah. Rob didn't wait for her answer and actually sank between her legs as his pink-shaved treasure appeared in his sight. Tasting this treasure daily was what made his life so rosy. Since sex is temporarily unavailable, there is nothing wrong with some necessary exercise. It doesn't matter, it's still clean for me. Ah. Stop. Don't lick there, on. Ah, you always don't stop until you make me orgasm, don't you know I'm the most tormented person here? Living without him in the hole is hard as hell. I know that, but where did you learn these dirty words, sweetie? Of course, it's you. I only knew historical terms before getting to know you, no, before you knew the meaning of life because, before that, you were shyer than me. Yes, the meaning of life is wrong, which is so nasty. I have something to say to you, husband, will you do it for me? Olvia looked with puppy eyes at Rob as if telling him that if he didn't achieve what she wanted she would really cry. I have already pampered you so much, no problem with more, tell me what do you want me to create for you this time? The system shop front appeared in front of Rob, and he was already ready to buy a new type of cosmetics, or a new women's clothing, or a new iPhone. His art points were 2,400,450 art points. Regarding the iPhone, Rob bought a whole internet réseau terminal, small, and put it on the personal property he bought in O'Hara. Just because Olvia liked the look of the phone, she ordered one for herself and a set of phones for her friends. When Rob turned on the network, it allowed them to communicate with each other like Den Mushy, but much better. Rob has created a mini-community, Google, on the island of O'Hara, but visitors to this online world are limited so far, only Olvia and her female friends and other archaeologists. This was a long-term project that Rob wanted to create, while his content so far only talks about art stores, manga, One Piece, and some women's chat rooms. In the future, Rob will make the entire world use the internet. After all, he didn't forget his skills from his previous life, which was based on the internet world. I want the same maid outfit that Belmere always wears. Huh. Rob was dumbfounded for a moment, but out of nowhere an amazing picture of Olvia formed in his mind. She wears a white and black maid's dress, has bunny ears on her head and a woolen ball above her but as a rabbit's tail, and she wears long net socks above the knee, but the rest of her white thighs are completely exposed. While wearing this seductive outfit, she looks at him with a cute bunny look and says, "How's that, husband? Am I cute in that maid dress?" Rob felt a burning pain in his nose as if the blood in his head was already going to explode. "Husband. What are you thinking? Your face is all red. Why do you want a maid's clothes?" "Simply put, because I want to work in your art stores as the head waitress. Not only I do, my group of female friends want to work in your store, my dear. You don't need to ask, I want to enjoy working there as much as Belmere. I'm tired of just being an archaeologist. I'm a married woman now. Archaeology will be my secondary job that won't need my presence. Looking after my husband's business is my main business from now on." Olvia winked at Rob as if she already knew all about his fetish. Rob's eyelashes twitched while staring at Olvia, who looked serious. This was totally unexpected. Paragraph. The titles of the next 3 chapters. Fire spoiler fire. Chapter 52, What a dilemma it is to have a pregnant wife. Dracula Mihawk interacted with the manga. Chapter 53, The bravery of an immortal man is not for nothing. Chapter 54, Eating Goro Goro no Mi and death in the most horrific way, but beware what. The abundant rewards loves the brave people. Chapter 52, What a dilemma it is to have a pregnant wife. Dracula Mihawk interacted with the manga. Creating manga of One Piece in Pirates World become my ultimate goal. For more advanced chapters. https://www.patreon.com/blackstar_bh. Paragraph. How do I look? Husband, why your nose bleeding? Olvia looked at Rob with unreal bewilderment. She already knew he was excited to see her in such strange clothes. Inwardly, she was feeling with great enthusiasm. Inwardly she feeling very excited. She finally found something interesting to tease this mysterious husband. And nothing, it's not blood. Anyway, that outfit you're wearing is so sexy, it really made me excited. Very quickly, Rob wiped the blood from his nose and regained his earnest face so as not to lose all his face in front of this chief wife. Olvia stood before Rob, wearing a high-quality maid's dress, much better than the one he had bought for Belmere. The pregnancy, the maid's tight dress, and all the care she took with herself thanks to the items and lotions that Rob was buying her, made her the most beautiful woman in the world. She looked kind of like the futuristic Robin from Arc Wayno, only her hair color and clothes were different. So you like this dress I'm wearing, what do you call it? Maid's dress, right? Well, of course, I like it, anything you wear will definitely suit you. Hey, you mean you don't particularly like this outfit? Olvia approached Rob and hugged him before whispering in his ear in a very sexy way. Rob grabbed her by the waist and carried her off the floor with ease. Do you think you can tease me some of the secrets that naughty Belmere told you? Yes, I especially love this outfit, but I love you more than that. You are not allowed to wear this scandalous outfit in public, do you understand? Rob said in a dominant manner. Hey, does that mean I'm allowed to wear it in front of you, esteemed husband? Olvia still feels that her majestic husband looks very cute, although she is 4 years younger than him as she was 24 while Rob was 28 years old, but sometimes she feels like she is playing the role of a mother who takes care of her child. She knows that Rob was so childish at times that he seemed like a child in need of affection. Of course, you can. I give you a statement authorizing you to wear anything in front of me, no matter how scandalous. You are such a jealous and impudent husband, but I love it. What do you think of this? Is it good to wearing it for work? This time Olvia wore a maid's dress that wasn't tight and hid almost the majority of her body, but the typical maid's cuteness could never be hidden, it was a masterpiece to the eyes. You are really wonderful, my love. So does this mean that you accept my proposal to work in your store? No problem, but I will add a new law, anyone who looks at my wife with a lustful look will be banned from entering my stores for life. That's too cruel of jealousy, my dear. There is no debate in this. The next day Rob went with Olvia to a group of her friends who also wanted to work in his store. Among them was Matriarch, the celestial dragon, only Olvia knew her true identity. Most of them were married women, but there are also unmarried young women, there were only 7 women, Rob accepted them at work only because of his wife's insistence. The group of women was so happy, that Saint Rob hiring them to his divine store. Since they got to know Belmere who was technically considered a maidservant for their friend Olvia, they also wanted to work as waitresses and support their families. This is still a world of One Piece where it is difficult for ordinary people to live a decent life after all. After he formally appointed them he left their organizing and supervising to his wife and Belmere, then he left for his work. It was really problematic to have a pregnant wife. Ding. Plus 1,000 art points from Dracula Mihawk. What? The first half of the Grand Line, on an island. A young man who seemed to be about 14 years old was sitting on a huge rock. At the bottom of the rock were scattered many severed corpses. From the shape of the corpses, they looked like a whole crew of fierce pirates. Their leader was a powerful swordsman on the Grand Line, leading his crew to challenge Mihawk, the arrogant kid who wields a supreme sword and flaunts it everywhere. But now the entire crew is a thing of the past. On the rock, the young man with sharp eagle eyes carried the manga One Piece, which happened to be the book in which his future version appeared. Yes, that kid was Dracula Mihawk. Mihawk closed the book in astonishment. For the first time his face showed an expression he had lost years ago. It was utter astonishment and amazement. Mihawk never thought that there would be something in this world that made him feel such absolute curiosity, but now he was already in his hands. The manga in his hand wasn't original, it was just a copy he got by chance from a shop that sells manga copies of One Piece book because he saw that shop cause a big commotion. Yes, indeed, even Rob doesn't know that his manga books are starting to be copied and sold on the Grand Line by unknown parties. This is the world of pirates. Manga piracy that all manga publishing companies suffered in his previous world is the easiest type of piracy in this world, of course, if Rob doesn't decide to make it difficult. But does he really have to do that? Without these people working so hard for him, he wouldn't have gotten more art points and more fame. So that's me in the future. Have I already fulfilled my father's dream? I will become the greatest swordsman in the world. I did it. Mihawk felt absolute dread. Since he was still a child he was more likely to feel dazed, mysterious, and even excited about a mysterious event like this, even if he was a cold and lonely kid like Mihawk. And I'll have a friend too. Redhead Shanks. I'll remember you, maybe this guy will be the only swordsman who will ever compete against me in the future. I will double my training from now on, I will not allow my future to affect my will. Without even realizing Mihawk, his hand opened the book again and saw what it would look like in the future when he recognized Zoro's design and used his black sword to cut him with it. He couldn't believe his future self had said such words. I will wait for you to defeat my sword Roronoa. What the hell is this, so embarrassing? Mihawk reread the manga book over and over again and never got tired of it no matter what he watched. I have decided, I will go to the 4 seas to get more of this book and I will see the kind of great person who can know my great future. With that, Mihawk decided, unusually, to look for something other than a swordsman. He will search for more manga books. Paragraph. The titles of the next 3 chapters. Fire spoiler fire. Chapter 53, The Bravery of an Immortal Man is Not for Nothing. Chapter 54, Eating Goro Goro no Mi and Death in the Most Horrific Way, but beware what. The Abundant Rewards Loves the Brave People. Chapter 55, New Manga Appears. Soul Society and Soul Reapers. Can we have a Soul Society too? Chapter 53, The Bravery of an Immortal Man is Not for Nothing. Creating manga of One Piece in Pirates World become my ultimate goal. For more advanced chapters. https://www.patreon.com/blackstar_bh. Paragraph. I think Mihawk will be the same age as Shanks right now. Well, he'll be just another excited kid when he sees himself in the manga. Rob removed the system window and continued on his way, although he was curious about Mihawk's reaction to the manga, but he'll leave that for later. Now, he was going to Skypiea again, via the art store, which made it easier for him to travel. He received word from Gonfall that the fruit he wanted had already been found. Finding a devil fruit in 3 days was an achievement counted to Gonfall and his subordinates. Or perhaps the rewards he promised were tempting enough to make the Scipians go berserk to overturn the entire island of Pisca. When Rob arrived at the O'Hara art store, he didn't ignore his customers' greetings and responded with a gentle smile before disappearing into his personal section. From there, he teleported to Angel Island. Rob walked out of his personal section of the store and was happy to see the Scipians who looked like angels spread out in every section of his store happily discussing the events of the manga. This was the 3rd day of the art store in Angel Island, and its appearance caused a wave of excitement in Angel Island that extended to neighboring small islands such as Pisca Island. The appearance of this store was the first of its kind on Sky Island, and with this, Rob was considered the first person from the Blue Sea to open a project of this kind on Sky Island. As for the price of the manga, it was determined by Rob in 2.000 Ixtal per volume. Ixtal is the official currency of the Scipians. If compared to the berry, it is pathetically low, so Rob decided to help these poor people raise the value of their currency and make it at least close to half the value of the berry. Since Rob is a huge trade giant at the moment, he can make such changes and control the currency market easily by turning his palm. Sky Island residents hadn't trouble to buy art store products, they were cheap and cool. After making sure that all was well, Rob continued on his way to Gonfall's residence. Gonfall's title as a god was too embarrassing even for Rob, who could be considered a demigod with only his immortal body. Gonfall is just a normal man in his 40s right now. The moment he learned of Rob's arrival, the Skypiea god's aura went unheeded and he became just an ordinary, extremely humble man. He took a small box that was beside him before he descended from his throne and entered the majestic guest room. Inside, Rob was sitting sipping a cup of tea made for him by a beautiful maid like an angel. Rob's thoughts were that the god of Skypiea was really enjoying himself, because his palace was so full of angelic beauty, that even Rob began to feel greedy thoughts about this palace. If he became a god of Skypiea, wouldn't he have all of this? Rob cleared his evil thoughts for the time being when Gonfall entered the guest room with a confident smile on his face. "Hello, Mr. Rob, your return is really fast. I thought it would take a few days to get back to Skypiea, but you seem to really appreciate this thing." Gonfall put the little box on the guest table. Rob didn't speak as he took the small box and opened it. As he expected, the blue-colored devil fruit was like an apple and had a small branch resembling a lightning bolt quietly placed inside the box. "You found it really? And really fast at it, I'm frankly amazed." "Ha ha ha ha, no, if Mr. Rob hadn't located Pisca Island as its location, we wouldn't have been able to find it so quickly. The Pisca Island jungle was already small, only 1,000 knights in service was enough to completely searching in the forests of Pisca Island, stone by stone, and tree by tree, and it was found after 3 days of continuous searching." Although he said that, his face was showing pride in the efficiency of his men, which made even someone as strong as Rob be surprised. Had it not been for some irritating difficulty who got in our way, we would have found it in less time." Gonfall's expression turned slightly angry, but in Rob's eyes, this person was only pretending. Rob didn't care why the other party was pretending, but he asked him about it anyway, even though he had an idea of what was going on. "It is some outside rebels, they are called the Shandians. When they found out that we were looking for something in Pisca, they tried in every way to obstruct it, and this caused the search to be delayed more than once." Just as Rob had expected, this fake god was trying to use his hand to destroy the Shandian resistance, but would Rob allow someone to exploit him without paying the proper price? Hey, what a joke. "Mr. Gonfall, really, it doesn't matter, I'm not angry, on the contrary, I'm glad you were able to find this devil fruit for me in record time." Gonfall's expression convulsed, but he returned to show a friendly smile. "Thank you for your praise, Mr. Rob. As I said before, you have my word, I will invest in many profitable projects here in Sky Island. I will also open a fast and safe transportation station between Sky Island and Blue Sea. I will announce the station in due course. Rob was planning to announce this type of mega project when he introduces the Skypiea arc in the manga. Thus, the inhabitants of the Blue Sea would not remain ignorant of the reality of the existence of Sky Island as they are now. I am truly grateful for your effort, Mr. Rob. Thank the heavens for sending us such a great person. Mr. Gonfall, I have a piece of advice for you. Try to take good care of the orphaned or abandoned kids on your island, to avoid a future disaster. Perhaps by doing so you have only avoided half of the disaster. Rob pointed to the little box he was carrying. Especially try to prevent your people from bullying the kids, find Enel on the island of Pisca, and take care of him. As soon as he said that, Rob completely disappeared from the guest room. Enel. Gonfall remained frozen in place as he digested Rob's advice. Did Rob mean he was falling short in his job as a ruler? Rob stood at Angel Beach overlooking the White Sea. It was at a point far from any human activity. Here he can go through his horrific experience in peace and without any disturbance. Rob looked at the devil fruit in his hands and couldn't stop the excitement rising in his heart right now. This is because the devil fruit he catches in his hand is the lightning fruit. Logia type, Goro Goro no Mi. What would happen if a normal person ate 2 devil fruit? Would it possibly explode and die? And what if an immortal person ate 2 devil fruit? Will he explode and die too? The paper devil fruit that the divine platform gave to Rob is completely free of side effects, but it is still a devil fruit, where the devil lives. From the system, Rob knew he would die if he ate another fruit. Paragraph. The titles of the next 3 chapters. Fire spoiler fire. Chapter 54, Eating Goro Goro no Mi and Death in the Most Horrific Way, but beware what? The abundant rewards loves the brave people. Chapter 55, New Manga appears. Soul Society and Soul Reapers. Can we have a Soul Society too? Chapter 56, The Success of the New Manga Across the 4 Seas. Big Mom in the Art Store. Chapter 54, Eating Goro Goro no Mi and Death in the Most Horrific Way, but beware what? The abundant rewards loves the brave people. Creating manga of One Piece in Pirates World become my ultimate goal. For more advanced chapters. https://www.patreon.com/blackstar_bh. Paragraph. The abundant rewards love the brave personas. This was Rob's principle in life. In his first life, and this life as well. Rob has always been a brave person, not just for the rewards, but for another reason as well. Every time Rob takes on a rather dangerous challenge, he's going to have the most exciting time ever. Rob was obsessed with the dangerous challenges. This obsession and lack of fear are what made him such a dangerous person in the past. Now he is facing this kind of challenge, although internally he is sure that he will not really die. But the pain of death will surely be felt. Rob's face was red with excitement as he brought a devil fruit to his mouth. 1 bite is enough to make him gain the fruit ability. But the price would be very high, for someone like him who already had a fruit ability. Okay, if it works out and I get the lightning fruit ability, I swear I'll start posting the Bleach manga chapters in the stores starting tomorrow. I'll also start creating Naruto anime, One Piece anime, and maybe Dragon Ball anime also. Rob took a long breath before taking a bite of the devil fruit. 3, 2, 1, bite. Disgusting. I've never tasted shit in my life, but I can confirm that what I ate now is real shit. ARGGGG. Before Rob could finish his sentence, something horrific happened to his body. His handsome and manly body began to lose its human form, every part of his body bulging out in a fit of disgust. Pulsating green veins appeared on every part of his body, and Rob began to transform into a monster-like being. Arg. A blood-soaking shriek rang out from Rob. The pain he was feeling right now was extremely horrific, a pain he had never thought he could feel in his life before. Half of his body turned to paper and then paper began to fall from his body like trees in the fall, while the other half was crackling with blue bolts and very dangerous lightning. Rob looked like a generator lost its control on himself and was about to explode. The hell? Painful. Painful. Like hell. Rob's voice turned into a beast-like roar, from which a horrific aura of Conqueror Haki spread out, which started to become more and more frantic and enveloped a large area of Sky Island. Conqueror Haki of Rob evolved in the process as it began affecting the sky above. A terrifying thunderstorm formed, centered on Rob himself, who no longer looked like Rob, but more like an unknown monster made of lightning bolts and paper blades. Rob's roar continued to spread across the entire Sky Island as his roar terrified everyone on the Sky Island. His body swelled more and more until he reached the stage where his stamina was no longer sufficient to withstand the calamity. In an instant, the world around Rob was completely silent. The sea creatures of the White Sea fled to the bottom of the White Sea because their instincts warned them of the coming frightening catastrophe. There are even sea kings who fell from the White Sea and returned to the Blue Sea, but of course, they fall from a height of 10,000 meters above sea level is not a joke. Even a giant sea king will turn into a rain of blood. Boom. A horrific shockwave formed and spread out in all directions. It looked like a nuclear bomb had exploded at this moment. Rob's flesh and blood flew everywhere, not even dust left. It was his immortal body that protected him from death for so long and contributed to his suffering too much, and it was also because of the immortal body that gave him overwhelming stamina, causing such a horrific explosion. If it was just an ordinary person who ate another devil fruit, he would have exploded and died within seconds and the matter would be over. But for Rob it was different. In Rob's place, there are only two pulsating balls that look like a heart, a ball made of blue lightning and a ball of white paper. Suddenly flesh and blood enveloped the two balls very quickly. In an instant, two perfectly pulsating human hearts formed. Many veins and arteries began to cover the two hearts, and out of nowhere a bone thoracic cage appeared, from which white bones extended and formed a new skeleton. The skeleton was enveloped in the meat once more. And golden-colored glowing blood spread across the entirety of the body and white skin began to coat the flesh. In less than a second Rob's body formed again, the only difference being that he was naked and his black hair had gotten too tall. Rob passed from perfect nirvana within 1 second. This was the true greatness of the immortal body that does not die. Rob opened his eyes and a yellow flash spread out from them. Rob stood silently and watched the devastation caused by his previous test on the area. The devastation was horrific as the ground below was completely destroyed, only the white clouds remained below, as the White Sea continued to seep from the newly formed hole. This horrific fucking method for death, something that should not be repeated again. I really wonder why the Navy didn't execute Kaido by feeding him another devil fruit. He would definitely die by this way. Rob wore simple summer clothes, which allowed his stomach muscles to appear in full, and he also wore short pants similar to Ace's short pant in the anime. Rob silently looked at his hand. The moment he thought of that, blue lightning bolts filled with tyrannical power appeared in his hand. I did it. Overwhelming offensive power, that's exactly what I was lacking. Now I'm really going to let the world government know what it means to be terrified. Badump X. Badump X. Badump X. Rob put his hands on his left and right chest and smiled a smile of victory. He didn't expect that his immortal body would grow another heart to take possession of the devil fruit's ability. With this, even the sea curse would not work on him, since his main heart doesn't contain on any curse. Even though his second heart already contains the sea curse, it acts as a seal for it. Rob didn't intend to do any of this. It happened because of his immortal body. He still didn't understand what kind of body he was, but he was absolutely sure that the sea curse was completely sealed in his second heart and without the ability to affect his physical body, plus he could freely use the abilities of the lightning fruit. Rob was truly grateful for his immortal body. He was starting to discover a few of its terrifying potentials now. Zay-ha-ha-ha-ha. Now, I kind of feel Blackbeard's feeling when he got the quake fruit. What a great feeling. White paper wings scattered from Rob's back and he shot like a screamer through the cloud hole and pierced toward the blue sea below. The white wings were enveloped in the crackling of blue thunder, speeding Rob's movement forward. In his falling path towards the blue sea, all that appeared from Rob was a white and blue flicker. Paragraph. The titles of the next 3 chapters. Fire spoiler fire. Chapter 55, New Manga appears. Soul Society and Soul Reapers. Can we have a Soul Society too? Chapter 56, The Success of the New Manga Across the 4 Seas. Big Mom in the Art Store. Chapter 57, Amazon Lily Island. Storming the Empress's Bathroom. Chapter 55, New Manga appears. Soul Society and Soul Reapers. Can we have a Soul Society too? Creating manga of One Piece in Pirates World become my ultimate goal. For more advanced chapters. https://www.patreon.com/blackstar_bh. Paragraph. Did you hear the new news? No, I didn't hear anything. What happened? Do you live under a rock or what? Even blind and deaf people have heard of it. Sorry, but I was on a fishing trip recently so I don't know anything. Is it about the art store? Don't tell me I missed a new book from One Piece. No, the weekly update date for the One Piece manga has not yet come. So what's up? Tell me, you've really got me excited, man. Look at this here. The man took out a manga under the title Bleach, featuring an orange-haired boy in a black uniform with a great sword on his shoulder. This new manga. The man was so dumbfounded that he remained paralyzed in place for a few minutes. Such events took place on every island that had an art store on its territory. This morning the art store announced by the store's beacon the release of 2 new manga volumes called Bleach. This announcement spread like wildfire among manga fans, causing a huge commotion. Even sleeping people had to wake up due to the commotion. Bleach was the second manga that Rob decided to draw and release for publication in this world after much thought. He chose Bleach manga for the main reason that it is already a completed manga. All he has to do is draw the events in his head as they are until he finishes the manga. The second reason is that it's such a great manga that it hasn't even lost to Manga of One Piece. Rob put 2 volumes of Bleach manga on store shelves. The first volume is The Alternate Shinigami Arc. The second volume is Soul Society Arc. Once released, 10,000 copies of each volume were reduced by the thousands by hungry manga fans. Alvia, Matriarch, Belmere, and the rest of the waitresses looked bitterly at the many people fighting to get at least one manga book. They were dressed up as gorgeous maids while placing orders for the people who had chosen to read the new manga in the store's tavern. For Alvia, Belmere, and Matriarch, who had already read the Bleach manga, they kind of understood what the fuss was about. In the village of Syrup. Rukia is so cute, Orihime Inoue also. This bastard Kurosaki is very lucky. At this moment, the 18-year-old Yasop was enjoying the new manga very much, although he is a true lover of the One Piece manga of which his future son is one of the protagonists, but this didn't stop him from liking the new manga. Like anyone who has bought Bleach manga books, Bleach's story was very strange and interesting to these people. No, it would be more correct to say that it was the world that Bleach manga revealed that made them feel in awe. The modern world seems covered in layers of surreal mystery to them. It was another world. The Bleach manga made them think about the possibility of other worlds, and other lives different from them. It is exactly the same obsession with aliens that plagues the inhabitants of Earth. You bastard Ichigo. How can you allow Rukia to be kidnapped? Follow them and bring back my Rukia. Ah. Sorry, Bankina, looks like I've found a new love in this life. Yasop was talking nonsense as he put his hand on the picture of the beautiful Rukia, who was sarcastically looking at Ichigo, but at this moment it seemed to Yasop as if she was looking at him sarcastically. What did you say? Let me hear you again. The color disappeared from Yasop's face when he heard the angry female voice behind him. He quickly closed the manga folder and turned around to justify the misunderstanding. Oh. Bankina. No, I said it's nice day to enjoy a new romantic date with my dear Bankina. Although they weren't married yet, they were friends, more like lovers at this point. Guys. Hurry up. I want all our historical manuscripts. Get them all out, today we're going to study history again. Come on. Why are you so slow? The world is so big and so vast, and we haven't even been able to discover the truth of a meager 100 years. We won't be looking at the empty century anymore. From now on, we will look for clues about the Soul Society, Shinigami, and Hollow. Took out anything abnormal that was recorded in history and had no explanation until now. Maybe it has something to do with the Soul Society. Professor Clover cried aloud to the rest of the archaeologists who ran here and there among the great library looking for historical records. Ever since Clover and his crew knew Bleach manga read, they've become obsessed with this Soul Society. Since their world also has life and death, logically, does this mean that they will have their own Soul Society as well? A society where souls go after death. Come on, if we can use Ryatsu too, maybe immortality won't be out of our hands anymore. Shinigami. Hollow. Interesting, this man's stories are getting more and more interesting. I want more, make me have more fun, ha ha ha. On a majestic throne, seeming like a throne ruling the entire world, a dark figure sat on the throne. But the attractive curves of the figure lurking in the dark can still be discerned. In his hands, or perhaps in hers, was a manga that featured Kurosaki Ichigo, who had turned into a Shinigami and killed the Hollow. Paragraph. The titles of the next 3 chapters. Fire. Chapter 56, The Success of the New Manga Across the 4 Seas. Big Mom in the Art Store. Chapter 57, Amazon Lily Island. Storming the Empress's Bathroom. Chapter 58, Level 9 of the System. Opening Art Store in Amazon Lily Island. Chapter 56, The Success of the New Manga Across the 4 Seas. Big Mom in the Art Store. Creating manga of One Piece in Pirates World become my ultimate goal. For more advanced chapters, https://www.patreon.com/blackstar_bh. Paragraph. Southern Blue, Baitrilla. Knock. Rouge opened the door of her house and was surprised to see a group of women dressed as maids, but she recognized the white-haired woman who seemed to have a leadership aura among the group. Hello, are you going to leave your friend at the door? Alvia lowered her glasses that she had recently started to wear at eye level, and looked at Rouge with a smile. Sorry about that, please come in. The group of 3 women and 1 teenage girl, Alvia, Matriarch, Rouge, Belmere, sat in the guest lounge inside Rouge's house. They'd been chatting happily for some time now, talking about the new manga that caused such a stir, Bleach. It turns out that Rouge had read and liked the manga too. Like all someone who read the Bleach manga, she wondered what kind of world the modern world is, and why it's so far ahead of theirs. The discussion about Shinigami and Soul Society continued after that. And about the real purpose of Alvia and her group coming to Rouge's house. Rob hasn't forgotten his reason about putting up the art store on Baitrilla Island yet. From the double art points he received from Rouge after putting up the Logetown volume, Rob felt uncomfortable about the matter. He never dared to appear in front of Rouge again, so he sent Olvia to have her invite her to join their group and serve as a waitress in his stores. Maybe that way he can try to fix her thoughts about him over time and make her become more kind to him if she thinks he's a bad person. He also had a goal in mind to get her out of her lonely solitude. After all, Rouge was still his captain's wife and Roger had tasked him with taking care of her directly. At first, when Olivia suggested Rouge work with them as a waitress, Rouge wanted to reject this consideration without even thinking again. She had negative feelings towards Rob, who kept emphasizing the fact of her husband's death in his manga as if he wanted to remind her of this matter on purpose. Although she hadn't reached the level of hatred, she was definitely resentful towards him. But after some rational thought, she decided to accept Olvia's offer. Approaching this man might be useful to her, perhaps she would know the truth about everything faster that way. With this, the art store acquired another great waitress. Southern Blue, Karate Island Art Store. At this place, two great characters from the future of this world met, one of whom caused a huge commotion the moment he entered the art store. This, unbelievable. Isn't that impossible? Maybe he's just one of the fakes characters, these new generation who call themselves cosplayers. Are you blind? No, even if you are blind, you can restore your sight in the holy store. Look at those eagle-like eyes. Despite the signs of youth and immaturity, the same sharpness is present. Sword. Look at the sword behind his back. It's the black sword Yura for sure. Exactly how it was drawn in the manga. It's Dracula Mihawk in his youth. Screams of terror erupted when Mihawk was identified by One Piece fans inside the art store. Even Mihawk, who seems cold and lonely, felt dread and embarrassed by the current situation. Yes, he was definitely Dracula Mihawk. He wanted to shout that he is Dracula Mihawk, the greatest swordsman in the world, but his strong will prevent him from doing so. He hasn't reached his future achievement yet, so he doesn't have any right to brag yet. In this moment, a young man with scars on his eyes who was sitting in the tavern was drawn into the commotion. He lifted his eyes that had magically restored its light from the bleach book and saw the young teenager who had taken a place next to him. He was as dumbfounded as everyone else who had seen young Mihawk. The man reading Bleach manga at the moment was Issue, the future admiral. Mihawk looked in awe at Issue for a brief moment before sitting down and starting to read the volumes he had bought. He felt the other party's immense strength after all. Issue laughed in astonishment and went back to reading the manga. Life is so mysterious and never ceases to amaze him. Shinigami, Ryatsu, and amazing swordsmanship skills. This is definitely a treasure for a swordsman like me. What a wonderful world for a swordsman. Could Ryatsu be a type of hockey? Young Mihawk felt awe and curiosity after he finished reading the Bleach manga. A whole new world opened up for him. He liked Bleach manga so much because it is a world made up of strong swordsmen. It was sort of his dream world. Just thinking about fighting a Shinigami made his blood burn with excitement. Interesting. East Blue, Fuchsia Village Art Store. Chew. Swallow. Interesting, but I want more of the book about my grandson. Do I have to go on a trip to Roger's crew again? Although Garp felt that the new manga was really interesting, it wasn't anywhere near as great as his grandson's manga, and he wanted to see more of his grandson's adventures and, of course, more of the delicious cakes those refrigerator-like machines sold. Hey, you brat, go get this dad some more chocolate cake, can't you see I finish from it? Garp kicked his son, Dragon, who was overwhelmed reading Bleach manga, toward the food vending machine. You. This is the 20th time you suddenly kicked me. Do you consider me your servant, old man? Pay with your money if you want to. North Blue, Germa Kingdom Art Store. Today an unusual pirate's ship appeared in the port of Germa Kingdom. A woman with a graceful body and a beautiful figure disembarked from the ship, but the ground shook as soon as she stepped on it, causing the people in the harbor to panic. Dear gentlemen. This pier doesn't receive pirate ships. Please goes to the island's back pier. A trembleman stopped on the way of the group of terrifying pirates in this moment. He looked like a mouse trying to talk to humans. This was because the graceful woman leading the group was ridiculously tall. She was over 8 meters long. Not to mention, the dark red-haired young man was also tall enough to appear 2 meters or less short than her. Most of the group were far from normal human beings. Their presence caused everyone who saw them shiver. Are you saying we have to go back to where we came from? Mama, let me send this idiot to hell, how dare he stand in our way? Mama. I'm in a good mood today, so it's okay. The infamous Big Mom pirates continued on their way, but when they got out of sight everyone who was on the pier fell unconscious, foam coming out of their mouths and their eyes turning completely white. The moment the group of Big Mom pirates approached the door of the art store, the bodies of the tall people among them magically shrank to less than 2 meters in a way that left them speechless. Everyone who saw this amazing scene engraved it in their minds as amazing news to pass on later. News is as important as the fact that the blind people regained their sight inside the store. Charlotte Leanlean's jovial laughter echoed at the little surprise, but the most important thing was that her expectations for the delicious food here had grown even greater. Paragraph. The titles of the next 3 chapters. Fire Spoiler Fire. Chapter 57, Amazon Lily Island. Storming the Empress's Bathroom. Chapter 58, Level 9 of the System. Opening Art Store in Amazon Lily Island. Chapter 59, The Most Brave Merchant in History. Chapter 57, Amazon Lily Island. Storming the Empress's Bathroom. Creating manga of One Piece in Pirates World become my ultimate goal. For more advanced chapters. https://www.patreon.com/blackstar_bh. Paragraph. Big Mom's crazy laughter echoed in the art store while she was monopolized the food vending machine, but no one inside the store paid her any attention. She could do whatever she wanted as long as she didn't break the store rules. That was the norm for anyone here. Whatever the person's identity is, they will be kicked out the moment they cross the line. While Big Mom was eating the most delicious brands of sweets from the earth happily, the rest of her sons made sure to check the art store carefully. They came here with 2 targets. The first is to try to take over this place if possible, and the second is to negotiate the right to get one from Rob if it was out of the question to take him by force. They didn't even care about the humble Vinsmoke family. If the person behind this art store wasn't a member of the Roger Pirates, they would have already taken the store by force. And they would even rule over the kingdom of Germa. Male or female, members of the Charlotte family were drawn to the manga volumes, One Piece, and Bleach, and then bought. Roger the Pirate King. What a joke, my mom is going to be the Pirate Queen. This was Charlotte Katakuri's reaction when he read the first page of the manga One Piece. Ding. Plus 1,500 art points from Charlotte Katakuri. Ding. Plus 900 art points from Charlotte Oven. Ding. Plus 890 art points from Charlotte Cracker. Ding. Plus 4,000 art points from Charlotte Leanlean. As Rob was soaring through the sky at a speed that even the naked eye could not follow, interesting notices entered his ear. Rob smiled and felt it was interesting that the future Yonko pirates had drawn to him so quickly. Rob was already following the news in the world. The Big Mom pirates had been formed years ago, and they were considered a powerful pirate crew. If not for the 3 pirate crews, Roger, Whitebeard, and Shiki, who take all the glory, they would be considered the best pirate crew in the New World. Since they've fallen into his hands so he can use the entire crew, Rob knows Big Mom's obsession with food, which he can use to turn her into a cute puppy that he controls. Although this idea was really exciting, Rob was not a fool to think that he could control a formidable and crazy pirate like Big Mom. Okay, I'll give it a try later. Now, I've already reached my target. He was at the Grand Line at this moment. Rob started his flight from Little Garden Island, but before that, he had participated in another dinosaur meat feast with the enthusiastic giant comrades who refused to let him go. After all, Rob has made their lives so much fun. They've been eating the most delicious dishes and drinking the coolest drink since the art store appeared on their island, and they really enjoy the manga that Rob makes for them every week. So Rob has become the best human friend for Broggy and Dory. Grand Line, calm belt. There was no wind in this area to obstruct Rob's flight, so his speed became even faster. All that can be seen are bolts of blue lightning that literally disappear at lightning speed. At lightning speed, it took Rob an hour to cross the first half of the Grand Line almost completely. Boom. Rob fell into a forest on an island in the middle of the calm belt. Women on this island don't like males, but what about a handsome male like me? Hee hee, they'll gladly accept me. A few moments later. Who are you? One step and you will be bombarded with arrows. This island doesn't accept males, go back where you came from. Rob. Rob looked at the group of savage women, who were looking at him from above the huge city gate as if he was an alien. Have you never seen a man before? Rob felt a blow to his self-confidence, and his dazzling good looks for the first time failed to play her part. And does this have anything to do with you? Go back to where you came from or you will regret it. This place is sacred to women and doesn't accept the presence of male scum. These female guards seem extremely violent towards males, not as stupid as their future counterparts who didn't even recognize Luffy as a male at first. What was happening now to Rob was like the difference between sky and earth. Damn, why didn't I wish for Luffy's plot armor? Was I so stupid at the time? No need to be so violent, guys, okay. I'm a famous business investor from the outside world. I came here to open my own business. I'm sure it will be very useful to you girls. We don't need anything from disgusting males. If you don't come back I'll shoot my arrow, and believe me, it won't be as tender as you think. Rob looked at the fierce woman who seemed to be the leader of the group of guards, who was blonde with a graceful butt and huge tits. For a moment Rob felt the urge to push this hot woman down and teach her some moral lessons. When Rob focused a little on her face, he noticed that she was a replica of future Kuja Pirates member Marguerite. Could it be Marguerite's mother? So who's the damn lucky one who got this hot lioness pregnant? Lightning crackled from Rob's eyes and a horrific conqueror hockey spread that made the group of female faints freeze in place from shock, the blood on their body turning cold. Rob didn't say a word and continued his way into the kingdom of Amazon Lily. He didn't have much time to waste on a group of women with some brain problems. I believe that meeting the current empress would be the fastest way to get these naughty women to obediently accept me. Rob's body turned into a flash of lightning and disappeared from view. When he appeared again, he was above the roof of the empress's palace. Lucky. There's someone in the bathroom downstairs already. I wonder what would happen if I copied Luffy's way of getting in. Boom. Rob fell through the hole he made in the ceiling. Bathwater splattered everywhere, causing the surrounding fog to become even more intense. And then, Kia. Just what Rob expected happened. Paragraph. The titles of the next 3 chapters. Fire Spoiler Fire. Chapter 58, Level 9 of the System. Opening Art Store in Amazon Lily Island. Chapter 59, The Most Brave Merchant in History. Chapter 60, Mary Geos in Upperwar. Chapter 58, Level 9 of the System. Opening Art Store in Amazon Lily Island. Creating manga of One Piece in Pirates World become my ultimate goal. For more advanced chapters. https://www.patreon.com/blackstar_bh. Paragraph. I'm sorry, beautiful lady, I've apologized enough times already. The current Empress of Amazon Lily looked at Rob with an angry look, but her face was so red, no one knew if it was because of anger or shame. Why you? You broke into this Empress bathroom and thought a small apology would solve this matter. You saw my entire naked body. A male has seen my naked body. What will my people say of me if this matter is discovered? The current Empress of the Amazon Lily was Gloriosa, or what was later known as Nyan Ba. That old woman was not from the future, but a mature, beautiful woman with a curvaceous figure and huge assets, which made Rob's throat feel dry. Her hair was pink and she had an intimidating resemblance to the future Empress Boa Hancock. If Rob had to guess her age, he'd say she's in her 20s, but the truth is that she's already 38. When he first saw her bathing, Rob couldn't believe that the woman in front of him was the same old dwarf in the original story. Damn Oda. Huh. Who is this Oda you're cursing? And don't you think you'll get away with this Empress? He is the man who is known as the Destroyer of Beauty. Beauty like you must remain eternal, sweetie. I will transform to Sanji for you. You. The Empress's face almost burned with shame. She had never heard such words before. This man was extremely rude. After playtime and a little banter, Rob's mood turns to normal when he remembers that he has a wife who would make his life hell if she found out. For now, Rob doesn't want his ass to be shot off with the airsoft guns LWRC M6 that he bought for Olivia. That would be an entertaining joke. Miss Empress, I apologize once again for the previous incident. I have come here to open a business on your island and I hope you will accept my offer. As if I would accept the offer of a strange man like you. Rob. Okay, bye then. Rob emerged from the bathroom from the same hole he came from, leaving the naked Empress staring in confusion at his back. You, damned man. Her thoughts were confused as if she had been given an emotional shock of some sort. Her naked body was formed into a ball and dipped into the water even more as if she was remorseful about her previous rejection of the man. Rob regretted that he didn't stay longer to enjoy the view of the naked body, but the image of her body is still recorded in 4K quality in his photographic memory. Especially those huge boobs decorated with pink nipples, which look like cherries on a cake. Rob stood on a huge rocky pillar at the Amazon Lily boundary and looked out into the middle of the city where so many women crowded. A smile of victory appeared on his face as he whispered words that only he could hear. Hee hee, as if like I'm going to give in just because you don't want to. Do you want to open an art store in this place? System level 9, 700, 450/1, 500, 000 for next upgrade. Plus 0-dimensional art store, 100-dimensional store is the upper limit in the lowest 10 levels. Art stores available to use, 23/100. Before Rob decided to open the art store here, he came back to see the 2 amazing features that he unlocked at levels 8 and 9. He would always come back to see these broken features just to make his temperament become even more gorgeous. Unlocked feature at level 8, Evil Isolation. Evil Isolation, you can revoke the previous features, Divine Protection for example, on anyone who did not fall within your criteria. Unlocked feature at level 9, Chat Room Bracelet. Chat Room Bracelet, anyone who has bought more than 10 minimum items from your store will get a high-tech communication in the form of a bracelet on their hand, allowing them to enter a global chat room to express their opinion about your art. The host will be the administrator in the global chat room. You can organize it however you like before the feature is officially activated. The feature he got at level 9 was a bit complicated. Only customers who bought more than 10 things from his store, manga, food, drinks, or even rent private rooms, were selected as eligible to get this bracelet. There are millions of people across the 4 seas who meet this condition. How can he organize so many people? Rob decided to create 3 forums in the chat room bracelet, a local forum, where the residents of the same island can chat with each other, and a regional forum, where the residents of the same sea can chat with each other. And finally, the global forum, where the whole world can chat with each other. Rob will allow 1 message per day opportunity for a person in the global forum, and also decided to limit the opportunity for 2 messages per person every day in the regional forum, while the local forum will be without limit. Rob has modified everything thanks to his job as an administrator, but he has not yet activated the new feature. The moment he activates it will be a huge event that will call the attention of the world government again, so Rob decided to plan carefully and choose the right time for it. If Rob took advantage of this feature, perhaps the title of King of the World wouldn't be far from his hands. Rob knew how terrifying social media was. To have that power in his hand is something he'd been planning for years, but he got that in an instant, thanks to the system. Rob was trying to use his system shop to bring internet technology into this world, but now everything is much easier. The moment Rob thought for what he want, the bracelet on his hand had disappeared. The gray-colored bracelet disappeared as if it had never existed before. This was the administrator's chat room bracelet that he had obtained at level 9 of the system. That's really convenient, and now, system, open a new art store where I want it. As soon as he uttered this, the same phenomenon he had already witnessed so many times erupted. The void in the middle of the island of Amazon Lily shook and the women and warriors were confused as a futuristic specific building appeared out of nowhere. What is this? A building. How did it appear out of nowhere? Art store. Where can you enjoy the future? After he finishes his work here, Rob disappears from Amazon Lily Island, leaving them to slowly get used to his store. Not accepting them will surely turn into great satisfaction. When they can't live without his manga, he will come again and announce that he is the owner of the store, and we will see if they have the courage to reject him again. With an evil smile on his face, Rob vanished like lightning at his every step. His next target this time was to look for trouble. Paragraph. The titles of the next 3 chapters. Fire spoiler fire. Chapter 59, The Most Brave Merchant in History. Chapter 60, Mary Geos in Uproar. Chapter 61, Baroque Work Saga, La Boon Arc. A/N. Guys, you're gonna to vote. Who wants the harem and who doesn't? 1 yes. 2 no. Chapter 59, The Most Brave Merchant in History. Creating manga of One Piece in Pirates World become my ultimate goal. For more advanced chapters. https://www.patreon.com/blackstar_bh. Paragraph. Rob appeared over the Red Continent. It didn't take him long to reach the end of the first half of the Grand Line. From where he is at this moment, he can see Marineford below, but Rob has not come to the Red Continent to visit Marineford. Rob went into stealth mode relying on the abilities of the paper fruit, looking like an invisible chameleon, then started moving very quickly towards his target. And what was his target? Holy Land of Celestial Dragons, Mary Geos. Yes, Rob came this time to the Bee Den. He's got enough balls to open an art store here in Mary Geos. It didn't take much time to get out of the vast lands of the Red Continent and enter the Celestial Dragon domain. Rob was excited considering the benefits he would get if he succeeded in making celestial dragons love his manga. Wouldn't his presence be necessary to them at that time? That would mean eliminating half of the threat of the world government if he succeeded in monopolizing the love of their gods. Rob's observation hockey was very powerful, so he succeeded in bypassing all kinds of detection from the world government's guards and succeeded in entering the domain of the gods. Before that, he glanced at the majestic castle in the middle of Mary Geos and didn't dare get too close. That was Pangea Castle, exactly where the 5 elders lived and the mysterious existence behind him. Perhaps in this current world, only Rob and the 5 elders knew about his existence. Rob regained his gaze from Pangea Castle and began to delve deeper into the domain of the gods. But he didn't expect that at that moment when he was looking at the abyss was also looking at him. In a garden full of flowers and butterflies stood a tall figure covered in a black cloak, somewhat resembling a beautiful dress. The person standing in the garden was enjoying wandering around this place, but at this moment its red eyes flashed with an interesting flicker. His or her eyes looked as if they had pierced through walls and everything blocking the path and fell on Rob, who was in stealth mode at this moment. The person was wearing a white mask with a question mark on it and only showing its red eyes, but from his or her eyes that were formed into a crescent moon, he or she seemed to be smiling. You finally come. Rob continued his journey in the domain of the gods without being stopped. His senses had detected so many pathetic slaves in this place, they were so many that Rob felt that the celestial dragons had enslaved the whole world. Rob pressed the desire to free these slaves into his heart temporarily and continued on his way toward the center of this domain of the scum. He will certainly save these wretched slaves, but now is not the time. Rob was starting to feel uncomfortable ever since he looked at Pangea Castle, so he wanted to get out of this place as quickly as possible. Rob was blindly trusting his instincts. He was sure something was wrong at the moment, so he had to run as fast as he could. Do you want to open an art store in this place? Yes, open. The place shook and the celestial dragons whose palaces were close to the area where Rob opened his art store felt the shaking, and the agents of the world government hurried to protect the celestial dragons as if their lives depended on it. But seconds later, the abnormal state of vibration in space vanished, but the agents of the world government didn't let their guard down because of it. Only after they all confirmed that the situation was fine, the noise of many people started to come from outside. The eyes of the celestial dragons who were still inside their palaces shone after hearing the familiar voices of their celestial dragons' friends. Minutes after the art store appeared out of thin air in the middle of Mary Geos, the celestial dragons and their slaves, as well as their guards, gathered from everywhere. Such was the magical effect of the store beacon, anyone who saw it would surely be tempted. Regarding Rob, he wasn't seen anywhere, as if he had disappeared into thin air, and as soon as he successfully opened the art store, he rushed into the teleportation room and disappeared from view. He had succeeded in his mission, so he would wait for the result from afar and silently. The store doors opened welcoming new customers, but the black-suited and black-glasses celestial dragon guards stood in their way and wouldn't let them in for fear of danger inside. They also started calling the world government headquarters and asking for urgent support due to this abnormal situation. A celestial dragon with a disgusting face and a swollen belly emerged from the crowd while riding a beautiful woman as a slave and ordered a slaveman to enter the store. "You stinking slave, go inside and tell us what's there." The celestial dragons next to him started to applaud for their comrade's superintelligence and ordered their slaves to do the same. Their guards didn't try to stop this move, everything was fine as long as the celestial dragon does not suffer any kind of damage. The slaves started walking towards the art store like soulless zombies. Their lives were so dark that they wished that hell itself existed behind those doors, the hell that would end their current inferno. But none of them yet knows that behind those doors is a paradise that can free them from their current misery. Paragraph. The titles of the next 3 chapters. Fire spoiler fire. Chapter 60, Mary Geos in Uproar. Chapter 61, Baroque Work Saga, La Boone Arc. Chapter 62, Make a Deal with the Big Mom Pirates. Meeting the beautiful young woman Sora. Hello guys, I hope you enjoyed the chapter. Now, I'm going to announce the results of the voting, explain everything and end the debate about the harem lovers or haters, except forever. First of all, you were completely fair in counting the votes and counted 1 vote for every person. The result of the poll is 1. Harem lovers, 80 votes. 2. Harem haters, 56 votes. However, it will never be a huge harem, it will never exceed 5 females in a harem, this is the iron rule. After all, the MC and his wife will be immortals, who wouldn't want a big family in that case? Even Alvia with time will want it. There will be a plot and development in the romantic stories, it will not be an absurd harem. If Alvia doesn't approve of them, they won't be in the harem. That's what I've decided, guys, I really hope no one is disappointed, I'll do my best to make the harem work well. Note, I hope no one says they want Hancock, Nami, Reiju or others of the same generation in harem, well, that's taboo, they're just a group of unborn kids. Note 2, 80% of the story will be interaction with the manga and anime, 20% only for romantic matters and the plot of the story. Chapter 60, Marigoa in Uproar. Creating manga of One Piece in Pirates World become my ultimate goal. For more advanced chapters. https://www.patreon.com/blackstar_bh. Paragraph. Gaze followed Rob, who created the mysterious building, and disappear inside it. Once Rob disappeared into the mysterious building, couldn't see him anymore. Her gaze became dark, couldn't look through the art store no matter how hard she tried. Really interesting. No, that exceeded my expectations for you. Her voice was like a dream. In the next moment, disappeared from the place where she was standing as if she never existed in the first place. She appeared exactly where Rob had stood before entering the art store. Celestial dragons had already gathered around the art store. But it doesn't look like anyone can see as if she doesn't exist. She was so interested in this building who could block her sight from penetrating it, in fact, even she felt uneasy about this building called the art store. This happened before the celestial dragons ordered their slaves to enter the art store. Rob, who had already escaped, stood in the teleportation room of the little garden art store and summoned Mary Geo's art storefront. After all, he hasn't made his necessary adjustments yet. Rob chose 1.000.000 berry as the price for 1 book of the manga for celestial dragons. Since they have a lot of money, he will not be generous with them. He also raised the price of his food and drinks through the roof in his shop sales, but he was still sure that celestial dragons would have no problem buying all of that. Rob put other secret settings. The moment the slaves entered his store, they would receive a recorded voice transmission from Rob. The content of the voice transmission was incredible for the slaves. But after a short, while they will believe it, what is important is that they have to follow the instructions of the voice transmission if they want to escape from this place. Rob allowed the slaves to get his items for free as well, since he was the owner of the store and could modify his rules as he wanted. He was omnipotent inside his store. Rob also made sure to apply his new feature, Evil Isolation, that he obtained at level 8 of the system to celestial dragons. Any feature from the store will be cancelled on them. Like Divine Protection, or restore manga books if they disappeared, but he didn't prevent the features that could be obtained inside the store like restoring sight. When he's done with all of these tweaks, he scraps the storefront, and moves on to his next target. He still has a lot of work to do. He was eager to see the reaction of the 5 old men and their lord. Back to Mary Geos. The celestial dragons were already in stir. They had all entered the art store and tried its amazing items for themselves. The high price didn't bother them at all, it just made them more exciting to shopping. The slaves who returned from inside were keen to amplify the magnificence of the art store, spurring the stupid celestial dragons to come in and experience it for themselves. This is what happened with the celestial dragons. As for the 5 elders who had already received the news, they exploded in a fit of rage because of Rob once again. If others didn't recognize the art store, they did. Since the art store appeared in the center of Mary Geos, their domain. It means one thing. That bastard Rob managed to slip under their noses, set up his store, and escape again. This was a huge blow to their pride as a Gorosei. If Lord Im hadn't called them at the last moment and forbade them to act recklessly, they would have released an urgent buster call. After their anger finally subsided, they disappeared from the meeting room of Pangea Castle and appeared in public near the art store. It just showed that among them there was someone with a space ability Devil Fruit, who had an overwhelming mastery at this. The 5 elders were disgusted with the celestial dragons, who seemed to have lost themselves in the new game that had appeared out of nowhere. They kind of understood why Rob put his art store here. Yay. So much fun. This book is so fun. Dad, I want to join the Straw Hat Pirates on their adventures. Saint Josgard's son shouted at his father as if there was no tomorrow. By chance, it was this kid who fell one day into the deep sea, exactly on Fishman Island. A pirate is just scum. Do you want to be scum? You are a celestial dragon, not a pirate. But Dad, their adventures are so much fun. No, but. Similar discussions were taking place inside the art store, among the many celestial dragons. The guards watched this with a frightened expression, but the slaves' eyes were flashing with a kind of pleasure right now. Paragraph. The titles of the next 3 chapters. Fire Spoiler Fire. Chapter 61, Baroque Work Saga, Laboon Arc. Chapter 62, Make a Deal with the Big Mom Pirates. Meeting the beautiful young woman Sora. Chapter 63, Elter Sora. Zeph Amazement. A/N, I'll publish another chapter in 1 hour, come on give me more power stones fire. Chapter 61, Baroque Work Saga, Laboon Arc. Creating manga of One Piece in Pirates World become my ultimate goal. For more advanced chapters. https://www.patreon.com/blackstar_bh. Paragraph. Rob didn't care what happens in Mary Geos, because he's back at the O'Hara art store now. He still has work to do. Tomorrow will be the day of the release of the new book from One Piece manga after all. His journey yet in publishing the manga has been very smooth, and Rob is already satisfied with it, but from now on, the real challenge will begin. For the Straw Hat Pirates, the Grand Line stage couldn't compare to the East Blue stage. Many facts will emerge, and he will have to face many unfortunate events that even he is unwilling to draw it, but he must do it, or he will die. Many times the world government will be at the interface, as the Straw Hats will trample their pride over and over again. And Rob doesn't think the world government will sit idly by and watch him destroy their reputation. At that time they would definitely start launching frenzied attacks on him even if he collected all the luck in the world. In terms of strength, Rob is fully prepared. With his current strength he can take on the Yonko, not to mention the Admiral. Rob didn't think that Im will protect his interests for long. Rob doesn't know what Im is and what its goals are. He wouldn't be a fool to push his luck so much towards the king of this world. Rob only took advantage of the other side's boredom, but if Im knew her boredom would threaten her rule over the world, she would surely act. However, Rob has measures to make this protection period longer. Once he starts showing the anime series that he plans to show, Rob didn't think Im, who liked his manga, won't love the anime. Inside the manga drawing room in his personal section, images of manga heroes One Piece and Bleach filled the walls everywhere. Rob was copying the new arc books, and when he finished copying hundreds he would put them in inventory right after that. This part of the story was talking specifically about the whale Laboon. Laboon Arc, or the Reverse Mountain Arc, name it what you want, is the first arc of the Baroque Work Saga, or Alabasta Saga. After the fiery events of Logetown, the Straw Hats make their way to the Reverse Mountain full of excitement and ambition after confessing their dreams and embarking on a perilous stream climb. Upon reaching the highest point of the reverse mountain, Going Merry with Luffy and his companions on board is dragged to the waterfall leading to the Grand Line and descended by it at a very high speed. But during their rapid fall, they find that something huge is blocking the entrance to the Grand Line. This arc is very important, as it also put out a scheme for new adventures for the Straw Hat and his companions in the future. Also in this arc appears Rob's companion and doctor to whom previous Rob owed his life more than one time from his past adventures, Crocus. Rob was anxiously awaiting how Crocus would react to this particular part of the story. Especially after seeing Laboon the whale, who started his journey with the crew of the Pirate King because of him. Crocus will surely be amazed when he sees his old version and the huge Laboon, since when he parted ways with Laboon he wasn't the last of that size. After a while, Rob finished copying the exact number of volumes and put them all in his inventory. This massive amount of books was going to be divided into every art store except for the hidden art store in the upper yard and the hidden art store in Little Garden. Rob was going to put a few books there. All this process is done by the system. All Rob has to do is to specify the exact number of the system for each store through the art storefront, and the system will do everything. Art store, Germa Kingdom. Mama, this bastard Rob hasn't come yet, we've been waiting for 2 whole days. Charlotte Montdior spoke angrily in his voice. But his mother didn't even care to hear, because she was overwhelmed by eating delicious sweets and reading manga. Mama. Montdior, stop, don't disturb Mama's mealtime, do you want to die? The one who stopped him was Katakuri. But. Just go and rest a bit, we can still wait as long as Mom wants. At first, the Big Mom pirates wanted to monopolize the art store tavern for themselves and drive out the assholes, but when they were repeatedly punished and deducted points from them by the system, they became a little obedient and gathered in the corner of the tavern. All this made them want to cut Rob into pieces. They're sure the bastard was having fun playing with them. But who would have thought that their fierce-tempered mom would become like a tamed cat when she explores the world of manga and the delicious food this store sells? In this case, she will get fat like her future version very quickly. In the teleportation room, a white glow appeared and Rob with a calm expression walked out of the room. It is not good to let the Big Mom pirates wait for too long, it will be bad. After all, they will be his gateway to the new world. Rob walked slowly but surely and walked out of his personal section. When the locals from Germa Kingdom saw him, they shouted excitedly of their joy at meeting him. Rob wasn't a rude person, so he greeted them with a kind smile. His reputation across the 4 seas was very strong. He was loved and adored by millions of people, which was why the world government couldn't do anything about him. Even if they wanted to discredit him at some point, and confirm the fact that he was a pirate and a criminal, it wouldn't do anything. Rob has carved out an unshakable place for himself in the hearts of fans. At this moment, the Big Mom pirates heard the commotion in the art store and stood up to see the situation. The moment they saw Rob coming towards them, they were relieved. Finally, this bastard came. Paragraph. The titles of the next 3 chapters. Fire spoiler fire. Chapter 62, Make a Deal with the Big Mom Pirates. Meeting the beautiful young woman Sora. Chapter 63, Elter Sora. Zeph Amazement. Chapter 64, A First-Class Comedy, A Whale Loved by Everyone in the World. Chapter 62, Make a Deal with the Big Mom Pirates. Meeting the beautiful young woman Sora. Creating manga of One Piece in Pirates World become my ultimate goal. For more advanced chapters. https://www.patreon.com/blackstar_bh. Paragraph. So, what do the Big Mom pirates want from me? Rob looked at the angry eyes all around him and said expressionlessly. You've finally spoken, you bastard. Arg. My head. Montdior. What have you done to my brother, Sky Sword? Katakuri and his brothers present exploded in anger upon seeing Montdior fall unconscious with one look from Rob. Charlotte Lean stopped eating the cakes and looked seriously at Rob. For a moment she felt her skin shiver when Rob's Conqueror Hockey attack exploded towards her child Montdior. She wanted to protect him from the attack, but she was too late. Rob was quick and decisive. I taught him a lesson so that he wouldn't offend anyone in the future. At least he should respect seniority. If he doesn't, he should fear the strong. Rob's answer was precise and cold. He wasn't afraid to irritate the Big Mom pirates at all. After all, this wasn't his first encounter with them. When he was nicknamed Sky Sword he had many encounters with the Big Mom pirates, who were a budding crew compared to the Roger pirates. Plus they were inside his store. If he wanted them to die they would definitely die. Mama, I don't know what happened to you, but you became more dangerous than your captain, boy. Charlotte Lean, make your children know their size. I didn't kill him now, but that doesn't mean I won't if he insults me again. Amanda, take your brother away, you don't have to worry about him. He'll be fine after a while of agonizing headaches. Yes, Mama. Amanda was a young pale-skinned girl with a long neck and long blue hair. She was rather pretty. Rob thought she would be 16 or so. Big Mom was at the moment still cherished her children so much. After all, she hadn't reached her future level yet. Even Rob felt a little surprised by these hot MILF in front of him. It is a pity that she will become fat and ugly woman in the future, should he teach her some magic recipes to keep fit. Damn to your love of sweets. Rob didn't want to curse Oda this time. So you want me to open my store on your island in the new world? Rob and Charlotte Lean talked for an hour about a lot of things. Rob didn't expect Big Mom to be so passionate about his art store. Not only her, but her children seemed to be interested, too. Yes, Whole Cake Island is willing to provide support for your store. You will be this queen's business partner. What do you think? This takes time to think. Rob didn't want to be too obvious. I know a lot about you. You broke up with the Roger Pirates, didn't you? How about you join my crew? I can even let you sleep with me. Mom. Huh. What nonsense are you saying, Mama? Shut up, everyone. Rob. The blood in Rob's body froze. He couldn't expect those words to come at all. Was Big Mom that wild in her youth? What do you expect of a woman who has married hundreds of men and tasted many cocks in her life? Rob's gaze turned cold this time. Do you want to have a child with me, Big Mom? Mama. This is a win-win for both of us. Don't you want to squeeze a beauty like me under your body? Big Mom's gaze was filled with lust as if she was the one who wanted to push Rob under her body. She got used to it a long time ago. She was the one who pushed men down every time, sucking them dry. Not one man could beat her at it. She thought this was the best way to get a lot of benefits from this man. Rob's Conqueror Hockey exploded, and this time he wasn't invisible, but the wave was clearly visible. Big Mom didn't want to lose in willpower, so she launched her own Conqueror Hockey too. An evil smile formed on her pretty face as if she was enjoying this kind of fight. Mama. This. Rob has this too. Too strong. The berserk pressure of the Conqueror Hockey battle has been kept to a small domain by the shop system so as not to affect the attendees. However, 2 balls, 1 purple, and 1 red could still be seen bumping into each other in the corner of the tavern. Charlotte Lean, I can think of opening a store on your island, but you should forget to get a child from me. I'm not a babysitter, I'm a man. Even if you are a pretty woman, it won't affect me no matter how hard you try. Mama. This is really unfortunate. You remind me, by that disgusting Mankaido with your words. Well, I lost my interest too. Just your store is enough for me. The battle of wills ended with Big Mom narrowly losing in the end. Big Mom is still much weaker than its future version after all. Don't compare me to Kaido, I'm Rob. The Big Mom children watched all this silently from the sidelines, not expecting that Rob was stronger than their mother. But they sighed with relief when Rob rejected their mother's wild proposal. It would be a big problem if they got a strong father like Rob. Maybe the Big Mom pirates become the Big Dad pirates at that time. So, even though we won't be bedmates, or at least not yet, it wouldn't be a problem if we were trade partners, would it? Big Mom extended her hand to Rob, and Rob didn't refuse her words this time. Inside his store, Big Mom looked shorter than Rob, who was 260 centimeters tall. Outside the store, he would look like a dwarf in front of her, which was one of the reasons Rob refused to eat this hot woman after she offered herself to him. Rob's dignity doesn't allow him to sleep with a woman taller than him. Rob and Big Mom shook hands, announcing the completion of the alliance. In the future, the Trade Emperor and the Empress of the Underworld would be the main custodians of the fortunes of the world. And they will cause an endless headache for the world government. So I'm leaving now, Rudesty. Rob, I'll be waiting for you at my tea party at the end of this year. I can't wait to open your store on my island. I want to read more from One Piece and Bleach. And don't forget my offer still stands. I'm going to stop fucking men for you, Mama. Damn you. The commotion subsided when the Big Mom pirates finally left the art store. Rob was embarrassed to leave immediately. He could hear the whispers of the residents of the Germa Kingdom who were in his store after all. The whispers were like, I can't believe the Saint Rob rejected such a hot woman. He's really a saint. If I'm in his place, I would immediately accept to have a beautiful woman and a lot of children for free. Isn't that the luck personally? Damn my luck, I've never slept with a woman before, let alone a woman. She offered herself to me and I refused. Too embarrassing. This is a female for sure. Is the Saint Rob gay? Shut up, he's still here to hear you. The man who said Rob was gay was promptly kicked out of the store and he was prevented from entering him again for his entire life. This is the punishment he deserves. Oh, I told you, he'd hear you. When Rob was leaving for another place, he felt a look full of emotion looking at him from a certain angle. The moment their eyes met each other, the woman's face turned red and she hid her face in the One Piece manga book. Rob felt his heart beating when he first saw this woman. But at that moment Alvia's face came to his mind to remind him that he was a married man. Rob regained his composure and went to the table where the young woman was sitting. Hey, beautiful, can I share this table with you for a while? When the young woman heard this voice, her delicate body trembled and the manga book fell on the table, showing her heavenly face to Rob, whose heart throbbed once more. This woman was so beautiful. No, it wasn't her beauty that was the main point here, it was her innocent allure that made Rob's heart pound. She looked like a little bunny that he had to protect. Sure, Rob-sama, you can sit here. The beautiful young woman was very tense. Rob was her idol after all. Paragraph. The titles of the next 3 chapters. Fire spoiler fire. Chapter 63, Elter Sora. Zeph amazement. Chapter 64, a first-class comedy, a whale loved by everyone in the world. Chapter 65, changes in Mary Geos. Chapter 63, Elter Sora. Zeph amazement. A/N, this chapter is like 2 chapters in one, hope you enjoy, love. Come on. More power stones to maintain the same level. Creating manga of One Piece in Pirates World become my ultimate goal. For more advanced chapters. https://www.patreon.com/blackstar_bh. Paragraph. Rob looked at her for a while without he speaking, which made her even more embarrassing. Her appearance was very beautiful. She had flawless milky white skin, dark blue eyes that were still full of youthful vitality, and wavy blonde hair so long that it touched the floor length of it as she sat on the chair. Just like Sanji, part of her hair covered her right eye. Rob almost lost himself in just her looks. Oh no. Rob-sama, is there something on my face? Finally, Rob woke up from daydreaming and noticed that the face of the young woman in front of him had turned a red shade of embarrassment. Its attractiveness points increased again. No, there is nothing on your face, can you tell me your name? Although he liked this woman, he doesn't want to cause her and himself any more embarrassment. My name is Elter Sora. Sora answered in a mosquito's voice, her shyness like a spring breeze refreshing the heart. Elter. Rob wondered about this surname because it was the first time he had heard of it. Yes, Elter is my family name. You aren't married yet? Huh. What happened to you, Miss Sora? Steam is rising from your head. I don't know why you asked me that question, but I'm not married, Rob-sama. I think that my age, 18 years old, is not enough to carry a responsibility like marriage. This time Sora spoke confidently in contrast to her former shy self. Rob noticed that her hairstyle had shifted to cover her left eye instead of her right eye, which was very interesting. Then you are 18 years old, you are already a full-fledged woman, but I also do not advise you to marry, it would probably be a bad choice for a woman like you. Sora looked deeply at Rob, who had said this expressionlessly, but she couldn't understand what he was saying right now, even though she felt some familiarity in the warning she had previously received from an unnatural side. Rob looked at the One Piece manga on the table and asked curiously, he's received a lot of art points from Sora, after all, he's seen them all. From Sora alone he has obtained a total of 132,450 art points since he opened the art store here. With his photographic memory, he could easily remember how many art points he got from anyone. This number was too big for someone like Sora who didn't have much influence in the original One Piece story. May I know the reason why you are so attached to this book? Rob pointed to the manga book that was open to a page showing Sanji holding a tray of dishes, his face showing a pure smile. Ah. That. How would you laugh at me if I told you the truth, Rob-sama? A happy smile appeared on her pretty face as if she was already ready to tell him without really caring about his reaction. That's my promise, I won't laugh no matter what your answer is. Rob was really enjoying this conversation with this beautiful and eccentric woman. I don't know what is the reason for this, but every time I see Sanji I feel a kind of motherly tenderness. I can't describe exactly what kind of feeling it is, but something in my head tells me that Sanji is my son. His every move and every sincere smile from him and every moment he spends cooking seriously, makes me feel that this is my son more and more. His tragic story with Captain Zeph who sacrificed his leg so that my son could. I mean Sanji to eat, it made me feel an indescribable pain in my heart. Every time I read that part of the manga, the same voice recurs in my mind, saying, see this suffering. It's because of you, it's better to didn't born Sanji into this world so that he doesn't suffer the same. Tell me Rob-sama, am I crazy? Rob was astonished hearing this, but when he saw tears starting to flow from her eyes, his body trembled as if his heart had been shattered. I don't know what's wrong with me, but I can also feel heavy sadness like a mountain behind that smile, that voice in my head telling me that my son has suffered so much because of me. Rob-sama, tell me, am I going to be a bad mother? Rob's eyelashes twitched, he couldn't believe what he was hearing now. If his will wasn't strong he would have been dizzy from the shock. This was the most ridiculous thing he had heard since arriving in this world. What voice is this? And why is he telling her that? This was baffling to Rob, but the most important thing at the moment is to calm this woman down. Rob doesn't know why, but his heart aches more and more every time he sees her crying. Somewhere in the East Blue, near the Oikote art store. A man, young in the appearance of 38 years, with blonde hair and blue eyes who was very handsome and very manly. Unfortunately, had it not been for the strange beard tied with blue ribbons, his appearance would surely have captivated women. This man was sipping the sake while the people in the tavern looked at him cautiously. this is because this person is a dangerous pirate, nicknamed Red Leg Zeph. Today Zeph and his crew decided to go to the Grand Line finally. But they came across with something very interesting on this island. They came across the well-known and famous art store. But what he didn't think was that without his knowledge he became a world-famous man. Just like this. Old man Zeph, can you sign for me? Sign for me too. Please, sign for me too, great father. Zeph-san, are you really the same Zeph that appeared in the manga One Piece? Even his crew, smelling a stupid conspiracy and scattering all over the island to look for some clue. After all, they traveled with their captain for a long time, even before One Piece manga came out. Even for them, they saw themselves in the manga. Same shape. Same name. What the hell is this? Is this what their future will be like? They will become a group of chefs. Where is their dream as pirates? Zeph continued to drink the sake without paying attention to the pesky people who no longer feared of his identity as a dangerous pirate, but his eyes shone with a strange glint every time he came back to read the book of manga, specifically, the Art Berry folder. Ding! Plus 230 art points from Red Leg Zeph. Going back to Rob and Sora, Rob didn't care about any of the system notifications at the moment, although it was a strange coincidence in and of itself. Rob approached her and hugged her. After that, Sora felt with a warmth of his chest as wide as the entire world. Her eyesight became blurry before it became clear again. Rob moved with her to his personal section, away from prying eyes. In his own tavern in his personal section. Rob-sama. What are you doing? Looking at her tense mood, Sora didn't understand what was actually going on. Don't worry, we've moved to my personal section of the store. Here, you can tell me everything comfortably, and regarding your previous question, you're not crazy at all, you're just a great gentle human being, Sora-san. Rob let go of his hug and went back to sit on a chair at the same table with her, although he wanted to hug her more, but it was better not to rush things. Sora didn't know why, but she was kind of disappointed when the warm feeling she felt in Rob's chest disappeared, but when the person she most respected and looked up to told her she was too great a human, she felt embarrassed again. There was a long talk between Rob and Sora. They got to know each other and eventually became good friends. Sora, who was just an ordinary person, didn't expect Saint Rob to become her friend and to know so much about his personal life one day. Rob also learned about Sora's life story before she met Vinsmoke Judge and before she had any connection with him in her life. Her life was simple, though he had some influence on her in an indirect way. Perhaps if Rob wasn't in this world she would have already married Vinsmoke Judge against her will. Rob knew that most of her time, she was spent in the art store. Her family was once strong here in the kingdom of Germa in the era of the previous king. They were rich and even had part of the authority to rule an entire region in the kingdom, but with the rise of the new king Vinsmoke Judge, he regained control over all the areas that were under the rule of the old families in the kingdom. He literally robbed them of everything, leaving them only the name. The power of the families eventually deteriorated, most of them left the kingdom and some stayed here. Ruling here in the kingdom of Germa was like ruling in the ancient Chinese kingdoms, where powerful families thrived. The Vinsmoke family was also one of the powerful families in the past and eventually dominated the kingdom. As for the Elter family, which is considered one of the old families, it has fallen to become like any ordinary family in the kingdom. Sora's father, who was the patriarch of the family, died of disease, which worsened with the poor conditions of the family, and her mother disappeared without any trace, and Sora became a lonely young woman. If it were not for the little wealth who remained for her after her father's death, maybe she couldn't even lead a decent life. Just like Belmir and his wife Alvia, Sora's file is now complete in his memory library. The appearance of the art store in the kingdom of Germa coincided with her tragic situation. From the moment she entered the store she felt a kind of absolute safety inside. Because of that she was able to escape from the claws of Vinsmoke Judge without her knowing. When she saw Rob talking for the first time to everyone in the kingdom when he opened his divine store while behind him Vinsmoke Judge was grinning hard as if he had swallowed a fly, she felt an indescribable feeling of satisfaction. She had deep feelings for Rob at that moment, but she didn't say it to Rob in their conversation, so as not to make it more embarrassing. He is a married man and she is satisfied with the status of friends and is happy with that. So Sora, what do you think about moving in with me? You don't have a place to live, right? I can provide work and all the amenities you need, and you won't feel unsafe anymore. What do you think? Rob was serious about Sora, having gotten to know her so well that he wouldn't let her associate with the trash Vinsmoke Judge no matter what. What about the plot? Let the plot go to hell. This is his world now. This is his plot now. If Sanji and Reiju were not born into this world he would be really sorry, but if his friend who obviously considers him too dear to her dies, it will be infinite regret for him. Ah. Can I live with Sister Alvia? No, that's not a good idea. Sister Alvia will think I'm a bad girl. I don't want to. Her pretty face was showing sadness and unwillingness. She already knew that Rob was a married man, but even so, she had thoughts towards him. Traces of her adolescence still dominated her mind after all, but her gentle nature always triumphed in the end. She was like an extremely pure lotus in this nefarious world. What are you thinking? You're my friend, aren't you? Olvia would be happy to have a new sister. By the way, she is looking for female members to share her workload in the art store. After all, I have many branches of my store all over the world and I need a lot of working hands. Unfortunately, Rob was not a pure person like Sora. The truth is that he is an impertinent who wants to have everything beautiful in this world, which includes Sora herself. Plus she clearly had feelings for him. But will he give up easily? Maybe he can convince his wife to let him have a second wife in the future, who knows? Until then, he will make sure to put Sora in his sights permanently. After much nonsense from Rob to convince Sora, he finally succeeded in dragging her with him to O'Hara. And he had no problem getting Sora under Olvia's care. Sora was a girl who could charm even to females and make them trust her simply because of her innocent appearance. Rob knew that this look wasn't artificial but her true self. How could he not like such a woman? The atmosphere among Rob's waitresses has become even more lively with the addition of a cute new member like Sora. And Rob also carefully guarded his cute maids against the malicious eyes of prying eyes, as if he said to them, "These are mine, look away." Paragraph. The titles of the next 3 chapters. Fire spoiler fire. Chapter 64, a first-class comedy, a whale loved by everyone in the world. Chapter 65, changes in Mary Geos. Chapter 66, Laboon discovers the fate of the Rumber Pirates. Rob's promise. Chapter 64, a first-class comedy, a whale loved by everyone in the world. Creating manga of One Piece in Pirates World become my ultimate goal. For more advanced chapters, https://www.patreon.com/blackstar_bh. Paragraph. Last night, Rob organized a raucous party to welcome Sora and Rouge on the occasion of their joining the art store crew work, featuring Rob and his waitresses, including Matriarch and her 2 children, Doflamingo and Rosinante. Rob organized a modern welcome party in the O'Hara art store, of course at closing time, using modern elements of the system shop such as food, drinks, and music as well. Rob exploited the party to recreate the popular opening songs for One Piece and Naruto, and some of them Rob used in this small party. Although he was already planning to recreate them since he had already started creating the anime. He especially enjoyed their reaction when they heard the heartwarming song, We Go. Throughout the party, Rob noticed the unfriendly looks from Rouge, but he still didn't care. Even if she hated him it didn't matter, he wouldn't think of a married woman anyway, he only helped her because of Roger's promise. Rob wasn't someone who didn't keep his promises. Of course, Rob exploited the party again to enjoy dancing with his wife. They amazed everyone present with their unique unison. After all, this wasn't their first dance, they were skilled in all kinds of dance. Of course, they were more professional in dancing on the bed. And they were less wild in their dance so as not to hurt little Robin. This was Rob's way of doing things very creatively, just a little party, and he made a strong bond with everyone. Even the kids like Rosinante and Doflamingo have reclaimed their playful nature as kids, and this is what makes Matriarch and Rob happy as well. The next morning, the long-awaited volume was finally released, causing new waves of reactions across the 4 seas. The new volume contained new wonders that these simple people had not seen in their entire lives. Things like the Calm Belt, the huge Sea Kings, and Reverse Mountain, all these facts that only a few people in the world know about, mostly pirates and marines, they saw them in the manga for the first time. This was the main reason they love One Piece manga, it was a magical book introducing them to their world. Since Rob himself stated at the end of the previous volume that all the places in the story are 100% real, all One Piece fans have come to take everything they saw in the book for granted. As for the future events, real or not, Rob will leave them to figure it out for themselves. Before, the facts that most of the inhabitants of the 4 seas believed to be myths, of course, they would think of them to be myths. 90% of the people of the 4 seas have lived on their islands where they were born all their entire life. The new volume caused a huge wave of emotions, but most of the events were very funny for fans of One Piece. One of the reasons One Piece is such a spring breeze for readers was the hilarious comedy among the crew. For those inhabitants in this world who don't have a clear understanding of what the term comedy means, seeing the hilarious interaction between the crew as their ship perched atop the head of a sea king was so much fun. Yesterday, Olvia, Sora, and Belmere did everything they could to force Rob to give them the advanced chapters. But Rob was like a mountain and he didn't lose to their temptations no matter how hard they tried. Although Rob was happy to see that Sora and Rouge also had fully integrated with Olvia and the rest and had become part of the family, he refused to give in to their demands. It would be a betrayal of the other readers who have been eagerly waiting for an entire week. Flevance Island. After Trafalgar D. Water Chris finished his work today, he and his wife, Mary, raced to the art store to get the new volume before the store closed its doors or before the events were spoiled at them by a random fan on the road. Chris and his wife got used to this jogging almost every week. Sunday was the day they ran the most. As Chris expected, the elegant front yard of the art store was full of people of all ages. This place has become sacred to the people of Flevance. It is visited as heavily as this every Sunday. Since the art store first appeared 4 months ago, it has become the only common theme in the city known as the City of the Wealthy. Even the royal family had recently been meek and no longer causing any trouble to the store, although they hadn't really affected the store previously. They were secretly trying to discredit the store, and Rob was aware of it. But ever since they found out what happened to the Leville royal family, it seemed like they had changed 180 degrees, and started promoting the art store more vigorously. But Rob didn't really care about their trifles. After all, their fate had already been decided. Their future wouldn't be good. Rob didn't set up his store on this island in vain. After all, the sins of this royal family in this kingdom are unforgivable. Nami, the Grand Line is located between two other seas, which are the calm belts where no winds blow. Zoro, calm, huh? If there is no wind, so what? Nami, so the ocean. Luffy, oi. What was this? Earthquake. Usopp, we're at sea, you idiot. The emergence of the Sea Kings, picture. Sanji. Usopp. Zoro. Luffy, they're too huge. Nami, of course, this is a nest of Sea Kings. The bigs from them. Luffy, so this is the world's greatest ocean. Luffy, let's go. Boo. Zoro, what was that? Did you hear anything? Luffy, who cares? Let's go. Nami, maybe it's the sound of the wind, there are likely many unusual rocky caves around. Sanji, it's not a mountain. It's a whale. Boo-oh. Luffy, what do we do? Shall we fight him? Nami, are you crazy? We can't fight a monster like that. Luffy, but he's blocking our way. Luffy, hey, listen up. Luffy, what did you do with my own seat? Punch. Zoro, Usopp, Sanji, Nami, you idiot. He is looking at us. Luffy, come on, damn you. Zoro/Usopp, shut up you idiot. Luffy, Whale scene of going Mary swallowing whale. Ha 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 ha. Chris looked at his wife Mary, who hadn't stopped laughing at the beginning of the chapters again, and went back to reading the contents of the volume again. It was a really fun and funny part of the story. He loved every part of it. Both Chris and his wife especially loved Laboon the whale. When Crocus started telling Laboon's story, Mary's laughter turned to tears. Even him, who could control his emotions somewhat, felt suffocated and wanted to cry when he read Laboon's story. This whale was pathetic. They also cursed Miss Wednesday and Mr. Nine, those clowns trying to catch Laboon. This Mr. Crocus, a really great man, has built an artificial island in the middle of a whale's stomach to cure it. This is the farthest world medicine can reach. As a doctor, I salute him. I got so many amazing therapy ideas from this man. Yes, dear, I wish this great person was real, at least we could look for him to greet him. Mary wiped her tears and said with a pure smile. Unfortunately, I don't think a great person like this would ever exist. On Oro Jackson, in the New World Sea. Crocus, achoo. What's wrong with you, Crocus? Can a doctor get sick too? Crocus was checking Roger in the captain's room when he suddenly sneezed. Do you really think doctors don't get sick? What an idiot you, Roger. Wahahaha, at least the doctors live long, right? Roger said with his usual smile. Maybe it is true, but the idiots don't live long, it is a certain fact. Wahahaha, your tongue is getting sharp, doctor. So, what did you find? Is there something wrong with my body? Roger's mood turned serious in the meantime. I can't confirm anything with these simple tests, Roger, just stay still and don't move. Crocus' still young face was sweating profusely at this time. He was praying to the gods that what he had discovered was wrong. Just tell me what you found out. This is my body and I can tell its condition, you know. The new volume spread across the 4 seas and its growing popularity caused Rob to accumulate a lot of art points and EXP again. This made Rob's mood become more and more excited to draw the next volume, but the EXP wasn't enough yet to reach level 10. Although it continued to rain with EXP on him from the Eastern Blue, the Western Blue, the Northern Blue, the Southern Blue, the Sky Island, the Women's Island, and Mary Geos too. The million EXP tape is no joke at all. Laboon, the loyal whale, has become the most famous whale in the world. His sad story caused a reaction that made the inhabitants of this world learn the meaning of loyalty again. And the pirates' crew who abandoned Laboon became ruthless sinners in the hearts of the fans. They will change their minds only in the future, when they find out the truth about Pirates Rumber's saddest story. And the shocking truth in that is the fact that there was Laboon in the Grand Line gate was already confirmed by the merchants going and coming back from the Grand Line, and some pirates who were lucky enough to come back from the Grand Line. In a matter of a few days, the fact that Laboon, who is still a small whale waiting for the return of his old comrades, and doesn't move an inch from there, swept through, but Crocus was not seen anywhere. Unfortunately, Crocus had followed Roger on his ship years ago intending to search for information about the Rumber pirates, and he lost himself in the pleasure of traveling with Roger. This spreading story caused such a huge commotion that even Rob didn't think it was possible. Even there are crews of pirates from the 4 seas who are brave enough. They went to the Grand Line to try to calm the pathetic whale by Luffy's way. But little did they know that they needed a plot armor, a brain without cells, and Luffy's power if they wanted to repeat that scenario. So Rob didn't care about the fate of these sentimental pirates, but he still posted a warning in art stores, warning people with the daring idea of looking for Laboon, they would be in great danger for sure. He also added the fact that he would personally restore Laboon and calm him down in his own way. Marine Ford, Office of the Fleet Admiral. Piruparu. Piruparu. Gotcha. Fleet Admiral is on the phone line, who is with me, sir? Fleet Admiral Kong spoke in a friendly manner because he already knew that the call was from Mary Geos. Fleet Admiral, this is St. Crotland. I want you to send the Admiral to the Grand Line Gate as soon as possible. Protect Laboon's whale at all costs. It's pathetic, crying sounds. Crying sounds. Huh. I'm sorry, Your Holiness, but I don't understand what you're saying. Paragraph. The titles of the next 3 chapters. Fire spoiler fire. Chapter 65, Changes in Mary Geos. Chapter 66, Laboon discovers the fate of the Rumber Pirates. Rob's promise. Chapter 67, Laboon's return to his homeland. Doflamingo and Rosinante training. This extra chapter is a gift for you guys. Chapter 65, Changes in Mary Geos. Creating manga of One Piece in Pirates World become my ultimate goal. For more advanced chapters. https://www.patreon.com/blackstar_bh. Paragraph. Those trash celestial dragons. How could they use their authority in such useless matters? I mean, Laboon is a really good whale and deserves protection, but can we confirm the fact that that little whale is Laboon himself? The problem is not here. The real problem is that the celestial dragons are getting emotional. Wake up guys, something is wrong here. The bald Gorosei spoke with a cold expression. The rest of Gorosei looked at each other suspiciously, were they under the control of something? Of course not. So what happens? They all know how mean and useless celestial dragons are, scum like them can't be fixed, they lost their human selves and their common sense a long time ago, 800 years of absolute freedom and absolute luxury, not a joke. Even monks would be turned into scum if they were given 800 years of absolute power, not to mention ordinary humans. But ever since the art store appeared, it seemed as if the celestial dragons were being brainwashed little by little. Within week torture of slaves was reduced by 40%. This fact alone would have been hard to believe if the numbers were not from a side very credible. Not only that, but the mood of the slaves has become more strange recently, they have become more obedient and there are almost no more rebellions. In a week the rate of slave rebellion has decreased by an overwhelming 90%. This was even more terrifying, for the 5 elders, they didn't know the exact reason for everything that was happening, but it was related to the art store for sure. Well, don't worry, Sama said the art store in Mary Geos is very good, so let's not talk about it again. The tall Gorosei wiped his long beard with his hand as he spoke. Yes, Sama's word is the law, it doesn't matter what happens to the celestial dragons, but we have to prevent them from using the authority in such trivial matters. I can't believe we have become a joke among the ranks of the elite's navy. For Sengoku to be personally sent to retrieve just a whale, I never thought something like this could happen one day, all because of the influence of the art store. Didn't you guys notice? Another Roger Pirates member appeared in the manga, the ship doctor, Crocus, who was shown by the author in a very good way, unlike his captain who killed him in the first chapter. What the blonde-haired Gorosei said definitely caught the attention of the rest. They read the previous volume as soon as it was released, this time they didn't need to wait for Cypherpole agents to send them photocopies, they had the art store in their house, although it was very expensive, the Gorosei didn't really care, in their eyes, 1,000,000 berry is no different than 1 berry. But the question of the high price compared to the rest of the art stores scattered in the 4 seas certainly caught their attention, as did the magical payment method and everything magical in the store. Although angry at what they called unscrupulous pirate blackmail, they were also happy in a way, the art store itself was a great gift to them. At the moment they were waiting for the results of Vegapunk's search on the art store, who was definitely the one most excited to study. Since the emergence of the art store in Mary Geos, Vegapunk has only come out of it when he is forcibly evicted when the store closes its doors. I can't believe what's going on in Mary Geos, sending the Admiral to get a whale back, what a funny joke, ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha, you're right, that's so funny. How many celestial dragons asked to send the Admiral to this mission? I heard they are more than 10 celestial dragons, BFT. Ha 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 ha. Silence. I will throw everyone who speaks one more word on this subject into the sea. Hey. We're sorry, Admiral. The Marines who had been chattering a little while ago fell silent the moment they heard Admiral Sengoku's angry scream. Che. What a farce. Sengoku took his eyes off his subordinates who had stopped talking and looked toward the huge gate of justice that was already opening its doors. They were on a warship heading towards the reverse mountain for the mission of retrieving the whale. Even Sengoku was embarrassed by the situation, but what would he do? An admiral couldn't disobey one celestial dragon, let alone 20 of them. And they all want the same silly thing. Recover Laboon, protect him, search for the Rumber Pirates, and reunite them with it. What a joke. When he received the mission order from Fleet Admiral Kong, even known as Wise Admiral, his wisdom ended here. Finally, he sighed and accepted the task. But before he goes on this ridiculous task, he receives advice from his old friend Zephyr. He still remembered his words and his earnest expression back then. Start of flashback. Marineford. Oi, Sengoku. I have valuable advice for you before you go on your mission. What do you have to tell me, Zephyr? Sengoku looked in astonishment at his old friend's expression that seemed very serious. Don't underestimate a mission to do with that man, no matter how ridiculous and meaningless it may seem. Huh? Do you mean Sky Sword? The author of that One Piece book? Yeah. I've already suffered because of him, you know. Now I remember, you've moved your family home to Marineford because of a warning he gave you. I've never seen you take someone so seriously. Interesting. End of flashback. Well, I hope I don't have an unfortunate accident like yours, my old friend. Using the sea shortcuts of the Navy and the world government, Sengoku warship was already close to its destination. Unfortunately, when Sengoku arrived, the whale didn't find anywhere no matter how much he searched. The Marines deployed in a wide area of the sea from the Red Line to within 5 kilometers of the sea, but to no avail. A few hours before their arrival, Rob had already taken Laboon away. Damn my luck. Where did the damn whale disappear to? Sengoku was furious but eventually had to report his failure to find the whale. But the fleet admiral gave him 2 more days of searching. If they didn't find it, they could return. Paragraph. The titles of the next 3 chapters. Fire spoiler fire. Chapter 66, Laboon discovers the fate of the Rumber Pirates. Rob's promise. Chapter 67, Laboon's return to his homeland. Doflamingo and Rosinante training. Chapter 68, Morgans begins his journalistic career by piracy the manga. Shanks and Buggy appear on stage. Chapter 66, Laboon discovers the fate of the Rumber Pirates. Rob's promise. Creating manga of One Piece in Pirates World become my ultimate goal. For more advanced chapters. https://www.patreon.com/blackstar_bh. Paragraph. Reverse Mountain, Grand Line. 3 hours before the Navy reached this place, a flash of lightning appeared in front of the Twin Cape Lighthouse, transforming into the shape of a man. Here is where his friend Crocus used to live. Rob looked at Crocus' house, which was locked and looking unclean from the outside. This place had been neglected since leaving Crocus, who was also the lighthouse keeper. Rob approached the sea and waited for Laboon to appear. The appearance of this whale in the manga caused him a lot of trouble, but even so, Rob couldn't hate this cute whale. He was almost being beaten by his wife because of this whale too. Alvia entered the pampered wife mode and asked him to take Laboon to the Sea of O'Hara, where she would take care of him herself from now on. When she read the new volume and Laboon's story, in particular, her tears didn't stop. She was overly emotional, all of which made Rob even tenser when he remembered Water 7 arc and Ines Lobby arc when he was going to show Robin's past. If the story of just a whale causes her so much pain, what will it be like when you watch her story and the story of her child, in a world where there is no husband? Rob doesn't want to think about that now. It was hard to believe this weeping wife was the same strong woman who appeared on the original show and stood firmly in front of CP5 agents and their chief, pointing at them with her rifle. Well, even though this violent side of his wife was still the same and even stronger, her weak side that she only showed in front of him became more visible as well, especially at this difficult stage of pregnancy. Rob refused Alvia's request to bring Laboon to the Sea of O'Hara naturally because he didn't want a pet that would be as big as a huge mountain in the future. But when he saw Alvia's angry face, he nodded obediently, while inwardly angry at the reaction of Rouge, Sora, Belmere, and the rest of the waitresses who were celebrating with joy. He wanted to make this world chaotic with his manga. But why does it seem that his life is becoming chaotic and the world is becoming more peaceful? Did the gods curse me from that divine network or what? Rob took a few minutes to calm himself down. After all, the story parts that would make the world so chaotic had yet to arrive. All secrets will be revealed one by one. Little by little the doubt and mystery will begin to envelop the entire world after every great event in the manga. And chaos will begin to spread after that, until then he has to put up with it. While he was immersed in thought, a 30-meter wide whale appeared from the sea and sprayed it with water from the whole of its head. Rob's face trembled as he looked at the one responsible for wetting his body with water. Laboon, who was still young at the moment, was playing merrily in the water. He hadn't seen a human in a long time after all. His behavior looked more like a dolphin than a huge whale. Hello, Laboon, let me introduce myself. I'm Rob, the crewmate of your friend, Crocus, who's gone and hasn't come back yet. Boo. Laboon stopped near Rob and stared at him intently. From the moment he heard Crocus' name he became more interested in this human. After all, Crocus was his friend too. I have two news for you, one bad and one good. If you want to hear them, just nod. As for Rob, he didn't think he'd talk to a whale one day. Such events only happen in dreams. But here in the pirate world, even the wildest dreams can come true. Although Laboon hasn't reached his same gigantic size 27 years from now, his current size is still considered huge in comparison to a human, so when he nodded towards Rob the seawater was sprayed again, but this time Rob was ready as he turned into lightning. The moment the water came into contact with his body, it evaporated completely and the salt scattered in the air. First, I hope you'll calm down and let me finish my words without you having a backlash, okay? Boo. Laboon nodded again. No, you should probably watch it for yourself. I guess words won't be enough to get the message across. Wait a minute, I'll let you see it all for yourself. Rob take the videotape that he prepared in advance for emergencies and put it on the projector. Musical score yo ho ho ho, musical score yo ho ho ho. Times. Musical notes Binkasu no sake wa, Tadok ni yuki yo musical notes. Musical notes Yumike's Kimike's Namimike's musical notes. A big video projection appeared on the red line right in front of Rob and Laboon's eyes. Its heroes were the Rumber Pirates, unfortunately, in their last moments. Rob took this clip from his memories of Brook flashback. Rob played a video presentation followed by this music in the background by the projector he had bought from the system shop. It was itself a never-ending mobile generator, so electricity wasn't a problem. The video and music he was able to repeat, thanks to his photographic memory and the system feature, video projection, which can perfectly restore the sound and image from his memory and can even correct the flaws and gaps in the memories. When Laboon heard the song that has been repeating in his mind for the past years, again reluctant to the world around him, the owner of the voice was familiar to him. His eyes widened in plates and tears began to flow from his eyes like a dam when he saw the crew who had always dreamed of meeting them again. The song sung by Brook and the crew in their last moment before death resonated at the Twin Cape, and the only viewers of this saga were one man and one whale. Rob couldn't calm Laboon, who started screaming every time someone from the crew fell without getting up again, so he let him scream as he wanted. In the end, Brook was the last to fall dead and the song stopped. The situation of Laboon, who witnessed all this, also deteriorated. Rob felt sorry for the whale, so he had to say something. Don't worry, Brook will come back from the dead, just keep watching. When Laboon heard this, stopped crying and kept watching. Brook eventually came back from the dead by the devil fruit ability, and he searched his body for an entire year, eventually only finding his skeleton. The whale's screaming turned into cries of joy when he saw his friend returning from death. Rob manages to convince Laboon to come with him when he promises him a reunion with Brook. But the problem is how to transport the huge whale to O'Hara from this place. Rob got a rather crazy idea. East Blue, Logue Town. On this day, a strange phenomenon occurred in the sky of the peaceful town. A huge ball appeared in the sky and dimmed the sunlight, causing an eclipse-like event. The strange ball started to grow bigger and bigger above the heads of the inhabitants, who stopped what they were doing and stared at the sky in astonishment. Boo-oh. The whale's voice echoed above the sky of Logue Town, and it started to rain even though there were no clouds in the sky. This. No way dash. How could, am I dreaming? A whale falling from the sky. Run. Rob was under Laboon's body, carrying him from below while flying using his paper wings backed by hockey and lightning. Carrying a whale weighing tens of tons and flying with it from the Grand Line Gate to Logue Town is really hard work. This quest required infinite stamina, and that was exactly what Rob was not lacking. A person with his strength level wouldn't have been difficult to carry an immature whale and fly it. Rob descended into the range of the art store under the eyes of the spectators, who had nearly fallen out of their sockets in shock. As he approached the store, Laboon's massive body began to shrink into the size of a dolphin. Rob laughed at Laboon's shock at the situation and walked into the store, leaving the stunned crowd outside. Was that Laboon with the store owner, right? Not possible. Laboon. Paragraph. The titles of the next 3 chapters. Fire spoiler fire. Chapter 67, Laboon's return to his homeland. Doflamingo and Rosinante training. Chapter 68, Morgans begins his journalistic career by piracy the manga. Shanks and Buggy appear on stage. Chapter 69, Roger's enthusiasm for conquering the sea became stronger than the original story. I won't lose to Straw Hat Luffy. Chapter 67, Laboon's return to his homeland. Doflamingo and Rosinante training. Creating manga of One Piece in Pirates World become my ultimate goal. For more advanced chapters, https://www.patreon.com/blackstar_bh. Paragraph. West Blue, a hill on the coast of O'Hara Island. There are many trees and green vegetation in this place. Various types of sea and wild birds chirped and gathered on a black mass in the sea by the hill overlooking the sea. Boo-oh. Water erupted from the black mass, scattering the birds gathering once more. The women's pleasurable laughter spread across this place when seawater rained down and wet their graceful bodies once more. Rob was leaning against his four-wheel drive car Ford while smoking a cigarette and quietly looking at the celestial scene playing before his eyes. The maids' clothes got wet and stuck on their celestial bodies, allowing their magnificent origins to unfold in their fullest manifestations. Seeing the scene combined with the beautiful nature of this place was a blessing for Rob. In fact, only the very happy smile on his wife's face was enough for Rob. If he knew that bringing this whale here would make her so happy, he wouldn't have even thought of saying no the first time. He was living to see that happy laugh on her face in this life after all. Laboon, are you happy to be home again? From what I know, whales of your kind live in the western blue in abundance. Alvia patted the body of the huge whale and asked it. Boo-oh. Haha, I'm glad to know that. Alvia-san. Do you really understand whale language? Rouge wondered in shock. For a moment she thought that maybe this woman could have the voice of all things too. Rouge can hear everything going on in a whale's mind, after all, because she has that ability, but how can Alvia understand that? It is not, although I cannot understand what he wants to express as plain words, I can read his body language and translate it into words. After all, I'm an archaeologist and an adventurer, I have gained this ability because of that. I can tell that her answer was like this. Yes, I'm happy with that, I miss this sea. Rouge was shocked again because what the whale had said was almost the same as what Alvia had said. Boo. You are great, big sister Alvia. He agrees with your words now, doesn't he? The stars were practically appearing in Belmir's eyes. For the first time she knew that body language could be transformed into words. It's her, not him, Belmir. Huh. Do you mean that the gender of the whale is female? Exactly. Big brother Rob. Will Luffy fulfill his promise to Laboon in the manga? Rob looked at Rosinante, who had asked this question. He was 8 years old and seemed to have become more open since he started going to school. Rosinante's futuristic Joker-like face appeared and overlapped with that of the kid Rosinante. For a moment Rob was stunned. Big brother Rob. Ah, sorry, I got a little lost. What was your question? This is because you smoke. You should stop smoking. The teacher, she told us that it is bad for health and for the mind as well. Rob looked at little Rosinante with a bit of amazement and then laughed. Ha 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 ha, your teacher is really right, kid. Rob patted Rosinante's head and complimented him, under the jealous eyes of little Doflamingo. Rob noticed this and patted Doflamingo's head as well. But did you forget that I am your teacher too? No, we haven't forgotten, teacher, X. Good, Rosinante, you asked me earlier if Luffy would keep his promise and meet Laboon to fight him again, right? Yes. Rosinante answered in his childish voice again. You will surely find the answer if you keep reading the manga. Now it's time for you to train again, kids. Rosinante, he. Doflamingo, yes, that's what I've been waiting to hear from you. Rob carried Doflamingo and Rosinante like empty bags and threw them in the back seat of the car. Don't forget to wear your safety belt, kids. Rob threw the semi-finished cigarette on the ground before crushing it with his feet and burying it in the dirt. Smoking was a bad habit that followed him from his previous world, unfortunately, but he is immortal and can smoke as he wants. As for you, dear mortal reader, it is better to stop. He looked at Matriarch, who she was standing next to the group of women at the end of the hill, and said, Lady Matriarch, I'm taking your children for another training lesson, so you can enjoy your time with the girls without worrying about these kids. Yes, benefactor, I would be at peace if they were with you. The four-wheel drive car stopped in a mountainous area devoid of any residential communities, and 2 kids and 1 man got off. Doflamingo, I will see your progress in the devil fruit mastering. Show me the results of your training so far. Hey. The aura around Doflamingo changed and his hands began to turn into lumps of threads that became in the form of a sharp edge. He looked toward a rock near him and a glint was reflected from his glasses. Then he quickly sped towards the rock and tore a large part of it with his sharp strings. Rob started training them physically about a month ago, and the workouts ranged from running, squats, and push-ups to rock lifting and weight dumbbell training, from the system shop of course. In addition to this, he would provide them with the meat of the Sea Kings, and after each infernal training lesson, he would make them eat a lot of meat. This is how training in a pirate world should be. Rosinante's training was less intense than Doflamingo's because he was still younger and weaker than his brother. It's all just warm-ups. When the time comes, the real training will show them. Good, Duffy, keep showing me everything I've taught you like that. Rosinante, come here, I have something for you. I'm here, teacher. Rob pulled out a strange fruit from his inventory to the astonishment of both Rosinante and Doflamingo. Eat this, I got it for you. Paragraph. The titles of the next 3 chapters. Fire spoiler fire. Chapter 68, Morgans begins his journalistic career by piracy the manga. Shanks and Buggy appear on stage. Chapter 69, Roger's enthusiasm for conquering the sea became stronger than the original story. I won't lose to Straw Hat Luffy. Chapter 70, Remains of Shimatsuki Clan at a Confusion. Garp asks. Have you found the mother of my grandson? Or you haven't found her yet? Chapter 68, Morgans begins his journalistic career by piracy the manga. Shanks and Buggy appear on stage. Creating manga of One Piece in Pirates World become my ultimate goal. For more advanced chapters. https://www.patreon.com/blackstar_bh. Paragraph. Grand Line, the New World, on an island. Come here, we have a hot commodity that has just started spreading to the world. It's entertaining tales and stories that will surely make your days entertaining. Whether you are a pirate, a marine, a criminal, or even just an ordinary person, I am sure that you will definitely enjoy the story of the adventures of the Straw Hat Luffy crew. You have to go to the 4 Seas if you want to read this, but I brought it here for you. Additional information. The author of this book is a member of the Roger Pirates, who has recently become famous by his name, Sky Sword Rob. So what are you waiting for to buy the manga books? It is so cheap. It's only 5,000 berries for the first part, and I have 7 parts, exactly the same number that came out so far. In a public square, people gathered around the person who had been shouting interesting things the whole time. The figure of the man who was constantly shouting looked like an albatross bird, his entire body covered in feathers and wearing a black hat. Morgans was 26 years old, yet to start his career. Is this book really worth 5,000 berries? Asked a man among the crowd who was looking at the manga book collection arranged in order of volumes. Buy the first book, and if you don't come back to buy the second, third, fourth, and, I swear to everyone present that I will give you back your money. Morgans was confident in his gamble. After all, this wasn't his first time, he had never lost at such a gamble before. Okay, I accept your challenge, I'm going to read this book here, if it's not interesting you'll get my money back. Me too. And me too. Give me the first book too. Come on, this is yours, and this is yours too, you will definitely not regret it, ha ha ha. Morgans was excited when he saw the same interested and enthusiastic looks on the faces of the people who had bought the first book when they started reading it. Just as he expected, the magic of One Piece never dies. The magic of One Piece applies to everyone without exception. The Trade Emperor is truly a genius, worthy of being the destined rival of him. After some time. Hey, give me the second book, this book is really cool, here, 5,000 berry. Oh, unfortunately, you know I have a limited batch of the item, so the second book is a little more expensive than the first, it's worth 6,000 berries, sir. Morgan's gaze turned maliciously as he spoke cunningly, after they had fallen into his claws, he would surely milk these fat sheep. What? I am really sorry, sir, but I really have no choice, it is difficult to get so many copies from the original of this book. Okay, here's 6,000 berry. Quickly give me the second book. Me too, take, this 6,000 berry. Give me the second book too. Morgans was pleased with the ease of taming of these fat sheep. Just keep giving me your money, after all, my dream depends on it, my dream is to be the #1 journalist in the world. I'll make even the Trade Emperor Rob bow before me, ha 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 ha. This? Those are. Impossible. Suddenly the bird's eyes for Morgans narrowed when he saw the 2 figures among the crowd. He had definitely seen them somewhere. Very close place. Morgans looked at the manga books piled up in front of him. He definitely saw them here. Hoy, Shanks. Look at there, something there that is definitely interesting, otherwise, not many people will gather on it, do you think? I think you're right, why don't we take a look? Buggy. Shanks looked behind him and didn't even find Buggy's shadow, then looked ahead, only finding dust behind Buggy who was running at full speed toward the crowd. Oi. Buggy, wait for me. Buggy entered through the huddled crowd as Shanks followed behind him. In the end, they managed to reach the center of the crowd. On the floor, they saw a group of familiar books arranged in an orderly fashion, which a bird standing on 2 legs was selling. Shanks and Buggy looked toward the manga book seriously. Shanks remembers that majestic figure of his future version while talking to the bandits and also after saving Luffy from a sea monster, and when he gave the captain's straw hat to him. As for Buggy, he remembered that arrogant clown who was played by a group of kids and they turned him into a joke and stole his treasure map as well. Shanks, this is Brother Rob's manga book. Buggy, damn you, do you want to discredit me in the New World too? Buggy, look, there are new volumes of Big Brother Rob's manga, I think the crew will be interested to read that, how about we buy them all? Shanks whispered with a low voice in Buggy's ear. We won't, I don't want to. You'll probably will make me, a joke and laughing stock again like you've done all along until now. Speak in a low voice, you bastard. The people who had just finished reading the second volume under the title, Orange Town, looked toward the 2 kids who were screaming loudly. Their eyeballs nearly fell out of shock. Whether it was a coincidence or something else, the two who were in front of them in the One Piece manga appeared exactly the same. Flashback Buggy, when he accidentally ate a devil fruit because of Shanks. For a moment, eyes met on them from all sides, and it was not only Morgans who was now shocked, but everyone present. Only people who haven't read the manga yet were confused as to what was going on. Shanks took advantage of this astonishment and stole Volume 6, Arc Logetown, and Volume 7, Arc Laboon. These two books were the only ones they hadn't read yet. Once he succeeded in it, he pulled a stunned Buggy and they ran away at full speed. Although the two kids are gone, the stunned people remain. These kids. They're Buggy and Shanks, aren't they? Not possible. The similarity between them is 100%. Are my eyes deceiving me? Maybe. Bastard thieves. They stole my books. Morgans recovered himself and found 2 books missing from his collection, which already contains the fewest books. The 6th and 7th volumes were the end of the first saga and the beginning of the second saga of the story. They were a rare commodity. But the bastard's thief stole from his rare commodity. It was 2 books together worth 150,000 berry. This was the price he decided to sell these 2 books for. These kids caused him a great loss. When Rob finds out that Morgans is extorts on people with his work, he will surely get a taste of hell. Paragraph. The titles of the next 3 chapters. Fire spoiler fire. Chapter 69, Roger's enthusiasm for conquering the sea became stronger than the original story. I won't lose to Straw Hat Luffy. Chapter 70, Remains of Shimatsuki clan at a confusion. Garp asks. Have you found the mother of my grandson? Or you haven't found her yet? Chapter 71, The new Bleach arc excites the readers. Chapter 69, Roger's enthusiasm for conquering the sea became stronger than the original story. I won't lose to Straw Hat Luffy. Creating manga of One Piece in Pirates World become my ultimate goal. For more advanced chapters. https://www.patreon.com/blackstar_bh. Paragraph. On Oro Jackson. Roger, BFT. Wahahahaha. Rob never ceases to amaze me. This is really amazing. Gabon, Buggy, heaven has punished you for your arrogance. Ha 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 ha. Gabon, and you, Shanks, you'd better be careful not to let your hand become food for that sea snake, lest you become a joke to your friend, the best swordsman in the world. That would be an insult to our Roger pirates. Rayleigh, I agree. Shanks, of course, I'd be more careful if something like that happened. I wouldn't let that Hawkeye look down on me. Shanks, Buggy, I didn't expect you to have such bad luck in the future. I really pity you, my friend. Shanks, but, BFT, ha 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 ha, sorry, that's really funny, my stomach hurts from laughing so hard. Spencer, ha 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 ha, I think the lightning was so hurt, man, you'd better avoid anyone named Luffy in the future. Rayleigh, well, stop laughing guys, Buggy, you really are the star of this part. Despite all the odds, I didn't expect you to ally with a beautiful woman like Alvida. But even with all your strength, you couldn't do anything in front of a Logia user. Look, you see, Rob here sends a hidden message to you so you can start learning hockey just like Shanks and stop being lazy. Rayleigh, never refuse the captain's kindness again. Buggy looked at all his companions who were laughing at him while he gritted his teeth in anger. Well, what can he do about that? That bastard Rob wasn't here to get revenge. But he still took Rayleigh's advice to heart. He couldn't allow a future like this to happen in reality no matter what. Even Rob didn't expect Rayleigh to think he was sending Buggy hidden messages, which in turn motivates Buggy to train hard. Because of this small event, Buggy decided to train harder with Shanks. Perhaps in the future, Shanks won't be the only Yonko from this ship. Guys, I don't know why, but I have a strange feeling. I think that Garp's son was the one who caused that lightning. Roger was seriously looking at the man covered in a green cloak in the manga. This person made him feel a lot of mystery. He recognized him because he had seen him more than once beside his father when he pursued him on another hunt. I wish I could live longer to see that mysterious future that you can see, Rob. Garp's son. Ah, you're right, it's that dragon who seems smarter than his retarded father. Rayleigh raised his glasses while also staring at the picture of the futuristic dragon. When he saw the picture, he had the same feeling of mystery that his captain felt as well. Could he? Does he have that power to control the weather? But now he is still too weak. This book seems to be the end of the East Blue story. Come on, let's read the next book. I'll start first. I'm the captain after all. Ha 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 ha. Roger has taken the manga book which has a different cover than the previous series, a huge whale with lots of scars, the Kingdom of Sand, Kingdom of Snow, Little Raccoon, Kingdom of Dinosaurs, and 2 giants familiar to Roger decorate the cover of the new saga, called the Baroque Works Saga. The grand line, after all, is the real challenge. Let me see your story, Luffy, what would you do better than me? A mysterious flash appeared in Roger's eyes before he disappeared. No one noticed. While Buggy was the star of the previous part, you guys won't believe who the star of this part is. This is really amazing. Stars appeared in Roger's eyes as he remembered the events of the part he had just read. The more and more he reads from this book, the more he discovers that this Luffy looks a lot like him. Incredibly similar. Give me this, I'm the vice captain so I may read it after you. Rayleigh took the book and began to read. After some time, the same astonished expression that was on Roger's face appeared on him. Roger, you see. It was fun, wasn't it? Rayleigh looked at Crocus then Roger and nodded. It was really a fun part. The interaction of the Straw Hat crew reminded him of their crew's beginnings. They were almost the same. I'm sure a crew like this will make the world turn upside down in the future. Wahahahaha, your insight is still sharp, old Rayleigh, as expected. Roger, are you hiding something from me? Huh? What? Give me the book now, Rayleigh. You've done with it, right? So it's my turn. Gabon took the book from Rayleigh's hand in annoyance and looked toward the crowd of pirates, they eager to take the book from his hand. You guys can wait, or it will be my axe that will speak. Gabon pointed at his sharp axes causing the crowd to shiver in terror. He removed his sunglasses and turned around to silently read the book. Let's read also you bastard, it's not fair. You'll follow a class approach, it's not fair. Why do you have to threaten us like that? Why haven't I appeared in the manga yet? Crocus has even appeared but I haven't shown up yet, looks like Rob forgot the money I was lending him when he needed it. Tears of sadness fell from Gabon's eyes before he put on his sunglasses. Well, I'll forgive him if he draws me next time, after all, this is such a fun story, I love it. Crocus, isn't that the whale you told me about? Huh? Did you say I appeared in the manga? Give me the damn book now, if that bastard turns me into a joke I'll show him the pain. When Crocus heard his name, he took the manga book out of Gabon's hand so quickly under the crew's furious eyes, he didn't even let Gabon finish his sentence. After a period. This. How? How does he know all this? I don't remember telling him about Laboon's story before. And will Laboon be like this because of the truth I will tell him in the future? This? I don't understand anything anymore, I give up. The manga folder fell from Crocus' hand and before it fell to the ground another person managed to catch it, but another group of men who wanted to read the manga fell on it. At the end of the day, everyone on the ship had managed to read the 2 volumes. Their friend's story was amazing and appetizing, they will be sure to read more in the future. You guys. Yes, Captain Roger. Everyone loudly responded to their captain's call. After all, they were all at the dining table at the moment. Let us conquer the sea with greater force from now on. Let our name be immortalized in the pages of history in a greater way than we may in some future. The men stopped eating or drinking while dumbfoundedly looking toward Roger who looked as excited as a kid at the moment. Let's get to the next level at full speed. Not only will we settle for the title of Greats Pirates, but we also have to become the Pirates' Kings. We have to reach the final island and fulfill our friend's prophecy. Men, will you come with me? Oh. Sure, Captain, we'll go to the hell with you. Ha ha ha, looks like you got our early days back because of the manga, you really haven't changed Roger all these years. But, I like this. I'll go with you wherever you want, you're the captain after all. Rayleigh stopped drinking the sake and said out loud. The crew members followed after him, they all said the same thing. You all. Really best friends. Roger looked at Rayleigh and the rest of his crew with a happy smile. His enthusiasm for conquering the sea became even stronger. He won't lose to Straw Hat Luffy for sure. Paragraph. The titles of the next 3 chapters. Fire spoiler fire. Chapter 70, Remains of Shimatsuki Clan at a Confusion. Garp asks. Have you found the mother of my grandson? Or you haven't found her yet? Chapter 71, The new Bleach arc excites the readers. Chapter 72, Giving Power on a Gold Plate. Journey to the Sky with the Maid Sisters Group. Chapter 70, Remains of Shimatsuki Clan at a Confusion. Garp asks. Have you found the mother of my grandson? Or you haven't found her yet? Creating manga of One Piece in Pirates World become my ultimate goal. For more advanced chapters. https://www.patreon.com/blackstar_bh. Paragraph. East Blue, Shimatsuki Village. The gentle wind breeze brushed the vast field of green vegetation and painted a wonderful picture of the peak of the spring season. The art store stood tall in this beautiful environment. From the outside, it looked as quiet as every day. But inside it was another story. Here, you'll find simple villagers, high-ranking civilians, pirates, and criminals, and kids, and maybe you can see a marine from time to time disguised in civilian clothes or even a cipher pole in disguise. The important thing is that there were people of all classes enjoying their time as if they were a group with identical rights and duties. Of course, some of them might have different goals and threatening thoughts, but under the strict law of the system, they were all without any potential for any real threat. Without anyone complaining, they all continued to enjoy modern wines and wonderful manga. Such was the case in all the ubiquitous art stores in the sea. But here in Shimatsuki village, a certain old man would get into a fit of rage every time he got a chance, both inside and outside the art store. Just like this. Ui. Kushiro. Tsuna. Yes, we are here, great Father Kozaburo. The old man named Kozaburo removed his pipe and puffed away the smoke before looking at the two young men and woman kneeling in front of him with an angry look on his old face. This scene had been repeated so often recently that the two kneeling young men and woman could no longer say the exact number. Where's my granddaughter Kuina? Haven't you made it yet? You bastard Kushiro, how dare you underestimate my granddaughter? I'm Shimatsuki Kozaburo just because she's a woman. Huh? Is this my upbringing for you? And you, Tsuna? How dare you die and leave my cute granddaughter in the cold hands of this bastard? The old man once again began to angrily shout at the two of them, teaching them how to raise and take care of Kuina so that she could become the future brightest star in the swordsmanship world. Kushiro and Tsuna couldn't help but endure Kozaburo's endless tantrum while crying without tears. But the hard part has yet to come. And you, Kushiro. Here he comes. Both Tsuna and Kushiro cried out in terror as Kushiro prepared to receive his father's angry sword attack. How? How can you be so careless and let my granddaughter die? Why did you cause my granddaughter to die? Huh? Are you even a father? Damn you, take that. Old man Kozaburo used his pipe like a sword, and the moment the pipe slashed the air, a blade of white energy flew from the pipe towards Kushiro directly. Boom. Kushiro didn't dare to be careless and used hockey-coated Wado Ikemonji to block this attack with all his might. But as it always happened. Arg. Otto-san, do you want to kill me? Kushiro flew violently and hit the dojo wall before falling to the ground. Anata. Are you okay? Tsuna ran towards Kushiro to check on him. Humph. A father who can't educate or protect his daughter well, you better die. Oyaji. Stop the bullshit, we haven't had any kids yet, we only got married 2 years ago. Has your mental illness gotten more serious since you started reading manga? What? Are you saying that I'm Shimatsuki Kozaburo, who made half the swords of Wano country history, a crazy? Kozaburo looked at Kushiro angrily. It seemed that this son of his needs more beating to understand his words well. Kozaburo was an old man who appeared to be 68 years old but still somewhat of a strong physique, with large, thick white hair hanging down the sides of his face, a ponytail over a tuft of light hair, and a beard around his jaw. He had a scar on his left temple as well. He wore a kimono decorated with flowers and sandals. He also carried a katana with him and often smoked a kaziro, a smoking pipe. Ah. No, Oyaji, I never meant that. Kushiro, who appeared to be 22 years old, tried to explain himself but he couldn't find anything to say. No, great father, I guess my husband didn't mean it, he is only concerned about your health, you know, you are a clan pride. The woman who spoke was Shimatsuki Tsuna, Kushiro's wife, who looked exactly like an old version of Kuina at 20 years old. Tsuna, you always stand up for that bastard but your sweet words are great to hear shahahaha. You've read the holy book, haven't you? After Kozaburo calmed in his angry state, he asked the two of them a question. You mean manga One Piece, Oyaji? It's the holy book, not a manga, at least for me, the holy book that will make the world realize our illusory reality. Both Kushiro and Tsuna's eyes trembled as they heard the old man's nonsense again. In their eyes he had definitely lost it. We have already read it, Oyaji, we are also confused about it. Despite all the confusion, we have decided to correct such mistakes if we happen to have a daughter in the future. Don't worry about it, Odo-san. Kushiro spoke with complete certainty while Tsuna supported his words. You don't understand anything, you can't see what I saw, your life experience is very small, you might think I'm crazy but the holy book paints exactly the future. Kuina will surely come to this world and I will take care of her until my last breath. I will not allow the descendant of the main families, the green-haired brat, to exceed my granddaughter. Never. In the sky above Shimatsuki village, Rob was hidden far from the samurai's senses of the old man and his son. He was looking at the situation with a smile. He had seen and heard a lot of interesting things. In fact, he has never seen or known about this person named Shimatsuki Kozaburo, but he is sure that he will appear in the Wano arc for the weekly manga update on planet Earth. Unfortunately, for Rob, he has moved into this world without knowing much of what will happen next. However, if he encounters such events, he will obtain a lot of pieces of information needed to finish the manga. Now, he knows a vital piece of information, like Zoro's father, Kuina's mother, and her grandfather as well. Fusha Village Pier. A warship stood on the pier and dragon in the uniform of a navy captain descended from it. I'll go find Vice Admiral Garp, get ready to set sail anytime, men. Yes. Captain Dragon. Dragon looked at the familiar village in front of him and continued on his way. He had come to this place more than once in recent months, as a naval captain who had to move constantly, so every time he received a mission from headquarters he would take his father's ship and leave. But his father, who was vice admiral and who was supposed to do the tasks, had been at ease in the village since he first came and left everything on him. But what can he do about it? His father was a beast in the skin of a man, he didn't dare to disobey him. All his misfortunes happened because of the art store and the so-called manga. Dragon sighed as he entered the only tavern in this village. He could hear his father's laughter from a distance coming from this tavern. Yash, Makino-chan, look at this face, is it funny? Little Makino raised her little hands to touch Garp's face while laughing happily. Inside the tavern, Garp was holding the 3-month-old Makino and playing with her while making funny faces. Little Makino's laughter echoed in the tavern, making Father Murkar even happier to see it. Next to Father Murkar, the owner of the tavern, stood a beautiful brown-haired woman, who was Makino's nanny. When Father Mercer decided not to die, he decided to hire a nanny for his daughter, but this beautiful woman from Goa Kingdom came to raise her for free, just because she loved Makino. The love his daughter received from everyone on this island was the reason for his desire to live. Hello, Dragon, you've back, that's good. So where's my grandson's mother? Have you not found her yet? The blood in Dragon's body froze when he heard that while Father Murkar and the nanny both laughed at it. After all, they were so used to this situation, it looked like déjà vu. I told you I don't want a wife right now, don't you understand, old man? Dragon was really angry, his father was deliberately making his life difficult. I say you need it, will you disobey this father's orders? Oh, Makino-chan, you're so cute, look at that bastard over there, he doesn't want to give birth to your little son in the future, Luffy, should we punish him? Paragraph. The titles of the next 3 chapters. Fire spoiler fire. Chapter 71, the new Bleach arc excites the readers. Chapter 72, giving power on a gold plate. Journey to the sky with the Maid Sisters group. Chapter 73, exploring of the Golden City, Shandora. Rouge's apology. Chapter 71, the new Bleach arc excites the readers. Creating manga of One Piece on Pirates World become my ultimate goal. For more advanced chapters. https://www.patreon.com/blackstar_bh. Paragraph. O'Hara, Knowledge Village. Duffy. Hurry, let's go quickly, the store will be emptied of all volumes if we don't hurry. Little Rosinante moved from one place to another inside the house at an abnormal speed, which no one could see with the naked eye. But even so, his childlike voice came out from somewhere from time to time. Shut up. You're annoying, let me have my breakfast first, it's only morning. The art store won't close any time soon. Little Doflamingo was annoyed by what was going on since his little brother had eaten the devil fruit that their teacher had given him and seemed to be in a hurry in everything. How can you say that? It's Manga Bleach's new folder update day. I know. Quietly children, Rosinante, have your breakfast first before going out, we shall go to the store together anyway. Lately, Matriarch said sternly, her children have been starting to spiral out of control, since they began training under the benefactor, becoming more and more abnormal. Okay, Mom. Rosinante's body, which was blurry due to the high speed, finally appeared and sat on the dining table near Doflamingo. Don Quixote Homing looked at all of this with a happy smile, for him, it was all right. And in the best case that we wished before. This place is a paradise compared to Mary Geos. Since he started living with his family in this peaceful village, everything has been going for the better, and he was even able to get work with top archaeologists at the Great Library of O'Hara inside the Tree of Knowledge. He could even become an archaeologist himself if he could pass the exam that Professor Clover would give him. But his happy smile was always met with a look of anger and dissatisfaction from Doflamingo. Unfortunately, his son could not forgive him until now. This was part of the Don Quixote family's daily life in Knowledge Village. Amazon Lily. Was a new book out of the Bleach manga really released? Yes, the new volume has been released, the Rescue Arc, but it is only the first part. It was so exciting that he even partially changed my view of the man. I can't hate a man like Kurosaki-kun no matter how I try. But a man like Zaraki Kenpachi would give me nightmares from now on. It's so scary. But Mayuri Kuratsuchi is more scary. He's kind of creepy. The arc began when Ichigo Kurosaki and his team finally managed to infiltrate the Soul Society with the help of Yoruichi Shihon, who she can transform herself into a cat. Enough. Don't spoil me the events, when my guard period is over I'll go to the store, you got me excited enough. The woman who spoke was the hot blonde Marguerite-like who had stopped Rob last time. Such conversations repeat all over Amazon Lily. But in the Empress's palace, Empress Gloriosa sat on her bed while flipping through the pages of the new manga, although she was enthusiastic about it, but in her heart, she always felt something missing and out of place. From that day. Yamamoto, Kuchiki Rukia, do you have any last words? Rukia, yeah. Just one. Yamamoto. Okay. Yamamoto, as you asked, tomorrow morning we'll let the humans go home without hurting them as you wish. Rukia, really? Thanks a lot. Isana, poor thing. She doesn't know that he won't let them get out of here alive. Anohana, that's not my opinion, Isana. Anohana, it's good for her since her death is inevitable. We must at least ensure that we must let her die and her heart lives in peace. Yamamoto, release the Skyoko seal. Rukia, I'm happy with my life. Meeting Rinji and the rest. Under Brother Sama's wing. Under Kane Dano's orders. Especially under Ichigo's protection. No pain. No guilt. No sad. My heart lives in peace. Thank you and goodbye. Rukia, Ichigo. Ichigo, yo, Rukia. Rukia, idiot. Why did you come? Gloriosa closed the manga and turned on her right side to fall asleep, but a small tear and a happy smile decorated her pretty face. In one of the art stores in North Blue. As I expected. This Shinigami world is more exciting for swordsmen like me. Mihawk didn't close the manga book but got lost in thought once more. He didn't realize it, but his body was trembling with excitement. He was thinking about how to make use of the battles he had just witnessed and try to come up with something useful for himself from them. The Battle of Renji against Byakuya. Battle of Zaraki against Kanami Tozen and Sajin Komamura. And a lot of other battles that appeared in this part. It was all very enthusiastic for Mihawk. How can I get a Zanpakuto too? How would my Bankai be if I had a Zanpakuto? The people around him were screaming at the magnificence of Kurosaki Ichigo entering the stage and saving Rukia, while he was repeating fights and scenarios in his mind as he returned to it in the manga and tried to get some real benefits from it. He would be lying if he said he hadn't gotten any ideas yet, but rather had a lot. This was the most important. Thanks to his sharp hawk-like eyes he could see what others couldn't. In his hands, this book had a treasure as important as the One Piece, but the idiots don't know what they're missing out on. Mihawk felt like laughing when he heard people talking about Yoruichi Shihan's beauty or how sexy Matsumoto Ringaku and Kukaku Shiba look. What Mihawk didn't know was that all the men from all over the world who watched the Bleach manga today had almost the same opinions. They felt respect for him and like Rinji. They felt the battle madness of Zaraki Kenpachi. And taste the real madness of Mayuri Kuratsuchi. They also adored the sexy female beauty who appeared in the manga. And they wanted to know more about Urahara Kasuke's mystery. They felt contempt for Byakuya, who refused to save his sister. But most importantly, they all felt happy when Ichigo stepped in to save Rukia. Mary Geos. It wasn't just Mihawk who got excited in this arc and tried to get benefits from the skills of the Godai 13 captains. But the world government also did. Once they were finished the reading of manga, the 5 elders assigned a whole team specialized solely to study Bleach manga and come up with skills from it, whether physical or spiritual. Just as the Rokishiki were being developed, the world government was planning to develop new abilities based on the Bleach manga. Since Rob opened his art store here, the life of celestial dragons has become even more exciting. The time when torturing slaves and using them for fun was their only entertainment is gone. Now they have real entertainment, literally addictive. After the release of the Bleach manga chapters, the celestial dragons got into a huge commotion and caused a lot of trouble to their guards. They were all shouting to call author Rob to marry Geois and honor him with all the good, as long as he draws plenty of chapters for them from now on. They were angry that the Navy had failed to take back Laboon and meet their demands the last time, but they took advantage of this failure to make this new request. When Rob heard this, he nearly died of laughter. For the first time, the demands of the celestial dragons were rejected by the 5 elders, which led to a double turmoil in Mary Geos. Despite all this, the slaves were having their best days ever. Since the art store appeared and they followed the divine store owner's plan, their suffering had become nearly 0%. They just have to be patient and they will be released and out of Mary Geos once and for all. Ding. Plus 1,000 art points from Navy Captain Borsellino. Ding. Plus 1,000 art points from Navy Captain Sakazuki. Ding. Plus 5,000 art points from Navy Admiral Sengoku. Ding. Plus 5,000 art points from Fleet Admiral Kong. Ding. Plus 4,500 art points from Navy Admiral Zephyr. Ding. Plus 1,000 art points from Vegapunk. This time Rob had to wake up again due to the endless system notification sounds. Why just don't let him rest for a bit? And why do they all have to be big shots this time? Paragraph. The titles of the next 3 chapters. Fire Spoiler Fire. Chapter 72, Giving Power on a Gold Plate. Journey to the Sky with the Maid Sisters Group. Chapter 73, Exploring of the Golden City, Shandora. Rouge's Apology. Chapter 74, Baroque Works Saga, Whiskey Peak Arc. Chapter 72, Giving Power on a Gold Plate. Journey to the Sky with the Maid Sisters Group. Creating manga of One Piece on Pirates World become my ultimate goal. For more advanced chapters, https://www.patreon.com/blackstar_bh. Paragraph. Marine Ford. Is this book the cause of the uproar that is taking place in Mary Geo's Borsalino? Borsalino, who was still a young man, looked toward Sakazuki with a meaningful look. They were currently in a public place after all. Borsalino was 28 years old, the same age as Rob, while Sakazuki looked 24 years old. Both of them joined the Navy 3 years ago, and in a short period of 3 years, they reached the rank of captain in the Navy and got the title of New Generation Monsters with Dragon, Vice Admiral Garp's son. The three of them were the invincible monsters of the same generation. Their achievements were extremely powerful thanks to the natural devil fruits. A/N, Kuzan, Akiji, hasn't yet joined the Navy on this date but will be in 1 year. I didn't think you'd read the Bleach manga too, Sakazuki, that's really interesting. Borsalino looked at Sakazuki with a provocative smile that made the latter seriously consider killing him. Old face, I asked you a question. What's the problem if I'm reading the manga too? It gets leaked in large quantities from Mary Geos anyway. Well, don't get angry, it's kind of frustrating when you call me that disgraceful nickname, aren't we comrades in arms, Sakazuki? From what has been circulating recently, a large group of celestial dragons submitted a petition to the 5 elders and it was rejected. Borsalino whispered in a low voice, pressed by Sakazuki to spit out what he knew. What kind of petition is this? What is it? And why? Even Sakazuki was curious about this. After all, in the past he served under the celestial dragons, he knew what kind of scum were celestial dragons, something that made them petition for it wouldn't be simple. Oh, what an annoying subject. It's totally because of that book in your hand. Then why didn't you say it the first time when I asked you? Are you so bored to stretch this conversation to this point, monkey face, you piss me off. Borsalino's body trembled when he heard another offensive nickname on the shape of his face. Won't you explain now? Sakazuki, take a look at our surroundings. Sakazuki seriously looked at his surroundings. They were in a public cafe for a break. Marines of all ranks were spread out everywhere, and they were reading manga volumes with excited expressions on their faces. The celestial dragons who stand above all living beings, when they tasted the pleasure of reading the manga, they didn't react like the rest of the humans. I mean, they were more excited than these, but they wanted to pull the author to their side and raise him like a goose giving birth to golden eggs, manga metaphor, every time they wanted to taste it. So they gathered their votes and submitted a petition for the first time in history. The request they agreed upon was to honor the author as a second-class noble, a false celestial dragon, with most of the rights of a celestial dragon, and this includes living in the domain of the gods with them. But their request was flatly denied. After all, the author is a dangerous pirate with overwhelming power. Sakazuki, who had heard all of this, was shocked, to the point that his mind was momentarily blank. Where did you get this information from? From the scientific base. From Vegabunk, right? In the office of the Fleet Admiral. Sengoku, the situation is getting out of hand. Rob has successfully planted poison in the middle of Mary Geos, can you believe it? Fleet Admiral Kong gritted his teeth angrily as he looked at the report in his hand. The world government is in a critical situation, I don't know why, but everyone in Mary Geos seems to be brainwashed with no effects at the moment. Sengoku looked at his old friend silently. He already knew his predicament. Kong was called to the position of Commander-in-Chief of the world government urgently to clean up the chaos in Mary Geos, and take the pressure off the 5 elders. Not to lie to you, I also love that man's manga, but as much as I love it I am terrified of what that man can achieve with it. If you can't bend those stores, I think you should start drawing world government manga as well, and it should be just as efficient as One Piece and Bleach and better centered around our justice and our navy and showing our best qualities. All the ideas you gave me I really appreciate, Sengoku, thank you. I was supposed to be happy with this long-awaited promotion, but for them to call me to clean up a chaos like this, it kind of makes me feel better if I remain a fleet admiral. Yes, I really didn't expect the 5 elders to summon you at this time. This is much shorter than expected. It means that the time to sit on that seat has come for me as well. You're right, Sengoku, I'm counting on you. The official announcement will be soon. Skypiea. Rob and the group of maid sisters were roaming the streets of Sky Island. Sora, look, these angel wings are so cute. I wish I had wings too. Haha, you are right, it is beautiful. I used to think that a place like this only existed in dreams. Sora let out a chuckle when she saw Belmir's enthusiasm. Wow. Sister Rouge, look at the houses, it's literally above the clouds. The clouds here have the advantage of being solid, although they are very light at the same time, so it is practically possible to build houses on top of the clouds. Rouge said with a smile. Why do you seem to know so much, Sister Rouge? Rouge only smiled and didn't answer Belmir's question. Oh my god, am I in heaven? Sister Matriarch, look at the cute female angel, she uses what they call dials to blow the winds to dry the laundry. You can take some of these dials when we come back, they are very useful and practical. Look, I bought a lot of them too. Rob almost applauded this woman when he heard that, because she always thinks of the good stuff first. Sister Alvia, can we have a home in this paradise? I want to live here. Of course, I'll get a house for little sister Belmere, won't I, husband? Rob wasn't have any problem spending money to build a cloud house here, maybe he could even get a cloud villa, after all, he was rich, very rich. Sure, I'll get it for you, just pick which cloud you want, Belmere. Yatta. Sister Alvia is the best. But aren't I the one who deserves praise here? I'm the one who's going to buy you the cloud house, you know. Huh, isn't Big Brother Rob's money the same as Big Sister Alvia's? Rob. Bankai. Kakujotingan Myo. Ha. Come to me, traitor Zaraki. Ha 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 ha, come, we would fight to the death, Captain Kumamuro. Rob smiled when he saw the Scipion kids playing manga characters and continued his way with the girls. They came across a lot of scenes like this, even in O'Hara. Rob was especially happy to see the kids happy, he was feeling an indescribable kind of inner satisfaction and peace. Dear, you look so happy. Alvia hugged Rob from behind as she climbed up to grab onto his back. How can I not be happy to have you around? Then you haven't yet told me what surprise you have for me and you brought us to the sky because of it. Alvia whispered in Rob's ear, excitement prompted her to do so, she was so excited after all. Today, she doesn't only confirm the truth of the legendary Sky Island that she saw in the records and she considered it just a legend, but her husband had another surprise for her, and this made her literally live in bliss. We'll be at Upper Yard soon. Just be a little patient. After some time the group reached Angel Beach. And Rob brought out his magnificent yacht, which had been gathering dust in the inventory for a while, astonishing Alvia, Sora, Rouge, Matriarch, and Belmere with its luxurious design that they had never seen before. Rob jumped to the stern of the yacht and created a hard paper corridor with the power of devil fruit to allow the group to catch up. Come on, what are you waiting for? Go up, we'll go to Upper Yard, or as the Land of God is called. Rob's face showed a satisfied smile. How long has it been since he enjoyed the luxury of having beautiful girls on his yacht? The point is, this will happen in another world. Paragraph. The titles of the next 3 chapters. Fire Spoiler Fire. Chapter 73, Exploring the Golden City, Shandora. Rouge's Apology. Chapter 74, Baroque Works Saga, Whiskey Peak Arc. Chapter 75, Robin's Appearance in the Manga. The Amazement of Alvia and the Archaeologists of O'Hara. Chapter 73, Exploring the Golden City, Shandora. Rouge's Apology. Creating manga of One Piece on Pirates World become my ultimate goal. For more advanced chapters. https://www.patreon.com/blackstar_bh. Paragraph. Gold. Gold everywhere, we are rich. Belmere's eyes turned to gold as she saw the crumbling golden city in front of her. Each piece of gold was large enough to turn a poor person into a billionaire. Rob. What is this place? Why are most of the ruins built of gold, and most importantly, why does everything look so old? Alvia entered archaeologist mode once more as she tried to comprehend the antique smell that filled this place. This is the golden city of Shandora that has disappeared from history. Rob said with a smile as if what he had said was something simple. But to Rouge, Alvia, and Sora, it was a shock bomb. They all said at the same time. Is it the same city that Mont Blanc Noland was told about and he was executed for lying? Then you seem to know about that story as well. Yes, this is the golden city of which the famous Mont Blanc Noland tells about. Alvia, Rouge, and Sora were shocked when they heard the confirmation. Even Matriarch and Belmere were so interested in this story which they didn't know about. 400 years ago or so, an explorerman from a far land came to this place. He stood at the same place we are standing now, but the only difference is that the golden city he saw at that time was so prosperous and so beautiful to the point he was almost lost his soul in its magnificence. Rob tells them the story of the golden city and Noland briefly, telling them of the great knock-up stream that separated half of the island of Jaya from the blue sea and lifted it into the sky. The story told by Rob made the women plunge into amazing history. So, this is the real story, what an epic story. Shame on me as an archaeologist for not looking for the truth and believing what came in a distorted story. Alvia felt deep guilt after hearing the Noland story, not only her but even Rouge and Sora because, like her, they believed the comic book they had read about the Noland liar story before. It's not your fault in any way, in fact, it wasn't even the fault of the Lonville royal family, after all, half of the island completely flew to the sky, who would believe a fact like this? Ah. Yeah. Rob allowed the girls to scatter around while searching the ruins of the Golden City. They gained a lot from this trip, this was a wonderful adventure for them, so he let them do whatever they wanted while he locked them in with his observation hockey at every moment so he wouldn't be careless. As Alvia was wandering through the ruins and even looking at the scattered stones with the look of a veteran archaeologist, she saw something that made the blood in her body freeze. A huge python stood looking at her from above with a frightening look, only its head was the size of a house, not to mention the rest of its extremely long body. Alvia stumbled back and almost screamed in terror, but she felt a warm hand which holding her from behind. Immediately her fear flew out the window. Rob looked toward the blue-skinned striped python. And a light of conqueror hockey flashed from his eyes at that moment, making the python sweat. "Go away, now." Rob said only 2 words, and then the python's huge body crawled and disappeared from view. "Were you afraid, my dear?" Rob carried Alvia with the way of carrying the princess because he felt she couldn't stand because of fear. It was a negative thing for a pregnant woman. "I wasn't scared. It just surprised me. It was so huge. I also hate snakes." Alvia rested her head on his chest as she spoke in the mosquito's voice. Rob almost laughed because of her cuteness. From the side, Rouge and the girls watched this little incident with interest. "I didn't expect there to be such a huge python in this place. Is he protecting the ruins of Shandora?" Sora inquired as she calms Belmir, who was hiding behind her back like a frightened rabbit when she saw the huge python. "I think so." Rouge didn't care about the python but was looking at Rob, who was carrying Alvia, and calms her down with a complicated look in her eye. Since entering this group, she hasn't discovered anything sinister or abnormal from this man. All she has discovered is that he is simply a wonderful man. She no longer heard any voices from his mind, no matter how hard she tried, as if his mind had gone blank, but she knew that due to the strength of the other party, it was difficult to read the thoughts of a strong person without the desire to reveal his thoughts. The trees spread out in the area and the gentle wind breeze blew. Alvia's white hair flew in the wind as well as the beautiful women beside her. This. Alvia was shocked, and she was so happy when she saw what she had aspired to see as an archaeologist. "It's the gift I told you about, but I think its content should be kept secret, sweetheart." "Did you like the gift?" "There are still many more like it." "Sure, I like it so much. I love it." "Thank you, my love." Alvia approached the poneglyph and began to read it in earnest. "He's talking about Poseidon's ancient weapon." "Okay, its content is interesting. I'm satisfied, my dear, I love you." Alvia hugged Rob and kissed him passionately in front of the shy eyes of Sora and the others. Poseidon's ancient weapon. As for Rouge, she took the poneglyph seriously and tried to use her ability to find out its contents, but because she hadn't studied the ancient language before, she could not decipher it even with her ability. Rouge was really curious. There are other words on the golden wall, written in the ancient language. Rouge noticed the words engraved on the golden wall and told Alvia, who left Rob's hug the moment she heard it and turned around very quickly to see what she had missed. "This." Alvia looked between Rob and the words engraved on the golden wall for a while and then. "PFT. Ha 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 ha, dear, you are a genius. I didn't expect you to master the ancient language to such a level and leave such an amazing message to the future as well." Rob laughed happily upon hearing his wife's praise. "Can you sculpt a message for me as well?" "Sure, what do you want me to write?" "Then won't you at least tell us what kind of letter the president wrote? Why all the mystery?" While Rob was seriously sculpting Alvia's words beside his signature, Belmir could no longer stand the ambiguous atmosphere this husband and wife created, and she asked aloud. Rob looked at the interested faces of Sora and Rouge and Matriarch, and, finally, the brat Belmir. "Actually, there are 2 messages, one for the crew of the Pirate King and one for my daughter." Rob removed all the ambiguity about the 2 messages which he had left, and he told the woman group what its content was, finally curing their curiosity. "Rob-san." Rob looked at Rouge and he was surprised that she hadn't left with the rest yet. "Why didn't you leave with Alvia and the others, Rouge-san?" When they had previously explored the golden city of Shandora, Rob took them to an art store hidden in the jungle near the site of the poneglyph, which really surprised them. Rob stayed in Skypiea because he still had some unfinished business here, and asked the Waitressing Sisters group to get back to their work. It was very good to them, but when Alvia asked him why he hadn't brought them here directly through this art store, he simply said, "Because I wanted to make you enjoy the journey on Sky Island, and more than that, I wanted taking you on a luxury yacht tour. Didn't you say it was a fun experience and you want to ride my yacht again?" His answer was very convincing as they all nodded in agreement. Back to this moment. "I have something to tell you, so I stayed behind." Rouge was a little tense, and that's what Rob noticed. "Okay, let's go to the right place to talk." They both returned to the art store and sat in the trendy tavern. "So what do you have to tell me?" "Don't be ashamed, Rouge-san, tell me what's on your mind without being upset or embarrassed about anything. I won't blame you no matter what." Rouge was dumbfounded by his words. She couldn't believe he said he wouldn't blame her for all the coldness with which she had acted with him the whole time. "I'm sorry, Rob-san, I wanted to apologize for my past behavior with you, even though you are my boss." Rob didn't think this woman would ever apologize to him. No, he didn't think she could forgive him one day. "Seriously, I didn't really expect this, even though I was clearly the one in the wrong, but you came to apologize to me." "What are you apologizing for?" You have done nothing wrong. This is how any wife will react against the one who predicts her husband's death. I apologize because I thought you were a bad person before. So, can you at least tell me why my husband will give himself up to the Navy in the future? Rouge seemed to be convinced by what she saw in the first chapter of the manga. I guess he'll tell you himself next time you meet, or would you rather hear it from me? If you want I can tell you, no problem with me. Rouge thought seriously. She was hesitant because she really wanted to know, but hearing the truth from Roger would be better. At last, Rouge stood up before she thanking Rob and starting to leave. Her decision was clear at this point. Rouge-san, if you succeed in convincing him not to die, I can save your husband for you. I have my own way, plus I also don't want Captain Roger to die. Rouge's step stopped as she turned around and looked at Rob, who was still sitting in a complete stupor. Can you really do that? Of course, I can. Paragraph. The titles of the next 3 chapters. Fire Spoiler Fire. Chapter 74, Baroque Works Saga, Whiskey Peak Arc. Chapter 75, Robin's Appearance in the Manga. The Amazement of Alvia and the Archaeologists of O'Hara. Chapter 76, Reveal the Shocking Truth to Alvia. Drum Kingdom. Chapter 74, Baroque Works Saga, Whiskey Peak Arc. Creating manga of One Piece on Pirates World become my ultimate goal. For more advanced chapters. https://www.patreon.com/blackstar_bh. Paragraph. After the events of the Reverse Mountain and with the log pose in hand, the Straw Hat Pirates head to their next destination, Whiskey Peak, a city that welcomes pirates with open arms and treats them like celebrities. Unfortunately, that can't be true, because, on the same night that the Straw Hat Pirates enjoyed the party, the islanders showed their true colors and turned out to be bounty hunters disguised as civilians. The Whiskey Peak was a town on Cactus Island, the first island on the Grand Line that Luffy and his comrades had reached. A welcoming city, a princess protection deal, a secret organization, and a beautiful woman. Rob drew everything in this arc in high esteem, but why? Of course, because of his unborn daughter and his treasure. Robin will make her first appearance in this arc. It's just like a version of Alvia. Rob commented with a gentle smile on the picture of Robin that had suddenly appeared on the Going Merry ship. Her appearance in this arc was due to her desire to help the Straw Hat Pirates avoid the dangers of Little Garden. But stupid Luffy didn't appreciate this favor and broke log pose again. This arc was the real beginning of the clash with the Baroque Works organization, in which 2 important agents of the organization were toppled by the Straw Hats, and the short arc ended with a glimpse of the next island and the appearance of a giant human foot. Prehistoric Island, Little Garden. Okay, we're done with that. Now, it's time to release the weekly update. Rob finished mass copying the new volume and the system filled the shelves directly. The art store hadn't opened its doors yet, so everything was still quite calm. Although it was only superficial silence, the silence before the storm, because on the day of the weekly update of One Piece manga, the people of the islands that have an art store on their territory used to not sleep that night. Their only thought was who would get the new update first. Sigh, it will be a very long day. Rob sighed at the thought of how to justify everything to Alvia. Robin's appearance in the manga was inevitable. She was an exact copy of Alvia. So she will definitely get to know her. No, the archaeologists will know her too, and Rouge and Sora and the waitress sisters will definitely get to know her. How would their reactions be? Rob was expecting a lot of interesting things today. Maybe, on this day he'll have to tell Alvia the truth of everything in a way she can believe. Every time he lied to his wife he felt pain, and Rob wasn't as unemotional about it as it seemed. He knew that a good relationship is built on honesty. But Rob's situation is somewhat unrealistic. The truth he knows he cannot simply tell. It would be ridiculous for him to say to his wife, "You were just a manga character in my previous life." No, this whole world was just a manga story in my previous life. It would be good if he told her a more logical and believable truth. Although Rob is sure Alvia will believe him even if he tells her the truth as it is. However, he doesn't want to harm his wife in any way. What would you do if you knew that the fact that you exist is a fictional character? You certainly cannot accept that. This was Rob's philosophy. He would rather lie than hurt his loved ones. Rob walked out of O'Hara's art store, pulled out a cigarette, and began to smoke while looking at the full moon and the bright stars in the dawn sky. In fact, the longer Rob lived in this world, the more he refused to believe that it was just a fantasy world. It looked very real after all. I wonder in which galaxy the Seas planet is located. Could it be the Milky Way as well? Or should I wonder if this planet is in the same universe as Earth? The next morning, the green light from the store's beacon looked like a green moon over each island's sky. The sounds of rushing feet and the noise of the crowd rang out on every island that contained an art store. Most of the people in the crowd didn't even eat their breakfast. After all, the new One Piece book was lunch for the soul. The doors of the art store opened in O'Hara and the famous waitress sisters led by Alvia welcomed dear customers. Hello everyone, the internal space of the store can accommodate all of you, and new chapters are available in large quantities, so there is no need to rush. Dear customers, please one person enter at a time. As you wish, owner's wife. Will be in your care, Alvia-san. It was the same situation in Flevance, Lobetown, and the Kingdom of Germa, and in every island had an art store. Enthusiasm fills the air as if today were a festival. In Mary Geos, the same thing happened too. The weekly book of One Piece was followed by the youngs and the olds. The flavor of adventures that the celestial dragons miss in their lives they found it in the One Piece manga. Therefore it is preferred over Bleach manga more often. Again today a batch of new slaves entered the art store and word of Rob's vocal message spread among the majority of slaves in Mary Geos. The slaves' gratitude towards the divine store owner was growing stronger with each passing day. Paragraph. The titles of the next 3 chapters. Fire spoiler fire. Chapter 75, Robin's appearance in the manga. The amazement of Alvia and the archaeologists of O'Hara. Chapter 76, reveal the shocking truth to Alvia. The Drum Kingdom. Chapter 77, Gloriosa falling in love. The Arabasta Kingdom. Chapter 75, Robin's appearance in the manga. The amazement of Alvia and the archaeologists of O'Hara. Creating manga of One Piece on Pirates World become my ultimate goal. For more advanced chapters. https://www.patreon.com/blackstar_bh. Paragraph. Mr. 5, the 2 enemy agents are the commander of the Royal Guard of the Alabasta Kingdom, Igaram. And also Princess of Alabasta. Nefertari Vivi. Vivi, you are a devil. Mr. 9, Miss Wednesday, are you a princess? Vivi, stop your foolishness, Mr. 9. Zoro, what a night. Good luck to you, bye. Mr. 5, by the name of the leader of the Baroque Works organization, I will get rid of you both. Igaram, please. Take the princess to Alabasta, it's a kingdom in the Far East. Igaram, protect her. You will be generously rewarded for this. I beg of you, please save the princess. Zoro, do you want me to beat you up? Nami, just how high are the rewards you're talking about? Igaram, huh? Nami, we'll do it. For 1 billion berries. Zoro, Nami. Nami, so what are Baroque Works? Igaram, it is a secret criminal organization, none of its members knows what its leader is like, most of its work is focused on theft, espionage, assassination, and bounty hunting. The leader dictates orders to everyone. Nami, you don't even know what he looks like. Why then do you carry out his orders? Igaram, the ultimate goal of Baroque Works is to create the ideal city. Igaram, those of us who work in the Baroque Works, promised high positions in that ideal city. Nami, I see. Igaram, his code name is Mr. Zero. The closer the code name is to 0, the higher the position of its owner, and the more powerful it becomes. Those with code names less than 5 are extremely dangerous and their power is enormous. Nami, so that's it, I'm starting to fully understand the situation. With your country in shambles, we have no money to get it there. Luffy, but who is the mastermind? Vivi, I can't tell you who the leader is. What a question. Don't ask me about this. I can't tell you. If I do, they will chase after you too. Nami, haha. It's okay, don't tell us. I mean, if he wanted to control an entire kingdom, he must be a really scary person. Vivi, it is. You are all very strong, but you are no match for Crocodile, a Shichibukai. Nami, degree. Luffy, degree 0 degree. Zoro, you just told us. Luffy, the fog has cleared up. It's morning time. Miss All Sunday, be careful not to hit the rocks on the cliff, I'm glad you managed to escape. Zoro, huh? Who are you? Nami, who is this? Miss All Sunday, I met Mr. 8 a little while ago, Miss Wednesday. Vivi, so you did this to Igaram? Luffy, hey, that's you. First, what are you doing on our ship? Vivi, that's right, what are you doing here, Miss All Sunday? A bounty hunters organization ruled by the Shichibukai whose goal is to overthrow the Alabasta Kingdom. Why do I feel like this doesn't bode well for us guys? The long-bearded Gorosei spoke some subtle worry in his voice. Ever since he started reading the new book, a bad feeling has been rising in his heart. Why exactly is Alabasta? Of all the kingdoms at the beginning of the Grand Line, why did the author choose Alabasta to build the next conflict? The bald Gorosei wondered why the Alabasta Kingdom had come to the fore this time. I heard that the newly crowned young king of the Alabasta Kingdom, Nefertari Cobra, has been married. The kingdom of Alabasta is currently living in the rhythm of wedding festivities. There are no economic or political problems in the kingdom. I wonder if the future will be as described here. The blonde Gorosei was more concerned with the matters of the Alabasta Kingdom currently. Evil organizations that want to overthrow kingdoms are not uncommon, it always happens, but exactly that to the Nefertari family. What a funny joke. Is Rob trying to tell us what kind of future is coming? Now that we know this, does he think we'll leave a trivial Shichibukai doing what he wants in the future? The Gorosei with scars on the side of his left face hit the ground with his cane as he shares his deep thoughts about the new volume. The question is, will we allow the Shichibukai law to appear again or not? Although I feel that it is really close, after all, the era of the three great pirates will soon end and the new generation will begin to conquer the sea, no matter how severe it will create new chaos in the sea. You have a point. O'Hara. Ding. Plus 90 art points from Celestial Dragon Saint Lunead. Ding. Plus 200 art points from CP1 member Zeke. Ding. Plus 5,000 art points from Gorosei. Ding. Plus 580 art points from Marine Lieutenant Jaguar D. Saul. Ding. Plus 5,000 art points from Vice Admiral Monkey D. Garp. Ding. Plus 500 art points from Nico Alvia. Ding. Plus 300 art points from Professor Clover. When he saw the notice he was waiting for, Rob left his personal section and headed toward the modern tavern where Alvia was at the moment. The store was full of jubilant people today, but Rob's mood was not as festive as theirs, and he must have been somewhat tense. From the distance, Rob heard the astonishment of Alvia, Rouge, Belmere, and the others. It was their natural reaction when they saw the appearance of Miss All Sunday in today's update. In the Great O'Hara Library. This woman looks like my student Alvia, only their hair color is different. Professor Clover was stunned when he saw Alvia's doppelganger in his favorite story. That's normal. Since Alvia-san is the author's wife, it's only natural for the author to create a character that looks like her. I don't think it's like that. I have a feeling this character is a lot more than meets the eye. I am excited about the crew's arrival in Alabasta. After all, Alabasta is one of the few kingdoms surviving from 800 years ago. Maybe it may contain a history stone deep in its desert. This Miss All Sunday looks a lot like Big Sister Alvia, I wonder. Could she be the daughter of the boss and Big Sister in the future? When Alvia heard Belmere's wondered, her body shivered unknowingly and one hand touched her stomach and the other hand touched Robin's smiling face on the manga page. Both Sora and Rouge noted this anomaly in Alvia. Sora was more understanding of Alvia's current situation because, after all, she had the same reaction every time she saw Sanji in the manga. I think. When Rob arrived, Matriarch's words were interrupted, and the place fell completely silent. Rob looked between the sentimental Alvia and the manga page in which Robin appears. Rob smiled sweetly and hugged Alvia from the waist before whispering in her ear. Come with me, I need to tell you a lot of things. Alvia didn't understand the situation until she found herself somewhere else. Rob and Alvia transited to a more private place in his personal section. Paragraph. The titles of the next 3 chapters. Fire Spoiler Fire. Chapter 76, Reveal the Shocking Truth to Alvia. The Drum Kingdom. Chapter 77, Gloriosa Falling in Love. The Arabasta Kingdom. Chapter 78, Opening a New Art Store in Arabasta. The Interaction of Arabasta and Drum People with the Manga. Chapter 76, Reveal the Shocking Truth to Alvia. The Drum Kingdom. Creating manga of One Piece on Pirates World become my ultimate goal. For more advanced chapters. https://www.patreon.com/blackstar_bh. Paragraph. At the moment Rob was on the Grand Line heading towards a new goal of opening his own art store. I think that's for the best. While he was in the sky, he began to remember the content of his conversation with his wife, the facts he had revealed to her, and her sudden reaction to everything. Flashback. Alvia, I have something to tell you so that your mood in the future will not be affected and so that you may remain strong as I have always known you. Rob looked into Alvia's eyes and spoke without any hesitation. You're making me tense, Rob, just tell me what's going on. How do you know what our Robin will look like in the future? This kinda scares me. First, tell me why are you so sure Miss All Sunday is our Robin? Rob was more interested in this point. It's a mother's intuition, and Miss All Sunday is just like me. The moment I saw her she felt like Robin, and I think Belmere knows that too because she already told me that your manga is real. Just tell me everything now. The manga I'm drawing at the moment is another reality in a parallel world where I died. It's a parallel world. I got his memories in a way that I can't describe, but I can bet that we have the same history with the parallel world and we probably would have had the same future if I had died. But before he could finish speaking, he felt Alvia's warm body hugging him tightly. I understand everything now, but the most important thing is that you will not die, right? Rob felt a deep fear of Alvia at this moment. She was afraid of losing him. Rob gently patted her back as he spoke. No, I won't die in this world and it doesn't look like I could die even if I tried. The important thing is, no matter how unfortunate you read about the unfortunate events in the manga later, I hope you don't blame me. Those events are what happened in a parallel world and I'm obligated to paint them as they are or I'm really going to die. I will not blame you no matter what. I will be with you in whatever you want to do. If you want to change the world through facts from another world, I am with you on this, my dear. But please don't tell me that our daughter will be evil in that world. Haha, no, my dear, Robin-chan is the kindest person in all of the parallel worlds out there. It really comforted me. End of flashback. Rob was so happy to have a woman like Alvia whose only fear after knowing the truth was whether he would stay with them or die in this world too. After he finished thinking about what had happened, Rob began sensing his current surroundings again. He had entered a cold region in the Grand Line. Rob noticed the snow falling in this area of the sea and realized that he was already close to his destination. Due to his lightning-enhanced speed, Rob quickly arrived at the desired location. Rob has finally descended into the Kingdom of Drum, a kingdom of winter and snow. My art store will be the only warm place on this island. I think I'll have to add some heaters to warm the store more. That would be an important attraction. The title of art seller gave him vital insights into ensuring that his profits would continue to rise anywhere. In a house among the snow-covered pines, an old woman was busy preparing her various medicinal recipes, as she used to do every day. Her common nickname among the current inhabitants of Drum Kingdom was Immortal Witch. After all, she has lived through many generations and is still alive without any complications. This was the home of the famous Dr. Kureha. What are these annoying lights? From the window, a beam of light penetrated and caused annoying photorefraction of the eyes. Dr. Kureha had to get out of the house to find out what was going on. This. What is this thing? Art store. Where can you enjoy the future? These bright words decorated the sky of the Winter Kingdom and everyone in this kingdom could see them. Including a crazy doctor who felt excited at the moment. What will my future as a respected doctor be? Will I save a lot of people in the future? I'm really interested. The bright lights of the art beacon were reflected in the eyes of a 40-year-old man with a strange hairstyle and an excited smile. This man was the notorious Dr. Hiralik on this island. Rob stood beside the king of this kingdom and his guards while speaking with a smile to the people of the Drum Kingdom, who were feeling excited by everything they heard from this man in front of them at the moment. I promised King Maypal that I would make a lot of profitable investments on this island, didn't this, King Maypal? Rob looked at King Maypal with a meaningful smile while the latter forcibly smiled and nodded his head without daring to laugh it off, even adding so much spice to Rob's words. King Maypal was the current king of the Drum Kingdom. He seemed to be 55 years old and was the father of Wapple who happened to be 1 year old at present. When Rob first came to this kingdom, he humbly asked for a plot of ground from the king so that he could open his art store here, but Maypal thought he was just a fat sheep waiting to be slaughtered and demanded a 1 billion berry for a little piece of ground. So Rob taught him a small lesson until he became obedient. The smell of roasting meat from being struck by lightning still pervaded the place after all. Not yet born who can blackmail Rob. Rob went on to talk about the benefits of the art store for the still-growing crowd. Of course, he didn't tell them about such great benefits as being able to protect the entire island. After all, that was his trump card that he wouldn't reveal as easily as he did last time in the Leviel Kingdom. As he was speaking, Rob saw two familiar figures in the newly regrouped crowd. They were Dr. Kureha and Dr. Hiralik. Dr. Kureha especially, Rob needs to have a good bond with this old woman, her amazing medical skills are worth it. He was very interested in her reaction when she sees herself in the manga after 2 weeks at the Drum Island arc. I won't make my speech longer for you, you can go in now and judge on my store for yourselves. Paragraph. The titles of the next 3 chapters. Fire Spoiler Fire. Chapter 77, Gloriosa Falling in Love. The Alabasta Kingdom. Chapter 78, Opening a New Art Store in Alabasta. The Interaction of Alabasta and Drum People with the Manga. Chapter 79, New Bleach Volume. The Road to Wano Country. Chapter 77, Gloriosa Falling in Love. The Alabasta Kingdom. Creating manga of One Piece on Pirates World become my ultimate goal. For more advanced chapters. https://www.patreon.com/blackstar_bh. Paragraph. The Grand Line, Amazon Lily Island. Since the art store appeared here, this place has become noisier by the day, after it was in the past very quiet. The art store became a sacred place for these female warriors and female pirates. And Rob, who was the owner of this store, became the most mysterious man in their hearts all. They've gotten to know Rob from the art store because he always leaves his autograph after all, and only a few of these women know Rob face to face. When Rob came here for the first time, he actually left his name to the female guards and the Empress only. So these very few women are the ones who know him. After all, Rob hasn't been back to Amazon Lily since he opened his store here. But he's allowed Alvia and the others to move there to hospitality these women from the Women Island from time to time. Just like today. So you are the wife of the owner of this place, aren't you? Gloriosa, the empress of this place, did not know how many times she had asked this question. Alvia looked at the beautiful woman in front of her with confidence, and she answered with pride. Yes, I am his wife, Empress. I have already answered that question to you dozens of times now. Do I look like I'm lying? Look at this picture. Alvia took out her iPhone and showed her a very intimate pose with Rob. Gloriosa felt a twinge in her heart when she saw this picture. The Empress's female guards also showed a look of disappointment when they saw the picture. Alvia's eyes narrowed to a crescent shape as she saw the reactions of the Empress and her guards to this fact. And she asked with a rather frightening smile. Did Rob do something to disgrace you girls? Why do you have such a sad expression when you find out I'm his wife? Rouge, Sora, Belmire, and Matriarch all felt pity for Rob when they saw her fearsome smile that would obviously kill him if she found out he had done something bad behind her back. Gloriosa regained her composure and said with a somewhat fake smile. No, he didn't do anything at all. He forcefully opened his store here after I turned him down, and that helped us all enjoy manga we didn't know anything about. That's why we liked him so much. I hope you don't blame Mr. Rob, Alvia-san. Yes. Yes. That's what happened. I never thought I'd like a man in my life until I saw Rob-san. Alvia, who had heard the words of the Empress and her guards, did not know whether to cry or laugh. She can't blame her husband for his charm, can she? What Alvia didn't know was that Rob broke into the Empress' bathroom and he saw her completely naked body. Gloriosa hid this fact to protect Rob's married life. After Alvia and the others leave, Gloriosa returns to her palace. Above her bed her sensual body was turning left and right, she couldn't sleep at all. The content of her conversation with Alvia was replaying in her mind almost at every moment. From the day that Strangeman broke into her bathroom, it seemed as if he had broken into her heart as well and imprinted himself deeply in it. On the same night she suffered from a high fever and many thoughts were in common, all of her thoughts containing that man's face. Only after a few days, did she find out that she had become in love with that man. From the records of the previous empresses, her condition was similar to many of them who fell in love. If it wasn't for the art store he left behind, she would have gone crazy or gone out to sea to look for him. That man her heart chose was the one she wanted to live with, even if she broke the taboo in the law of the Amazon Lily Island. But when Alvia first came to the art store on their island and told her that this man was her husband, her subconscious refused to believe it. Every time she asks her the same question and Alvia answers her with the same answer. To this day, Alvia has shown her the ultimate proof. Her false hopes flew out the window. Gloriosa rolled over on her bed again, but this time her tears streamed uncontrollably down her pretty face. Her heart is broken. The Grand Line, Alabasta. Rob appeared in the kingdom of sand and desert this time, although it looked a lot greener than it looked in the future. Rob wandered in the capital Alubarna for some time, the buildings here reminding him of the Arab civilization of his former world. Rob is surprised that the city has a festive atmosphere. So he used the observation hockey and covered the whole city. From the whispers of the crowd near the royal palace Rob got surprising news. Today is the last festive day of the week-long royal wedding. Well, since it is the last day of the wedding, I have to wait just a little while to meet the young King Cobra. Rob searches for a hotel and chooses to spend a quiet night there. He's already finished setting up an art store on Drum Island, now all he has to do is set up a store here on Sandy Island and he'll be done. He wanted to protect the islands containing the poneglyphs the most. He also decided to present to his wife any poneglyph who knew his whereabouts. The more complex reason why he set up his art store here so urgently is that there is a possibility that there is a Pluton somewhere on this island. He will surely know where he is after reading the poneglyph. The next morning, Rob drove his Ford to the royal palace, marveling at the residents who had remained frozen in place when they saw a Ford for the first time in their lives. Even the palace guards didn't dare stand in his way when they saw the Ford wanting to enter through the gates. Rob came down from the Ford in a suit and solemn mood, only his 3-meter height approximately made everyone who saw him want to bow to greet the king. Rob opened the back of the car and called the guards to carry the gifts he brought. After all, coming to meet a newlywed couple without gifts would be bad for Rob's taste. The servants and maids of the royal palace ran to take the well-arranged gifts as hearts appeared in their eyes as they looked at the Ford that looked like a black armored beast, with matchless elegance. From here, my lord, the king, and queen are already waiting for you. A maid said very humbly as she began to lead the way. Before Rob came here, he sent a message to the royal palace, which contained his identity and his desire to meet the king, as well as his goodwill. Of course, when Cobra had learned that his guest is a notorious pirate with a bounty close to $1 billion, what can he do but obey? Paragraph. The titles of the next 3 chapters. Fire Spoiler Fire. Chapter 78, Opening a New Art Store in Alabasta. The Interaction of Alabasta and Drum People with the Manga. Chapter 79, New Bleach Volume. The Road to Wano Country. Chapter 80, Fighting Shiki. Earth and Sky Earthquake. Chapter 78, opening a new art store in Alabasta. The interaction of Alabasta and drum people with the manga. Creating manga of One Piece on Pirates World become my ultimate goal. For more advanced chapters, https://www.patreon.com/blackstar_bh. Paragraph. Thank you for your kind gifts on the occasion of my happy marriage. I and my wife really appreciate it. Cobra was no longer tense when he noticed that the other party didn't come with any aggressive intent, so he returned to his majestic nature as king of Alabasta and spoke softly. I totally agree with my husband, Mr. Rob, we are grateful for your generosity. Nefertari Titi, who looked just like a copy of Vivi, spoke with great gratitude. Although he is a dangerous pirate, he is still a big figure in this world. Someone like him who comes to congratulate them on their marriage is not something that happens every day. I came here for work. I didn't think I would come across the king and queen's wedding event. I thought this was a good opportunity to congratulate you, Rob said spontaneously while drinking the cup of sake that the maid offered. Then, what business does someone of your caliber do in my humble kingdom? Nefertari Titi noticed that her husband was tense again, so she grabbed his hand to calm him down. Nefertari Cobra calmed down thanks to his wife's kind gesture and waited for Rob's answer. As I said in my letter, I'm not a pirate anymore. Although my bounty is still active, that doesn't mean I'm a bad man. Please don't get tense because of me. I'm not an irrational person. Don't speak, King Cobra, just let me finish. I have become a reputable merchant in the 4 seas, and have just begun to publish my work in the Grand Line. Your country is the third I have chosen to publish my work in Grand Line, so this is what I came here for. I want to buy a piece of ground from you to open my art store in your country. Grand Line, Drum Kingdom. I can't believe a blind person can get his sight back here. How does this place work? It doesn't make sense. The laws of medicine don't work here. Sitting in the trendy tavern of the art store, Dr. Hirolik repeated his words for the 100th time. Since entering here he has been in a daze. Besides this, don't you feel that you can live forever if you stay in this place? This unnatural feeling. I think it's real. Dr. Hirolik turned back and looked at the old woman in front of him with a meaningful look. It could be said that his medical knowledge in comparison to this old woman could only be described as meager. So he couldn't consider something the old immortal has said to be meaningless. You are right, I feel indescribably safe in this place, as if I cannot die here. Dr. Kureha looked at the noisy place and smiled before she said. This place is very warm, it has amazing food and a variety of drinks, it provides physical and spiritual security, it's also very cheap and it's free entry, and most importantly this. She pointed to the manga book One Piece before continuing. I wonder if the owner of this paradise is a benevolent saint or a soul thief devil. Dr. Hirolik looked at the manga book while listening seriously to the words of his colleague in the profession. I've read it to the last chapter. I think this book is full of potential, a great story that shows what a pirate really should be. I think Monkey D. Luffy is a real pirate. How nice it is to seek freedom by relying on real companions. But this remains just a fantasy, there is no such pirate in today's world. I really don't understand why someone great as Sky Sword would publish such a book. While drinking a can of Coca-Cola from a vending machine, Dr. Hirolik said whatever was on his mind. Listen to the reactions of the people of the kingdom and you will understand why. Dr. Hirolik stopped drinking the soda and listened seriously. I want to read more of this story, it's really fun. Dad, can I go to the sea when I grow up? I want to be like Luffy. Yay. Nami-san is so beautiful. And Vivi-san too. I think Miss All Sunday is the prettiest. I didn't know the world was so big. Pirates aren't that bad. I didn't know the Navy was so rude. I'm starting to hate the Navy. I'm starting to love pirates. Hirolik sprinkled the drink he had not yet swallowed due to the shock, but Kureha avoided it before she got wet. This is really shocking, I think I'm starting to understand. He wants to change the world with art, but why do I have a feeling that I will meet the Straw Hat Pirates in the future? That's if you're still alive until then. Are you cursing me, you bastard? How about a bet, you're going to die before me, ha 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 ha. Dr. Hirolik froze from Kureha's evil laugh. Alabasta. That's amazing, manga. So this is the art the store owner was talking about. Great, that's really cool, I can't stop reading it since I read the first volume. I've lost 7,000 berry, but why do I feel like what I spent isn't worth it? I also have the same feeling. Why don't we buy the Bleach manga now that we're done with One Piece? Guys, we'll buy Bleach manga later, but doesn't it look like you missed something important? Ah. You're right, Nefertari Vivi. Isn't the royal family's name Nefertari too? He mentions the name of our kingdom directly in the last volume and says we are in a civil war. You fools, weren't you focused? This. You're right. Husband, this is kinda scary. I feel like this book predicts the future. The 22-year-old Cobra was sweating while reading the manga, but his wife's comment made him sweat even more. No. It's just a coincidence, Mr. Rob himself said he only publishes art. My dear, Mr. Rob doesn't know that we've decided to name our future daughter Vivi. Don't we just know that? Plus, the facade of this store clearly says that we can enjoy the future in this place. Maybe he got the name from your name by chance. And how do you explain the presence of Igram as the commander of the Royal Guard? Were we not going to appoint him to this position next month? How did he know that Igram became the commander of the Royal Guard? Although what he heard from his wife made a lot of sense, Cobra refused to believe it. He refused to believe that his future self had allowed his beloved daughter to put herself in such enormous danger. My dear, if I happen to die in the future, please don't endanger our daughter. Vivi will become the Queen of Alabasta after all. Nefertari Titi said with a rather bitter smile. Don't say that. Why curse yourself, my dear? Returning to Rob, all that can be seen of him at the moment are the sparks of lightning leaving behind him in a straight line. Rob was flying at lightning speed towards his next destination, but before that he summoned the system window to perform the next update. It's time for part 2 of the rescue arc after all. The next book of Bleach is coming to cause a new stir. Paragraph. The titles of the next 3 chapters. Fire Spoiler Fire. Chapter 79, New Bleach Volume. The Road to Wano Country. Chapter 80, Fighting Shiki. Earth and Sky Earthquake. Chapter 81, The Terrifying World of Shinigami Causes Everyone to be Stunned. Meeting Kuri Daimyo Odin. Chapter 79, New Bleach Volume. The Road to Wano Country. Creating manga of One Piece on Pirates World become my ultimate goal. https://www.patreon.com/blackstar_bh. Paragraph. Status window. Host, Rudes D. Rob. System level, level 9, 900, 000/1, 500, 000. Art store, 28, 28/100 usable. System shop, 531,563,054 art point. Host titles, beginner mangaka, art seller. Store window, manga One Piece. +7 books, /manga Bleach. +4 books, /One Piece anime. +0 episodes, /Hunter x Hunter anime. +0 episodes, /Naruto anime. +0 episodes. While flying at a high speed, Rob inspects the window of the system to publish the second part of the rescue arc that he had already finished from it some time ago. The feature of the system window was very good in this case, he could publish his manga from anywhere without having his personal presence. Regarding the new book that he just published in all his stores, it contains a big surprise and a big turn of events that will shock all the readers for sure. The good men who everyone thought died in the first part of the arc, the captain of Division 5, Sosuke Aizen, came back from the dead to shock everyone as the main villain and the big boss who was playing with the strings of everything long ago and who had everything under his control and planned meticulously of him. Rob was excited to see the audience's reaction to this situation. Bleach fans in particular will be stunned. After all, despite being a villain, Aizen would make a special impression on fans' hearts. An impression that cannot be touched in any way. After Ichigo saves Rukia from execution at the last moment, captains sympathetic to Rukia are forced to appear to stop the other captains, Shunsui Kairaku and Jushiro Yukitake, from interfering, thus beginning the real turmoil in the Soul Society. A lot battles started again everywhere in the Soul Society. But this time it was more strong and fiercer. The fight awaited by the fans, Ichigo against Byakuya, began right after Ichigo handed Rukia over to Renji to escape from the execution grounds. It was an enthusiastic fight and Rob was sure to make the followers' blood boil. After all, not only did Ichigo Bankai and Byakuya Bankai appear in this battle, the Hollow took control of Ichigo, making him become even more terrifying. Surprisingly, Ichigo defeated Byakuya in the end by a narrow margin. In addition to all of this, Rob is sure that the fight of Captains Kairaku and Yukitake against Captain Commander, Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto, will be very exciting for readers. After all, a fight of this level can be compared to the battles of an admiral level in this world. Yamamoto could be compared to an admiral of the fleet or more so. Commanders can also be compared to the level of an admiral. Only with his Shurikai, Yamamoto completely burned the area around them, and that didn't even show how strong his true strength was. Also featured in this part is another battle between the teacher and her student, this time as well, Yoruchi against Sui Feng, which Yoruchi eventually defeats using the Shunko technique. It is also in this part that Hitsugaya discovers that the mastermind behind everything is the still-alive Aizen, who was easily defeated by Aizen and went to the execution area where Rukia was sent there again by Tozen, who turned out to be Aizen's partner. Despite the efforts of Ichigo, Renji, and Captain Sajin Komamura, Aizen manages to extract Hogyoka from Rukia's body, and he and his associates, Tozen and Jin Ichimaru, manage to escape from the Soul Society to Hueco Mundo despite being surrounded by Godai 13 commanders due to the arrival of several Minos Grande. At the end of the rescue arc, Ichigo and his friends return to the real world, leaving Rukia behind at her request. This was the summary of the second part of the rescue arc. After Rob finished some modifications in the system window, he continued his journey towards his goal. He quickly bypassed Paradise, the first part of the Grand Line, and entered the new world he had not entered for a while. Of course, it's not him but the former Rob. Rob needed no log pose or maps this time because thanks to his photographic memory he was able to retrieve all of Rob's buried memories, which contain all the routes he's traveled aboard the Oro Jackson in the past. After all, he's lived for 6 years on Roger's ship, and most of it is here in the new world, so Rob remembers a lot about the second part of the Grand Line, plus he was born here in the new world. The moment Rob entered this part of the sea he felt as if he had come home. He was very familiar with this place. Despite the huge changes in the atmosphere that seemed rather unnatural or catastrophic as they must be described, Rob still feels nostalgic. Rob passed through a thunderstorm and sucked all the lightning out of it, causing the storm to disappear and the sea to calm down. Rob burped as if he had just finished a fancy meal and continued his easy way through the storms and various weather changes. This was a simple method for training the abilities of a lightning fruit. External lightning was a great item for training his devil fruit after all. Rob chose a specific and short route and avoided flying over islands and naval bases. While he was flying towards his next destination, which Rob decided would be Wano country, Rob came across something very interesting that made him slow down. 5 islands floating in the air, 4 small islands, and 1 large island in the middle of all of them. Rob's eyes flashed as he flew toward the large floating island. Perhaps today he will get some benefits from this untamed lion. Paragraph. The titles of the next 3 chapters. Fire spoiler fire. Chapter 80, Fighting Shiki. Earth and Sky Earthquake. Chapter 81, The Terrifying World of Shinigami Causes Everyone to be Stunned. Meeting Kuri Daimyo Odin. Chapter 82, Daimyo of Kuri, Odin, and the 9 Akazaya. Opening an art store in Kuri. Chapter 80, Fighting Shiki. Earth and Sky Earthquake. Creating manga of One Piece on Pirates World become my ultimate goal. https://www.patreon.com/blackstar_bh. Paragraph. Jihahaha. Who is my guest this time? The moment Rob stood on the surface of the floating island, the Golden Lion's laughter resounded across the entire sky of the island. Shiki was right now, and Shiki who had been defeated by the Straw Hats 27 years from now was like comparing the distance between heaven and earth. After all, Rob saw dozens of battles between Roger and Shiki with his own eyes. Their battles, especially the last battles between them, were earth-shattering. They were very strong, so Rob was not detracting from the value of the Golden Lion Shiki in any way. But because of his immortal body also he wasn't worried in any way. He could even face 1,000 Shiki and would still be alive despite dying 1,000 times. So what is there to worry about? Although confronting a great pirate may seem like suicide in the eyes of many, for Rob it is just a fleeting thought and he decided to implement it. But there are still worthy goals behind this fleeting idea. He decided to bump into this man, first to find out the exact level of his own strength. After all, the current Shiki could be considered the peak of strength in the world, except for I am. He also wanted to plant his art store here, so he could easily track down this invisible bastard and, after all, his devil fruit was too amazing to miss. Rob would wait for it for years until he weakened and took it from him, as well as destroying the 20-year plan by which Shiki wants to destroy East Blue after Roger's death. This was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Rude's D. Rob, a former member of Roger Pirates, has come to meet the Golden Lion. Boom. The ground near Rob shook and dust scattered when a majestic man emerged from the dust, with very thick, yellow, thorny hair drooping down, and with a short beard. Shiki looked at the men in front of him with a wide smile before asking with great enthusiasm. Ah. Roger Pirates. Former. Aren't you the famous Sky Sword? Jihahaha. Did you come to join my crew after your arrogant captain rejected my offer? Anyway, I will definitely accept someone of your caliber. Looks like you misunderstood something, Golden Lion. I didn't come to join you, I came to offer you a business deal. Shiki's bright smile turned into a frown and then disappointment. He looked with his head down as if he had been betrayed of some sort. The sight of the Golden Lion depressed rendered Rob speechless. He didn't think the stupid studio extras in the anime were real. What were those signs of the frustrating darkening aura above the Golden Lion's head? Is he just imagining it? Shiki was really frustrated. Just why doesn't at least one strong person join him? All his rivals, Whitebeard, Roger, have hundreds of times more powerful members of his crew and he's their rival. He doesn't even have a right arm that can be considered really strong. Because of the trash crew who chose to follow him, Shiki became the ranking tail of the 3 great pirates. Isn't he, the Golden Lion Shiki? Doesn't he have a strong charm that attracts strong men to his crew? Even that bitch Lean produced a lot of powerful children, and maybe she might have 1 or 2 children among them with him, and even that lucky apprentice, Kaido, had obtained good seeds. Except him. It looks like it's heading for bankruptcy from the top. His situation doesn't look very promising. Then, what deal do you have with me, Sky Sword? Do you want to take the title of the best swordsman in the world from me or something? A/N, since the best swordsman in the world, before my hawk, was not mentioned, I decided to make Shiki the best swordsman in the world at the moment. Taking that title from you is kinda tempting, but I came up with a business deal this time. Business deal? I'd like to open a store that sells lots of fun stuff here on your island if you'd like. Rob knew Shiki well, he was sure he would refuse, after all, who wants to bring in their safe base something out of their control? And more privately, the secretive base of Shiki was one of his strongest cards. So why would he let Rob make a rabbit trap on his land? Not only that, but Rob is sure that his offer will make the Golden Lion angry because his mood is fickle as hell. And that's exactly what happened. Are you making fun of me? His earlier frustration, followed by this man's suspicious presentation, was on his nerves. Do you know who you're talking to, Kozo? Rob Suragiri pulled out of the scabbard, who in turn longed to fight like a sword. He turned his face towards Shiki. You reject my good intentions, Golden Lion, but don't blame me in the end. Blame you? Do the bugs need the blame? Since you won't join me, you have to die here. Sending your corpse to Roger, that will make him angry, won't it? Rob didn't know whether to cry or laugh. Was this Golden Lion on an unknown type of drug that made him turn into a complete idiot? Boom. Sparks fly everywhere after Shiki's swords, Oto and Kogarashi, collided with Suragiri. They were famous swords that were powerful in their own right, but the person who was carrying them was even more powerful. I heard you stopped Admiral Zephyr, and it looks like it was real. Don't you know that during a fight chatter is unnecessary, Shiki? Jihahaha. You're a cocky boy, but I like it. Show me what you can do. Boom. Boom. What is going on here? This captain is fighting. Is it an enemy attack? Get up, bastards, we're under invasion. No, Captain Shiki is fighting one person. It's a battle of swordsmen. A terrifying sword intent makes my body shiver even from such a distance. Oh my god, the floating island is shaking. Golden Lion pirates of various ranks, from cannon fodder to commanders, gathered and watched the fearsome fight between their captain and the enemy. But the ferocity of the fighting did not allow them to interfere. Jihahaha. Not bad, really not bad at all. I don't know why, but your solid body kinda reminds me of that lucky, horned bastard. Do you know, you're the second person to compare me to that scum Kaido? Oh. So who's the first? It's the one who raped you. Shiki. His crew. Readers. Author. Shiki had a memory buried deep in his memory that caused him unforgettable shocks one day. When he was drunk to the extreme on that fateful day, he remembered that beautiful face with a sinister and lewd look that was drawing close to his face and moving away as she panted and enjoyed sucking it dry. She was going up and down his little brother with an abnormal roughness and speed. On that night, he felt as if he was in the arms of paradise and hell. His soul was trapped in a cold and hot cave, the wine made him weak and unconscious, while Linlin's strong soul made him in bad condition. He was raped in every way that night that left an overwhelming and indelible impression on his soul. But the question now is, how did this bastard know that he had been raped by Linlin? His face turned red, and Rob didn't know if it was anger or embarrassment. Hoy, don't get angry, it was just a joke. Rob felt as if he had angered the Golden Lion with his thick joke, so he hurriedly pulled it off. Do you know who you messed with? Aren't you the famous Golden Lion? Why are you asking such a stupid question? Boom. Rob was sent flying like a cannonball sent with crushing force, crashing into a small island below the main island, Merville. The small island was shattered into smaller pieces due to Rob's body, and the devil fruit power that was supporting it disappeared when the small island was shattered into pieces. Hundreds of huge rocks crashed into the sea below, and Rob hoped that this disaster wouldn't crush a ship below. Oh my god, this was painful as hell, old bastard. The Shiki pirates fell to their bottoms in shock when they saw a person being smashed onto an island with overwhelming force. The island was shattered into pieces, but he was still unscathed. Is he even human? In below, the blue sea. The sea rose in a dome and a bubble-wrapped pirate ship came out. The moment the ship rushed from the depths of the sea to the top, the bubble burst and the ship settled. Then, heard the voices of the pirates celebrating their arrival at the new world at last. Men. We have finally come to this stage as Elephant Hammer pirates. Now we can dominate the sea, we will show the world how strong Elephant Hammer pirates are. Boo-hoo. Captain. Suddenly the sky above them turned dark for an unknown reason. Everyone on the pirate ship raised their heads in anticipation, and it was shocking. This. Death is coming. I can see it. F***CK the new world. How did we not hear that it was raining huge rocks in the new world? Move on, you bastards, get us out of here from the field of rain rocks, we'll get crushed. Set fucking up the second sails. Captain, no maneuverability, it's hundreds, maybe thousands of huge rocks rain. Boom. 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 In a second, the pirate ship that had just entered the new world was crushed by huge blocks of rocks, which had previously been a small floating island with the power of the Golden Lion. He didn't even hear the screams of the pirates on board as they died in an instant and turned into a paste of meat. Neither Rob nor Shiki knew that they had ended the hopes of a rookie pirate crew without their knowledge, but even if they knew they wouldn't care, it was their bad luck after all. Rob and Shiki continued their fierce fight, not considering anything else. Sword energies collided and smashed a lot of rocks from the floating islands, the Conqueror Haki colliding and making the pirates watching the battle kneel in awe under the stifling pressure of Conqueror Haki. It was a battle that lasted for half a day. Within half a day the sky and the earth and sea shook. Rob was developing fiercely during the fight while Shiki laughed non-stop as he threw yellow energy blades toward Rob filled with killing intent. At the scene of their fight, the sky was torn apart, again and again, yellow and purple energy lights collided with each other, and black clouds formed, sending an ominous omen of calamity here. Even pirates or navies who were at the closest point to the battlefield below in the sea, they could see the abnormal signs of disastrous combat. After all, such phenomena only occur when two great pirates fight each other with their full strength, and this is a rare occurrence. How did you become so strong? You're on the same level as your captain. That's terrifying. Shiki spat blood from his mouth as he was slightly injured and said in astonishment. Anyone can become a powerful force by working hard. Come on, I didn't even use my devil fruit's power. Shiki, you really disappoint me. You're saying that as if I've already used my ability. Brat, our fight is destroying my base, why don't you just leave? When Shiki offered to leave, Rob was disappointed that he didn't get a chance to show the power of the lightning fruit he had recently obtained, but it was okay. Rob was patient enough to test it later. There were still plenty of monsters to enjoy fighting later. Okay, I will leave, but not before I leave you a gift for which you will thank me very much in the future, but because of your violent behavior everything in my store will be twice or more as expensive, but I think you can afford it, Golden Lion. Huh. The Golden Lion didn't understand anything of what the bastard in front of him had said, but he suddenly felt something appear out of nowhere in his field of observation and quickly turned around when he saw a building of modern specifications appearing out of nowhere, while he feeling daunted and dazed. When he turned to ask Rob what this was, he found that bastard was already gone. Paragraph. The titles of the next 3 chapters. Fire spoiler fire. Chapter 81, The Terrifying World of Shinigami Causes Everyone to Be Stunned. Meeting Kuri Daimyo Odin. Chapter 82, Daimyo of Kuri, Odin, and the 9 Akazaya. Opening an art store in Kuri. Chapter 83, Doing a favor to Odin by rooting out the future roots chaos. Chapter 81, The Terrifying World of Shinigami Causes Everyone to Be Stunned. Meeting Kuri Daimyo Odin. Creating manga of One Piece on Pirates World become my ultimate goal. https://www.patreon.com/blackstar_bh. Paragraph. After the raid on Soul Society led by Kurosaki Ichigo, battle spread all over, and in the end, Kurosaki Ichigo managed to arrive in time and stop the execution at the last moment. These were the events of the first part of the rescue arc, which caused the readers to ignite the enthusiasm to wait for the second part with great enthusiasm. And as they expected, the second part didn't disappoint them. No, it is more correct to say that the second part blew up their most brutal expectations, and assured the readers that anticipating its events before its release was nothing but a fantasy. Who would have guessed that Aizen would be the big villain? After their grief for him in the first part, they felt pity for themselves in this part. Just as Rob predicted, the day after his second volume was released, sales shot up again through the roof, and the volumes he put into each store their numbers were dropping at an insane rate. When he was fighting Shiki, Rob didn't want to be bothered by the system's notifications, so he cancelled it and continued to fight freely. After arriving in Wano country and before entering the urban areas, Rob found the time to check the notifications again. Surprisingly, a lot of Marines were once again interested in Bleach manga. Rob didn't expect that setting up an art store in Mary Geos would even affect Marineford, so he started wondering should he set up an art store in Marineford. Rob also discovered a lot of stacked notices from the world government agents from CP0 to CP9, Celestial Dragons, Gora CI, slaves, Celestial Dragons guards, and the biggest of them all, the mysterious person behind the world government nicknamed him. All these people read the new chapter with great enthusiasm. Apart from the world government and the Navy, pirates were the least numerous of his clients. After all, most pirates concentrated in the Grand Line. If he doesn't put up his art store on Whole Cake Island as soon as possible, the real pirates won't be exploring the manga world anytime soon. So far only the weak pirates of the 4 seas are enjoying the benefits of the art store. Perhaps Arabasta will be good pirates' stop point in paradise in the future as well, given that it has an art store. West Blue, Kano Country. Inside the art store, it was a bit noisy, but somehow the noise didn't affect the people focused on reading the manga. Mihawk, who is no longer a stranger to art store goers now, was one of those people who focused on reading manga. He was so focused that his eyes contained a mysterious glint from the start of his reading of the second part. How not, and this manga still surprises him with the sharpness of its fights and their magnificence. The hell? It was a terrifying level of strength possessed by these swordsmen who seemed to be mere spirits. They were spirits of death. Their swords could compare to, or perhaps even surpass, the powers of the devil fruits. Their captains could compare their strength or spiritual pressure as it was called in their world to the level of the admirals in this world. For Mihawk, who chose not to eat the devil fruit because of its drawbacks beyond its benefits, the Zanpakuto was an irresistible temptation. What supreme or more famous swords are compared to the Zanpakuto? Unfortunately, there is no comparison. Mihawk felt remorse that he wasn't born into the Shinigami world instead of the pirates' world. Captain Shunsue Kairaku and Jushiro Yukate's fight against Captain Commander Yamamoto left him in utter awe. He was completely dumbfounded. A battle power like this was what he aspired to reach at any cost. Only if he reached that stage could he call himself the best swordsman in the world, and take the title from the Golden Lion. As for the fight between Ichigo and Byakuya, it was one of the best fights Mihawk had seen in Bleach so far, although he felt that Ichigo was very lucky or else he wouldn't win. Byakuya Bankai, Senbon Sakura Kageyoshi, was so awesome, millions of sharp blades were practically impossible to avoid. It was scary to fight with someone like him. But Ichigo's hollow mask made him even more terrifying in this fight, and his Bankai, Tensa Zangetsu, became even more powerful. Mihawk felt that Ichigo's body contained many secrets, his spiritual world in particular, as it appeared in the previous chapters. I heard that Don Chinjo started training his family in bleach skills. I heard that, but what kind of skill? Kido techniques and unique Hakuta techniques and fencing skills. What an idiot, doesn't he know that he needs Ryatsu to do this? The fool is you. Have you heard of hockey before? Hockey. Ohara. Thank you for taking my order so quickly. As you can see, I really like this coffee with a milkshake. No matter how much I drink from it, I can't get enough of it. Ishu thanked with a smile Belmir, who had just brought his request. You don't have to, sir, it's my job. With a satisfied smile, she turned around to serve the next customer. Ishu is back to enjoy the last chapters of the new volume. I didn't really expect Aizen to be such a malicious scheme, it just surprised me. You see that? This Aizen seems like a very strong and undefeatable person. He crushed Captain Hitsugaya like an ant and easily took out the so-called Hogyoku from Rukia's body and summoned his army of those fearsome demons to bring him back to that demon realm, Hueco Mundo. Ishu looks at the men who said it all and finds out that he is a man of his age, and they share the same fate. Both are blind outside the store. You're right, I'm curious to know where the story goes now. At least Ichigo and his comrades managed to survive. Not only that, but Ichigo was appointed as an official Shinigami. Mary Geos. Do you understand, Kong? From now on, your position is that of the Commander-in-Chief of the world government. It is a heavy position and a great trust. I hope you will not disappoint this trust. Yes, as you can see, the atmosphere in Mary Geos has been very strange for the last couple of months, so we want you to do something to our liking. But don't do anything negative about the art store. Kong pressed his fingertips hard as he tried to suppress his anger. How would he change anything if he didn't get close to the core of the problem? Do they think he is a god? Okay, elders, I will do as you command. Good, and you, Vegapunk, is your report on the art store 100% truthful? This time the bald Gorosei looked toward a man in white scientist clothes, half of his upper face covered with a metal mask. Yes, it is. So what do you mean by being that this is an alien technology? New world, Wano country. From here please, sir, D. Gozaru. Rob with a mysterious smile looked at the young man who was leading the way for him. This young man was Kinneyman. He didn't look much older than his future version. After all, in the true timeline, he was sent 20 years into the future, but in this timeline maybe that it may not happen. Rob was currently in the famous daimyo castle of Kuri, the only man in history who succeeded in reforming Kuri and turning it into an official province and standing at its head as a daimyo. Now, it was Odin, the daimyo of Kuri from 4 years ago. He kind of got tired of this life and wanted to go to the sea so bad. The moment he heard that a merchant from the outside world had come to request a formal meeting with him, he nearly punctured the wall of his castle and ran along the road to search for the merchant from the outside world. If he had not been caught by his loyal servants, Denjiro, Nekomamushi, Aizu, Kikunajo, Inuarashi, and others, he would have really done it. Just sit like a respectable daimyo and wait for him to come. You're the daimyo of Kuri, Odin-sama. But. No, but, Kinneyman has already gone to meet him. Paragraph. The titles of the next 3 chapters. Fire spoiler fire. Chapter 82, Daimyo of Kuri, Odin and the 9 Akazaya. Opening an art store in Kuri. Chapter 83, doing a favor to Odin by rooting out the future roots chaos. Chapter 84, killing Korazumi's remnant and getting 2 devil fruits. Chapter 82, Daimyo of Kuri, Odin and the 9 Akazaya. Opening an art store in Kuri. Creating manga of One Piece on Pirates World become my ultimate goal. https://www.patreon.com/blackstar_bh. Paragraph. Ha 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 ha. You're fun, Rob-san. I didn't expect the world to be so big as you described it. If a merchant's life is more wonderful also, I thought only pirates are the freest. You are wrong, not all pirates are free, only the strong ones can be called free. Rob said in an emphatic tone. Oden was in front of him completely ignorant of the affairs of the outside world, unfortunately, because of the Wano Kuni Lockdown Act. After all, Oden's ultimate dream was to open the borders of the Wano Kuni. You haven't told me yet, how did you overcome all obstacles and enter Wano country? Even Kinemon and the rest of the Akazaya focused on Rob's answer when they heard their master's question. I didn't need to get over any obstacles because I came from the sky and not by the sea. The sky? Yes, I can fly. So then. That makes it clear. The stars were practically appearing in Oden's eyes as if he was telling Rob, please, teach me to fly. Rob was not surprised by Oden's temperament, as he recognized him from the flashback in the anime. Until this point Oden was a man who cared more about fun than even serious matters. Rob predicts that the first big turning point in Oden's life will happen soon when the Whitebeard pirates come here in Wano. That was why Rob decided to open an art store here in Kuri. Allowing the Whitebeard pirates to learn about his manga was the main goal. Perhaps Whitebeard's fighting would be a secondary objective. So Rob-san, why did you come to Wano Kuni? Rob looked at the person who spoke. It was a pretty girl or maybe a pretty trap, Kikunajo. I came to make Kuri an important area in Wano country. I came to make Wano enjoy manga. Manga. Is it a kind of fruit? I'm going to open an art store that sells stories about adventures in the outside world. For you people, these books will be treasures, won't they? Really? This time, it wasn't only Oden who cried out loudly, but all 9 of the Akazayas. Rob Dano, you're not kidding. Are you? Oden and his guards cried loudly, their excited expressions truly astonishing Rob. He didn't expect them to be so excited. I'm not kidding, I really sell stories about the outside world. I heard that the Wano country has been isolated from the world and closed for many years, so I came to contribute to the education of the good people of Wano. Of course, that is if the Wano rulers have no objection. No objection. I'm a Kuri daimyo and future shogun Wano. I accept your goodwill, Rob Dano, don't worry. Even his loyal servants nodded their heads in understanding. So this is really comforting. So, can you tell us what kind of stories from the outside world you are going to tell us? The more Oden thought of the outside world, the more excited he became. Stories about kind adventurers, going to dangerous and interesting places to explore, stories about organizing the shape of the world, introducing the world's diverse creatures, and the diverse world's civilizations, and in fact, there is a lot to mention. Whoa. This time, it wasn't only Oden who had stars in his eyes, but all of his loyal servants. I remember that you have a law banning outsiders from entering the Wano country, so why didn't you fire me, Oden-san, you are the daimyo after all. Ha 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 ha. Do we have a law like this? I don't remember it. Oden patted Rob's shoulder before speaking again. We're friends now, aren't we? So you're not a stranger anymore, my eyes can't misjudge someone. You really are a great person, Oden. From behind, the 9 Akazayas, among whom was Kenjuro, the traitor, they were watching everything. They were headed to a convenient place to open an art store. Rob and Oden previously talked about this matter. Oden was pleased to contribute a plot of ground to this operation which his friend said would make Wano a prosperous and happy country always. Rob's earlier words still recur in Oden's mind even now. Your country's borders will become nothing but useless borders when I open my art store in your land, the vast world will come to you, you don't need to travel outside the country, the whole world will be in your hands. It was not only Oden who got excited by these words but even his servants felt anticipation when they heard it. Here, Rob-san, I think this is the right place. Oden-sama. Kinemon Dano. Ashura Dano. Both Oden and his servants returned the greeting of their people with smiling faces. Rob was satisfied with how Oden treated his people, he was very generous. You're right. This is a good place, a flat plain and central district, very good as a place for my store. Now, you have to invite your people to come here, we have to tell them my project. I told you earlier that I would help you set up businesses works, knowing that you would be the future shogun, that would be the best. But why are you upset? Rob looked at Oden's face and found that he was already annoyed. Rob wanted to laugh right now. I can call my people here to see the magic building you've spoken of, I'm also excited to see it, but I don't understand anything about your business. Oden-sama, you don't need to understand anything, we are your servants, we will understand everything for you, just rely on us. You all. Now it's time for magic. In front of the flat grassy plain of Kuri district, a whole Kuri people, both men and women, gathered for the opening ceremony of the first art store of its kind in Wano. The people who were saved from poverty and crime by Odin became civilized people, who yearned to live a decent life. And now they were attending their first interesting event in the presence of their daimyo. Or especially by the friend of the daimyo, the outsider person. Suddenly the void curved over the flat plains and a building even stranger than the void appeared, its shadow covering the astonished faces of the Kuri people and their ruler. Art store in Kuri, Wano Kuni Dash. Officially opened. Paragraph. The titles of the next 3 chapters. Fire spoiler fire. Chapter 83, Doing a favor to Odin by rooting out the future roots chaos. Chapter 84, Killing Korazumi's remnant and getting 2 devil fruits. Chapter 85, Baroque Work Saga, Little Garden Arc. Chapter 83, Doing a favor to Odin by rooting out the future roots chaos. Creating manga of One Piece on Pirates World become my ultimate goal. https://www.patreon.com/blackstar_bh. Paragraph. Yoho. One Piece manga is so wonderful. The adventures of the Straw Hats and the strength of their friendship are truly enviable. How amazing is this bond? Doesn't it remind you guys of our friendship? Odin looked at his 10 loyal servants and brought back his precious memories of when these men started following him on his journey without even asking for his permission. Kinemon and Denjiro were his first followers, then Aizu and Kakunajo, who were just vagrant children. Then Kanjuro and Reizo. Nekomamushi, Inuarashi, and Kawamtsu. And the last of them is Ashura Doji. They all had their own story, but all of their stories came together in his service. I haven't said it before, but I'm really glad to have you all with me. You guys are the best of men. I'm so proud of you. Kinemon and the rest. For a moment they were dumbfounded, but then when they comprehended the situation, their eyes became misty, their master's words at them aroused their deep emotions for the first time. After all, before they met Odin they were just a group of untamed, homeless kids. But after meeting Odin and receiving golden advice from Yasui, they became real men, who could be considered the servants of the famous daimyo of Kuri. I'm really proud to have you guys by my side. Let's build Wano towards a brighter future together. Yes. Odin-sama, we will definitely do that. After the emotional event, Odin and his group continued to read the manga with an insatiable appetite, which was treasures for knowledge, entertainment, and learning, just as Rob said. He didn't lie about anything, no, he lowered his manga description. Manga. The fruit? It was truly a forbidden fruit. The moment you eat it, you will never be satisfied with little chapters and you will be cursed with the desire to eat it forever. After completing the One Piece manga and getting acquainted with many wonderful places, such as Fuchsia Village, Shells Town, Orange Town, Syrup Village, Barity Restaurant, Kokoyasi Village, and Lobe Town in East Blue, and do not forget other places such as the Island of the Boxmen and the Warship Island, and the calm belt that crowded with sea kings. All this left them dumbfounded, but the Grand Lines events were even more exciting, from the Reverse Mountain to the Whiskey Peak, all waiting for the rest of the story on the Embers. However, they moved on to buy the Bleach manga, and here was the surprise. The World of Samurai. In Bleach everyone has a sword, so the awe of Odin and his loyal servants increased exponentially. Where's Soul Society? I want to go. Odin-sama, I think it's a place where souls go after death, so I think my father has become a Shinigami as he fights the dreaded Hollows and eliminates their threat to our living world. Sai, this is an honor for our family. D. Gozaru. Yumo, what a great soul. I never thought the world was so big, even the dead are immortals in heaven and can visit the earth. Okay, we'll go to Karakura then, since Urahara is there, he can help us go to the Soul Society. I want to hit Aizen's ass. It wasn't just Odin and his men who enjoyed the manga of One Piece, Bleach, and the splendor of the art store, but all the Kuri people and even visitors from other provinces who happened to be in Kuri province the moment the art store opened. It's been half a day since Rob opened his shop here in Kuri, but the number of visitors hasn't decreased at all but only increased. After all, the reality of the miraculous building that can restore the sight of the blind and the voice of the deaf, adjust the height of the giant and dwarf, and restore the patient's health to a normal state, temporarily, within the walls of the store. It spread like wildfire in every Kuri as well as towards other areas where everyone they could see the shop beacon above Kuri from everywhere in Wano, plus the method of transmitting news via arrows from one county to another is very effective after all. All these shocking facts are just incredible divine miracles for which the inhabitants of Wano didn't find a reasonable explanation other than linking them to the magic that the daimyo friend did, Rob. In addition to the reasonable price that Rob set for his products. 10 silver coins for one volume of the manga, this was a very affordable price that everyone could afford. After all, there is no berry here. The people of Wano deal in silver, gold, and platinum. This is one of the most primitive economies, but on the whole, someone like Rob would have no problem keeping pace with the economy of this closed country. Perhaps, after Odin becomes a shogun of Wano, he will propose to him to abolish this currency system and introduce berry to Wano or just create a coin identical to berry. Since Odin recognized Rob as his friend, Rob wasn't someone who wouldn't help a friend of his. Rather, he will nip all Odin's crises in the bud, just as he plans to do now. Currently, Rob was in the skies above the Hakamai prefecture and exactly above the residence of the daimyo Hakamai, Shimatsuki Yasui. His observation haki had been locked onto the purple-haired person for half a day now. Rob was waiting for the snake to come out of the hole. Finally, his senses picked up something interesting. Yasui-sama. What is it, Oroki? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. My family's health is really serious and very deteriorating, and I need a lot of money for medical expenses. Please help me, Yasui-sama. Yasui looked at Oroki, who was kneeling in front of him and crying heartily, and felt pity for him again. He had always wondered how bad the health of this man's family was until he asked for medicine for them almost every month. Okay, I'll help you stop crying. What a man with a big heart, he has mercy on even people with bad intentions. Rob, who witnessed all this, couldn't help but praise Yasui's kindness. But he still considered him stupid. After all, this kindness would cause his future doom. He noticed Rob Oroki with a sly smile coming out of the daimyo residence carrying a lot of gold back with him. When he got far enough away from the daimyo's residence, he began to keep a close eye on his surroundings, making sure that no one was following him. When he was sure of this, he went to an abandoned house in the Hakamai area and rode a small dinosaur, which was his quick means of transportation. Oroki left the Hakamai area and was going to his clan buddies who had already strengthened his presence. Remnants of other Kurozumi. But what he didn't expect was that the whole time someone had been following him unknowingly. He was leading the wolf into the sheepfold. Rob has always hated Oroki, and in the manga, the author introduces him like an insect who deserves to be trampled. So much so that there are fans who wished Oroki death so badly that they didn't even care if Kaido was still alive. It got worse when the Kurozumi elders who instigated everything appeared. Today, Rob was determined to kill them all. Not one of them will escape from his hand. Paragraph. The titles of the next 3 chapters. Fire spoiler fire. Chapter 84, Killing Korozumi's Remnant and Getting 2 Devil Fruits. Chapter 85, Baroque Works Saga, Little Garden Arc. Chapter 86, The Famous Giants. Dori and Broggy enthusiasm ascends to the sky. Part 1. Black Star Note. I hope everyone slept well and woke up to the chapter, ha ha ha. Good morning, thanks for everything, leave me more power stones to motivate me to write more. Chapter 84, Killing Korozumi's Remnant and Getting 2 Devil Fruits. Creating manga of One Piece on Pirates World become my ultimate goal. https://www.patreon.com/blackstar_bh. Paragraph. Rob flew in the sky while watching like a hawk the movements of Oroki, who had been running for some time in a dense forest towards a specific destination. Finally, Oroki, who was still young and ambitious to become a shogun, arrived at an abandoned wooden house in the middle of the forest. Rob recognized this place because he saw it in the anime from Oroki's flashback. This place was the last ruined remnant of the Kurozumi clan in Wano country. Rob checked the place with observation haki and recognized 2 other people inside. They were the same old man and old woman who had incited Oroki to start everything towards the downfall of the Kazuki clan. Rob went into stealth mode and reduced his presence to almost non-existent. This was a skill he had learned from his previous life. He was used to chases. After all, in more than one place he had to sneak away to escape, repeating that every time he mastered this to the point where he could become a first-class assassin if he wanted to. Today he has to assassinate someone so as not to cause him any possible inconvenience because of his annoying fruit. While Rob lurks in the shadows like a professional assassin, Oroki and his 2 allies laugh at Yasui's stupidity as they used to. Oroki laughed so much that his stomach hurt, while not realizing that he had brought death with him on the way. Nikukukyu. Oroki. Did you see that? I told you that realizing a dream starts with 1 step, you will definitely become a shogun. Now you must move to the next target, Odin. It would be fun to see the future shogun financing his neck cutter, wouldn't it? Nkukukyu. We need a lot of money, it's not enough at all. To attract Kaido's attention we need a lot of weapons, tons of that. We will be the main financiers of the beast pirates in the future, only then can the Kurozumi clan stand on top again. The old woman was Kurozumi Higurashi, the same person who uses the main no Mi, and who gave Oroki the devil fruit. Hibi no Mi, model, Yamada no Oroki. Sure. I'll do it, I'll do whatever it takes. On the side, the old man, Oroki's second ally, Kurozumi Semimaru, was playing his guitar with his eyes closed, as usual, unaware of the impending danger. He was unaware of the death that might knock on his door at any moment. He didn't realize it until when it actually happened. His senses warned him too late, only when the sword actually touched his neck did he get a belated warning. His eyes widened open and his senses responded in a manner faster than light. He almost activates his barrier fruit ability, but that's because he hadn't realized yet that he was already dead. the picture of his headless body was reflected in his widened eyes, which soon lost their final light. The last thing he saw and realized in this world was the fountain of his blood gushing from his neck. His head fell and rolled on the ground as a headless corpse immediately fell afterward. Next to the corpse, a basket full of fruits appeared out of nowhere. As he emerged from the darkness behind the headless old man's corpse, Rob, whose eyes were glowing with a sinister purple glint. The surigiri sword in his hand was not stained even by a single drop of the blood of the men who had just beheaded. Rob looked toward the basket of fruits he had just taken out of his inventory and didn't find any abnormal change yet, then turned his gaze toward the duo who fell on their bottoms with shock. Their minds haven't understood yet. What the hell happened here? Well, we're done with the potential inconvenience. This man's fruit is rather troublesome. Since he is an old man, it means that he has lived a lot and got plenty of time to develop the barrier fruit. It would be unwise to underestimate him. Anyone who holds this kind of troublesome devil fruit should die by assassination. Don't you agree with me, Kurozumi? You are a clan famous for assassinations after all. How do you feel when you taste from the same cup? Now, I will enjoy chopping you to pieces. Only now were both Kurozumi Oroki and Kurozumi Higurashi able to awaken from the stupor in which they had previously been plunged. You killed Semimaru. Do you realize what you just did? He is Kaido's subordinate. No, before we were Kaido's subordinates, we were his companions who sailed with him and guided him from a mere learner on a ship to a living monster. Do you realize now who you just killed? Kaido has companions like you. What a joke. Rob almost had laughed at this old woman's words. Had he not been familiar with Kaido's true personality, he would have truly believed such nonsense. Kaido is someone who doesn't even care about his own daughter. How can he take care of disgusting old men like these? Who are you? I have nothing to do with the Kurozumi clan. I'm going from here now. Despite his fear of this terrifying man, Oroki managed to stand up and moved a little towards the door, wanting to get away from this place as quickly as possible, but his steps stopped in a very harsh manner. Arg! Oroki cried out in an extremely loud voice, expressing the frightening pain he was feeling at this moment. His short legs remained in place as his upper stump fell to the wooden floor. But he was still screaming from the pain that still damaged the nerves in his brain. You especially have to die hard. Just cancel the idea of getting out of here alive. Oroki's eyes were bloodshot, but that didn't stop him from feeling frightened and crying like a terrified kid. What do you have against my clan, Kurozumi? Why are you doing this? If you're unaware, you're standing in Kaido's way. You're messing up Kaido's plans by doing this. Kaido will never forgive you for doing this. Before she could finish speaking, the world in front of her turned upside down, and her words stopped completely. Kaido, just shut up. You're so annoying, plus your mouth smell is so disgusting. Rob cut off her head with one blow, as he had done with her companion. This time, it was not an assassination, but a fatal blow with a tyrannical force. Rob's stifling aura made Oroki feel despair. A frightening picture was reflected in his eyes as the head of his second ally flew into the sky because of that fearsome man's sword. Rob started getting close to Oroki after he finished his first two goals. Stay away. Stay away. Please, I don't want to die. Before he gets into hysterics due to fear, Oroki remembers his trump card and regains his cool, but outwardly still gives a facade of a frightened and pathetic person. Have you seen these gold coins? It's a lot, isn't it? You can take them all, just leave me alone please. Oroki continued to pretend he was really afraid of this man, but he wasn't afraid of death after he mentioned his life-saving card. He will surely take revenge one day. Do you think you can trick me, Oroki? Huh? I'm not deceiving you, that's really all we have. Because of the mythical devil fruit, Yamada no Oroki, you have as many lives as heads. This fruit really is a cheat. The mythical devil fruit cannot be underestimated. You have 8 heads, so I can kill you 8 times, right? The blood on Oroki's body froze when he heard that. With a sinister smile on his face, Rob Surigiri rose, ready to kill him for the first time. At this moment Rob looked like a demon from hell. It had been a long time since he had recovered his evil self buried deep within. From the time he got to know Alvia, that character of him began to disappear little by little, but it did not disappear at all. All that happened is that he has hidden from view and can only show it in the face of such situations. When Oroki saw that evil smile, he tried to crawl towards the exit with all his might, but Rob's sword was faster than him. With one wave the Oroki was cut in half. After some time Rob came out of the wooden house with a basket of fruits while he ate an apple. On the basket of fruits appeared 2 fruits that are different from the rest. The fruit is transparent, glass-like, and the other is purple in color with snake-like patterns. Unfortunately I only got 2. Paragraph. The titles of the next 3 chapters. Fire spoiler fire. Chapter 85, Baroque Works Saga, Little Garden Arc. Chapter 86, The Famous Giants. Dori and Bragi enthusiasm ascends to the sky. Part 1. Chapter 86, The Famous Giants. Dori and Broggy enthusiasm ascends to the sky. Part 2. Chapter 85, Baroque Works Saga, Little Garden Arc. Creating manga of One Piece on Pirates World become my ultimate goal. https://www.patreon.com/blackstar_bh. Paragraph. Little Garden Arc. Kobe reappears in this arc. Before the Straw Hats officially reach Little Garden Island, Luffy remembers about his friend Kobe, who appeared in this arc, that he is starting to realize his dream of becoming a major figure in the Navy already. Kobe and his friend Helmaipo fell into the cruel hands of Vice Admiral Garp and began infernal training for their bodies to break the level of the ordinary person and officially enter the world of strong people. Rob was very interested in Garp's reaction to his appearance in the manga. Maybe he might keep scratching his nose and laughing while flipping to the next page. That's how he would react, right? Garp is the first elite marine to appear in the manga, so Rob is also interested in the reaction of the elite navy. Especially Sengoku, who has officially become an admiral of the fleet, as this big news was already announced, which caused quite a stir recently. This early change in the plot didn't really surprise Rob. With his blatant interference in the plot, the change would be inevitable. After the minor arc that shows Kobe and Helmaipo's hard work and the story of each of them since they have parted with Luffy and Zoro until now, the story returns to shed light on Luffy and his comrades once again who have reached their second island in the Grand Line. After getting his lunchbox from Sanji, Luffy went with Vivi to enjoy an adventure that he smelled from this mysterious island in which everything seems to be very huge, unlike the name of the island, Little Garden. Then Zoro challenges Sanji to contest who will be the one who catches the biggest and tastiest hunt. Thus, Usopp and Nami remained on the ship going merry, afraid of entering the island, which gave off a terrifying aura, which Nami later discovered a scary truth about. It was a prehistoric island, an island where dinosaurs did not become extinct and still roam the earth. Not only that, but right after the crew left, a giant creature came to get the sake from them, its appearance scaring the shit out of Nami and Usopp, who pretended to be dead out of fear. Especially after seeing the giant Broggy chop off the head of a T-Rex as if he was chopping vegetables. This arc will surely be interesting to the readers, a lot of useful information about what kind of islands there are in the Grand Line. Little Garden is one of the most dangerous islands where someone can get stuck in the first half of the Grand Line. After all, the magnetic field of the island is so strong that it is difficult for a log pose to absorb a magnetic field adjacent to the next island. A full year is the amount of time that the log pose has to wait to register the next coordinates, and this is only relatively. That's what Nami and Usopp found out when they asked the giant Broggy about it. This is just a disaster for everyone who has reached this island without an eternal log pose. The question now is, could anyone survive for an entire year in an environment teeming with dinosaurs and prehistoric insects? An island adventure of this kind, readers will be excited to see. Since he started drawing this part of the story, Rob's smile hasn't left his face. He used to enjoy his time drawing chapters. Rob finished drawing this arc already some time ago. But he was busy supplying enough copies that each art store would need, according to the number of sales in each store. After all, sales differ from one art store to another. There are art stores where the percentage of sales does not exceed 30%. There are also other stores, such as Mary Geos, which sells 90%. Can you imagine that? So naturally, the number of volumes it provides in each art store will be different depending on the demand. Now that One Piece manga is so popular in the world, Rob was on the right track to conquering the world with manga already. So he just has to continue what he's doing without caring about the consequences. Opinions about manga One Piece vary from person to person. Some say that it is a holy book that tells us the events of the future. And some say that it is an interesting story whose owner deserves to be commended. And some are fascinated by the real places in the manga as well as the real characters. Some consider the story just nonsense and pass on piracy ideas in a nice way. Opinions vary from person to person, but that doesn't change the fact that manga One Piece has become world famous. But the appearance of the giants, Broggy and Dori, in this arc will surely blow the minds of the inhabitants of the Four Seas. The existence of giants is not a secret or unknown matter in the eyes of the world. For Elbaf, the land of giants is a land known to the whole world. But this is only on the Grand Line. 90% of the inhabitants of the Four Seas consider the race of giants to be a myth. Even Princess Vivi, who is Princess of Alabasta, didn't believe in their existence until she saw them with her own eyes, let alone ordinary people from the Four Seas. That's why Rob is sure this arc will educate the world's population a lot before he entertains them. But the most important thing is the reaction of his friends Broggy and Dori to their appearance in the manga. That would definitely be fun. They'll laugh a lot at it, and maybe like Rob even more because he showed the world their legendary fight. How Rob displayed the utter pride of Elbaf on all of them, and especially Dori, who went to fight despite his severe internal injuries due to the shameful ploy of the Baroque agents, will make readers raise their hats to the Elbaf warriors. Usopp's proclamation of his dream of being brave and unshakable pride like the Elbaf warriors had a special stamp on this arc. Rob painted every moment of it so perfectly, he didn't miss anything and didn't add anything superfluous. But the way it was drawn and coloring gave life to the manga, making it much better than the original story. Prehistoric Island, extinct dinosaurs, fighting legendary giants, red ogre Broggy, blue ogre Dory, leaders of Elbaf warriors, pirates who became famous pirate crew 7 decades ago, the second clash with Baroque works organization, fierce fighting, wax art making, Sanji cunning and his deception of Mr. Zero, Sanji and Zoro tied in a dinosaur hunting competition, Island Eater, going merry once again swallowed by a gigantic sea creature, Luffy and Usopp trust in the strength of giants, Island Eater. Cut off by the combined attack of the giants. It all happened in this fun arc. And today happens to be the day of the weekly update. Rob was ready to publish the new volume and rekindle the reader's enthusiasm. Paragraph. The titles of the next 3 chapters. Fire spoiler fire. Chapter 86, The Famous Giants. Dory and Broggy enthusiasm ascends to the sky. Part 1. Chapter 86, The Famous Giants. Dory and Broggy enthusiasm ascends to the sky. Part 2. Chapter 88, Whitebeard pirates entering Wano art store. Blackstar_BH note. We finished in 7th place. Not bad, not bad, come on guys, more stones to motivate me, thank you. Chapter 86, The Famous Giants. Dory and Broggy enthusiasm ascends to the sky. Part 1. Creating manga of One Piece on Pirates World become my ultimate goal. https://www.patreon.com/blackstar_bh. Paragraph. Little Garden Island. In a prehistoric jungle, huge animals spread everywhere. But at this moment, the sky and earth shook with the eruption of the volcano that erupted at least twice a day. Boom. The animals returned to their burrows to avoid being crushed by 2 excited giants. Gegya. Broggy, are you ready to lose today? Giant Dory ran with his sword and shield with unstoppable momentum. The huge trees in his path were like a field of tiny plants compared to his gigantic size. He really deserved the title of Blue Ogre. On the other hand, the giant Broggy ran with the same momentum. Their strength was too terrifying. The moment the sword collided with the axe, it seemed as if the air in the middle of the attack had been broken. An extremely powerful shock wave spread out and uprooted many trees. The animals and dinosaurs who were close to the battlefield, they were shrunk of fear at the moment. After all, these 2 giants were considered to be the rulers of the island due to their immense strength. Even T-Rex, who is the most powerful dinosaur, can only be considered a cute cat in front of its overwhelming strength. Gabba. Do you mean losing you, Dory? After another epic fight. 61,099 fight. 61,099 tied. Gabba. My old friend Dory. I got some new sake that was recently deposited at the art store, it's called champagne, would you like some? Gegya. I got it before you. It tastes really refreshing, especially after every fight. Yes dash. Suddenly a green light scattered from a place familiar to the 2 giants and its light covered the entire island. The glow lasted for 5 seconds before it stopped. The duo looked toward each other in amazement before laughing with delight. Hurry up. I forgot it's the weekly updating day of One Piece manga. Broggy and Dory ran towards the art store while terrifying the animals and dinosaurs who thought the fight of kings was over. Alabasta Kingdom. Your Majesty. A new volume of One Piece manga has been updating. Igaram, who was still a young man, ran into the royal hall bringing the new One Piece book with him. Oh, Igaram. We've been waiting for you, thanks for your hard work. I appeared in the chapters again, my king, I was advising Vivi-sama. I'll see, Igaram, don't spoil the events. Ah. Sorry, Your Majesty. I was too excited. Igaram left the manga book in the king's hand before asking permission and leaving. Every time I see Vivi, I really feel like she's my daughter, that feeling seems ridiculously certain. Vivi's face was the first thing Cobra saw on the front page of the manga, so his first comment on Vivi was naturally. Did you see that, my dear? I told you I had the same feeling. Nefertari TT came out of the shower, her wet curves so sexy, but Cobra, who he was soaked in the pleasure of reading manga, didn't see it. You're right, TT. Then let me read the manga with you. Sure, come here, Husband, why is your nose bleeding? Drum Kingdom. Oh. Little Garden. It's been so long, the prehistoric herbs there can't be found anywhere else, maybe I should make another trip to that place. Kureha drank a cup of champagne while she began reading today's volume. The moment the Straw Hat Pirates descended on Little Garden Island, she got to know the place. After all, she didn't live a long life for nothing. Little Garden Island was the closest to Drum Island, so she's been to it not just once. Although it is a really dangerous island, Dr. Kureha was by no means simple, especially in her youth. Oh. Aren't these Broggy and Dory? What a surprise. They are still fighting until now, the giant race really has muscular heads. Ha 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 ha. But they are very kind nonetheless. This. When the events headed south with Dori hitting a bomb in the stomach, and he's going to fight Broggy though, and losing with Broggy because of that wax bastard, Mr. 3, Kureha's mood turned angry. She never thought she would react to a fantasy tale with such emotions one day. But this wasn't a fantasy book in her eyes anymore, the two kind giants she knew had saved her life in the past. So how can she not react angrily after seeing a wax scoundrel plotting to bring down her two friends with such malice? Straw Hat Luffy. I'm counting on you to save them. Kureha continued to read the chapters with fluctuating emotions with each subsequent event. Next to her were the inhabitants of Drum, who were accustomed to the warmth of the store, in the same position as Dr. Kureha. In their lives, they had never believed that the legendary giant race really existed, because they couldn't imagine what they would look like. But when they saw them in the manga, they completely believed in their existence. It was a feeling that is difficult to describe, but all the readers of the manga felt as if they were receiving a spiritual revelation, so it was easy for them to believe everything that came in the manga as real and existing. And that's why everyone believes in Broggy and Dori in Little Garden now. A prehistoric island, where dinosaurs roamed the earth. Who would have thought such a place really existed? It seems to be close to their island. Nami is sick. Her temperature is too high, as shown at the end of the volume. I think she was bitten by a prehistoric poisonous insect in Little Garden. God. Are you guys thinking what I'm thinking? Kureha, who had finished reading the manga, with a happy smile on her face, looked at Hiralik, who looked like a crazy person at this moment. Not only her, but all the people who were in the tavern looked at him in confusion. She needs a doctor. And what is the closest island known to the quality of its doctors in that region from the sea? Ah. It's our island of course, but you're not a doctor that falls into that category, Hiralik-san. You hurt my feelings. Hiralik looked toward the person who had said that with teary eyes. Paragraph. The titles of the next 3 chapters. Fire spoiler fire. Chapter 86, The Famous Giants. Dori and Broggy enthusiasm ascends to the sky. Part 2. Chapter 88, Whitebeard Pirates entering Wano Art Store. Chapter 89, The Celestial Dragons having fun. The World Government Invitation. Chapter 87, The Famous Giants. Dori and Broggy enthusiasm ascends to the sky. Part 2. Creating manga of One Piece on Pirates World become my ultimate goal. https://www.patreon.com/blackstar_bh. Paragraph. Little Garden. Smoker, Princess Vivi. She's the lost princess of Alabasta. Tashigi, Alabasta is a kingdom amid a revolution. Do you think some criminal organization and the Straw Hat Pirates are somehow involved? Smoker, I don't know, but this is our first clue as to where the Straw Hats are. Tashigi, so are we. Smoker, yeah, call headquarters and get the eternal pose over here. Marine, yes, sir. Smoker, mark the path, to Alabasta, the desert kingdom. Broggy, you seem to be in a hurry. Dori, it's sad to see you go, but I won't stop you. I hope you can save your kingdom. Vivi, thank you. Luffy, don't kill each other, you giants. Sanji, wait and you'll see, what I caught will be the biggest. Zoro, we'll see. Usopp, bye, sir. Someday, I will go to Elbaf. Broggy, our friends are about to leave from the east side. Dori, we can't let them go alone with that monster in there. Broggy, how's your injuries? Dori, I will live. Broggy, my axe and your sword lived long enough. Dori, do you have any regrets? Broggy, of course. This axe has been my battle partner for over 100 years, but if it's to help them, it's worth it. Dori, so it's settled. Sanji, look closely. My lizard is the winner. Zoro, are you blind? The rhino is bigger. Luffy, who cares? Both look good to eat. Zoro/Sanji, you shut up. Luffy, oh, look. They are the two giants. Usopp, they came to say goodbye. Broggy, there's only one reason why you guys can't. Dori, to reach the next island. Nami, what? Luffy. Dori, you risked your lives to defend our honor. Broggy, and now whatever the cost. Dori, we will not allow any enemy whatsoever to defile the pride of our friends. Broggy, trust us, and sail straight ahead. Whatever happens, sail straight ahead. Usopp, okay. Luffy, we'll sail straight ahead. Zoro, what are they talking about? Dori, it's time to say goodbye. I hope we meet again. Broggy, I hope so too. Nami, look. In front of us. Dori, there it is, the Eater of Islands. Broggy, we'll make way, Elbaf's pride is at stake. Oi, Dori. Yes, Broggy. We were the stars of the show, weren't we? That's what it looks like to me too. Have we become friends of the Straw Hats? That's what it looks like to me too. We've kept Elbaf pride, haven't we? That's what it looks like to me too. Broggy and Dory looked at each other and then right after that. Gegia Jaya Jaya. Gabba Babba Babba. The duo laughed non-stop, as the ground shook as their huge bodies moved from place to place as they laughed and tears of happiness sprayed from their eyes. They were so happy, beyond description. Their enthusiasm far surpassed anyone else who had seen themselves in the manga. Their enthusiasm literally soared to the sky. After they finally calmed down. I think Rob knows us well. I even forgot why we disagreed. I didn't think I'd remember it again because of the manga. A nostalgic smile appeared on Broggy's face as he looked at the face of the innocent little girl who was the direct cause of their ongoing fight until now. Yes, I remember it now. It was because of the little girl we started fighting over who had the biggest catch. All our old friends are drawn here. How did Rob know that? Should we ask him when he comes next time, Broggy? So we have another reason to stay here and fight, to ensure that the Straw Hats' journey continues, right? Then we'll keep doing it. But my catch is greater than yours. No, my catch is bigger. Look at your catch skull, it's smaller than mine. Gegia Jayagia. Gababababa. O'Hara. Rob-sama. Nami, what's going to happen to my daughter? Why she's fallen into bad shape at the end of the volume, please tell me she'll be fine. Please. Belmere grabbed Rob's leg, refusing to let him go while I repeatedly asked him. Alvia, Rob, tell her that, we want to know that too. Sora, Rob-sama, we also want to know. Rouge. Matriarch. Rosinante, teacher, we want to know, too. Doflamingo. Rob looked at all of their faces, they were all seriously curious about Nami's health. Well, no need to worry, though she will be in life-threatening danger but in the end, she will survive. Ding. Plus 5,066 art points from Gorosei. Ding. Plus 5,043 art points from Gorosei. Ding. Plus 5,100 art points from Gorosei. Ding. Plus 5,200 art points from Gorosei. Ding. Plus 5,405 art point from Gorosei. Ding. Plus 5,000 art points from the Chief Commander of the World Government Kong. Ding. Plus 5,300 art points from Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Ding. Plus 5,000 art points from Vice Admiral Garp. Marine Ford. Kobe, Helmeppo. Am I going to train these wretches in the future? But first of all, why do I look so old in that brat's manga? That's all the more reason to look for it. Garp, we recently had reports of a sky-destroying fight between Golden Lion Shiki and Sky Sword Rob. On the account of the witnesses their fight ended in a tie. How better not to look for him for trouble. Sengoku, do you think this will stop me? And what if he's strong and can tie with Shiki? That would be for the best. No, that's not good. What's not good about it? Huh? Seriously, do you think I'd lose to that brat? It's not like that, Garp, but the 5 elders are forbidding us to directly interfere in the actions of the Sky Sword. It is taboo. As if I'm going to care about those old foggy people. Garp. The author didn't mistake drawing you as an old man, because after 20 years you'll be just like that. You have another target in your head to look for him, right? Garp continued to eat the senbei without much to answer his old friend. But a twinkle appeared in his eyes before disappearing. Sengoku didn't notice anything as he was seriously waiting for his answer. Mary Geos. So those giants who gave us a real headache 70 years ago were hiding in the little garden. Ha 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 ha. What news from heaven? They are still wanted for justice, and their skills seem to be rusting, even though they can pierce the island eater, but that means nothing to true power. Should we send the arrest warrant immediately? We'd be a joke if we didn't arrest them. The whole world knows they exist now, we have to arrest them. It's decided, send the admiral. What Rob didn't know was that all 5 Gorosei had unanimously decided on the decision to capture the giants. This was going in a clear line towards another clash between Rob and the world government. Wano country. This morning, while the people of Kuri were enjoying reading manga, which brought them an indescribable joy. On a Kuri beach, a ship resembling a white whale crashed. It was the famous Moby Dick ship. Today is the same day that Whitebeard's crew was stranded in Wano. But because Rob messes with fate, Odin's arrival is delayed and Whitebeard bumps into him. Gururera. Looks like we're having bad luck today, men. Marco, this is what it seems, Oyaji. Ha 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 ha. Fun giants. Their laughs are fun, their personalities are great, their strength is amazing, I want to fight them. Odin-sama. Shouting in the art store is forbidden, trust points will be deducted from you. Aiza tried to shut Odin's excited mouth at this moment, but it was to no avail. Just like Wano, in Flevens, Kano, O'Hara, Women Island, Sky Island, Alabasta, Unveil Nation. Everywhere there is an art store, Giant Dory and Broggy have become famous and their kind personalities have won the admiration of millions of people around the world. Overnight, their fame that had been buried for more than 70 years ignited again, and the nicknames Red Ogre and Blue Ogre resurfaced again. But while the Giants fans were celebrating and cheering their overwhelming power, Nami's fans were very worried. Just what happened to Nami? Why did she suddenly rise in temperature at the end of the volume? What will happen to her? Was she bitten by an insect because of her blatant undress? But even so, she was very sexy. Nami's fans will literally die if something happens to her. Just like Sanji. Paragraph. The titles of the next 3 chapters. Fire spoiler fire. Chapter 88, Whitebeard Pirates entering Wano Art Store. Chapter 89, The Celestial Dragons having fun. The World Government Invitation. Chapter 90, A Deal with Whitebeard. Chapter 88, Whitebeard Pirates entering Wano Art Store. Creating manga of One Piece on Pirates World become my ultimate goal. https://www.patreon.com/blackstar_bh. Paragraph. Oyaji. What could that beacon-like thing in the sky be? Shall I go take a look? Phoenix wings appeared on Marco's back and he was ready to fly to explore the situation. Wait, Marco. Art store. Where you can enjoy the future. That's interesting, I didn't think we'd meet such a surprise in Wano. The group of Whitebeard pirates stood behind Edward Newgate, who was at the peak of his youth. They were all looking at the same thing. The art store beacon was especially bright, as everyone in Wano could see, not to mention the Whitebeard pirates who were on a Curry beach. They were very close to where the art store was. Let's go see what's there. One group will go with me and another group will guard the ship. Moby Dick was in such a bad shape that it needed an overhaul, but even so, they couldn't leave it out in the open unguarded. All of their wealth is in the ship after all. Odin-sama. Kinemon come running again, but this time he was worried. Odin and the rest of the Akazayas were inside the art store, so Kinemon didn't go to the daimyo residence but to the most populous place in the entire Wano. This place is an art store for sure. What happened, Kinemon? Why are you in such a hurry? Odin looked at Kinemon and was slightly surprised by the worried expression on his subordinate's face. A pirate ship from the outside world has crashed on Curry Beach and a lot of pirates have entered Wano now. What did you say? A pirate ship from the outside world. Odin-sama. Why do you have an excited expression on your face? Kikunajo had an inexplicable sense of anxiety at this moment. I am uncomfortable about this matter. The same thing applies to his older brother Aizu. And me too. Kawamatsu, Nekomamushi, and Inuarashi too. Odin-sama. Kinemon and the rest of the Akazaya are surprised by their master's sudden movement. Odin got up from his seat and started running to the art store exit. Just as it had originally happened, the moment Odin heard about the presence of a pirate ship on his land, his enthusiasm for seeing the outside world reappeared. The enthusiasm was curtailed a little by the advent of the art store. Those pirates who somehow managed to enter Wano were his only hope to realize his dreams. When Odin exits the art store, he meets face to face with the Whitebeard pirates who are led by Whitebeard himself. A comical scene occurred where both parties froze looking at each other for a few seconds. You are the pirates from the outside world? Yes, we are. The moment Odin heard the confirmation, he pounced on Whitebeard's leg, unwilling to let go. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Please allow me to get on your ship. Go away. You're annoying. Whitebeard kicked Odin like a ball and sent him flying. Odin was able to establish himself in the sky and pulled out his swords, which were thirsty to fight the strong people. It's time to find out whether or not this person deserves to carry him on his ship. Whitebeard's expression changed as he sensed the other party's strength. Guys, step away, this person is very unusual. Odin's two-sword style. And just as it had originally happened, an earth-shattering battle erupted between Whitebeard and Odin and ended with Odin losing. But this time the location of the battle and the number of witnesses were different. The first difference is that they fought near the art store. The second difference is that the battle was seen by a lot of Curry residents who flocked to the store gate. As well as anxious Alakazayas. Odin-sama. How can you say such a thing? You're a daimyo of Curry. You can't go anywhere else. You're annoying, get out of this country. Kinemon looked at Whitebeard and said so. Whitebeard was busy analyzing the events of the day in his mind. We also hope we could. Our ship destroyed after all. Then fix it and go away. The Whitebeard pirates ignored the cries of Odin, who was being held back by his subordinates, and entered the art store they had originally come here for. The moment they got here, the first thing that caught their attention and made them more interested was the shape of the building, before Odin walked out and took all their attention, causing their admiration for the shape of the building to turn to the strange samurai. It would be a lie if they said they didn't like someone like Odin, he was very powerful after all. Even someone like Whitey Bay expressed her admiration for Odin to Marco. Wow. The interior of this building is definitely huge. Devil fruit ability. In Whitey Bay's eyes, something abnormal like this could only be caused by a devil fruit. This couldn't be more clear, right? This time it was Jozu who spoke. Even Edward Newgate felt that this place was interesting in many ways. This place is special, I can smell the excitement in every fold, look at the faces of the people here, they are all excited. Marco was more interested in the expressions of the people around them. You are right, what kind of future would make these people happy? I suddenly had a desire to explore it too, Gururera. After Whitebeard and his crew finished reading the One Piece manga, they looked at each other and laughed non-stop for a while. What a fun One Piece manga. Gururera. Roger gets executed in the first chapter. Yes, Oyaji, what a joke, how could those Navy bullshit catch someone like Roger? Marco still laughs at the author's sense of humor. Wait. Rudes D. Rob. Isn't that person, the Sky Sword, a member of the Roger Pirates? Why does he draw his captain dead? Whitebeard's expression changed when he heard Vista's words. Vista was right, how could a crew member cast such a bad omen on the head of his captain? I wonder, have Roger and his crew ever seen this book? What could this One Piece treasure be? I didn't know that the most mysterious treasure in the world was called One Piece. I'm your captain and I didn't know that, so how do you know that? The Whitebeard pirates continued to enthusiastically discuss the events of the One Piece manga. This store was really fun, they haven't enjoyed it like today in a very long time. Despite their initial confusion, that all changed as they continued reading the manga books. The amazing drawing and clear narration were two important factors that made the Whitebeard pirates' confusion fly out the window. All that remains is to have fun reading the manga. The adventures of the Straw Hat Pirates were fun, though they're diminutive in comparison to theirs. With the idea that this is a fictional story, they kept reading the manga, but every time they saw a world-famous character in the manga like Roger and Garp and characters they knew existed like Crocus and even Shanks and Buggy, they would ask themselves, is this really a fictional tale? Could this story really be the future? So doesn't this mean that Roger will overtake me to become the Pirate King? What a joke. Paragraph. The titles of the next 3 chapters. Fire spoiler fire. Chapter 89, The Celestial Dragons Having Fun. The World Government Invitation. Chapter 90, A Deal with Whitebeard. Chapter 91, The Dirty Pirate World. Amatsuki Toki. Chapter 89, The Celestial Dragons Having Fun. The World Government Invitation. Creating manga of One Piece on Pirates World become my ultimate goal. Paragraph. Ding. Plus 6,000 art point from Whitebeard, Edward Newgate. Ding. Plus 2,000 art point from Phoenix Marco. Ding. Plus 2,000 art points from Diamond Jozu. Ding. Plus 2,000 art points from Vista. Ding. Plus 1,000 art points from Whitey Bay. While Rob was busy making anime episodes in the O'Hara art store, he suddenly received a lot of system notifications containing a good number of art points at once. Someone gives 6,000 art points in one go. What does this mean? Big shot. Whitebeard pirates. They've arrived at Wano, then. This means that the Wheel of Destiny is still moving as it is, even though I obstructed it so much. Well, it doesn't matter. While the Whitebeard pirates were enjoying the new art called Manga, which they recently got acquainted with. Plus they have to contend with Odin's endless annoyance. In another place, the most hated people in the world, they were having so much fun. Mary Geos. The world before and after the manga is completely different, don't you agree, Saint Merald? A celestial dragon with an ugly face and a big belly said with an excited expression. Sure, I feel proud that I was able to live in this era where the manga finally came out. Saint Merald was a celestial dragon with a fickle temperament just like all celestial dragons. But ever since he started reading the One Piece manga, it seemed as if his fickle mood was diminishing. All the celestial dragons before the appearance of the art store were lacking in common sense, just like newborn babies. But after the art store appeared, they began to gain some common sense. What do you think will happen to Alabasta? They are under the threat of a powerful Shichibukai just like Mihawk. Do you think Luffy will succeed in defeating a Shichibukai? Since everyone has seen the strength of Mihawk, who is called the strongest swordsman in the world and also holds the title of Shichibukai, they believe that this joint title means the same level of strength or at least very close. This is a miscalculation of the fans. How about we send the Admiral to support Luffy and his comrades? The ugly-faced celestial dragon wanted to support his favorite crew with the most powerful weapon in his hand, sending Admiral. Isn't the royal family Nefertari one of the 20 royal families who established the world government with us? I wonder why they refused to live in heaven and chose to live in the underworld. Are you idiot? How are we going to send the Admiral to the events that happened in the manga? Well, maybe they still miss a lot of common sense. The celestial dragons were really having fun. Rob was probably the only Earth transmigrator that made the most scum of the world of the seas enjoy like this. Since the art store appeared in the middle of the domain of the gods, their lives had changed 180 degrees. Previously, they didn't have a specific program to spend their day on, and most of them were very bored. Therefore their only entertainment was often confined to the torture of slaves or the organization of combative contests between slaves and beasts, or between slaves and each other. Or randomly feeding the slaves devil fruits. This was one of the best entertainment they had in the past. But now, with the emergence of the manga One Piece and the manga Bleach, these events have shrunk by a very large percentage. Who will take care of slaves when his mind gets the most wonderful entertainment? The dopamine that hadn't exploded in their minds like this before was dictating the following commands to them. I want more One Piece manga. I want more Bleach manga. Will there be another manga coming? The words may differ, but their desires are common. Through all of this, Rob discovered that the celestial dragons were simple creatures by nature. They were the weakest species that a human race could produce. When there is no sense of danger from the mind, when there is no sense of responsibility and the need to work and have a lot of authority and absolute freedom, you will have a celestial dragon. A human as a pig. Pigs can be tamed if you are given the right opportunity. And the only person in the world who had such an opportunity was Rob himself. In the domain of the gods, the celestial dragons gathered together in groups, guarded by the black-suited agents who were looking extremely weary. These gatherings were mainly confined to the art store area. Out of the 10 celestial dragons, at least 9 of them had a manga book in their hands, whether it was open or not. Their conversation was limited to what will be the next manga for One Piece or what Aizen will do after he succeeds in getting his way. New World, the Flying Island, Merville. The place was very quiet, the wind was the only source of the sound. The place looked desolate and deserted. The only source of light on the flying island was the beacon hanging in the sky that looked like an open book. Below the beacon was a white building that looked like a building out of a science fiction movie. This place used to be the Merville art store. The store that Rob opened here earlier after he finished fighting Shiki. Opening this store here was just a fleeting idea of Rob, but days later, it turns out he's already done a great service to the flying pirates. Outside, life was quiet. But inside the art store, the atmosphere was far from calm. Thousands of pirates gathered around the vending machines scattered in the store, wishing to break them down for more chocolate or hamburgers. Some of them also gathered around the borders of the 3 sections, wanting to explore every part of this strange place. Jihahaha. Giving me such a wonderful building as a parting gift is the best you can do as an apology to me, Sky Sword. Shiki continued to drink cool whiskey while flipping through the manga pages while rereading the chapters of the One Piece manga avidly. Is this your perception of the future, Sky Sword? Deposed Pirate King Roger. So what is the role of this lion in your drawn future? I can't wait to find out, jihahaha. You will be the true Pirate King, Captain. Sky Sword is definitely dreaming about bullshit. Yes, Captain. Is that right? Jihahaha. Yes, it's definitely fancy, I'll be the Pirate King. Neither Roger nor Luffy can obtain that throne. Back in Mary Geos, in the Pangaea Castle. The Gorosei were considered the highest authority in the world. They were studying an important decision for the time being. And what is this decision? Sending an official invitation from the world government to Rob. Tay recognition from the world government of the title of Mangaka King. Cancellation the bounty of Rob. Giving Rob the freedom to do whatever he wants as long as he doesn't discredit the world government. In return, Rob has to teach the world government agents the basics of drawing manga. And the obligation of confidentiality on this matter. Paragraph. The titles of the next 3 chapters. Fire Spoiler Fire. Chapter 90, A Deal with Whitebeard. Chapter 91, The Dirty Pirate World. Amatsuki Toki. Chapter 92, The Third Devil Fruit. Chapter 90, A Deal with Whitebeard. Creating manga of One Piece on Pirates World become my ultimate goal. Paragraph. Rob exited the bamboo field between the Curry civilian area and the shore and entered Curry Beach, where the Moby Dick ship, which was currently under repair, was located. Both Whitebeard and Odin, those present in the venue, sensed an extremely powerful presence entering their senses and immediately raised their guard. The moment Rob appeared in their field of observation, Odin instantly recognized him while Whitebeard sank into thought, as he felt that the man in front of him was a bit familiar. Oh. Rob Dono. You should have at least let me know you're coming, ha ha ha. Odin said with his usual smile, while Whitebeard and his crew were surprised by this. They didn't think this person who seemed dangerous was Odin's acquaintance. I can get here before my letter, so that's for the best, my friend. Oh, so then. Well, it's okay. Only when he got close enough did the Whitebeard crew recognize him. After all, they were used to fighting Roger's crew. The second best swordsman in Roger's crew, worthy of their attention, after all. It's really Sky Sword, Rob. His wanted poster is here. 800 million berry, that's close to a Yaji bounty. You forgot the most important thing, he is the author of One Piece. You're really right. How can we forget this important thing? Rob ignored the whispers of the Whitebeard pirates among themselves, as he was focusing on the most dangerous person in the place. From the moment he appeared here, Whitebeard was locked onto him with all his senses. It looked like a mountain wishing to compress it down. In the past, when former Rob was present in his crew's confrontations with Whitebeard's crew, he only looked at Whitebeard from afar and did not dare to approach. This man was like a mountain too tall to climb, just like his captain Roger. But now, even though his pressure was truly frightening, he was Whitebeard in his youth and peak strength after all, not the same person who had lost in the Marineford War. However, this pressure did not succeed in suppressing Rob's current presence, which was getting stronger by the day. Gururara. For a moment I thought Roger had removed his mustache and appeared in front of me. Boyo, you're interesting. Whitebeard's mood turned 180 degrees after making sure that the other party had no ill intentions towards him and his crew. Odin looked at the confrontation between Whitebeard and Rob and fell into confusion. Do you guys know each other? The whole world knows these two, but we know each other more privately. But not in the same way that we know each other. Me, and you. Whitey Bay approached to Odin in a very intimate way while she told him some facts about their crew and Rob's crew. Ah, so then. Whitey Bay, after all, she was so pretty and sexy for someone who was obsessed with collecting harem in the past, so even Odin was secretly excited by the way Whitey Bay treated him. Maybe he'd dig another burrow tonight. This is if Whitebeard doesn't detect it, otherwise, it will turn into a pile of broken bones. Whitebeard pirates, Wano country is under my protection, so I hope you don't think of anything funny. Rob looked at the ship of Moby Dick, which was currently under repair, and said so. Although what he had originally said was an announcement that he was protecting Wano rather than alerting him to the Whitebeard pirates because he knew they wouldn't do anything bad. There is a monster like this in Wano, why do they need to protect an outsider like you? Since he was a pirate, Whitebeard wasn't bothered by Rob's words. After all, who could put their trust in a pirate? But isn't Rob a pirate too? This is what puzzled the Whitebeard pirates. Oh, do you mean Odin? He's like a kid who needs adventure. I bet he'll board your ship despite your nose. Someone like him can't protect anything, not even his family, let alone an entire country. When he heard these words, Odin's body, who was under contentment because of Whitey Bay's breasts that were pressed against his back, trembled. In the moment. How could his friend say such a thing about him? Rob Dono, I agree with you that our master is behaving like a kid who wants to live an adventure, but we will not allow you to insult our master. Our master can protect everything he wants to protect. Kinemon, Ashura Doji, Kenjuro, and the rest pointed their swords at Rob. After all, their master's dignity was a red line. Not even a great benefactor like Rob could insult him. No, in their eyes not even the highest person in the country, the shogun itself, could insult their master. What I said is not an insult in any way. Odin is my friend. I don't insult my friends, and I think he understands perfectly what I mean. Your little minds can't handle the words of great men, so don't point at me with your little tools. Rob pointed his finger in a motion that seemed very slow in the eyes of the 9 red scabbards, but before they realized the situation, all they could feel was being stunned before everything turned dark. This is their punishment for raising their swords against me. Don't tell me they don't deserve it, Odin. Odin looked at his loyal guards who had been struck by lightning and fainted, and at Rob for a while before sighing. You are right in everything you said. I always feel I'm cursed, but since you appeared in Wano I have felt my curse begin to recede. I am grateful to you for everything you have done, whether you have done in public or even in private, but please don't hurt my friends again. If you want to hurt someone, you can hit me. I won't fight back. The Whitebeard pirates who were watching the show were completely dumbfounded. Even Whitebeard himself did not expect this situation. Hell! What is this position? That was lightning, wasn't it? Odin, I punished them. I didn't hurt them, even though one person among them really deserved death, but I wouldn't interfere with what you have to deal with yourself. If it were other people who raised their swords against me, it wouldn't just be a punishment, it would be a real hurt, their good fortune. They followed the right person. And you, Whitebeard, I'm going to talk to you in pirate language. I suppose you walked into my store and saw what I could offer. How about making a deal with me? Oh. A deal. What kind of deal is this? Do you not want a store like this in your lands? Rob pointed to the beacon hanging in the sky while speaking softly. When the Whitebeard pirates heard this, they ignored everything else they saw and completely focused on their father's answer. It was a chance to get the best they saw it in their adventures. How are they not excited? Okay, talk. What do you want in return? Money, treasures, lands, or women? I can give you what you want. Women. Even Rob was surprised by this. Where would Whitebeard get them from? He didn't remember any event involving slaves or women in which Whitebeard was involved in it. Was Whitebeard so unruly in his youth? Don't give me that look, we don't take slaves or deprive women of their liberties, we have a lot of lands in our care, and there are a lot of hot women looking for work, one word from me and you'll get as many as you want. Odin, who was examining the injuries of his loyal guards, shook once more and swallowed his saliva upon hearing Whitebeard's words. Lots of sexy women. I have really chosen the right men. How lucky he is. Whitey Bay, who saw Odin's interaction, let out a chuckle. She was really enjoying teasing this man. You have all it takes to make a successful deal with a lustful man, but I am not, I am a married man. Rob said with a gentleman's expression that made the Whitebeard pirates appreciate him even more. Then what do you want? Fighting against you with all your might, choose an uninhabited island and let us fight to our heart's content, I will not regret even if you kill me. Huh? What? He just said. Want to fight Oyaji to the death? Is he crazy? Does he really want to die? Silence. Having silenced his annoying children, Whitebeard looked into Rob's determined eyes with a kind of astonishment. I didn't expect that a calm person like you would have such a burning fighting spirit, you really are a mysterious man. But you deserve a fight with me. It's decided, open your store in my land first, and then I'll give you a satisfying fight. Rob soared high into the sky toward his next destination. After agreeing with Whitebeard on a place and time to set up an art store in his territory, he finally got out of Wano and was going to Dressrosa. Rob decided to set up a new art store there. With lightning speed, he moved away from Wano's atmosphere, and after 2 hours, he traveled a distance 3 days by ship at his high speed. By chance, he flew over a small island and his hockey was able to pick up something interesting. A girl in distress, and not just any girl, but the most mysterious girl in the story of One Piece. Paragraph. The titles of the next 3 chapters. Fire spoiler fire. Chapter 91, The Dirty Pirate World. Amatsuki Toki. Chapter 92, The Third Devil Fruit. Chapter 93, One Pillar to Destroy a Quarter of an Island. Successful Rescue. Chapter 91, The Dirty Pirate World. Amatsuki Toki. Warning: the chapter is a bit dark. Creating manga of One Piece on Pirates World become my ultimate goal. Paragraph. Rob noticed a group of 15 women, who are being led by pirates towards a base in the island's jungle. The pirates group, as well as the island itself, were very familiar to Rob. But the group of 15 women was unfamiliar. No, only one of them he was more familiar with her. I think they hunt women from neighboring islands or merchant ships to sell them as slaves. Rob wasn't surprised by this fact. This was the world of pirates, slave hunting is very common, plus this group of women is very beautiful. If the timeline goes the way it was originally, it will be Odin, who endured for 3 days held by a rope at sea, towed by the ship, Moby Dick, and in the last glimmers of his success in the challenge, a woman in distress made him decide to come to this island that far away 3 days from Wano by ship. Yes, the woman who Rob recognized among the other women was Toki. Odin's wife and the mother of Momonosuke and Hiyori in origin. She may have originally managed to escape from the Takotopus pirates right up to the moment when Odin managed to save her. But now, it was obvious that she had just been caught with another group of women and maybe there is a bigger group in the pirate base, who knows? Well, I never expected to meet something like this. Should I avoid this and let fate take its course or save them? But that means saving her as well. Rob's senses were focused on the woman with light green hair and dark green eyes. Toki was extremely beautiful, she could be considered one of the most beautiful women in One Piece. But Rob, who was married with Alvia and he seeing beauties like Sora and Rouge daily, didn't really care about her beauty. It was her mysterious power that really could catch Rob's attention. Her power was one of the One Piece's secrets that baffled many followers. What if the time fruit also could be sent the people back toward the past instead of just sending them to the future? What was the cheat? This was the cheat. If Rob intervenes now, Odin may not be able to repeat his heroic attitude, and Tokishi may never fall in love with him again. But if he does not intervene, the other women may not be saved, and will they be sold as slaves by the damned pirates? After all, that octopus, Karma, not only died but became an ally of Whitebeard in the future, plus only Toki was saved and no other women were mentioned in Flashback Odin. This just shows that this world was extremely brutal, and its true brutality was never shown to the One Piece fans on Earth. Rob was not an emotional person, but he was not someone who could see people enslaving in front of him, and he continued on his way as if he had seen nothing. He was someone from modern society with a certain level of values. That was hard to break, although no one knows what was going on in the underworld, but the accepted values were solid enough to be recognized in the first place. What if his rescue of the slaves, as well as Toki, cause Toki and Odin to have no relationship? Although he has become somewhat friends with Odin, Odin's emotional issues do not concern him. Well, maybe in the future they can love each other after seeing their relationship in the manga. Who knows, haha. When Rob decided his next move, he quietly followed the pirates who were leading the women back to their base. Rob had to hold back his anger when he heard the screams of the women being taken advantage of by the disgusting pirates. Toki was really lucky that her attractive body was not touched by pirates. Okay, the matter it's been decided, I'll kill you all. Rob would never be as merciful as Whitebeard and Odin in such matters. In fact, Rob has never been merciful. The merciful person was the original Rudesty Rob of this world. After some time the group reached the base, which was a very wide one-floor building with a wall surrounding it on 4 sides. The base was really stinky, look and feel. The moment Rob's eye fell on it he had already combed it with the observation hockey. Veins appeared on Rob's forehead. For the first time he had been so angry since coming to this world. As he expected, there were other slaves at the pirate base. But this is not what angers Rob, but rather the condition of some of the slaves. They were all women. Some of them were pirates' pleasure slaves. They couldn't be sold to celestial dragons, they could just keep *king them to death. Some of them had already died, while others were dying. Most of the pleasure slaves were soaked in liquids and they didn't even clean them. This was the cruelest dulled human emotion can reach. You've brought the last batch successfully, that's well. Karma, the octopusman, fishman, looked at the group of 15 bound women, who were being led by his pirates towards the known cages. Yes, Captain Karma, so, as you promised, can we pick from the previous batch? The men who spoke are a Scarface pirate with a muscular body that looked like a junior captain among the pirate group that had brought in women earlier. Did I promise something like that? Ah, yes. The last thing the pirate saw before he was beheaded was the scorned face of the octopus. Why don't I remember promising something like that? You. Did I promise what this dead human said here? The pirate that Karma pointed at shivered in fear, but he didn't dare disobey his captain's words. No. Captain, he was just talking about bullshit. Yes, he was definitely talking nonsense. The last 4 batches we painstakingly collected from the highest quality to sell directly to celestial dragons, each of them is excellent quality. How can we use them for pleasure? Recently, there has been almost no demand for celestial dragons for slaves, not only pleasure slaves but all kinds of slaves, which has caused widespread concern among professionals like us. The only logical explanation we all agreed on was that celestial dragons had come to prefer quality over quantity. Do you understand? Now, why let you enjoy all that junk there? It's because no one wants them anymore. High voltage bohem. High voltage. The sky shook with a roar of thunder at this moment. The sound of the thunder explosion was so terrifying that most of the pirates shrank in a moment of stupor. Since the inside of the building was a little dark, it was instantly lit up at the moment when the sound of lightning and thunder exploded. What is this? What is going on here? Karma felt an ominous omen at this moment. Suddenly the roof over their heads began to crumble strangely. No, it is more correct to say that it was turning into a different substance. More precisely, a white substance. In the terrified pirate's eyes, it was like paper. A solid concrete wall that was turned into paper. What is the meaning of this? In response to his instincts, Karma took out his 6 swords at once. He was ready to fight, because this was definitely an enemy attack. You fools, get ready to fight. We have an enemy. Yeah, Captain. Who is the fool who came here to die? Show yourself. Very quickly he turned the entire roof of the building into paper, followed by the walls, from top to bottom, before finally moving to the floor. Before they even knew it, they were standing on the uneven, papery ground constantly swaying, threatening to dent at any moment. But it doesn't matter now because... How would you describe it? Yes, they lost the will to fight a long time ago. This is because the god was above their heads. No, it was a demon god. The size of a face was only like the sky itself. The face of the lightning demon was so huge that it seemed to be twice the size of the small island under their legs, being entirely composed of white and blue lightning sparks that flickered with an extremely dangerous light. Touching it means inevitable death. He was looking down on the group of ants below sarcastically and contemptuously. Long ago, thanks to his immortal body, Rob's mastery of the lightning fruit had reached a level that even Enil would dream of reaching in his 100 years of training. This was just the face of the lightning demon god, the entire body had not yet appeared. As for using this motion on a batch of shrimp, it was like using a butcher's knife to cut vegetables. But for what they've done to these innocent people, Rob will make them see the hell before death. There is no longer a roof or cages to prevent women, slaves, from seeing the terrifying face of the demon in the sky. The cages that imprisoned them all turned to paper and scattered in the place, forming the paper in comfortable sofas that received the weak bodies of women on them. The papers also covered the bodies of naked women, both dead and living, and shaped them into appropriate clothing. Rob counted 65 women safe, 15 in serious condition, and 12 dead. This was terrible and very unfortunate. The women knew that someone had come to save them from the indescribable feeling of safety they felt from paper sofas and clothes that didn't look papers in any way. The former feelings of fear and despair turned into joy and happiness, and then into tears. Only one woman was looking at the lightning demon in the sky with extremely deep curiosity. As for the pirates, who numbered in the hundreds, each of them was tied with extremely dense paper chains in the shape of a cross. Karma desperately tried to get out of this predicament but could not move his 6 arms an inch. Even the limbs of the octopus above his head were tied tightly as if the owner of this trap was not giving him any chance to escape. Don't bother yourself, octopus, you can't escape that shackle even if you're many times stronger than your current self. It's a paper cuff as thick as the pages of the entire story of Game of Thrones. Just give up, you can crack the sea stone but you can't crack this papers. Rob finally appeared on top of the pirate group with his paper wings, finally ready to judge on these scumbags. Paragraph. The titles of the next 3 chapters. Fire spoiler fire. Chapter 92, The Third Devil Fruit. Chapter 93, 1 pillar to destroy a quarter of an island. Successful rescue. Chapter 94, Rob requests a service from Kureha. Taking Toki to Wano. Chapter 92, The Third Devil Fruit. Creating manga of One Piece on Pirates World become my ultimate goal. Paragraph. Don't bother yourself, octopus, it's not possible for you to escape from the shackle, even if you're much stronger than now. It's a paper cuff as thick as all the pages of Game of Thrones. Give up. You can escape from the sea stone but you can't escape from it. Rob finally appeared on top of the pirate group with his paper wings, finally ready to judge on these scumbags. His current form looked exactly like the angel who had visited Kokoyashi village one day. Majestic and cyan, it seemed like the arrival of a judgment. Rob took his eyes off the pirate group and looked at the group of women who were in different small groups. Don't worry, you're free now, no one can hurt you all while I'm here. When they heard his gentle and considerate tone of voice, the last dam in their hearts collapsed and they began another session of weeping. In all worlds, the suffering of slaves, especially women, was unimaginable, so when they survived this situation, it was almost impossible not to cry in such a situation. Even Toki cried in such a situation. This was a man with wings who looked like the Lunarians in one of his wings, simply he is too adorable. A/N, Rob still uses 2 different colored wings. For those who ask why this, I'll tell you it's a subconscious habit that reflects his personality, so he doesn't forget his true roots. White means Rob from the world of pirate and black means Rob from Earth. Thank you, great sir. You saved my life. I will never forget that. You are my benefactor forever. Thank you. I love you, benefactor, marry me. Rob. After their happy weeping, Rob heard many sincere thanks from them, even those who were in poor health pressed for words of thanks. Someone even offered to pay Rob with their hot bodies just to show how excited they were. They were going to be sold to the celestial dragons after all. At that time, their life will become just like hell. At this moment, Rob casually waved his hand and a glass barrier formed that covered all groups of women who fell into a stupor once more. This barrier will protect you from what's to come, so you don't have to worry. The pirates who heard Rob's words felt a tremor in their hearts, only now did they know that this man here was intending to crush them all. They all started begging for mercy after that, even their captain, the octopus. What else can they do? This person flying above them was so powerful that it made them feel despair. In a pirate world, when you encounter such a person, there is no harm in asking for mercy. You want me to forgive you? Yes, yes, great sir, we will never do something like this again, please forgive us. You are Sky Sword, Rob, the 4th cadre of Roger Pirates, right? I got to know you, we can become a supporting fleet under the banner of Roger Pirates, so think about the benefits of that. Karma started talking nonsense, maybe that's how he survived Whitebeard in the first place, who knows? Ha 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 ha. Do you want to become a fleet under the Roger Pirates? Aren't you asking for too much? Pirates. Okay, I won't waste time with you anymore, go to hell. I will tell you that before you leave, you are the first to die with the most powerful killing move I have, so it is a kind of honor. Pirates. Ah, and before I forget, even though you are now dead because of me, you will live in the hearts of fans one day when you appear in the manga because of me too, so, you kind of stay alive. Pirates. Rob slowly raised his hand to the sky, but he wasn't slow at all, a slow motion appeared in the eyes of the pirates and women who were watching from behind the barrier. Thick sparks of lightning flew from Rob's finger and with lightning speed, it entered the huge forehead of lightning demon god in the sky. At that moment, the demon opened its eyes, announcing the fall of the demon god's terror on the island. His eyes were made of pure white lightning, carrying within them a frantic feeling of inevitable death. This attack wasn't Rob's strongest out of thin nothingness, he used all of his knowledge of creating the techniques most terrifying of those novels in Eastern and Western fiction to create them. In this, he used his inexhaustible physical strength to combine powerful haki with deadly lightning, forming an inevitable killing weapon. It was not the size of the lightning demon that was frightening in this attack, but the lightning formed from it, that was the most frightening. It was raw energy, impossible to produce in an instant even for an immortal like Rob. He needed a full 5 minutes to accumulate this level of lightning intensity with haki, to create an attack of this huge size. Rob was inspired by this attack from a Western novel he had read in the past concerning a demon lord from the abyss. That demon lord's attack was smaller than Rob's, but still wiped an entire city off the map. Now, Rob was desperately expecting to see the efficiency of his stronger attack. Under the terrified gazes of the pirates and even the women protected within the barrier, the lightning demon god opened its mouth, ready to swallow the entire island. Lightning God Pillar. Rob slowly pronounced the name of his attack. This was his strongest move after all, although saying the name of the attack out loud was embarrassing, but Rob's enthusiasm covered the embarrassment. He was anxious to see how much damage this super attack would do. He couldn't see the damage of the Judgment Sword in the past, but no one would stop him from seeing the damage of the Lightning God Pillar. This was the strongest devil fruit he had. He ate 3 devil fruits, the strongest offensively, the strongest defensively, and the most flexible. With all that, who could stop him in this world? Yes, he was very keen to eat the barrier fruit on the same day he obtained it, although what he experienced was much more severe than last time. As his body instantly exploded, even his body obtained a third heart that contained the power of the new devil fruit. Now, he could literally do whatever he wanted. He was invincible. Yonko. Get him, he will surely die under his attacks. Admiral. Fleet Admiral. Great Pirate. He had already exceeded these levels of strength. Paragraph. The titles of the next 3 chapters. Fire spoiler fire. Chapter 93, 1 pillar to destroy a quarter of an island. Successful rescue. Chapter 94, Rob requests a service from Kureha. Taking Toki to Wano. Chapter 95, Whitebeard Pirates sailing. The beginning of Odin's journey. Chapter 93, 1 pillar to destroy a quarter of an island. Successful rescue. Creating manga of One Piece on Pirates World become my ultimate goal. Paragraph. A bright light enveloped the entire small island, the migratory birds fled, and even the perennial birds fled from the island. Even the animals felt the danger and crawled from the forest towards the shores of the island. If the sea had not stopped them, they would have continued their exodus. An extremely dangerous blue energy pillar fell from the sky, or the mouth of a demon god. The energy pillar was a full 100 meters wide. Before it reached Earth, the pirates lost their sight due to being too focused on its blinding light. On the other hand, the women inside the barrier could not continue to see it, because they couldn't open their eyes. The day turned into night, and the night into day. It was a terrifying attack, from the level of the energy ball that Goku needed to assemble into an entire arc. A/N. Hello. Dragon Ball fans. This amazing scene was captured from several neighboring islands, including Wano. The people of Kuri stood dumbfounded in their place. They could see a blue entity in the sky spitting a white pillar on somewhere. Despite the far distance, the size of the demon god allowed many people to see him. This. Lightning. For some reason, Whitebeard remembered Rob's face at this moment. Even the Whitebeard pirates were stunned by a sight like this, although the new world suffers from a lot of strange phenomena, but this was the strangest of all. This was a disaster nearby. Rob made sure to amass a limited attack power so as not to blow up the entire island, so the moment the lightning god pillar touched the group of 200 pirates, they were instantly wiped out without making any final sound or words. But that didn't end here. Rob cancelled the awakening paper fruit before the lightning god's attack touched the ground, so. High voltage boom. High voltage. The sky and ground shook, a shock wave swept away everything in its path, broken rocks flew everywhere, building-sized boulders slammed into the barrier but didn't affect it in any way. The catastrophe was still going on. It was beyond a meteor impact event or something like that. With one attack, the island size has been changed from 5 out of 5 to 3 out of 5. For the women inside the barrier, they were watching the apocalypse in 4K, live stream. But this made their trauma intensify. This is the power of the gods. They had never seen or heard of this before. Is the person who came to save them a god? If so, that certainly explains it. Toki's body shivered as she watched the disaster. This is, close to the power of Pluton. Just, who is this person? Why does someone like him exist in this era? He wasn't supposed to exist. That doesn't make sense. If he was an enemy, then there's no room for the prophecy to come true. Only after 15 minutes did the aftermath of the savage attack subsided and finally stopped. Dust covered the place and it took some time for it to completely dissipate. After the dust settled, a deep crater filled with lava appeared in the middle of the island. The small island turned into a small ring. Even Rob was dumbfounded. His previous attack could wipe an island off the map if he wanted to. What is the meaning of that? It has become an ancient weapon level. He wouldn't need to buy nuclear weapons. It was a nuclear weapon in itself. He chose the Earth shop primarily to obtain nuclear bombs as a trump card in the burrow. What could be better than a nuclear weapon in your hand scaring the shit out of the world government? Let them send the buster call. I'll send a nuclear warhead straight to Mary Geos, and let's see who will cry and who will laugh at the end. Rob looked at the spherical barrier that had been filled with rocks and dirt and lifted so easily. It looked like a solid bubble containing bulk beauty inside. Open it and you will get a harem. Rob laughed at how wild his inner thoughts were before dropping the barrier fruit bubble onto a safe area. Immediately after that, he cancelled the barrier ability and walked to check on the condition of the survivors. When he looked at the corpses of the dead women who were wrapped by his paper ability, he felt really sad, if only he hadn't been so late. When the women saw the grief on the face of the god who had saved them, they hurried to console him with phrases like, "It was not your fault, it was their fate, thank you for protecting their corpses, their families will be grateful," and many others. "I'm Rude's D. Rob. Nice to meet you all, and now it's time to get you, girls, out of here. Toki, Rude's D." After listening to every woman who introduced herself, he announced his identity before setting up a strategic art store in this place. He named Ring Hell Island as a new name and, from now on, it will become his island. When the women saw a magnificent building appearing out of nowhere, their reverence for Rob grew in their hearts, and Rob was getting more and more mysterious in Toki's heart too, especially when he ignored her scorching looks at him. Rob's good looks, temperament, and divine power made all the women present good thoughts of him, including Toki herself, but Rob didn't take advantage of such situations to get women. He has a 5-month pregnant woman. He wouldn't have another woman as long as there was no mutual love and Alvia was satisfied with her. Rob didn't pair Sora with Alvia without a reason after all. If he liked a girl he'd move to get her, that was Rob with the black wing. But if that didn't please his wife, he wouldn't have her, that was Rob with the white wing. Paragraph. The titles of the next 3 chapters. Fire spoiler fire. Chapter 94, Rob requests a service from Kureha. Taking Toki to Wano. Chapter 95, Whitebeard pirates sailing. The beginning of Odin's journey. Chapter 96, Meeting Trafalgar D. Water Chris. Blackstar_BH note. We finished the week in 7th place, 1 rank lower than usual. It's okay, I'll keep diligent in updating the chapters daily for you guys, just keep supporting me with your stones. Chapter 94, Rob requests a service from Kureha. Taking Toki to Wano. Creating manga of One Piece on Pirates World become my ultimate goal. Paragraph. Rob bought 15 recovery beds with modern equipment from the system shop, and carefully placed the injured women on them under the stunned looks of the other women. Soon, Toki and some nice women came to support him in this. Enough, put them on the beds, don't touch anything else, you caused the trouble in their modern equipment. Yes, Rob-sama. After a while, he finished observing the condition of the injured women and decided which of them needed urgent medical attention. With the help of his photographic memory, he was able to bring back some memories about medicine and healthcare, so he could do that, but that's where his experience ends. He now has to seek help from a real expert. He quickly contacted Alvia and her group, who were not late when they found out about the matter. Alvia came out of the art store. Her swollen belly was a clear indication of her pregnancy. She was overflowing with the maturity of motherhood. Rob missed her so much, so when they met they hugged and kissed without paying attention to the others who watched it all with double amazement. Soon, Alvia, Sora, Rouge, and the rest of the waitresses move into the group of female survivors after Rob tells them everything about them. In order to console them and help them overcome their psychological situation first, and also to check on their health. They felt pity for them, so they were happy to help. Rob touched the dead bodies and placed them in his inventory to provide a decent burial for them later. He then proceeded through the art store towards the Kingdom of Drum, after reassuring the group of women that he would be back quickly. The moment he arrived, finding the art store full as usual, he greeted the excited locals with a smiley face, before searching for Dr. Kureha. Unfortunately, he couldn't find her in his store, so he had to go out and visit her at her house. After wandering the snowy grounds for some time, Rob arrives at Dr. Kureha's house, which is set among the white pine trees. It was good that he found her resting outside since it was neither windy nor troublesome air today, but it was still a little snowy. Oh, I didn't expect to see someone take a snow bath. I thought the person could just sunbathe. The pirate world really is a little different from the common sense in my world. The moment he arrived and saw Dr. Kureha resting on her chair and half asleep, he made a strange statement to describe the strange situation. What do you know about logic, kid? What you call a snow bath has a lot of health benefits if one gets used to it. Maybe your world has a strange logic. Cold is a cure for the disease. Oh, is that you? Kureha took off her sunglasses, maybe snow glasses, and recognized Rob, feeling a little surprised. Thanks for the valuable advice, Dr. Kureha. Rob smiled humbly. It was great to take advice from someone who could extend his lifespan and keep himself healthy. You're most welcome. I suppose you came to visit me. Yes, do you have some time to hear my request? Kureha got up from her seat and put on her coat before opening the door of the house. Sure, please come in. Thanks. Minutes later, they both came out again. Kureha was holding her medical equipment in one hand. As expected, after Rob told her the situation in detail, he was able to convince her to help him treat the injured. Above all, Dr. Kureha had a good heart, and Rob's brilliant reputation on Drum Island also contributed to her inability to refuse. But Rob promised her to pay all the patient's expenses out of his pocket, so there was no reason for Kureha to refuse. Soon, both of them arrived at the art store. Previously, he had modified a large infirmary-shaped room in his personal section. He left Kureha waiting for him and returned to fetch the patients. Rob returned to Ring Hell Island and finds that everyone has entered the art store as he requested. From there everyone, survivors, patients, and waitresses, was taken to the art store in the Kingdom of Drum, where Dr. Kureha was waiting, of course, without their knowledge. When Dr. Kureha saw a large group of women entering the comfort room in the infirmary, she was surprised, but she didn't ask about it. All she cared about were the 15 women on the recovery beds. After praising the quality of his medical equipment for some time, Dr. Kureha asked Rob to help her get all of them into the treatment room quickly so she could start her work. Rob didn't hesitate and simply snapped his finger. The 15 recovery beds disappeared and reappeared within the treatment room to everyone's shock. Rob then gestures for Alvia to follow him out of the hall. "Wife, I'm going to take one of the unlucky women to her destination. I want you to take care of the rest and see where they want to go so we can take them home later, okay?" Alvia nodded with a gentle smile, before hugging Rob excitedly. "You don't have to worry about this matter. Most importantly, I'm glad to have you, my hero. Once again you saved so many people and won so many hearts. They used to revere you like a god. BFT, ha 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 ha. When they knew that God is married and soon he will be had a child, they couldn't handle this." Rob clicked Alvia's forehead gently. "Now you know how great your husband is, huh?" "Rob-sama, thank you for accepting my selfish request so quickly." Toki slowly bent over to Rob, showing her gratitude for him, but Rob stopped her. "No need to do this, Miss Toki. It's my duty. Since I saved your life, I'm responsible for it until the end." "Until the end?" Toki's face suddenly turned red as she thought of something. They were both outside the Ring Hell art store now. Nobody among the women who were former slaves knew that they had moved through space from the new world to Paradis because they didn't feel anything strange. In their eyes they were still inside the art store. But Rob wanted this. After all, they were strangers. Teleporting between the art store was his greatest secret, known only to a few of his acquaintances and loved ones. Therefore, despite using it, it will make it secret to strangers. For Sora, Rouge, Matriarch, and her family, firstly, they are no longer strangers. Secondly, he used a magical contract with the power of system on them. They couldn't divulge the store's secrets even if they wanted to, including the children, Doflamingo and Rosinante. "Why do you want to go to Wano? Didn't you tell me that you don't have a family and you don't have anyone? Don't forget my offer to work with me is still valid." The more Rob looked at Toki, the more he felt a little greed bigger and bigger in his heart to make her his own, the same strange greed that had gripped him when he saw Sora for the first time. "I really want to see Wano first. I also don't know why. You may laugh at me, but my heart tells me to go to Wano even if it's a short visit. Rob-sama, I didn't turn down your offer, you know. If it still stands after my Wano visit, I'll be happy to working with you." Rob thought for a while. Maybe this visit to Wano will make the lovers of fate meet, and thus he will lose any chance with this beauty of being his partner at that time. After some thought, he decided to do what she wanted. Well, even if that happened and she became Odin's wife despite all he had done, he wouldn't regret it then. If he still had Alvia, as long as he had Alvia he wouldn't regret it about anyone else. "Okay, I'll take you to Wano." Thank you very much. I really don't know how to repay all your kindness to me." "You don't have to give me anything back." Soon the two of them reached shore. Rob took out his wonderful yacht whose looks astonished Toki again. She didn't count how many times this man had surprised her. Even his ship is wonderful. Rob climbed up the yacht stairs and reached out to grab Toki's tender hand and pulled her into the yacht. When he took her hand, Toki felt a light thunderbolt that gave her goosebumps, and especially when she entered his embrace the moment he pulled her, his hand was filled with a warmth that she had not felt for a long, very long time, but his embrace was much warmer. She began to feel the desire to try his warmth again. She hid her blushing cheek and sat on a comfortable couch by the pool. The yacht was so luxurious that it left Toki's mind blank for a few moments. She didn't wake up until Rob brought 2 big glasses of fruit juice and 2 bottles of vodka. The yacht had already set off on its trip, so there was no harm in drinking with a beautiful miss. For the first time Toki felt embarrassed. She was only drinking with a man alone. Isn't this more like a date? But he is a married man. So what if he was married? Toki didn't care whether Rob was married or not. She lived in a culture where harems were very ordinary. But she didn't think that there would come a day she would think this way. Perhaps the strange and good effect of wine affected her so wonderfully. Or that this divine man had already conquered her. Paragraph. The titles of the next 3 chapters. Fire spoiler fire. Chapter 95, Whitebeard Pirates Sailing. The beginning of Odin's journey. Chapter 96, Meeting Trafalgar D. Water Chris. Chapter 97, Arrancar Arc, Part 1, The New Bleach Arc. The emergence of bleach techniques in the pirates' world. Chapter 95, Whitebeard Pirates Sailing. The beginning of Odin's journey. Creating manga of One Piece on Pirates World become my ultimate goal. Paragraph. Rob's yacht continued its fast voyage across the waters of the New World. Rob had Odin's life card, so the trip to Wano across the sea wasn't a problem. Throughout the trip, Rob had a great time with Toki. They got to know each other better, and they became more compatible and open to each other. For the first time, he saw a real smile on her beautiful face. They laughed together, ate together, and basked in the sun together. They seemed like two good friends enjoying their time together. Rob noticed that Odin's Vivre card was approaching them faster, so he got a little confused. Is this a life card? Looks like its owner is on a ship moving in our direction. Rob agreed with Toki's words. He had a slight hunch about the matter. On the other hand, on Moby Dick, which has already come out of the turbulent sea of Wano. I'm so glad you're joining us, Odin. May we have a drink together? Surely. Odin smiled and exchanged a drink with her. This blue-haired beauty was constantly flirting with him. So he wouldn't be a man if he didn't push her down soon. Odin-sama. It's not fair, why don't you share your drink with us too? Suddenly, Odin heard three familiar voices which made his face tremble. You. Why are you here? Aizu. Nekomamushi. Inuarashi. Huh. We sent by the others unanimously. Odin-sama can't be left sailing unattended, so Kinemon and the rest decided to send us to take care of you. Aizu slowly said whatever was going on in his head while the little two minks nodded. As for us, one day on your journey you may need to stop at Zo, so our attendance is essential. This time it was Nekomamushi who spoke up. You guys. I really appreciate it, thank you. When the drama of Odin and his servants ended, Whitey Bay dragged Odin to her room. Drinking in an open space wasn't a good idea, so why don't we make it indoors? Maybe, she'll get results with this guy today. Whitebeard closed his eyes to his daughter's nefarious actions. Might she have reached that stage? Who knows? But since Odin was also his chosen son, he wouldn't really mind if they met each other. Just let the kids have fun. Thus began Odin's journey aboard Whitebeard's ship. Whitebeard wasn't as opposed to Odin's joining as it had originally been, but rather was more accepting. Having someone like Rob who truly would protect Wano and earn the trust and recognition of both Whitebeard and Odin contributed to Whitebeard's decision to accept Odin on his ship without Odin resorting to strict action. Of course, the servants of Odin were dismissive of this issue, but their rejection was not as strong as the original. The presence of the art store contributed to this as well. When Kinemon and the others realized that it was impossible to convince Odin not to leave Wano, they came down to the negotiating table with him. They decided to secretly send Aizu, Nico, and Inu to accompany Odin, while they agreed with Odin on a maximum of 5 years of travel, which he cannot pass and he must return to Wano to take over the country. Odin agreed unconditionally. Before taking the trip of a lifetime, he had met his father and made sure he was very healthy and living a good life. The same goes for Yasui. He visited him and chatted with him a bit as he gave them many manga volumes that made them addictive. Kuri would always be in a fuss about the art store, so he wouldn't worry about the prosperity of his district. She'd bypass the capital for sure. This made him leave the country with a satisfied and relaxed heart, unlike the original. Just having someone like Rob made him completely at ease. Odin had thought that his friend was stronger than him, so there was no problem in protecting Wano. His father and Yasui already knew about Rob's existence, so Rob is already getting a good reputation with the Wano rulers. A wonderful scene happened at the moment. The Whitebeard pirates were cramped to the left side of the ship to see a luxurious-looking metallic ship passing by their ship. Rob and Toki stood next to each other, dressed in summer clothes and sunglasses. Throughout their trip, Rob continued to invade Toki with his contemporary ideas about the necessity of enjoying life, so Toki was slightly touched by his words which reflected on her cute appearance. She is no longer wearing a pink kimono, Japanese traditional dress, but rather a modern suite consisting of skinny shorts and a more feminine t-shirt, looking like a model or a cosplay actress. Even Rob was very impressed with her cute looks. But at this moment, when Rob was intending to propose the idea of swimming together and getting an extra step to win the heart of this time fairy, Rob and Toki suddenly saw a large white ship coming in their direction. At lightning speed, Rob went to the cockpit to change the course of the yacht, so as not to crash into the ship in their path. The two ships approached until they were completely equidistant from each other. Finally, the passengers of both ships were able to get to know each other. Gururera. What a nice coincidence, Kuzo. Rob Dono, are you done with your works? Looks like you're going back to Wano. Yes, I am already going back to Wano. Looks like you have decided to leave already, Odin. Yes, my friend, I am grateful for you bringing the world into my hands. That was really fun, but it wasn't enough to quench my thirst that had been thirsty for so many years. This is my destiny, my friend. I feel this world needs me to go out and explore. But who is this beautiful lady next to you? At first, he was talking seriously, but when he saw Toki he felt a twinge in his heart. This woman was very beautiful. I understand, someone like you can't stay in one place, that's impossible. Oh, this is my friend Toki. Toki bent down to greet Rob's friends with a slight bow. Gururera, now I know why you rejected my previous offer. You have a beautiful woman around you. What do you need with random people? you are a lucky boy. Toki was so embarrassed when she heard that her cheeks flushed. How good would it be if she was his wife? Will Alvia accept her as a younger sister? Her thoughts throughout this trip with Rob have become very chaotic. She was very novice on matters of the heart, she was switching from time to time all the time, so she didn't have time to get to know a man and live happily married life, but her time with Rob was the longest time she had with a man before. No, she's never been with men before, Rob was the first. Not only did he save her, but he gladly accepted her wish, heard her incredible story, and extended an olive branch to her, ready to accept her into his family, as was Alvia more willing. All the while her ideas turned from mere ideas to reality. Rob was the first man she felt attracted to. Unfortunately, Odin didn't get such an opportunity, because Rob unknowingly took it. See, Whitebeard, I told you that Odin will board your ship, whether you like it or not. After the chance encounter with Rob and the Whitebeard pirates, the two ships continued on their way thereafter. Ooey. Rob Dono. Take care of Wano Kuni. I'm going to pay this debt back in the future. With a smile Rob nodded at him, so not to worry, it was the least he could do for this man right now. Rob looked at the turbulent sea into which the yacht had entered and felt that their ship's voyage ended here. Toki-chan, I think we will continue the trip by another way. Another way? Which way? Leaves formed into wings on Rob's back, and his look like a mixed Lunarian and Sunshine person reappeared in the full shape in front of Toki. Why do you look surprised? Ah. Nothing, just your wings of different colors are so beautiful, can I touch them? Of course, no problem. Toki shyly stepped forward and touched Rob's wings. What Toki didn't know was that they were just paper wings, but who could blame her? It looked so real after all. Are you satisfied now? Rob's face showed a meaningful smile, he was enjoying the actions of this time fairy as he secretly liked to call it. Ah, yes. Do you know anything about the moon and sun race? Huh. Rob was really surprised by her question, because of course, he knew about Lunarian, but he had never heard of Sunshine before. Maybe she talking about Shandian. Yes, I've heard of the Lunarian race, those who look like fallen angels with black wings and can control flames, right? But I've never heard of Sunshine before. Ah. What? Rob was surprised by the bewildered look on Toki's face. For a moment her face overlapped with a reaction similar to Hiyori from the anime version he had seen in his past life. They both had the same face after all. Ah, sorry. I wasn't expecting you to really know about the Lunarian, that startled me. Oh, I understand, there is only one person alive from the Lunarian race at the moment, so your reaction is understandable. Very, very few people know about this race because it is already extinct, the so-called gods in the past. So, there are still remains. Really? When Toki remembered that she was going to slip and reveal something, she stopped speaking. It reminds me, you told me you came from 800 years ago, that. I believe you. You. Believe me. Okay, let's not talk about it anymore, come here, let's continue our trip. Rob opened his embrace because there was no other way, he had to fly while holding her. When Toki understood the matter, she was as ashamed as she had never felt before, but she nevertheless strengthened her resolve and slipped into Rob's arms. Her thin body was very light in his arms, so there was no problem. He stored the yacht in inventory and flapped his wings easily. This was the second time he had flown with a woman, the first time, Alvia of course. Toki enjoyed the trip and grew closer to Rob again, beginning to feel happy around him. A short time later, a man and a woman disembarked in Wano Kuni. He fulfilled his promise to Toki and finally delivered her to Wano. Paragraph. The titles of the next 3 chapters. Fire spoiler fire. Chapter 96, Meeting Trafalgar D. Water Chris. Chapter 97, Arrancar Arc, Part 1, The New Bleach Arc. The emergence of bleach techniques in the pirates' world. Chapter 98, Navy Fleet knocking on the doors of Little Garden. Chapter 96, Meeting Trafalgar D. Water Chris. Creating manga of One Piece on Pirates World become my ultimate goal. Paragraph. After leaving Toki under Kikunajo's exclusive protection, Rob returned to the Kingdom of Drum in order to follow up on the condition of the injured and unlucky women. Rob has agreed with Toki to wait for him at the Kuri art store, once she had finished her works in Wano, and he had also recommended Kikunajo, Kinemon, and the others to take special care of Toki, so he wasn't too worried about her. After receiving the reassuring news from Alvia regarding the stable condition of the 15 women who were being treated by Dr. Correa, Rob breathed a sigh of relief and moved on to his next target. Flivence Island. Yes, a visit to this dreary place with a beautiful facade was again on his schedule a long time ago. He had a dispute with the royal family to resolve, but the most important thing was that he wanted to meet Trafalgar D. Water Chris. It's time to hurry up and help this dead city in order to find a way out to survive. Destination, Art Store, Flivence. The teleportation room in the art store, Drum Kingdom, glowed, and Rob disappeared from the scene afterward. The next moment, he appeared in a similar room. Rob walked out of his personal section and was greeted by a good number of people visiting the store. After all, it wasn't the day a manga volume was published or an event of some sort, it was a non-commercial time of the day. But even so, there were so many people that made Rob happy. These people recognized him and caused such a stir, after all, that Rob would come over and over to Flevens, so much so that some thought Rob was always in their city. It was a common misunderstanding among every city that had an art store. "Hello, Rob-san. We missed you, store owner. Hurry up and let us know Nami's condition. We want other chapters. What happened after Aizen escaped from the Soul Society? We want to know." Rob greeted these people with a smile as he walked out of the art store. As for the people who wanted spoilers, Rob didn't enjoy spoiling up stories for the readers, so he shrugged them off. Rob walked the white streets of Flevens, and the city would have been so beautiful if there had been no dreadful tragedy behind its beautiful facade. Rob received greetings again from the people on the street, so he wasn't stingy in greeting them either. This time Rob goes straight to the big hospital in the city, where he wants to find the person he's looking for. Rob sat in the office of Trafalgar D. Chris while carefully examining the young man in front of him. This person was, after all, a member of the notorious D clan. So Rob thought he had something special. But no matter how closely he observed, he didn't find anything special about this man. He was a young man of 23 years old, even his appearance looked ordinary, he was like any doctor you would find in any hospital you went to. "Then, Mr. Rob, why are you looking for me?" In fact, even Trafalgar D. Chris was tense about this man's sudden visit. After all, who doesn't know Rob? Before he was the author of the famous One Piece manga, he was a pirate with a bounty close to $1 billion. He also obtained an entire kingdom by absolute authority. In the new nation of Leville, Rob was above the Prime Minister, he was like a national guard. This is just a small amount of his authority, after all, Rob is known for being the trade emperor. The number of his stores spread around the 4 seas is estimated at 21, this is only what has been discovered so far and what is publicly known. It was a frightening number that showed the wealth and power of this man. Plus everyone knew that Rob had managed to defeat the admiral, someone with such strength and authority would come to visit him, who was just a little doctor, naturally, even kings would be tense let alone him. "You don't have to be so nervous, I didn't come looking for you with bad intentions." When Rob noticed that the other party was tense, he hastened to make him relax, for, after all, he didn't come to visit him out of malice or out of evil. "Excuse me, but in front of someone like you even kings would feel pressured, you might not know this, but the aura around you made my back cold from sweat, I'm just an ordinary doctor you know." He was already just an ordinary doctor and wasn't a fighter with any kind of strength. "Oh. I'm really sorry if I caused you any kind of stress, I had a battle recently, so maybe my body is still unconsciously on guard." Rob cancelled out any tension in his body, causing the frightening aura that had been surrounding him to disappear the whole time. He was moving from one place to another the whole time, so his body was on standby the whole time. Or maybe not. This was a habit that followed him from his previous world, its symptoms became more severe in this world of One Piece and he couldn't get rid of it easily, because this is related to the subconscious, he was chased all the time in his previous life, and he didn't complete half a year since he moved to this world, so these habits will remain negativity with him for some time naturally. "Ah, I see, that makes sense since if you were in a fight. Mr. Chris, you are the most famous doctor in this country, so you will naturally be the most familiar with the health of your countrymen, right?" A deep frown appeared on Trafalgar D. Chris's face when he heard Rob's words, he had a conclusion in his heart but he was in no hurry to reveal things. The answer of this question would be, yes, naturally. When I came here for the first time, I felt that this place is unnatural, there is some secret under this smiling facade, I don't randomly choose the cities in which I open my projects. The tense smile on Dr. Chris's face froze when he heard this, but Rob still spoke. "At first, it was just a feeling, but that unnatural feeling made me research this issue, and what I discovered was shocking, no, it was actually scary." Dr. Chris was no longer smiling in any way, but looked rather helpless, and asked a question he already knew the answer to. "What have you discovered, Mr. Rob?" "I discovered that this city." Rob paused for a while, looking deeply into Chris's eyes before continuing. "Dying." Sigh. Dr. Chris let out a long sigh as if he was removing an entire eon of sighs in one sigh. It was a helpless sigh. Rob really felt pity for this man. "How did you find out?" Rob's use of a hypnosis-like manner of speech, his manipulation of words, his control of his voice, the timing of the right words, and his use of his aura, in the beginning, were all known in psychology to disable the listener. The listener will have no choice but to follow what you have to say. It's very easy, anyone who is competent and knows a little science, if he looks into lead amber he will find how harmful it is to the human body in the long run. Inhaling its dust will certainly cause pulmonary constriction, and it also has carcinogenic properties that reduce the life expectancy. This substance is dangerous. Trafalgar D. Chris no longer has anything to say, this man in front of him already knew everything. Then since you know all this, are you planning to blackmail the royal family? Why did you come to look for me? Why should I even blackmail them? They are doomed. I have come looking for you because I want to help you save the city. Have you thought wrong of me? Huh. At this moment Trafalgar D. Chris felt was deeply shocked, his mind couldn't comprehend what he was hearing. I have clients who are reading my books in this city, how can I let them die so early? Rob left satisfied completely after speaking to Dr. Chris. This man was so emotional that he cried so hard when Rob gave him a helping hand. Even Rob was touched by how responsible this man was as a doctor. The members of the D clan were truly mysterious individuals. This man was giving everything he had to save this country's people. So Rob didn't hesitate to help him. He gave a drop of his blood after extracting the immortal attribute from it due to the system, only the healing properties remained in his blood. Rob's system has this ability, as long as it's something about the host's body he can do whatever he wants. It was an auxiliary function in the art publishing system. Rob lied about the source of the drop of blood, telling Dr. Chris that it was a drop of blood from an extinct mythical beast, and he believed him immediately. He also suggested that he work with Dr. Kureha to create an effective treatment from the drop of blood. Trafalgar D. Chris didn't refuse and gladly accepted. Although he does not know who Dr. Kureha was, he will have an idol in the near future. Rob had already spoken to Dr. Kureha about the matter and how serious it was, and she agreed. Here Rob has done his part to save the people of this country perfectly. But his role doesn't end here yet. This time Rob appeared in the royal palace, exactly in the king's room, which looked as vast as a palace itself. The king with a swollen belly and golden bracelets was living bliss with his women on the bed, but when Rob appeared, feeling as if a mountain was pressing on him, the women, his harem, quickly left the room. Very quickly, he woke up from heaven to find himself at the door of hell. You. Merchant Rob. What do you want from me? He almost pissed himself in terror when he saw the smile of mockery on the face of the men who had terrified him for months now. I learned about the Amber Lead. The king felt as if thunder was exploding in his mind when he heard this, so he knew that his affairs had come to an end. I'll give you 10 days to get you and your family out of this kingdom and appoint Trafalgar D. Water Chris as your successor. If you don't, I'll pull you out by force, and believe me, you wouldn't feel good at that time. Paragraph. The titles of the next 3 chapters. Fire Spoiler Fire. Chapter 97, Arankar Arc, Part 1, The New Bleach Arc. The Emergence of Bleach Techniques in the Pirates' World. Chapter 98, Navy Fleet Knocking on the Doors of Little Garden. Chapter 99, Destructive Battle. 2 Admirals vs 2 Giants. Blackstar_BH note. When I started writing longer chapters, the stones became fewer and fewer. Worried face.